The soldier who had been told to go for ammunition bumped into Pierre. "Listen, sir, this is no place for you," he said as he ran away. Pierre ran after him, making a detour round the spot where the boy officer was sitting. A cannonball flew past him, then another, and another. They were raining down on all sides as he charged downhill. "Where am I going?" he was beginning to wonder, when suddenly he was there beside the green ammunition boxes. He hesitated. Should he run back or go on? Suddenly a terrific bang sent him reeling backwards down to the ground. At the same instant he was dazzled by a great searing flash, and deafened by a terrible hissing sound and a thunderous roar that banged in his ears. When he came to, Pierre found himself sitting on his bottom, resting back on his hands. The ammunition box that had been at his side had disappeared. All that was left were a few charred green bits of board and some rags littering the scorched grass. A horse was galloping away, still attached to some shattered bits of shaft. Another horse lay like Pierre on the ground, letting out prolonged and piercing whinnies. Chapter 32. Out of his mind with terror, Pierre leapt to his feet and ran back up to the battery, the one place where he might be safe from the horrors around him. As he walked into the redoubt, he realized there wasn't any firing from the battery, but there were some men in there busy doing something or other. He could not make out who they were. He caught a quick glimpse of the senior officer slumped over the earth wall with his back towards him, as if he was staring down at something, and he saw another soldier, someone he knew from before, struggling to free himself from some men who were holding him, and yelling, "Brothers, help me!" And he saw something else that struck him as odd. The colonel had been killed, the soldier shouting for help was a prisoner, and here at his feet was another soldier, bayonet in the back, but he had no time to take it all in. He had scarcely set foot in the redoubt when a thin man in a blue uniform with a sallow, sweaty face charged at him, brandishing a sword and shouting. Pierre's instinct was to ward off the shock as they crashed blindly into each other, so he put out both hands and grabbed the man, it was a French officer, by the shoulder and the throat. The officer dropped his sword and seized Pierre by the scruff of his neck. For a few seconds they stared with terrified eyes at one another's foreign faces, both of them suddenly unnerved, uncertain what they had done or were going to do next. "Am I being taken prisoner or am I taking him prisoner?" they were both wondering. But the French officer was clearly more inclined to think he'd been captured, because Pierre's strong hand, an instrument of primitive terror, was tightening its grip on his throat. The Frenchman was trying to say something, when suddenly a cannonball zoomed across viciously low over their heads, and the Frenchman ducked down so sharply he seemed almost to have been decapitated by it. Pierre had ducked too, and let go of his man. With no further thoughts about who was capturing whom, the Frenchman rushed back inside the battery, and Pierre tore off downhill, tripping over the dead and wounded, who seemed to be catching at his feet. But before he got to the bottom of the hill he ran into vast hordes of Russian soldiers falling over each other and whooping with glee as they charged up to storm the battery. This was the famous attack for which Yermolov claimed all the credit, on the grounds that without his courage and good luck this feat of arms would have been impossible, the attack when he is supposed to have scattered the redoubt with George crosses that he happened to have in his pocket. The French, who had taken the battery, now fled, pursued so far beyond the battery by our soldiers, yelling hurrah, that there was almost no stopping the Russians. Prisoners were brought down from the battery, including a wounded French general, who was soon surrounded by our officers. Down came a stream of wounded men, some known to Pierre, some not, French and Russian, walking, crawling or carried on stretchers, their faces hideously contorted by pain. Pierre went back up onto the mound where he had spent more than an hour, and there was no one left from the little family group that had accepted him as one of their own. Dead bodies were everywhere, people he didn't know. But one or two he did know. The little boy officer was still sitting there huddled up against the earth wall in a pool of blood. The ruddy-faced soldier's body was still twitching, but nobody picked him up. Pierre ran back down the slope. "Oh, surely they'll stop now." They'll be horrified at what they've done, he thought, aimlessly following on behind crowds of stretchers moving away from the battlefield. But the sun stood high in the sky, veiled by a pall of smoke, and ahead of them, especially on the left, over by Semyonovsk, the smoke was alive with movement, and the clamor of cannon and musket, far from dying away, was getting louder, in mounting desperation, like a man in terrible agony putting all his effort into one last scream. Chapter 33. The main action at the Battle of Borodino was fought out in the 7,000-foot space between Borodino and Bagration's flèches. Outside this area, there was action on one side by Uvarov's cavalry in the middle of the day, and on the other side, beyond Utitsa, there was a skirmish between Poniatovsky and Tuchkov, but these two isolated outbursts were insignificant compared with what was going on in the center of the battlefield. The main action was fought out in the simplest, most unsophisticated manner in the open space, visible from both sides, that separated Borodino from the flèches by the wood. The battle began with a barrage mounted by hundreds of guns on both sides. Then, when the whole plain was covered with smoke, the French brought forward two right-hand divisions under Desaix and Compans to attack the flèches, while the Viceroy's regiments advanced on Borodino from the left. The flèches were not much more than half a mile from the Shebardino redoubt, where Napoleon was standing, but Borodino was nearly 2 miles further away in a straight line, so Napoleon could never have seen what was going on over there, especially with the intermingling of smoke and fog that completely obscured the whole locality. The soldiers of Desaix's division moving in on the flèches remained visible only as far as the hollow between them and their target, where they dropped out of sight, and the smoke from cannon and musket in the flèches became dense enough to screen the whole slope on the far side. Through the smoke you could catch odd glimpses of black shapes likely to be men, and the occasional glint of a bayonet. But from the Shebardino redoubt you could not tell whether they were standing still or moving, or whether they were French or Russian. The sun was now shining brightly, and its angled rays shone straight on Napoleon's face as he looked over towards the flèches, shielding his eyes with one hand. Smoke wreathed over the ground in front of the flèches. At one moment the smoke itself seemed to move, the next it was the troops who seemed to be moving through the smoke. You might have heard the occasional shout through all the firing, but no one could tell what was going on over there. Napoleon stood on his mound and peered through a telescope. There in the tiny circle of glass he could see smoke and soldiers, sometimes his own men, sometimes Russians, but when he looked again with the naked eye he could not find the place he had just been looking at. He walked down the mound, and started pacing up and down at the bottom. From time to time he would stand still, listen carefully to the firing and peer out intently across the battlefield. It was just not possible to work out what was happening in the flèches, not from down here where he was standing, not from the top of the mound where some of his generals were standing, not even inside the flèches themselves, because they were now constantly changing hands, occupied now by French, now by Russian soldiers, living, dead or wounded, panicking, and scared out of their wits. For hours on end this was a scene of incessant cannon and musket fire, with control shifting between Russians and French infantry and cavalry. They surged forward, fell, fired their guns, fought hand to hand, not knowing what to do with each other. All they could do was yell out and run back again. Adjutants sent out by Napoleon and orderlies dispatched by the marshals were continually galloping in from the field with reports on the progress of the battle, but they were all false, partly because in the heat of battle no one can say what is actually happening at a given moment, partly because many of the adjutants never got to the battlefield as such, all they did was hand on what they had heard from other people, and also because in the time it took for an adjutant to ride the couple of miles that separated him from Napoleon's circumstances would have changed, and the news he was bringing was already out of date. Thus an adjutant came galloping in from the Viceroy with news that Borodino had been taken and the bridge over the Kolocha was in French hands. What the adjutant wanted to know from Napoleon was, should the troops cross the bridge? Napoleon sent an order for them to form up on the far side and wait, but even as he issued it, in fact moments after the adjutant had set out from Borodino, the bridge had been retaken by the Russians and burned down, in the very skirmish Pierre had become involved in first thing that morning. Another adjutant galloped in ashen-faced and scared stiff from the region of the flèches, bringing word that the attack had been repulsed, Campan's was wounded and Davout had been killed, while in actual fact the Flèches had been captured by a different French unit just as the adjutant was being told they were lost, and Davout was alive and well except for a bit of bruising. Working on the basis of false reports like these, Napoleon issued a stream of instructions which had either been carried out already, or were not carried out at all, and never could have been. Napoleon's marshals and generals were nearer the battle scene but, like him, they were not actually involved, and only now and then did they find themselves under fire. These men issued their own instructions without consulting Napoleon, telling people where to stand and what to fire at, where the cavalry should ride and the infantry run. But even these instructions, just like Napoleon's, were almost never followed, and if they were it was only to a tiny extent. More often than not, what happened was the opposite of what had been ordered. Soldiers told to advance would suddenly find themselves under a hail of grapeshot and come running back. Soldiers told to stand still would suddenly see the Russians right in front of them, and either run away or surge forward, and the cavalry would charge off unbidden to catch up with any running Russians. In this way 2 cavalry regiments galloped through the Semyonovsk hollow and right up the hill, where they turned round and galloped flat out all the way back again. The same thing applied to the infantry, which was prone to run off in any direction other than the one they were supposed to go in. All the real instructions, when and where to move the field guns, when to send the infantry in and tell them to start firing, when to send Russian horses to ride down Russian infantry, all instructions of this kind were issued by officers on the spot, out in the ranks, without consulting Ney, Davout or Murat, let alone Napoleon himself. They were not scared of getting into trouble for disobedience or acting independently, because on the field of war what is at stake is the thing that matters most to any man, the saving of his own skin, and sometimes this means running away, sometimes it means rushing forward, and all those men that found themselves in the thick of the action did what they did on the spur of the moment. And as it happened, all this rushing to and fro did little to relieve or even affect the position of the troops. All this charging at each other on foot and on horseback didn't do a great deal of harm. The harm, the death, and the maiming were caused by cannonballs and bullets flying about all over that open space and men running into them. If ever they managed to get out of the area where balls and bullets were flying about, a superior officer, standing at the rear, would soon bring them back into line, reimpose discipline, and use it to get them back under fire, where once again, scared to death, they would lose all discipline and stampede anywhere on the spur of the moment. Chapter 34. Napoleon's generals, Davout, Ney and Murat, who were situated not far from the field of fire, and even ventured into it once or twice, repeatedly directed vast masses of well-ordered troops back into that area. But, contrary to what had invariably happened in all their previous battles, instead of them duly reporting back that the enemy had been put to flight, the well-ordered masses of troops kept coming back in disorganized, panic-stricken mobs. They were soon brought back into line, but their numbers were dwindling. In the middle of the day Murat sent an adjutant to Napoleon with a request for reinforcements. Napoleon was sitting at the foot of his mount drinking punch when the adjutant galloped in with a positive assurance that the Russians would be finished if His Majesty would just let them have another division. "What do you mean reinforcements?" was Napoleon's astonished reaction, and he looked daggers at the adjutant, a handsome young man with a mane of black curly hair not unlike Murat's own locks, as if he could not understand what he was saying. Reinforcements, he was thinking. How can they want reinforcements when they've already got half the army ranged against one weak Russian flank that hasn't got any support? "Tell the King of Naples," said Napoleon stiffly, "that it is still not midday, and I cannot yet see my chessboard clearly. You may go." The handsome young man with the curly black mane gave a deep sigh, backed away with one hand to his hat, and galloped off back to the killing field. Napoleon got to his feet, sent for Caulaincourt and Berthier, and started to chat about things that had nothing to do with the battle. In mid-conversation, just when Napoleon was getting interested, Berthier's eye was caught by a general galloping over to their redoubt on a steaming horse followed by his entourage. It was Belliard. He got down from his horse, strode rapidly across to the Emperor, and at the top of his voice he began explaining in no uncertain terms the absolute necessity for reinforcements. He gave his word that the Russians would be killed off if the emperor would just let them have another division. Napoleon gave a shrug, and continued to pace up and down without giving any answer. Belliard turned to the other generals in his entourage, who were standing round him, and spoke to them eagerly in the same loud voice. "You're being rather hot-headed, Belliard," said Napoleon, coming back to speak to his roving general. "It's too easy to get things wrong in the heat of battle. Go back and have another look, then you can come and talk to me." Belliard was scarcely out of sight when another messenger came galloping in from the battlefield. "Well, what do you want?" said Napoleon, with the air of a man thoroughly annoyed by constant pestering. "Sire, the prince," the adjutant began. "Wants reinforcements," growled Napoleon with an angry gesture. The adjutant confirmed this with a nod, and was about to go into detail, but the emperor turned away, took a couple of steps, stopped, turned back, and called Berthier over. "The reserves are needed," he said with a slight spreading of the hands. "Who shall we send in?" "What do you think?" he asked Berthier, whom he would later describe as "that gosling I've turned into an eagle." "Claparède's division, sire," said Berthier, who knew all the divisions, regiments, and battalions by heart. Napoleon nodded in agreement. An adjutant galloped off to Claparède's division. Within minutes the young guards drawn up behind the redoubt were on the move. Napoleon gazed in their direction without saying a word. Then suddenly he said to Berthier, "No. I can't send Claparède. Send Friant's division." Although there was nothing to be gained by sending Friant's division in preference to Claparède's, and in fact it would now be awkward and time-consuming to bring Claparède to a halt and dispatch Friant, the order was carried out to the letter. Napoleon could not see that as far as his troops were concerned he was acting like a doctor issuing prescriptions that would slow down the patient's progress, a function he knew well and roundly condemned. Friant's division vanished like the rest into the smoke of the battlefield. Adjutant after adjutant now came galloping in from every side, all with the same message, as if they were working in collusion. They all asked for reinforcements, and they all told the same story. The Russians were sticking to their posts and keeping up a hellish barrage of fire, so bad that the French troops were melting away. Napoleon sat on a campstool and thought things over. M.de Bosset, the great traveler, hadn't had a bite to eat since early morning, so he now came over to the emperor and ventured respectfully to propose a little lunch. "I was hoping by now to be able to congratulate your majesty on a victory," he said. Napoleon's only response was to shake his head. Taking the negative gesture as a reference to victory rather than lunch, de Bosset risked a respectful little joke. Surely there was no reason in the world that ought to get in the way of lunch when lunch was at hand. "Oh, go away," snapped Napoleon with a dark glare, turning his back on the man. De Bosset's face positively glowed with a beatific smile that blended sympathy, regret and delight, as he glided back to the other generals. Napoleon's heart was sinking, like that of a lucky gambler who has been throwing his money about senselessly and always won, only to find himself more and more certain to lose just at the point when he has carefully calculated all the possibilities and worked out his system. His men were the same, the generals were the same preparations had been made, the same dispositions, the same short and sweet proclamation, and he was the same. He knew that. He knew he was even more experienced and skillful now than before, and even the enemy was the same as at Austerlitz and Friedland. But the wave of a hand that had once inspired such dread seemed to have been magically deprived of its power. All the old tactical ploys that always brought success, concentrating his batteries on a single point, use of reserves to break the line, cavalry attack by men of iron, all these had been used, but they weren't bringing victory, and, worse still, the same reports came pouring in from all quarters, generals killed or wounded, the need for reinforcements, the Russians standing their ground and the French troops in disarray. Hitherto, it had only taken a few words of command, just a sentence or two, for marshals and adjutants to come galloping back with congratulations, radiant faces and stories of trophies captured, entire divisions taken prisoner, sheaves of enemy colors and eagles, cannons and stores, and the only request from Murat was to let the cavalry go and get the baggage trains. It had been like this at Lodi, Marengo, Arcola, Jena, Austerlitz, Wagram and everywhere else. But now something unusual was happening to his men. Despite the reported capture of the Flèches, Napoleon could see that things were definitely not working out as they had done in previous battles. He could see that his own feelings were shared by all the men around him, battle-hardened as they were. Faces were gloomy, eyes were shifty. De Bosset was the only one with no grip on what was happening. With his long experience of war, of course, Napoleon knew full well what it meant for the attacking side not to smell victory after 8 hours slogging it out on the field. He knew this was virtually a defeat, and the slightest mischance might now, with the outcome of the battle on a knife edge, finish him off and his troops with him. When he let his mind run over the whole of this strange Russian campaign, which hadn't seen a single victory, or a single flag, cannon or corps taken in 2 solid months, when he looked at the disguised misery on the faces around him, and listened to reports that the Russians were still standing their ground, a kind of nightmare feeling came over him, and his head was filled with all the nasty eventualities that might bring him down. The Russians might attack his left wing, or break through in the center. He could be killed by a stray cannonball. Anything was possible. In previous battles he had only ever dwelt on successful eventualities. Now a vast number of nasty eventualities loomed before him, and he expected them all to happen. Yes, it was just like a nightmare in which a man dreams he is being attacked and in his sleep he lashes out with one arm and hits his assailant with the kind of force he knows is bound to flatten him, only to feel his arm go dead and flop down as limp as a rag, leaving him helpless before the inexorable, horrible hand of death. The news that the Russians were indeed attacking the left flank of the French army gave Napoleon a taste of that very horror. He sat there on his camp stool at the bottom of the mound, elbows on knees, with his head in his hands, saying nothing. Berthier came over and proposed a ride down the line to take stock of the position. "What's that?" "What did you say?" said Napoleon. "Yes, tell them to bring my horse." He mounted the horse and rode off in the direction of Semyonovsk. In the slowly thinning powder smoke which hung over all the terrain that Napoleon was now riding through, horses and men, singly and in heaps, were lying around in pools of blood. Neither Napoleon nor any of his generals had ever seen horror on this scale, so many men killed in such a small space. The roar of the big guns that had not stopped for 10 hours was so excruciating it gave a new meaning to the whole spectacle, like the music that accompanies tableaux vivants. Napoleon rode up to the high ground at Semyonovsk, and through the smoke he could just make out ranks of soldiers in uniforms of colors he was not used to seeing. They were the Russians. The Russians stood in serried ranks just beyond Semyonovsk village and the redoubt, and all down their lines their guns thundered and smoked without end. It was not a battle now, it was just a long drawn-out massacre, of no conceivable benefit to either side. Napoleon reined in his horse, and sank back into the pensive mood that Berthier had just shaken him out of. He had no power to stop this thing that was being enacted before his eyes and on every side, even though he was supposed to be in charge of it and it was supposed to depend on him, and now for the first time, following the experience of failure, it all seemed so futile and horrible. A general rode up and took the liberty of making a suggestion: Napoleon should send in the old guard. Ney and Berthier were standing close by, and they looked at each other with withering smiles to hear such a reckless suggestion coming from a general. Napoleon looked down, and sat there for some time without saying a word. "Here we are 800 leagues from France, and I'm not having my guard torn to pieces," he said at last, wheeling his horse round, and he set off back to Shevardino. Chapter 35. Kutuzov sat on the same rug-covered bench where Pierre had seen him that morning, with his grey head slumped on his chest and his big heavy body sprawling. He was not giving any orders, all he did was say yes or no to suggestions. "Yes, yes, you do that," he would say when various proposals were made. "Yes, yes, dear boy, you go over there and have a look," he would respond to one or other of the nearby adjutants, or, "No, don't, we'd better wait." He listened to reports as they came in and responded to any requests for instructions from his subordinates, but as he listened he didn't seem very committed to what was being said. He seemed more interested in some aspect of the speaker's facial expression or tone of voice. Long years of military experience, confirmed by the wisdom of old age, had told him that one person cannot control hundreds of thousands of men fighting to the death, and he knew that the fate of battles is not decided by orders from the commander-in-chief, nor by the stationing of troops, nor the number of cannons or enemies killed. It is decided by a mysterious force known as the spirit of the army, and his lot was to keep track of that force and direct it as best he could. The general impression conveyed by Kutuzov's face was one of quiet but intense concentration, just strong enough to overcome the feebleness of his aging body. At 11 o'clock a report came in that the French had been driven back out of the flèches they had taken, but Bagration had been wounded. Kutuzov gave a groan and shook his head. "Ride over to Prince Bagration and find out what's what," he said to an adjutant, and then turned to the Prince of Württemberg, who was standing behind him, and said, "Would your Highness mind taking charge of the First Army?" Very soon after the prince's departure, he could not have got as far as Semyonovsk. His adjutant came back to Kutuzov with a request for more troops. Kutuzov frowned, and sent orders for Doktorev to take the charge of the First Army, and for the prince to come back because he could not do without him when things were so fraught. News came in that Murat had been taken prisoner, and the staff officers gathered round with congratulations, but Kutuzov merely smiled. "Hold on, gentlemen," he said. "The battle is won, and taking Murat prisoner is nothing out of the ordinary. But we must delay our celebrations." Nevertheless he dispatched an adjutant to take the news round the troops. When Sherbinin galloped in from the left flank to report that the French had taken the flèches in Semyonovsk, Kutuzov could sense the bad news in advance from the sounds coming from the battlefield and the look on Sherbinin's face, so he got to his feet as if he wanted to stretch his legs, took Sherbinin by the arm and drew him to one side. "Go on down, dear boy," he said to Yermolov, "and see whether anything can be done." Kutuzov was in Gorky, the center of the Russian position. Napoleon's attack on our left flank had been beaten back several times. In the center the French never advanced beyond Borodino. And on the left flank Uvarov's cavalry had put the French to flight. Not long after 2 o'clock the French attack ceased. As he read the faces of men who had ridden back from the battlefield, and those around him, Kutuzov could see nothing but the tense expressions of men strained to the limit. He was satisfied. The day had succeeded beyond his expectations. But the old man's physical strength was being sapped. His head was drooping, soon he was nodding and dropping off to sleep. They brought him some dinner. Adjutant General Wolzagin, the man whom Prince Andrei had overheard saying that the war ought to be conducted over a very wide area and whom Bagration could not stand, rode up to Kutuzov while he was eating. Wolzagin had come from Barclay d'Italy to report recent developments on the left flank. Barclay was a sensible man, and when he saw hordes of men running back wounded and the Russian ranks in disarray he weighed things up and decided the battle was lost. He then sent his favorite adjutant to go and tell the commander-in-chief. Kutuzov was having a bit of trouble with a mouthful of chicken, but his wincing eyes looked rather more cheerful now, as he glanced up at Wolzagin. Wolzagin walked over to Kutuzov with an air of nonchalance and a slightly insolent smile on his face. His saluting hand barely touched his cap. He treated His Serene Highness with an affected touch of offhandness, intended to demonstrate that he, a highly trained military man, was prepared to let the Russians idolize a useless old codger like this, but he knew the measure of his man. The old gentleman, as Wolzagin's German circle always called Kutuzov, is not doing too badly for himself, he thought, and with a pointed glare at the dishes laid out before Kutuzov he launched into his report on the present situation along the left front, giving the old gentleman Barclay's version of events and also what he himself had seen and assimilated. "Our position is in enemy hands at every point, and we cannot counterattack because there aren't enough troops to do it. The men are running away and there's no stopping them," he submitted. Kutuzov stopped chewing and stared at Wolzogen in amazement, as if he could not understand what he was saying. Wolzogen noticed the old gentleman's agitation and went on with a smile. I felt I had no right to conceal from your highness what I have seen. The troops are all over the place. Seen? What you have seen, said Kutuzov with a scowl, getting rapidly to his feet and marching up close to Wolzogen. How dare you, he fulminated, choking with emotion and making threatening gestures with his trembling hands. How dare you, sir, say that to me? You know nothing. Tell General Barclay from me that his information is wrong, and that I as Commander-in-Chief know more about the real course of the battle than he does. Wolzogen made as if to protest, but Kutuzov cut him short. The enemy has been halted on the left flank and defeated on the right. If you have been looking in the wrong place, sir, do not allow yourself to talk about things you do not understand. Kindly return to General Barclay and inform him of my utter determination to attack the French tomorrow, said Kutuzov sternly. There was complete silence, broken only by the heavy wheezing and gasping of the old general. They have been repulsed at all points, for which I thank God and our brave men. The enemy is defeated, and tomorrow we shall drive him from the sacred soil of Russia, said Kutuzov, crossing himself, and he gave a sudden shuddering sob through rising tears. Wolzogen gave a shrug, pursed his lips and walked away in silence, marveling at the old gentleman's stubbornness. Ah, here he is. This is my hero, said Kutuzov as a rather corpulent, handsome, black-haired general came walking up the hillside. It was Raevsky, who had spent the whole day in the key position during the battle. Raevsky reported that the men were staunchly standing their ground, and the French dared not mount another attack. Kutuzov listened to what he had to say and then asked him in French, so, unlike the others, you do not think we are now obliged to retreat? On the contrary, your highness, when matters are undecided it is always the most determined who come through to victory, answered Raevsky, and it is my belief, Kaisarov. Kutuzov called to his adjutant. Sit down and write tomorrow's order for the day. And you, he said, turning to another, ride down the line and tell them tomorrow we attack. While Kutuzov was talking to Raevsky and dictating the order, Wolzogen came back from Barclay and announced that General Barclay de Tolly would like to have written confirmation of the order issued by the Field Marshal. Without looking at Wolzogen, Kutuzov ordered an adjutant to write down the order, which the former commander-in-chief was justified in asking for in order to avoid all personal responsibility. And through that mysterious, indefinable bond that maintains morale across an entire army, the very spirit of the army and its nerve center in time of war, Kutuzov's words, his order for them to go into battle again next day, were instantly flashed from one end of the army to the other. The words themselves, the phrasing of the order, were by no means the same when they got out to the last links in the chain. The stories that went from mouth to mouth in the outer reaches of the army bore no resemblance to what Kutuzov had actually said, but the sense of his words penetrated everywhere, because what Kutuzov had said was not the result of subtle thought and long consideration, but a surge of emotion that lay deep in the heart of the commander-in-chief, and deep in the heart of every Russian. And hearing the word, tomorrow we attack the enemy, together with confirmation from the highest spheres of the army of what they most wanted to believe, exhausted men whose courage had been faltering felt a sense of relief and new inspiration. Chapter 36. Prince Andrei's regiment was among the reserves, which were kept back behind Semyonovsk completely inactive and under heavy artillery fire until going on for 2 o'clock. Then the regiment, which had already lost more than 200 men, was moved forward into a trampled field of oats in the area between Semyonovsk and the Raevsky redoubt, where thousands of men were to fall during the day. At that very time, just before 2, the concentrated fire from hundreds of enemy guns was actually being intensified in this area. Without moving an inch or firing a shot, the regiment lost another third of its men on this spot. Ahead of them, especially over to the right, the cannons boomed away through the never-thinning smoke, and from the mysterious pall that blanketed all the countryside up front came an unending stream of hurtling, hissing cannonballs and grenades, which whizzed across more slowly. Sometimes there was a kind of breathing space for a quarter of an hour when all the cannonballs and grenades overshot them, but sometimes it took less than a minute for several men to be torn down, and they were forever dragging away the dead and carrying off the wounded. With every new hit, the chances of staying alive grew less and less for anyone not yet killed. The regiment was split into battalion columns 300 paces apart. It made no difference, morale was the same all over the regiment. All the men were the same, miserable and silent. There wasn't much talking in the ranks, and what talking there was soon stopped when the next big bang came and the call of stretcher. Most of the time the men followed their orders and just sat there on the ground. One man would take off his shako, loosen the gathers and tie them up again, another would crumble up some dry clay to clean his bayonet, another would adjust a buckle or tighten a strap on his shoulder belt, someone else would re-roll his leg bandages with infinite care and pull his boots back on again. Some men built tiny houses out of clods of earth, or plaited together stubble straw. They all seemed thoroughly engrossed in what they were doing. When men got killed or wounded, when stretchers were dragged past, when our troops started coming back, when massed ranks of the enemy suddenly appeared through the smoke, all these developments were completely ignored. Whenever our artillery or cavalry moved forward or the infantry was on the move, encouraging noises came from all sides. But quite the most interesting things were incidental events that had nothing to do with the battle. It was as if these morally exhausted men could find some relief in the ordinary events of everyday life. An artillery battery trundled across in front of their line. A horse pulling an ammunition cart had got one leg outside the traces. Hey! Watch that trace horse. Get her leg out. She'll go down. Look! They haven't seen it. A great cry rose from all the ranks. Another time everybody homed in on a small brown dog with a stiff little tail, which had sprung out of nowhere and was fussing around, trotting up and down in front of the ranks. Suddenly a cannonball fell nearby, and it yelped and ran off with its tail between its legs. The whole regiment came alive with yells and shrieks of laughter. But these distractions lasted no more than a minute, and the men had been 8 hours with no food and nothing to do, in constant fear of death, and their pale and haggard faces grew paler and more haggard. Prince Andrei, haggard and pale like everybody else in the regiment, paced the meadow next to the field of oats from one boundary ditch to the next with his hands behind his back and his eyes on the ground. He had no orders to give and nothing to do. Everything took care of itself. The dead were dragged back behind the line, the wounded were carried away, and the ranks closed up. If any soldiers ran away, they soon doubled back. At first Prince Andrei had felt duty-bound to keep his men's spirits up and set an example, so he walked the ranks, but it wasn't long before he realized he had nothing to teach them. All his energy, like every soldier's, was instinctively concentrated on distracting himself from the horror of his situation. He paced the meadow, dragging his feet and rustling through the grass, and he watched the dust thickening on his boots. First he would lengthen his stride and try to follow in the footsteps left behind by the mowers, then he would count his steps and work out how many times he would have to walk from one ditch to another to cover half a mile, or he would strip the flowers from some wormwood growing in the ditch, rub them in his palms and sniff the acrid, bittersweet scent. Of yesterday's thoughts not a trace remained. His mind was blank. Wearily he listened to the all-too-familiar sounds, the whine of the shells so different from the booming of the guns. He glanced at the faces of the men of the 1st Battalion that he had seen 1,000 times before, and waited. Here she comes. This one's for us, he thought, listening closely as something whistled over from the hidden region of the smoke. 1. 2. Here comes some more. That one's down. He stopped short and glanced down the ranks. No, it must have gone over. Oh, that one is down. And he set off for another walk, lengthening his pace to try and get to the ditch in 16 strides. A whistling sound followed by a thud. 5 paces away, a cannonball smacked into the dry soil and buried itself. A chill ran down his back. Again he glanced down the ranks. That one could have got quite a few of them. There was a bunch of men along by the 2nd Battalion. "Mr. Adjutant," he shouted. "Tell them not to stand too close together." The adjutant did as instructed and started to walk over towards Prince Andrei. From the other side, a battalion commander came riding up. "Look out!" yelled a terrified soldier as a grenade came over like a little bird zooming down with whirring wings on the lookout for a landing place, and plopped down with a dull thud next to the major's horse a couple of paces away from Prince Andrei. The horse was the first to move. Unconcerned about the rights and wrongs of showing fear, it gave a snort, reared up, almost throwing the major, and galloped away. The men latched on to the horse's terror. "Get down!" yelled the adjutant, flinging himself to the ground. Prince Andrei hesitated. The smoking shell was spinning like a top between him and the prostrate adjutant, near a clump of wormwood growing in the ditch between meadow and field. "Is this death then?" Prince Andrei wondered, and he was swept by a new sense of longing as he gazed down at the grass, the wormwood, and the spiral of smoke swirling up from the spinning ball. "I can't die. I don't want to die. I love life. I love this grass, the earth, the air." These thoughts flashed through his mind, though he was still aware that eyes were on him. "Shame on you, Mr. Adjutant," he called to the officer. "What kind of—" But he didn't finish. In one terrific bang, shrapnel flew like matchwood with an overwhelming smell of gunpowder, and Prince Andrei was sent flying to one side with one arm in the air, and he fell to the ground face down. Several officers ran up. He was bleeding from the stomach on the right-hand side, and a great stain was oozing out all over the grass. The militiamen were called over and they stood there behind the officers holding a stretcher. Prince Andrei lay on his chest with his face buried in the grass, gasping as he struggled for air. "Don't just stand there. Come on." The peasants came up and got hold of him by the shoulders and feet, but he gave such a terrible cry they looked at each other and put him down again. "Pick him up. Get him on the stretcher." "You can't do any harm," yelled a voice. They lifted him by the shoulders again and put him on the stretcher. "Oh, my God! My God! What's happened to him? Stomach! He's had it! Oh, my God!" came the officers' voices. "Went right past my ear," the adjutant was saying. The peasants settled the stretcher across their shoulders and hurried off to the dressing station down the path that they had trampled flat. "Get in step! Blast these peasants!" cried an officer, grabbing them by the shoulders as they bumbled along, jolting the stretcher. "Get it right, Fyodor." "I'll be said the leading peasant. "Got now," said the one at the back, delighted with himself as he fell into step. "Your Excellency! Prince! Are you all right, sir?" came the trembling voice of Timokhin as he ran up and peeped over the stretcher. Prince Andrei opened his eyes and looked up at the speaker from deep in the stretcher where his head had sunk down, but his eyelids soon closed again. The militiamen carried Prince Andrei to the dressing station at the edge of a wood, where there were wagons waiting. The station, 3 tents with their flaps turned back, stood under a few birch trees. Just inside the wood were the wagons and horses. The horses were munching oats in their nose bags, and sparrows kept swooping down to pick up any dropped grains. 1 or 2 crows, scenting blood, caught impatiently as they flitted about among the birch trees. Tents were spread out over 4 or 5 acres, with blood-stained men outside them, lying on the grass, standing up or sitting around, dressed in all kinds of clothing. They were surrounded by hordes of long-faced stretcher-bearers who were watching carefully. In the interests of good order, the officers kept shooing them away, but it was no good. The soldiers ignored them and stood there leaning on their stretchers with a close eye on what was happening under their noses, as if it might help them fathom the difficult meaning of this spectacle. From inside the tents came a variety of sounds, from wild and angry screaming to heart-rending moans and groans. Now and then dressers would come rushing out to get water and say who was next. The wounded men stood in line by the tent, gasping for breath, moaning, weeping, yelling and cursing, or asking for vodka. Some were delirious. Prince Andrei, a colonel no less, was whisked through the crowd waiting for treatment and taken straight to one of the tents, where his bearers stopped, awaiting instructions. Prince Andrei opened his eyes and for some time could not make out what was happening around him. The meadow, the wormwood, the whirling black ball, and that deep surge of love for life all flashed again through his mind. A couple of paces away stood a tall, handsome, dark-haired sergeant with a bandage round his head, leaning against a branch. He had bullet wounds to the head and leg, and his loud voice made him the center of attention. Quite a crowd of wounded men and stretcher-bearers had gathered round him, hanging on his words. "Give him a right thumpin', we did. 'E soon packed it in. Got the king himself, we did," the soldier was shouting, glaring round with a feverish glint in his black eyes. "If only them preserves had got there in time, old boy, there wouldn't have been nothin' left of him. God's truth, I'm telling you." Prince Andrei was no different from all the other bystanders. He gazed across at him with shining eyes, and felt some relief. "But it doesn't make any difference now, does it?" he thought. "What will it be like over there, and what's it been like down here? Why did I feel so sorry to let go of life? There's been something in this life I never understood, and still don't." Chapter 37. A doctor in a bloodstained apron came out of the tent, holding a cigar between the thumb and little finger of one of his bloodstained hands to keep the blood off it. He threw his head back and had a good look round over the heads of the wounded men. He obviously wanted a short break. He spent a few minutes turning his head right and left, after which he gave a sigh and looked down again. "Come on, then," he said to a dresser who was pointing to Prince Andrei, and told the bearers to bring him into the tent. A murmur ran through the waiting wounded. "Oh yes, posh people first. Just the same up in heaven," said one. Prince Andrei was carried in and laid on a recently vacated table that had just been washed down by an assistant. He could not see anything very clearly inside the tent, distracted as he was by pathetic groans coming from every side and the excruciating pain in his thigh, his stomach, and his back. Everything he saw blended into a single overall impression of naked, blood-stained human flesh, which seemed to fill the low tent in the way that naked human flesh had filled the dirty pond on the Smolensk road a few weeks before on a hot day in August. Yes, it was the same flesh, the same cannon fodder, the sight of which had horrified him then, perhaps as a portent of things to come. There were 3 tables in the tent. 2 were occupied. Prince Andrei was laid on the 3rd. For some time he was left alone with no choice but to watch what was happening on the other 2 tables. On the nearest one sat a Tatar, most likely a Cossack, going by the uniform thrown down at his side. For soldiers were holding him down while a doctor in spectacles cut into his muscular brown back. "Ugh! Ow! Ouch," the Tatar grunted, and then with a sudden upward jerk of his broad, swarthy, sunburned face he bared his white teeth and started writhing convulsively, his cries building up into one long ringing, piercing scream. On the other table, which had a lot of people standing round it, a big, well-built man lay supine with his head flung back. There was something about the color of the curls and the shape of the head that seemed strangely familiar to Prince Andrei. Several of the dressers were holding him tight and bearing down on his chest. One of his big chubby white legs was constantly on the move, jerking convulsively all over the place. This man was a shuddering mass, sobbing and choking. 2 doctors, one of them pale and trembling, were working silently on the other, gory leg. The doctor in spectacles finished dealing with the Tatar, who soon had a coat thrown round him, and came over to Prince Andrei, wiping his hands. He took one glance at his face and quickly turned away. "Don't just stand there. Get him undressed," he roared at the dresser. His earliest, remotest recollections of childhood came back to Prince Andrei as the dresser, with his sleeves rolled up, moved quickly to undo his buttons and take off his clothes. The doctor bent down over the wound, probed it, and gave a deep sigh. Then he signaled to somebody. And the terrible agony in his stomach made Prince Andrei lose consciousness. When he came round, the broken splinters of his thigh bone had been removed, the bits of torn flesh cut away, and the wound bandaged. Water was sprinkled on his face. Just as Prince Andrei opened his eyes, the doctor bent over him, kissed him on the lips without saying anything, and hurried away. After all the pain he had endured, Prince Andrei now felt blissfully at peace. He had not felt like this for a very long time. The nicest and happiest moments of his life, especially his earliest childhood, when he had been undressed and put to bed, and his nurse had sung lullabies over him, and he had burrowed down under the pillows feeling happy just to be alive, floated through his imagination, and instead of seeming like past events, they seemed like the here and now. The other doctors were still working on the wounded man whose head had struck Prince Andrei as somehow familiar. They were lifting him now and trying to calm him down. "Show me." "Oh. Ooh. Oh." The man was scared stiff, moaning in agony and racked with sobs. These moaning sounds made Prince Andrei feel like crying too. Whether it was because he was dying an inglorious death, or because he was sorry to let go of life, or because of the memories of his lost childhood, or because he was in pain, and many others were too, and this man was moaning so pathetically, he wanted to cry, to break down like a child in tears of innocence and something near to happiness. They showed the wounded man his amputated leg, still wearing its boot and covered with coagulated blood. "Oh. Ooh." He was sobbing like a woman. The doctor, who had been standing beside him, blocking the view, now moved away. "My God! What's all this? What's he doing here?" Prince Andrei wondered. He knew this wreck of a man who was moaning so pathetically, the poor devil who had just had his leg off. It was Anatole Kuragin. It was Anatole who was being propped up and encouraged to have a drink of water, though his trembling, swollen lips could not get a hold on the rim of the glass. Anatole took a deep breath, gagging and sobbing. "Yes, it's him. Yes, and that man is somehow connected with me, closely and painfully connected," thought Prince Andrei, with no clear grasp of what he was looking at. "What kind of contact is there between that man and my childhood, my life?" he wondered, and could find no answer. And suddenly another unexpected memory from that childhood world of innocence and love flashed through his mind. He remembered Natasha as he had seen her for the first time at the ball in 1810, with her slender neck and slender arms, and her startled, happy face, so eager for ecstatic pleasure, and in his heart he felt a pang of love and tenderness stronger and deeper than ever before. Now he recalled the point of contact between him and this man who was peering vaguely across at him through tears welling up in his swollen eyes. Everything came back to him, and his heart filled with a blissful surge of passionate pity and love for this man. It was all too much for Prince Andrei. He broke down in tears of love and tenderness for his fellow men, himself, his own silly misdoings and everybody else's. Sympathy and love, for our brothers, those who love us and those who hate us, for our enemies. Yes, the kind of love that God preached on earth, that Marie told me about and I could not understand. That's why I was so sorry to let go of life. That's what would have been left for me if I had lived. But now it's too late. I know it is. Chapter 38. The ghastly sight of a battlefield littered with corpses and wounded men, together with the feeling of heaviness in his head, the news that a score of generals known to him personally were among the dead or wounded, and the knowledge that his once mighty army had lost its power, all of this had a curious effect on Napoleon, who was usually not averse to surveying the dead and wounded, because, he imagined, it showed his dauntless spirit. This time the horror of the battlefield was too much for his dauntless spirit, which he had always looked on as a virtue and his greatest claim to fame. He was quick to leave the battlefield and head back to Shevardino. There, he sat down on a camp stool with his heavy face all yellow and puffy, his eyes dim, his nose red, and his voice hoarse, looking down but forced to listen to the sounds of battle. Feeling sick at heart, he was waiting for the action to end, convinced he had started the whole thing off and now he could not stop it. For one brief moment personal, human feelings won out over the artificial apology for a life that he had been leading for such a long time. He gave himself up to the agony and death he had seen on the battlefield. The heaviness in his head and chest delivered a sharp reminder of his own vulnerability to agony and death. At that moment he didn't want Moscow, victory, or glory. Why would he need any more glory? All he wanted was to be left alone in peace and quiet. But when he had been on the high ground above Semyonovsk, the artillery commander had asked permission to take several batteries up there in order to increase fire on the masses of Russian troops just outside Nyazkovo. Napoleon had agreed, and told them to let him know whether these batteries had any effect. Now here was an adjutant reporting that the emperor's orders had been carried out, 200 guns had been directed at the Russians, and they were still standing their ground. "Our fire is mowing them down in rows, but they won't budge," said the adjutant. "They want more," said Napoleon in his husky voice. "Sire," repeated the adjutant, who had missed what he said. "They want more." Napoleon croaked hoarsely, with a scowl. "Give them more." As things stood, without any orders from him, what he wanted done was being done, and he carried on issuing instructions simply because he thought it was expected of him. And back he went once again into his old world of artificiality with its fantasies of greatness, and once again, like a horse on a treadmill that thinks it's doing something for itself, he humbly resumed the cruel, unhappy, burdensome, inhuman role that was his destiny. And this would not be the only hour or day of his life when darkness afflicted the mind and conscience of this man, who had assumed more responsibility for what was going on than any other participant, though he never, to the end of his days, had the slightest understanding of goodness, beauty, truth, or the significance of his own deeds, which were too far removed from truth and goodness, too remote from anything human for him to be able to grasp their significance. Unable to renounce his own deeds, which were highly praised by half the world, he was forced to repudiate truth, goodness, and everything human. As he had ridden round the edge of the battlefield piled with corpses and mutilated men, the product of his will, as he saw things, he had taken a good look at all these men, and this would not be the only day of his life when he tried to work out how many Russians had fallen for every Frenchman. He took great pleasure in deceiving himself with the false belief that there were 5 Russians for every Frenchman. This would not be the only occasion in his life that he wrote a letter to Paris describing the battlefield as superb because there were 50,000 corpses on it. Even on the island of St. Helena, in the peace and solitude where he said he intended to devote his leisure to an account of the great things he had achieved, he would one day write, "The Russian war should have been the most popular war of modern times. It was a war of good sense and tangible benefit fought for the peace and security of all. It was purely pacific and conservationist. It was fought for a great cause, the end of uncertainty and the beginning of security. A new horizon, new labors were to unfold, bringing nothing but welfare and prosperity for all. The European system had already been established, all that remained was to organize it. Satisfied on these great points and at peace on all sides, I too might have had my Congress and Holy Alliance, ideas that were stolen from me. In this assembly of great sovereigns we would have been able to talk over our interests like members of one family and make ourselves accountable to our peoples like clerks reporting to their masters. In this way Europe would soon have come to be truly a single people, and everyone who traveled around would always have found himself in one common fatherland. They would have insisted that all rivers be open to everyone, and the seas common to all, and the great standing armies reduced henceforth simply to the role of royal bodyguards. Back in France, in the bosom of the great, strong, magnificent, peaceful and glorious fatherland, I would have declared its frontiers immutable, any future war purely defensive, and any further aggrandizement antinational. I would have involved my son in the empire, my dictatorship would have been at an end, and his constitutional reign would have begun. Paris would have been the capital of the world, and the French the envy of the nations. My leisure in my declining years would then have been devoted, in company with the Empress and during the royal apprenticeship of my son, to taking our own horses, like a real couple from the country, on a leisurely tour of every corner of the empire, receiving complaints, redressing wrongs and scattering monuments and great works on every side. This man, predestined by Providence for the unhappy, involuntary role of butcher of nations, actually convinced himself that the motivation behind his deeds had been the welfare of nations, and that he could control the destinies of millions, and bring them benefits by the exercise of power. Subsequently he wrote as follows about the Russian War. Of the 400,000 men who crossed the Vistula, half were Austrians, Prussians, Saxons, Poles, Bavarians, Württembergers, Mecklenburgers, Spaniards, Italians, Neapolitans. The imperial army, which lived up to its name, was one-third composed of Dutch, Belgians, inhabitants of the Rhineland, Piedmontese, Swiss, Genoese, Tuscans, Romans, inhabitants of the 32nd Military Division, of Bremen, Hamburg, etc. It included barely 140,000 French speakers. The Russian expedition cost France itself less than 50,000 men. In the various battles during the retreat from Vilna to Moscow, the Russian army lost 4 times as many men as the French army. The burning of Moscow cost the lives of 100,000 Russians, who died of cold and hunger in the forests, and finally, in its march from Moscow to the Oder, the Russian army also suffered the inclemency of the season. It numbered no more than 50,000 men on reaching Vilna, and less than 18,000 at Kalish. He really imagined that the war with Russia had come about by his will, and the horror of what was done left no impression on his soul. He boldly assumed full responsibility for what had occurred, and in his darkened mind found justification in the fact that of the men who perished in their hundreds of thousands there were fewer Frenchmen than Hessians and Bavarians. Chapter 39. Tens of thousands of men lay dead in various attitudes in different uniforms all over the fields and meadows belonging to the Davidoff family and a few crown serfs, fields and meadows where for hundreds of years the peasants of Borodino, Gorky, Shebardino and Semyonovsk had harvested their crops and grazed their cattle. For a couple of acres around the dressing stations the grass and earth were soaked with blood. Hordes of scared-looking men of various allegiances, wounded and unwounded, were shambling away from the scene, back to Mozhaysk on one side, on the other back to Valyevo. Other hordes, weary and famished, were being led forward by their officers. There were others too who still stood their ground and had not stopped firing. The whole plain, which had looked so lovely and bright earlier in the day with all those puffs of smoke and the bayonets glinting in the morning sunshine, was now shrouded in a cloud of dark, damp mist and smoke reeking with the strange, pungent smell of saltpetre and blood. 1 or 2 dark clouds had come up, and a fine drizzle was sprinkling the dead, the wounded, the fearful, the weary and the wavering. Good people, that's enough, it seemed to say. Stop and think. What are you doing? The men on both sides, exhausted and in need of food and rest, began to have the same kind of doubts about whether they should go on slaughtering each other. Hesitation was written on every face, and in every soul the same question asked itself. Why, for whose benefit, should I kill and be killed? Go on, kill who you want, do what you want, I've had enough. By late afternoon this same thought had dawned on every spirit there. Any minute now all of these men might suddenly see the horror of what they were doing, pack it in and run off anywhere. But even though the battle was nearing its end and the men could sense all the horror of their actions, even though they would have been glad to stop, they were still in the grip of an inexplicable, mysterious force which kept the surviving gunners. They were down to 1 in 3, running with sweat, filthy with powder and blood, stumbling about and gasping with exhaustion, as they went on bringing up charges, loading the guns, taking aim and lighting the fuses, so that the cannonballs, as fast and as vicious as ever, flew across from both sides to splatter human flesh, keeping the whole ghastly business going, not by the will of man, but by the will of the one who governs men and worlds. Anyone looking at the disarrayed rear of the Russian army would have said that with one last push from the French the Russian army would have been done for, but anyone looking at the rear of the French army would have said that one last push from the Russians would have finished off the French army. Neither French nor Russians mounted that last push, and the flame of battle burnt slowly down. The Russians never made the push because they were not attacking the French. At the start of hostilities all they had done was stand across the Moscow road, blocking it off to the French, and here they were at the end of the battle standing their ground just as they had done at the beginning. But even if it had been the aim of the Russians to drive the French back, they could never have mounted this final push, because the Russian troops were shattered, no part of the army had avoided losses during the battle, and the Russians, by standing their ground, had lost one half of their entire army. As for the French, with 15 years of military success behind them, confident of Napoleon's invincibility, happy in the knowledge that they had taken part of the battlefield without losing more than a quarter of their men, and still with a reserve of 20,000 untouched guardsmen, they could have made this last push with something to spare. The French had attacked the Russian army with the aim of displacing it, and they ought to have made this last push, because, while ever the Russians continued to bar the way to Moscow, their aim had not been achieved, and all their efforts and losses had been in vain. But they did not. Some historians claim that all Napoleon had to do was send in the Old Guard, and victory would have been assured. To talk about what might have happened if Napoleon had sent his guard in is to talk about spring coming in autumn. It could never have happened. It wasn't a case of Napoleon choosing not to send the guards in, he could not possibly have done so. Every general, officer and man in the French army knew it could not be done, because the spirit of the army had failed and wouldn't allow it. Napoleon wasn't alone in his nightmare sensation of a mighty arm losing its power. Every general, every soldier in the French army, combatants and non-combatants, with all their experience of previous battles, when they had made only 1/10 of the present effort but the enemy had always run away, was equally horrified to encounter an enemy that could lose 1/2 of its strength and still stand its ground with undiminished ferocity. The morale of the attacking French army had been sapped. The victory that was won was not marked by the capture of a few tattered rags on sticks called colors, or by measuring the ground where the troops stood before and after. It was a moral victory, the kind that forces the enemy to acknowledge the moral superiority of his opponent and his own impotence, and at Borodino that victory was won by the Russians. The French invaders were like a mortally wounded ravening beast that knew its end was near, though it couldn't stop, any more than the Russian army, half as strong, could have helped giving way. The French army still had just enough impetus to struggle on to Moscow, but there, with no new challenge from the Russian army, it was bound to perish, bleeding to death from the wounds sustained at Borodino. The direct consequences of the Battle of Borodino were these: Napoleon's unprovoked flight from Moscow, his return down the old Smolensk road, the destruction of his 500,000-strong invading force, and the collapse of Napoleonic rule in France, a country on which, at Borodino, for the very first time, the hand of an opponent stronger in spirit had been laid. Part 3. Chapter 1. For the human mind, absolute continuity of motion is inconceivable. The laws behind any motion become comprehensible to man only when he breaks that motion down into arbitrarily selected units and subjects these to examination. But at the same time, this arbitrary subdivision of continuous motion into discontinuous units is the cause of much human error. We all know the fallacy, a sophism to the ancients, whereby a tortoise that has a start on Achilles will never be caught up by him, even though Achilles is walking 10 times faster than the tortoise. While Achilles is busy covering a certain distance between him and the tortoise leading the way will have covered another 1/10 of that distance. Achilles covers that 10th, by which time the tortoise has covered another 100th, and so on ad infinitum. This problem was considered by the ancients to have no solution. The absurdity of the conclusion, that Achilles will never overtake the tortoise, arises from the arbitrary decision to subdivide the motion into discrete units, whereas the motion of both Achilles and the tortoise was continuous. By adopting smaller and smaller units of motion, all we do is get closer and closer to a solution to the problem without ever reaching it. Only by allowing for an infinitely small quantity and a progression rising from it up to a tenth, and by taking the sum of that geometrical progression, can we arrive at a solution of this problem? A new branch of mathematics taking account of infinitely small quantities can now consider other more complex problems of motion and provide solutions to problems that once seemed insoluble. When applied to these problems of motion, this new branch of mathematics, unknown to the ancients, allows for infinitely small quantities and by doing so creates the basic condition of motion, absolute continuity, thus correcting the inevitable mistake that the human intellect is bound to make when it rejects continuous motion in favor of discrete units of motion. In the search for laws of historical movement, exactly the same thing occurs. The movement of humanity, arising from a countless series of actions arbitrarily performed by many individuals, is a continuous phenomenon. The aim of history is to work out what laws lie behind this movement. But in its attempt to establish the laws behind the continuous movement that arises from all those arbitrary individual actions taken together, the human mind accepts a subdivision into arbitrarily determined discrete units. The first thing history does is to take an arbitrary series of continuous events and examine it separately, whereas in fact no event can ever have a beginning, because an individual event flows without any break in continuity from another. The second thing history does is to treat the actions of a single person, king or commander, as the sum total of everybody else's individual will, whereas in fact the sum of individual wills never expresses itself in the actions of a single historical personage. In the development of historical science, smaller and smaller units are selected for analysis, as if this is the path that leads to truth. But however small the units determined by history, we feel that the acceptance of any discrete unit, or of a beginning to any phenomenon, or the idea that multiple individual wills express themselves in the actions of any one historical personage, is intrinsically wrong. Criticism can effortlessly ensure that every conclusion of history gets blown away like dust, leaving no trace behind, simply by selecting a greater or smaller discrete unit for analysis, and criticism has every right to do this, because the selection of historical units is always an arbitrary business. Only by adopting an infinitely small unit for observation, the differential in history otherwise known as human homogeneity, and perfecting the art of integration, the adding up of infinitesimals, can we have any hope of determining the laws of history? The first 15 years of the 19th century in Europe present an extraordinary spectacle: millions of men in movement. Men drop their normal occupations and rush from one end of Europe to the other, plundering, slaughtering one another, experiencing triumph and despair, and the whole business of life is disrupted for years to come as the movement accelerates and builds up before tailing off again. What was it that caused all this movement? By what laws did it develop? This is what human intelligence wants to know. When historians reply to these questions, they present the sayings and doings of a few dozen men in one building in the city of Paris, and sum up these doings and sayings in a single word: revolution. Then they launch into detailed biographies of Napoleon and one or two persons for and against him. They also tell us how some of these persons were influenced by others, and they conclude by saying this is what caused all the movement, and these are the laws that governed it. But human intelligence not only balks at this explanation, it declares categorically that the whole method is faulty because in the course of this explanation a very slight phenomenon is taken as the cause of a much greater one. It was the sum total of men's individual wills that caused both the revolution and Napoleon, and nothing but this sum total of wills went on to suffer them and ultimately destroy them. But whenever there have been conquests, there have always been great conquerors. Whenever states have been rocked by revolution, there have always been great politicians, says history. Yes, indeed, whenever there have been great conquerors, there have been wars, replies human intelligence, but this doesn't prove that the conquerors actually caused the wars, or that the laws behind wars can be discovered in the personal doings of a single man. Whenever I look at my clock and see the little hand get to the number 10, bells start ringing in the church next door and I hear them, but the fact that the bell ringing always starts when the hands get to 10 o'clock doesn't give me the right to assume that the position of the hands on my clock actually causes the movement of the bells. Whenever I see a steam engine move, I hear the whistle, and see the valves opening and the wheels turning, but I have no right to assume that the blowing of the whistle and the turning of the wheels actually caused the movement of the engine. Peasants say that in late spring a cold wind blows because the oak buds are coming out, and it is certainly true that every spring there is a cold wind blowing just as the oak tree puts out its shoots. But even though I don't know what causes a cold wind to blow just when the oaks are bursting forth, I cannot agree with the peasants that the cause of the cold wind is the budding of the tree, because wind power is not affected by buds. All I am seeing here is a coincidental series of events common enough in all walks of life. What I can see is this: however often and however closely I scrutinize the hands on the clock, or the valves and the wheels on the engine, or the oak buds, I shall never discover what makes bells ring, the engine move, or the wind blow in springtime. In order to do that, I shall have to change my angle of approach completely and study the laws that govern the motion of steam, the ringing of bells, and the blowing of the wind. History must do the same thing. And some efforts have already been made in this direction. In order to study the laws of history, we must change the subject completely, forget all about kings, ministers, and generals, and turn to the homogeneous, infinitesimal elements that move the masses to action. No one can say how far it is within man's grasp to arrive at the laws of history in this way, but it is obvious that this is the only possible way of discovering any historical laws, and human intelligence has hitherto not devoted to this way of thinking a millionth part of the effort that historians have put into describing the doings of various kings, ministers, and generals, and expounding their own opinions of those doings. Chapter 2. An armed force speaking a dozen different European tongues has invaded Russia. The Russian army and population pulled back to avoid a confrontation, first to Smolensk, then from Smolensk to Borodino. The French army moves on towards Moscow, its goal, accelerating all the time. The advance gathers momentum as the army nears its goal, just as the speed of a falling body increases as it nears the ground. Behind them lie hundreds of miles of hunger and hostility. Ahead, only a few dozen miles separate them from their goal. This is sensed by every soldier in Napoleon's army, and the invading force, propelled by its own momentum, needs no driving. Among the retreating Russian troops, bitter hostility and hatred of the enemy flare up more and more furiously as they go. Every step back concentrates the mind and builds determination. At Borodino the armies come together. Neither is destroyed, but immediately after the conflict the Russian army pulls back. This is inevitable, just as a billiard ball automatically recoils when hit by another ball traveling faster towards it. And just as inevitably, even though the ball of the invading army has discharged its energy in the collision, there is just enough left for it to go trundling on a short distance further. The Russians fall back through Moscow and end up 80 miles beyond the city. The French reach Moscow and come to a halt. 5 weeks pass without so much as a skirmish. The French don't make a move. Like a wild beast mortally wounded, bleeding and licking its wounds, they stay there in Moscow for 5 weeks without actually doing anything, and then suddenly, with no new reason for leaving, they are up and off, scurrying down the Kaluga road, with a victory to their credit too, for they win the field after the Battle of Maloy-Yaroslavets, after which they avoid all other confrontations and run off as fast as their legs will carry them, first to Smolensk, then Vilna, the Berezina, and beyond. On the evening of the 26th of August, Kutuzov and the whole Russian army were convinced they had won the Battle of Borodino. Kutuzov wrote as much to the Tsar. He ordered the troops to prepare for another battle to finish off the enemy, not because he was trying to fool people but because he knew the enemy was beaten, as did anyone who had been in the battle. But that evening and all the next day one report after another came in, telling of unheard of losses, the loss of half the army. Another battle was a physical impossibility. There could be no question of going into battle before all the information was in, before the wounded had been picked up, the ammunition stores replenished, the dead counted, new officers appointed to replace those who had been killed, and the men had been given food and time to sleep. Meanwhile, the very next morning after the battle, the French army moved against the Russians, carried along by its own impetus, now accelerating in inverse proportion to the square of the distance from its goal. Kutuzov had wanted to attack that next day, and the whole army wanted to as well. But in order to mount an attack, it is not enough to want to do it, there must also be the possibility of doing it, and now there was no such possibility. It was impossible to do anything but fall back a day's march, after which it was as impossible to do anything but fall back a second and a third day's march, until finally, on the 1st of September, when the army got to Moscow, despite a growing strength of feeling in the troops, sheer force of circumstances compelled the troops to fall back beyond Moscow. And the troops fell back one last day's march, abandoning Moscow to the enemy. Anyone disposed to imagine that campaign strategy and battle plans are drawn up by the high command the way one of us might do it, sitting in his study poring over a map and working out what he would have done and how he would have done it under the various circumstances of war, must face some awkward questions. Why didn't Kutuzov do this or that when he was forced to retreat? Why didn't he dig in somewhere before Philly? Why didn't he miss out on Moscow and go straight down the Kaluga road? And so on. People who think like that forget, or maybe they never knew, the extent to which commanders-in-chief are constrained by circumstances. The circumstances encountered by a commander-in-chief in the field bear no resemblance to any circumstances we may dream up as we sit at home in a cozy study, going over a campaign on the map with a given number of soldiers on either side, in a known locality, and starting out at a specific moment in time. The general never experiences anything like the beginning of an event, which we are always privy to. The general always finds himself in the midst of events as they unfold, which means he is never at any moment in a position to contemplate the full significance of what is taking place. Each event carves out its own significance imperceptibly, moment by moment, and at any point in this gradual and uninterrupted carving out of events the commander-in-chief finds himself in the very midst of a most complex interplay of intrigue and worry, dependence and authority, planning, advice, threats, and trickery. He finds himself constantly called upon to respond to an endless flow of suggestions, all contradictory. Academics specializing in military history tell us with a perfectly straight face that Kutuzov ought to have turned his army down the Kaluga road long before Philly, and that someone actually suggested such a plan. But an army commander has before him, especially in a crisis, not one plan, but dozens of them. And each of them, although well-founded in terms of strategy and tactics, contradicts all the others. It seems simple enough, all the commander has to do is pick one of them, but even this is beyond him. Time and events will not wait. Imagine him receiving his suggestion on the 28th to cross over to the Kaluga road, but on the instant up gallops an adjutant from Miloradovich asking whether they should immediately engage with the French or fall back. An instant response and clear instructions are required. But in order to fall back would mean not turning off to the Kaluga road. After the adjutant comes the quartermaster asking where to take the stores, and the chief medical officer wants to know where to send the wounded. Then a courier rides in from Petersburg with a letter from the Tsar ruling out any possibility of abandoning Moscow, and here is one of the commander's rivals, anxious to undermine his authority. There's never any shortage of people like that, with a new scheme diametrically opposed to the plan of cutting across to the Kaluga road. Besides which, the commander's own expenditure of energy demands sleep and sustenance. But a worthy general who has been bypassed when the medals were being given out has come to complain, and the local inhabitants are begging for protection. Meanwhile, the officer sent out to inspect the locality comes back with a report totally different from the one just submitted by another officer, while a spy, a prisoner, and a general who has been out on reconnaissance all give completely different descriptions of the enemy's position. People who forget, or who never understood, circumstances like these under which any commander is inevitably compelled to operate will bring up, say, the position of the troops at Philly and use it to assume that on the 1st of September the commander-in-chief was at liberty to decide whether or not to abandon Moscow, whereas, given the position of the Russian army only 3 or 4 miles from Moscow, there was no question to be decided. When was this question decided? In many places, at Drissa and Smolensk, and most palpably on the 24th of August at Shevardino, then on the 26th at Borodino, and at every minute of every hour of every day during the retreat from Borodino to Philly. Chapter 3. The Russian army, pulling back from Borodino, halted at Philly. Yermolov, who had ridden out to take stock of the position, came over to the commander-in-chief. "There is no possibility of fighting in this position," he said. Kutuzov looked at him in some surprise, and got him to repeat what he had said. When he had done so, he offered his hand. "Give me your hand, my dear fellow," he said, and, turning it over to feel his pulse, he went on, "You're not well, dear boy. Think what you are saying." On Poklanaya Hill, 4 miles short of the Dorogomilov gate, Kutuzov got out of his carriage and sat down on a bench by the side of the road. A great crowd of generals gathered around. Count Rostophin, who had come out from Moscow, joined them. The brilliant company broke up into small groups, chatting among themselves about the pros and cons of the present position, the state of the army, the plans that had been submitted, the general situation in Moscow, and all things military. Everybody felt that, although they had not been summoned for this purpose, and nobody was prepared to call it by its proper name, this was a council of war. Conversation was restricted to topics of general interest. If anyone imparted or received any personal news, it was communicated in a whisper, and the talk swiftly returned to general topics. Not a joke, laugh, or smile passed between these people. They were all obviously struggling to keep on top of things. All the groups, as they chatted away, did their level best to stick close to the commander-in-chief, whose bench was the center of interest, and they spoke out to make themselves heard. The commander-in-chief listened, and sometimes made an inquiry about something said nearby, but he didn't enter into any conversation or express an opinion. More often than not he would listen to one group talking, only to turn away in disappointment as if they were saying things he had no desire to hear. Some of them were discussing the position, criticizing not so much the position itself as the intellectual caliber of those who had selected it. Others argued that the real mistake had been made earlier on, they should have gone into battle 2 days before. A different set was going on about the Battle of Salamanca, which was being described by a newly arrived Frenchman by the name of Crossart, dressed in a Spanish uniform. This Frenchman, along with one of the German princes serving in the Russian army, was analyzing the siege of Saragossa, in the belief that Moscow might have to be defended in the same way. In the fourth group, Count Rostophin was saying that he and the Moscow city guard were ready to die at the city walls, but he still felt it proper to complain that he had been kept in the dark, and if only he'd known earlier on everything would have been different. A fifth group was demonstrating a profound level of strategic awareness by discussing the right direction for the troops to go in. A sixth group was talking utter nonsense. Kutuzov's face looked ever more worried and dejected. From all this talk Kutuzov drew a single conclusion: defending Moscow was a physical impossibility in the fullest sense of the phrase, so utterly impossible that even if some crazy commander gave the order to go into battle there would be nothing but chaos, and no battle would be fought. No battle would be fought because it wasn't just a question of all the commanding officers acknowledging the impossibility of their position. The only topic of conversation now in every group centered around what was going to happen after the position had been necessarily abandoned. How could commanding officers lead their men out to fight a battle that they believed couldn't be won? The junior officers, and even the soldiers, who were capable of thinking for themselves, knew the position couldn't be held, and they couldn't go into battle with any confidence of winning. Bennigsen could go on and on about defending the position, and others could discuss it till the cows came home, but this issue no longer mattered. It was nothing but a pretext for argument and intrigue. Kutuzov was aware of this. Bennigsen, who had chosen the present position, was waxing eloquent in a great show of Russian patriotism. Kutuzov couldn't listen to him without wincing, and insisting on the defense of Moscow. His purpose was as clear as daylight to Kutuzov. If the defense failed, it was Kutuzov's fault. He had brought the army all the way to the Sparrow Hills without fighting the enemy, but if it was successful he wanted the credit, and if they opted out he washed his hands of the crime of abandoning Moscow. But the old man had no time now for this kind of chicanery. There was only one terrible question on his mind, a question to which he heard no answer. The question was, How can I have let Napoleon get as far as Moscow, and when did I do it? When did it happen? Yesterday, when I sent word to Platov to fall back, or the evening before when I had a nap and let Bennigsen take over? Or was it before that? When did this ghastly thing happen? Moscow has to be abandoned. The army must fall back. The order must be given. To issue such a dreadful order seemed like resigning his command of the army. And apart from the fact that he loved power and had got used to it, he had been galled by the honors lavished on Prince Prozorovsky, under whom he had served in Turkey. He was convinced that he was destined to be the savior of Russia, and this was why he had been appointed commander-in-chief, against the Tsar's wishes but by the will of the people. He was convinced that in these difficult times he was the only man who could hold out as head of the army, and the only man in the world capable of taking on Napoleon without flinching. Now he dreaded having to give this order. But he had to do something. He had to stop this idle chatter that was getting out of hand. He summoned his senior generals. For good or ill, it is in my head that the decision must be made, he said in French, getting up from his bench, and he rode off to Philly, where his carriages were waiting. Chapter 4. A council of war had been convened for 2 o'clock in a spacious room at the best end of a wooden house belonging to a prosperous peasant by the name of Andrei Sebastianov. His large family, men, women and children, were all huddled together in a dark room across the passage. His Serene Highness had taken to Andrei's 6-year-old granddaughter, Malasha, and given her a sugar lump while he drank his tea. She alone was allowed to stay behind in the large room, tucked away on top of the big stove. Malasha was a picture of delight, peeping down timidly at all the faces in uniforms, and the decorations worn by the generals, as they strode in one after another and took their places on the broad benches in the special corner under the icons. Kutuzov, granddad to Malasha in her mind, was sitting on his own in a dark corner just past the stove. He was slumped down in a folding armchair, constantly clearing his throat and pulling at his coat collar, which seemed too tight for his neck, even though it was unbuttoned. The generals came in one after another and presented themselves to the field marshal. He shook hands with some of them, and nodded to the others. Adjutant Kaisarov made as if to open a curtain covering the window opposite Kutuzov, but His Highness waved him away angrily, and Kaisarov got the point. Kutuzov didn't want his face to be seen. The peasant's deal table, covered with maps, plans, pencils and papers, was so crowded that the orderlies brought another bench in, and put it near the table for Yermolov, Kaisarov and told to come over and sit on. In the place of honor under the icons sat Barclay de Tolly, with the Order of St. George round his neck, his high forehead merging into a bald pate crowned the pallid face of a sick man. He had been feverish for the last 2 days, and he was all aches and pains. Beside him sat Uvarov, talking in hushed tones like everyone else and making rapid gestures with his hands. Chubby little Doktorov was listening intently with raised eyebrows, clasping his hands over his stomach. Sitting opposite was the clean-cut, bright-eyed Count Osterman Tolstoy, with his broad head propped up on one hand, keeping his thoughts to himself. Raevsky sat there, as usual, twisting the black hair at his temples into curls, and looking from Kutuzov to the door and back again. Konovnitsin's strong, handsome face was shining warmly with a shrewd and kindly smile. He caught Malasha looking his way and made funny signals with his eyes, bringing a smile to the little girl's face. They were waiting for Bennigsen, who was supposed to be out on a tour of inspection but was actually finishing a jolly good lunch. From 4 till 6 they waited, and in all that time they held back from serious deliberations, limiting themselves to side issues discussed in hushed tones. Only when Bennigsen came in at last did Kutuzov stir from his corner and move over to the table, taking good care to ensure that his face kept out of the candlelight thoughtfully provided. Bennigsen opened the proceedings with a question: were they to abandon the holy and ancient capital of Russia without a struggle, or stand and defend it? A long silence ensued. Brows were furrowed, and the only sounds that broke the stillness came from Kutuzov, who kept clearing his throat and coughing irritably. All eyes were on him. Even Malasha couldn't take her eyes off Grandad. She was nearer than anyone, and she could see his face crumpling. He was on the verge of tears. But not for long. "The holy and ancient capital of Russia," he suddenly called out, with fury in his voice, parroting Bennigsen's words to bring out the false note in them. "Allow me to inform your Excellency that this question has no meaning for a Russian." He lunged forward with his huge bulk. "You cannot put the question like that. There's no sense in it. The question I have brought these gentlemen together to discuss is a military question. It goes like this: the salvation of Russia rests with the army. Which is better, to risk the loss of the army in Moscow by fighting, or to abandon Moscow without any fighting? This is the question on which I wish to hear your opinion." He flopped back down into his low chair. The debate began. As far as Bennigsen was concerned, the game was not yet lost. He took the point made by Barclay and others that it would not now be possible to take a defensive stand at Philly, but went on to demonstrate the depth of his Russian patriotism and devotion to Moscow by proposing to switch the army during the night from right to left and attack the French the next day on their right flank. Opinions were divided, with arguments for and against this proposal. Yermolov, Doktorov, and Raevsky sided with Bennigsen. Whether they were guided by a feeling that some sacrifices ought to be made before the city was abandoned, or by other, personal, considerations, these generals seemed incapable of understanding that this session of the council could not turn back the inexorable tide of events, and Moscow was already an abandoned city. The other generals accepted this, put the question of Moscow to one side, and discussed the best direction for the retreating Russian army to take. Malasha watched all that was going on with rapt attention, though she had her own version of events at the council. For her it came down to a straight fight between Grandad and Longcoat, her name for Bennigsen. She could see them getting all animated when they spoke to each other, and she was on Grandad's side. In the middle of the conversation she watched Grandad fix Bennigsen with a sharp and clever stare, and straight after that she noted with glee that Grandad had beaten Longcoat by saying something special, and Bennigsen had gone red in the face and was now walking furiously up and down the room. The words that had made such an impact on Bennigsen were Kutuzov's carefully considered and softly delivered comments on the pros and cons of his proposal to move the troops from right to left during the night and attack the French on their right flank. "Gentlemen," said Kutuzov, "I cannot endorse the Count's plan. Troop movements close to the enemy are always a risky business, as military history shows. Take, for instance," Kutuzov seemed to pause for thought as he searched for an example, watching Bennigsen with a bland and innocent expression. "Well, take the Battle of Friedland, which, I'm sure the Count will remember, was not entirely successful, and that was because the troops were redeployed too close to the enemy." A momentary silence that followed seemed to go on forever. The debate was resumed, but with more and more breaks in it, until finally they could all sense there was nothing more to be said. During one of the breaks Kutuzov gave a deep sigh and seemed about to speak. Everybody turned in his direction. "Well, gentlemen, I can see I'm going to have to pay for the broken pots," he said. He got slowly to his feet and walked across to the table. "Gentlemen, I have heard your arguments. Some of you will not agree with me. But he paused, "by the authority invested in me by my Tsar and country, I hereby order you to retreat." Whereupon the generals began to disperse with the solemn and silent wariness of people going their separate ways at the end of a funeral. One or two of the generals spoke to the commander-in-chief, pitching their comments in quite a different tone from the one they had used at the council table. Malasha, who was late for supper, climbed down from the stove backwards, her bare toes clinging to the knobs and bumps. Then she was off, wriggling her way between the general's legs and skipping out through the door. Kutuzov dismissed the generals and sat there for some time with his elbows on the table, thinking over one or two dreadful questions. When did it happen? When was it certain that Moscow had to be abandoned? When did something happen that made it inevitable, and whose fault was it? "Well, I didn't see it coming," he said to the adjutant, Schneider, who had come in to see him. It was now well into the night. I never expected it. I never thought it would come to this. You must get some rest, Your Highness, said Schneider. But it's not over yet. They'll end up eating horse meat like the Turks. Kutuzov shouted, ignoring Schneider and bringing his podgy fist crashing down on the table. They will, you know, if only. Chapter 5. Meanwhile, there was something to attend to that was even more important than the retreat of the army without putting up a fight, the evacuation of Moscow and the burning of the city. Count Rostophin, whom we usually take to be the motive force behind this event, was acting in a very different manner from Kutuzov. After the Battle of Borodino, this event, the evacuation and burning of Moscow, became as inevitable as the retreat of the army without putting up a fight. Every Russian could have predicted the outcome, not by intellectual effort but from the gut feeling that lies within us as it lay within our fathers. What had happened in Moscow was happening now in every town and village on Russian soil from Smolensk onwards, and without the assistance of Count Rostophin and his posters. The people were waiting philosophically for the enemy to arrive. There was no rioting, no disturbance of the peace, and nobody was torn to pieces. They calmly awaited their fate, sensing within themselves sufficient strength to do what was necessary when the crisis came. And once the enemy began to get near, the wealthier elements of the population went away, leaving their property behind, while the poorer people stayed on, setting fire to all that was left and destroying it. An awareness that this was the way things were going, and always would go, was, and is, deeply implanted in every Russian heart. This awareness, along with a foreboding that Moscow was going to be taken by the enemy, lay deeply implanted in Russian society in the Moscow of 1812. Those who had started to leave the city in July and early August had shown they were expecting it. Those who left the city taking with them only what they could carry, and leaving their houses and half their property behind, were acting out of patriotism, but the latent kind that does not show itself in fine phrases, in killing one's children for the sake of the fatherland, or any number of unnatural reactions like these, but comes out inconspicuously, in the most simple and natural way, and therefore always gets the best results. Shame on you, running away from danger. Only cowards are deserting. Moscow, they were told. In his posters Rostophin kept drumming it into them that it was disgraceful to leave Moscow. They felt ashamed when they heard themselves described as cowards, they felt ashamed to be going away, but they still went, and they knew they had to. Why did they go? They couldn't possibly have been scared off by Rostophin's accounts of atrocities carried out by Napoleon in conquered countries. As they streamed away, the first to go were the wealthy, educated people, who knew full well that Vienna and Berlin had survived intact, and that throughout the occupation the inhabitants of those cities had enjoyed themselves with all those utterly charming Frenchmen, whom all Russians, and especially the ladies, found so attractive at that time. They were leaving because for the Russians it wasn't a question of how easy life might or might not be under French rule in Moscow. It was just not possible to live under French rule. This was the worst thing that could possibly happen. They were leaving before Borodino, and after Borodino the movement speeded up, notwithstanding calls to defend the city, notwithstanding any number of proclamations from the governor of Moscow about going into battle with the wonder-working icon of Iversk and the air balloons that would finish off the French, and all the other rubbish that Rostophin splashed all over his posters. They knew it was the army's job to fight, and if the army proved incapable it would be no good marching out with young ladies and house serfs to fight Napoleon on the Three Hills. No, they must get away, however much it hurt to leave their property behind knowing it would be destroyed. Away they went, without a passing thought for the solemn significance of Muscovites abandoning this huge, thriving capital city, and obviously consigning it to the flames. A large city of wooden buildings, once abandoned, would be certain to burn down. They went away for personal reasons, yet it was their departure that brought about the splendid achievement that will always redound to the glory of the Russian people. The lady who moved out in June and took her black servants and her entertainers from Moscow down to Saratov, with a vague determination that she would never be a servant of Bonaparte, and a real fear of being stopped by orders from Rostophin, was actually doing nothing less than partaking of that great action that saved Russia. As for Count Rostophin, one day he would pour scorn on those who were leaving, but the next he would evacuate all the government offices. He distributed weapons that wouldn't work to the drunken rabble. One day he would raise aloft the holy icons, the next he would ban the movement of all holy relics and images by Father Augustine. He commandeered all the private vehicles left in Moscow, then used 136 of them to transport Lepich and his air balloons. At one time he dropped hints that he might set fire to Moscow and described how he had burnt his own house down. Then he wrote a proclamation to the French in which he solemnly accused them of destroying his childhood home. He would sometimes claim the credit for setting fire to Moscow, then later he would disclaim any knowledge of it. He told the people to capture all spies and bring them in, then censured the people for doing just that. He expelled all French residents from the city, but allowed Madame Aubercham, who formed the center of French society in Moscow, to stay on. He ordered the arrest and banishment of the old and venerable postmaster Klyakarev, who had done nothing wrong. He brought people together on the Three Hills to fight the French, and then, to get rid of them, he gave them a man to murder, and slipped away by the back gate. He swore he would perish with Moscow, but he survived to scribble French verses in ladies' albums about his role in the affair. One went roughly as follows: I am by birth Tatarian, but Rome, I am your man. The French call me barbarian, the Russians, George Dandin. This man had no idea what was happening. He just wanted to be seen doing something, to take people by surprise, to do a heroic deed that was gloriously patriotic, and he behaved like a little boy amusing himself while events of enormous magnitude, the abandonment and burning of Moscow, were inexorably taking shape, and he kept raising his tiny little fist first to urge on, then to turn back the mighty tide of popular will that swept him along as it went. Chapter 6. Helene had returned with the court from Vilna to Petersburg, where she found herself in an embarrassing situation. Here in Petersburg, Helene had enjoyed the special patronage of an important dignitary, who occupied one of the highest positions in the government. Out in Vilna she had formed a liaison with a young foreign prince. When she got back to Petersburg, prince and dignitary were both in town, both were asserting their rights, and Helene was faced with a problem she had not previously encountered in her career: how to preserve her intimacy with both, without offending either. What might have seemed to any other woman a difficult task verging on the impossible, Countess Bezukov took in her stride, and without sacrificing her reputation as a highly intelligent lady. Had she attempted to cover things up, or had she tried to wriggle out of her awkward situation by being shifty and clever, she would have ruined everything by acknowledging that she was in the wrong. But no, Helene behaved like a great personality who can get away with anything. Convinced of her innocence, she assumed the moral high ground, and looked down on everybody else as guilty people. The first time the young foreigner came out with an objection to her behavior, she tilted back her beautiful head with some pride, half-turned towards him and put him in his place. "So this is it," she said. "The selfishness and cruelty of men. Just what I was expecting. A woman sacrifices herself for you, she suffers, and this is her reward. What right have you to ask me, Monseigneur, to account for my friendships and affections? This man has been more than a father to me." The prince began to protest, but Helene cut him short. "Well, yes, maybe his feelings for me do go beyond those of a father, but that's no reason for me to shut the door in his face. Not being a man, I cannot show ingratitude. What you must realize, Monseigneur, is that as far as my personal feelings are concerned, I am accountable only to God and my own conscience," she concluded, raising a hand to her sublimely beetling bosom as she glanced up to heaven. "No, for God's sake listen. Marry me, and I'll be your slave. No, it's impossible. I'm not good enough for you to marry, you," and she broke down in tears. The prince did his best to soothe her, but Helene had every appearance of being inconsolable. She insisted tearfully that nothing could stop her remarrying, and there were precedents for this. There were very few at that time, but Helene cited Napoleon and one or two exalted personages. She had never been a wife to her husband. She had been sacrificed into marriage. But what about the law? Religion, murmured the prince, half won over. Religion, laws, what were they invented for if they can't manage something like this, said Helene. The prince was amazed that such a simple idea had never occurred to him, and he consulted the holy brethren of the Society of Jesus, with whom he had close contacts. A few days later, at one of the wonderful parties given by Helene at her summer villa on Stone Island, she was introduced to A.M. Jobert, a fascinating middle-aged man with snow-white hair and brilliant black eyes, a lay member of the Jesuit Brotherhood, a short-robed, lay member, who spent a long time in conversation with Helene out in the garden under the illuminations and to the strains of music about the need to love God, and Jesus, and the Sacred Heart, and the consolations afforded by the one true Catholic faith in this life and the next. Helene was deeply moved, and several times both of them found themselves on the verge of tears, with their voices trembling. A dance partner then called Helene away, breaking the thread of the conversation with her future director of conscience, but the following evening M. Jobert called on Helene alone, and soon after that he became a regular visitor. One day he took the Countess along to a Catholic church, and there she was led forward to kneel at an altar. The fascinating, middle-aged Frenchman laid his hands on her head, and she experienced a sensation that she later described as something akin to a breath of fresh air wafting into her soul. This, they explained, was the grace of God. Then a long-robed abbé was brought to her, he heard her confession, and absolved her from her sins. Next day she took delivery of a casket containing the sacred host, which was left with her for use in her own home. Some days later Helene learnt with pleasure that she had been admitted into the true Catholic Church, and in a day or two the Pope himself would hear about her and send her some sort of document. Everything that was done to her, and around her, during this period, all the attention lavished on her by so many clever men, gratifying and refined as it was in all its forms, and the dove-like purity of her present condition, she wore nothing but white dresses and white ribbons throughout, was most enjoyable, but not for a moment did she let the enjoyment distract her from her goal. And since this was a matter of low cunning, in which the stupid person always wins out over the bright one, Helene had soon cottoned on to the main motivation behind all the fine words and splendid ceremonies involved in her conversion to Catholicism, which was to get good money out of her for the Jesuit cause. Hints had already been heard, and she now refused to pay up until she had undergone the various formalities necessary to free her from her husband. To her way of thinking, the real purpose of every religion was to preserve the decencies and still satisfy human desire. And with this in mind she took advantage of a consultation with her spiritual advisor to ask how far she was bound by her marriage. They were sitting together in an alcove by a drawing-room window. It was dusk. The scent of flowers wafted in through the window. Helene was wearing a white dress, transparent over shoulders and bosom. The sleek, well-fed abbé, with his podgy, clean-shaven chin, his good strong mouth and his white hands clasped unthreateningly round his knees, was sitting close to Helene. A subtle smile played on his lips, a discreet admiration of her beauty shone from his eyes, and he looked her in the face once or twice as he outlined his attitude to this problem. Helene grinned warily as she stared back at his curly hair and his clean-shaven, dark-shadowed cheeks, and waited anxiously for the conversation to move in a new direction. But the abbé, even as he made no secret of drinking in the beauty of his companion, was also much enjoying his own skillful handling of the situation. The director of conscience explained his thinking, which went as follows. Without knowing the full significance of what you were undertaking, you took a vow of conjugal fidelity to a man who, for his part, was committing an act of sacrilege when he entered into holy wedlock with no faith in its religious significance. That marriage did not have the dual significance it should have had. Nevertheless, your vow was binding upon you. You have broken it. What kind of sin did you commit? A venial sin or a mortal sin? A venial sin, because you committed it without malice aforethought. If now, with the object of bearing children, you were to marry again, your sin could be forgiven. But still the question has two aspects to it. In the first pl. No, the way I see it, Helene cut in with a smile of bewitching beauty as she wearied of the way things were going. Once converted to the true religion, I cannot be bound by anything imposed upon me by a false religion. Her director of conscience was astounded at being presented with a Columbus's egg, one of such stark simplicity. He rejoiced at his pupil's unheralded speed of development, and yet he could not relinquish the towering structure of reasoned argument he had worked on so hard. We must come to an understanding, he smiled, and looked for ways of undermining his spiritual daughter's contention. Chapter 7. Helene had come to the conclusion that in ecclesiastical terms her situation was plain and simple, but her spiritual counselors kept raising difficulties for the simple reason that they were worried about how things might seem to the worldly authorities. So she decided to go out into society and prepare the ground. She provoked the jealousy of the elderly dignitary by telling him what she had told her other suitor. The issue was straightforward: the only way of obtaining exclusive rights over her was to marry her. At first the elderly dignitary was just as shocked as his younger counterpart had been to receive a proposal of marriage from a wife with a husband who was still alive. But Helene's absolute certainty that the whole thing was as simple and natural as marrying a young girl had its effect on him too. If she had shown the slightest twinge of hesitation, embarrassment, or reticence, her case would undoubtedly have been lost. But not only did she avoid showing any such twinge, she spoke openly about this business to her intimate friends, and that meant all Petersburg, informing them with disarming innocence that the prince and the dignitary had proposed to her, and since she loved both men she was afraid of hurting either of them. A rumor swept the city, not that Helene wanted a divorce from her husband. If the rumor had said that, many people would have come out against any such impropriety, but simply that the ill-starred and ever-fascinating Helene was agonizing over her two suitors, wondering which one to marry. There was no interest in the extent to which this might or might not be feasible. The only questions were who would be the better match, and how would the court look on things. True, there were one or two Puritans incapable of rising to the occasion who saw this as a desecration of the sacrament of marriage, but they were few in number, and they kept their own counsel, while most people concentrated on the upturn in Helene's fortunes, and who would be the better choice. Whether it was a good thing or a bad thing for a wife to remarry during her husband's lifetime was not up for discussion, because clearly this question must have been settled once and for all by wiser heads than ours, as the saying went, and to doubt the validity of the decision would be to risk parading one's ignorance and lack of savoir-faire. The only person to come out with an opinion that departed from the general view was Maria Dmitrievna Akrosimov, who had come up to Petersburg that summer to see one of her sons. Chancing across Helene at a ball, this lady stopped her in the middle of the room, and spoke out in a harsh voice with everyone listening. "So, I hear it's in order now for women to go from one living husband to another. I suppose you think this is something new. But they've beaten you to it, madam. It's a very old idea. It's done in every brothel." This said, Maria Dmitrievna fluffed up her capacious sleeves in a familiar gesture of intimidation, glared round at the company and strode off across the ballroom. Although people were wary of Maria Dmitrievna, she was looked on in Petersburg as a kind of comic figure, so the only word that got noticed was the last vulgar expression, which was passed on in whispers as if it was the only important thing that had been said. Prince Vasily, who had become rather forgetful of late, tended to repeat a phrase over and over again, and every time he came across his daughter he would say the same thing. "Helene, a word in your ear," he would say, drawing her to one side and jerking her arm downwards. "A little bird tells me about certain plans for, you know what. Well, my dear child, you know how my father's heart rejoices to hear you are. You've had so much suffering. But, my dear child, listen only to the promptings of your heart. That's all I have to say." And each time, stifling the same surge of emotion, he would embrace his daughter cheek to cheek and then wander off on his own. Bilibin, who had lost none of his reputation as a wit, was a friend of Helene's, one of those disinterested allies who can always be seen circulating round brilliant women, men friends who are never going to change into lovers. One day, in what he called a little subcommittee, Bilibin gave his friend Helene the benefit of his views on the subject. "Listen here, Bilibin," said Helene. She always addressed friends in the Bilibin category by their surnames, allowing her white fingers glittering with rings to brush against his jacket sleeve. "I want you to tell me what to do, as a brother would to a sister." "Which one?" Bilibin puckered up the skin just above his eyebrows, and gave it some thought with a smile hovering about his lips. "This comes as no great surprise, you know," he said. "As a true friend of yours, I have been thinking, and rethinking, about this whole business. Look at it this way. If you marry the prince," Bilibin bent one finger back to mark off the younger suitor, "you lose forever the opportunity of marrying the other man, and you displease the court. Some kind of connection there, as you well know. But if you marry the count, you'll be making an old man very happy, and eventually, as the widow of the great, you would be no mismatch for the prince." At this, Bilibin dissolved the wrinkles on his brow. "This is friendship indeed," said Helene, beaming radiantly as she brushed Bilibin's sleeve again. "But I do love them both, and I wouldn't want to hurt either of them. I would give up my life for the happiness of them both," she declared. Bilibin gave a shrug. For worries of this order even he had no cure to offer. "Wife and mistress together," thought Bilibin. "That's what I call plain speaking. She wants to marry them all at once." "But do tell me, what will your husband's attitude be?" he said, relying on the strength of his reputation to save him from disaster in asking such a naive question. "Will he give his consent?" "Oh, he's so fond of me," said Helene, who was under the strange impression that Pierre also adored her. "He'll do anything for me." Bilibin began a puckered wrinkle to indicate the imminent arrival of a telling phrase. "Including divorce," he said. Helene gave a laugh. One of the people bold enough to question the propriety of the proposed marriage was Helene's mother, Princess Kurajan. She had always been painfully jealous of her daughter, and now, with the subject of her jealousy so close to her own heart, she couldn't come to terms with even the thought of it. She consulted a Russian priest about the extent to which divorce and remarriage during the husband's lifetime was feasible, and the priest said it was impossible. To her delight, he referred her to a gospel text in which, under his interpretation, remarriage during the lifetime of the husband was explicitly forbidden. Furnished with these arguments, which she considered incontestable, Princess Kurajan drove round to see her daughter early one morning to make sure of finding her alone. Helene listened patiently to her mother's objections, and then gave a smile of gentle irony. "Look, it spells it out, whoso marrieth her that is divorced," said the old princess. "Oh, Mama, don't be so silly. You don't understand. In my position I have certain duties," Helene began, switching from Russian to French, because in Russian she always felt her case lacked a certain clarity. "But, darling. Oh Mama, surely you must understand that the Holy Father, who has the power to issue dispensations." At this point the lady companion who lived in with Helene came in to announce that His Highness was out in the hall, hoping to see her. "No, tell him I won't see him. I'm furious with him for not keeping his word." "Countess, there is mercy for every sin," said a fair-haired young man, long in face and nose, as he walked into the room. The old princess rose politely and curtsied. The young man ignored her. Princess Kurajan nodded to her daughter, and floated across to the door. "Yes, she's right," thought the old princess, all of her certainties having dissolved at His Highness's sudden arrival. "She is right, but how can our youth have gone by and been lost forever without our knowing about it?" And it was such a simple thing, thought Princess Kurajan as she climbed into her carriage. The issue was settled once and for all for Helene by early August, and she wrote to her husband, who was still very fond of her, or so she thought, informing him of her intention to marry Nan, and her conversion to the one true faith, and asking him to deal with the necessary formalities for obtaining a divorce, further details to be conveyed by the bearer of this letter. Whereupon, my dear friend, I pray to God that he may have you in his holy and powerful keeping. Your friend, Helene. This letter was delivered to Pierre's Moscow house while he was out on the field at Borodino. Chapter 8. When the Battle of Borodino was over, Pierre ran down from the Raevsky Redoubt for the second time that day, and walked up the ravine leading to Nyaskovo along with hordes of soldiers. He came to the dressing station, took one look at all the blood and heard all the men screaming and groaning, and hurried on, swept along in a mob of soldiers. The one thing Pierre wanted now with all his heart and soul was to get away from the ghastly sensations he had lived through that day, to get back to his ordinary lifestyle, go indoors and settle down to sleep in his own bed. He could sense that life would have to get back to normal before he could begin to understand himself and all he had seen and experienced. But around him there were no signs of normality. Although there were no bullets or shells whistling down on the road he was walking along, all the things he had seen and heard on the battlefield were still in evidence on every side. Everywhere he saw the same agonized, exhausted, sometimes curiously vacant faces, the same blood, the same soldiers' overcoats, the same sounds of firing no less horrifying for being a bit further away. Beyond that, it was all heat and dust. Pierre walked a couple of miles down the Mozhaysk road and sat down at the side of the road. It was dusky now, and the firing had stopped. Pierre stretched out, leaning on one elbow, and lay there for ages watching the shadows walk past in the evening twilight. He kept imagining a shell hurtling down on him with a weird screaming sound. This would give him the shudders and make him sit up. He had no idea how long he had been there. In the middle of the night, 3 soldiers came up with firewood, settled down nearby and lit a fire. The soldiers kept glancing across at Pierre as they got the fire burning up, stuck a cooking pot on it and dropped in their broken biscuits, followed by some lard. The delicious aroma of the greasy stew mingled with the smell of smoke. Pierre pulled himself halfway up and gave a sigh. The soldiers, there were 3 of them, were eating and chatting away, completely ignoring Pierre. "What mob do you belong to, then?" one of the soldiers suddenly asked Pierre, the question clearly suggesting that he was thinking along the same lines as Pierre. He seemed to be saying, "If you're hungry we'll give you some grub, only tell us if you're a good man first." "Who, me?" said Pierre, sensing a need to lower his social standing as much as he could so he could feel closer to the soldiers and more within their range of experience. "Actually, I'm an officer with the militia, but my men have disappeared. I went out on the battlefield and we got separated." "Is that right?" said one of the soldiers. Another shook his head. "Well, you can have some of this muck if you fancy it," said the first man. He licked his wooden spoon clean and handed it to Pierre. Pierre squatted down nearer the fire, and waded into the brew in the pot. It tasted like the most delicious food he had ever eaten. As he bent over the pot, helping himself to huge spoonfuls and wolfing them down one after another, the soldiers watched him in silence. Then one of them spoke again. "Where you off to, then, eh?" "Mozhaysk." "You a gent, then?" "Yes." "What's your name?" "Pyotr Kirillovich." "All right, Pyotr Kirillovich, you come with us, we'll get you there." In the dead of night the soldiers walked to Mozhaysk and Pierre went with them. The cocks were crowing by the time they arrived and started climbing the uphill slope into the town. Pierre walked on with the soldiers, oblivious to the fact that his inn was at the bottom of the hill and he had gone right past it. He might never have noticed, his thoughts were miles away, if he hadn't happened to run into his groom halfway up the hill. The groom had been out looking for him up in the town, and was on his way back to the inn when he recognized Pierre by the whiteness of his hat, which stood out in the dark. "Your Excellency," he cried. "We was getting worried about you. What are you doing walking? And where are you heading for heaven's sake?" Yes, said Pierre. The soldiers came to a halt. Right, found your own people, have you? Said one of them. We'll say goodbye, then. Pyotr Kirillovich, wasn't it? Goodbye, Pyotr Kirillovich, came the other voices. Goodbye, said Pierre, and he turned off towards the inn with the groom. Should I tip them? Thought Pierre, feeling for his pocket. No, better not, an inner voice told him. There wasn't a room to be had at the inn, everyone was taken. Pierre went out into the yard, muffled his head up and lay down in his carriage. Chapter 9. Pierre's head had hardly hit the cushion when he felt himself dropping off to sleep. Then immediately he could hear, just like the real thing, the cannons going boom, 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 men groaning and screaming, and the thump of falling shells. He could smell the blood and gunpowder, and a feeling of horror, the fear of death, swept over him. He opened his eyes in panic and stuck his head out of the cloak. The yard was quiet. The only sounds came from somebody's servant chatting to the porter at the gate as he squelched through the mud. Over Pierre's head, under the dark, wooden eaves, he could hear pigeons fluttering, startled by the movement of him sitting up. The whole yard reeked as a tavern should, of hay, dung and tar, and the smell of it all lifted Pierre's spirits. Between two dark buildings he could see the pure, starlit sky. Thank God it's all over, thought Pierre, burrowing down again. Fear, what a terrible thing it is. It got to me straight away. I feel so ashamed. But they were rock solid and perfectly calm all the way through, he thought. They, in Pierre's mind, were the soldiers on the battery, soldiers who had fed him, soldiers who had prayed to the icon. Those strange people, completely unknown to him before, they stood out from everybody else, etched clearly and sharply in his mind. Oh, to be a soldier, just an ordinary soldier, thought Pierre as he nodded off. To enter into that communal life with your whole being, to be absorbed into whatever it is that makes them what they are. But how can you cast off everything that doesn't matter, everything sent by the devil, the whole burden of the outer man? There was a time when I could have been one of them. I could have run away from my father. God knows I wanted to. And after that duel with Dolokhov I could have signed on as a soldier. And in his imagination Pierre pictured that dinner at the club when he had challenged Dolokhov, and then his benefactor at Torzhok. And in his mind he saw another picture, a grand dinner at the lodge. In the English club. And someone he knew, someone close to him, some dear friend, was sitting at the end of the table. Yes, him. My benefactor. But isn't he dead, thought Pierre. Yes, he did die, and I didn't know he was still alive. I'm so sorry he died, and I'm so glad he's alive again. Down one side of the table sat Anatole, Dolokhov, Nesvitsky, Denisov, and others of that ilk. This category of people was as sharply delineated in Pierre's dream as the other category of men that he had referred to as them, and that lot, Anatole and Dolokhov, were shouting and singing at the tops of their voices, but through all their racket he could just hear the voice of his benefactor that refused to be drowned out, and the sound of his voice was as insistent and meaningful as the roar of the battlefield, though also sweet and soothing. Pierre couldn't make out what his benefactor was saying, but he knew, the category of his ideas was also sharply delineated in his dream, that he was talking about virtue, and the possibility of being like them. And they with their simple, good, stolid faces stood all round his benefactor. They meant well, but they took no notice of Pierre, they didn't know him. Pierre wanted them to notice him, and he wanted to speak. He tried to get up, but instantly his legs felt cold and all exposed. He felt embarrassed, and covered his legs with one arm. In the real world his coat had slipped down. As he pulled it back up Pierre opened his eyes for an instant and caught sight of the same roofs and posts, and the yard, but it was all bathed in a bluish light, and there was a twinkling of dew or frost. It's getting light, thought Pierre. But that's not it. I've got to listen to the benefactor and understand what he's saying. Again he burrowed down under his coat, but the Masonic dinner and his benefactor had gone. He was left with mere thoughts, coming out in words, ideas, a voice speaking them, or was it Pierre himself thinking them? When he remembered these thoughts afterwards, although they had been stimulated by the impressions of that particular day, Pierre was certain they had come to him from outside. He really believed that in his waking moments he could never have thought those thoughts or expressed them in that form. War is the subjection of man's will to the law of God at its most agonizing extreme, said the voice. Simplicity is submitting to God's will. You cannot escape him. And they are simple. They don't talk, they do things. Spoken words are silver, unspoken words are gold. A man can be master of nothing while ever he fears death. And the man that fears not death possesses everything. Without suffering a man would know not his limits, would know not himself. The hardest thing, Pierre was thinking, or hearing, in his dream, is to know how to unite in your soul the meaning of the whole. Unite the whole? Pierre said to himself. No, not unity. You can't unite your thoughts, you can harness thoughts, all of them together. Yes, that's what you have to do. Harness them together, harness them. Pierre repeated the words with a thrill of delight, feeling that they, and they alone, said what he wanted to say, and solved the whole problem he had been agonizing over. Yes, we must get them in harness. No time to lose. Time to get them in harness. Time to harness the horses, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, a voice was saying it over and over again. Harness the horses, harness the horses. Time to go, sir. It was the groom waking Pierre. The sun was shining straight in Pierre's eyes. He glanced at the filthy inn and its yard, where soldiers were watering their skinny horses at the well, and wagons were trundling out through the gate. He turned away in disgust, closed his eyes and quickly sank back down into the carriage seat. No, I don't want that. I don't want to see that and understand it. I want to know what was coming out in my dream. In another second I would have seen it all. What can I do now? Harness things? How can I harness things together? And Pierre was horrified to realize that the entire meaning of what he had seen and thought during his dream had slipped away. And here were the groom, the coachman and the porter all telling Pierre the same story. An officer had brought word that the French were advancing on Mazhaisk and our troops were retreating. Pierre got out, ordered them to pack the carriage and follow on and walk through the town on foot. The troops were on the march, leaving behind not far from 10,000 wounded men. You could see the wounded sitting by the windows in the houses, and thronging the yards and streets. Out on the streets you could hear men screaming, swearing, and banging on the carts detailed to take the wounded away. When Pierre's carriage caught up with him, he gave a lift to a wounded general that he knew, all the way to Moscow. On the way he learnt that his brother-in-law, Anatole, and Prince Andrei had both been killed. Chapter 10. Pierre got back to Moscow on the 30th. Almost at the city gates he was met by one of Count Rostofan's adjutants. Hey, we've been looking for you everywhere, said the adjutant. The Count needs to see you as a matter of urgency. He wants you to come and see him straight away. It's something very important. Instead of going home, Pierre took a cab and drove round to the governor's. Count Rostofan had come back into town from his summer villa at Sokolniki that very morning. The anteroom and reception room in the Count's house were crammed with officials, some of them called in by him, others wanting instructions. Vasilchikov and Platov had already been in and informed the Count that defending Moscow was out of the question, the city would have to be surrendered. This news was being kept from the people, but the top officials and the heads of the various departments knew that Moscow would soon be in enemy hands, as did Count Rostofan himself. And to avoid personal responsibility, all of them had come to the governor to ask what to do with the sections they were in charge of. At the moment when Pierre walked into the waiting room, an army courier was on his way out from an interview with the count. With an air of hopelessness, he waved away the questions coming at him, and walked across the room. While he was waiting, Pierre cast a weary gaze over the roomful of various officials, young and old, military and civilian, important and insignificant. Every last one of them seemed worried and unhappy. Pierre went over to one group that contained someone he knew. They welcomed him and went on with their conversation. No, sending them away and bringing them back again won't do any harm, but as things stand we don't know where we are. But look what he's written here, said another, pointing to a printed paper he was holding in his hand. That's different. We need that sort of thing for the common people, said the first man. What is it? Asked Pierre. It's the latest poster. Pierre took it and started to read. His Serene Highness Prince Kutuzov has withdrawn through Mazhaisk to join up more quickly with troops heading his way, and he has now taken up a strong position which the enemy will find it hard to attack. 48 cannons and supplies of ammunition have been sent out to him, and His Serene Highness has vowed to defend Moscow to the last drop of blood in fight in the streets. Brother citizens, do not misunderstand the closing of the law courts. This step was unavoidable, but be assured that we shall still have our own ways of dealing with criminals. When the time comes, I shall need some good men, from town and country. I shall give the call a day or two beforehand, but for the moment there's no need, and I say no more. You will find axes useful, and hunting spears are pretty good too, but the three-pronged fork is the best of the lot. Frenchmen weigh no more than a sheaf of rye. Tomorrow afternoon I shall take the Iversk icon of the Mother of God to the wounded men in Catherine's hospital. There we shall have the water blessed, and they will get better more quickly. I'm feeling better myself. I did have trouble with one eye, but now I'm on the lookout with both. But I was told by the military, said Pierre, there couldn't be any fighting in the town, and the position. Yes, that's what we're saying, said the first speaker. And what does it mean when he says, I did have trouble with one eye, but now I'm on the lookout with both? The Count had a sty on his eye, said the adjutant smiling, and he was very upset when I told him people were coming up to ask what was wrong with him. Oh, by the way, Count, he said suddenly, turning to Pierre with a smile on his face, we've been hearing about your family problems. The word is that your wife, the Countess. I haven't heard anything, said Pierre indifferently. What have you heard? Oh, you know how it is, stories go the rounds. I'm just telling you what I've heard. What have you heard? Well, people are saying, said the adjutant with the same unwavering smile, that your wife, the Countess, is getting ready to go abroad. I'm sure it's all nonsense. Maybe it is, said Pierre, looking round absent-mindedly. Who's that? He asked, pointing to a little old man with a big snow-white beard, eyebrows of the same color and a ruddy face, wearing a clean blue coat. Him? Oh, he's just a local tradesman. He runs an eating place. It's Vereshchagin. You must have heard the story about the proclamation. Oh, that's Vereshchagin, is it? Said Pierre, staring closely at the old man's calm, steady face, searching for signs of treachery. That's not the Vereshchagin. That's the father of the fellow who wrote the proclamation, said the adjutant. His son's in jail. Got it coming to him, I shouldn't wonder. A little old gentleman wearing a star and another official, a German with a cross round his neck, came over to join them. Well, it's a long story really, the adjutant was saying. There was this proclamation that came out a couple of months ago. It was sent to the Count, and he ordered an inquiry. Well, Gavrilo Ivanich here looked into things and he found out the proclamation had gone through exactly 63 pairs of hands. He goes to one fellow and asks where he got it from. Oh, so and so. Where did he get it from? So and so. And it went on like that until they traced it all the way back to Vereshchagin. Bit of a tradesman, not much education, makes a bit on the side, said the adjutant with a smile. So they asked him where he got it from. Not that we didn't know. There was only one man he could have got it from, the postmaster. But there must have been some kind of deal between them. Nobody, he says, he wrote it himself. No good threatening him or asking questions. He sticks to his story. He wrote it himself. So they told the Count, and he had him in. Where did you get this proclamation? Wrote it myself. Well, you know what the Count's like, said the adjutant, enjoying himself and smiling with pride. Came down on him like a ton of bricks, called him a brazen liar and a stubborn idiot. I see. The Count needed him to point the finger at Klyakarev, said Pierre. Well, no, he didn't, said the adjutant in dismay. Klyakarev had sins enough to answer for without that. That's why he was banished. Anyway, the Count was furious. How could you have written this, says he. He picks up a copy of the Hamburg Gazette from the table. Here it is. You didn't write this, you translated it, and you made a rotten job of it because you're a stupid fool and you don't know any French. Can you imagine it? No, says he, I haven't read no gazettes. I just wrote it. Well, if you did, you're a traitor, and I'm handing you over to the court, and they'll string you up. Just tell us where you got it from. I haven't seen no gazettes. I wrote it. And that's where it stands. The Count had the father in. Same story. So they had him tried and sentenced. I think he got hard labor. That's why the father's here now, interceding for his son. But he's a useless layabout. You know the type, spoiled brat, tradesman's son, fancy man seducer of women, been to a few classes and let it go to his head. Ugly customer. His father runs that eating house down by the stone bridge, with that huge icon, God the Father, a scepter in one hand and an orb in the other. Well, he took that home for a day or two, and do you know what he did with it? He got somebody from the gutter who could paint a bit, and... Chapter 11. In the middle of this new story, Pierre was called in to see the Governor-General. He walked into Count Rostophin's study. As he did so, Rostophin was scowling and rubbing his forehead and eyes with one hand. There was a little man with him and he was speaking, but the moment Pierre came in he stopped talking and left the room. Ah! See, the conquering hero comes, said Rostophin as soon as he had gone. We've been hearing about your valiant deeds. But that's by the way. Tell me, my dear fellow, just between the two of us, are you a Freemason? Said Count Rostophin, looking all serious as if this was some kind of criminal activity that he might just be prepared to condone. Pierre made no response. I keep my ear to the ground, old man, and I do know there are Masons and Masons. I just hope you're not one of those who use the salvation of mankind as an excuse to destroy Russia itself. Yes, I am a Mason, answered Pierre. Well then, listen to me, dear boy. I imagine you're not unaware that Messrs. Speransky and Magnitsky have been sent away to their proper places, and Mr. Klyakarev has got the same treatment, along with all the others who have used the building of Solomon's temple as an excuse to bring down the temple of Russia. You may take it from me there are good reasons behind this. I could never have banished our Postmaster General if he hadn't been a danger to the community. It has now come to my notice that it was you who sent a carriage to get him out of town, and his papers have been sent to you for safekeeping. I like you, and I wish you no harm, and since you're half my age, I'm going to give you a bit of fatherly advice. Sever all contacts with that kind of person, and get out of here as fast as you can. But what has Klyakarev done wrong? Asked Pierre. That's my business. I'm not answerable to you. Rostophin burst out. If he's accused of circulating Napoleon's proclamations, you have no proof, said Pierre, avoiding Rostofin's eyes. And as for Vereshchagin. Ah, there you have it. Rostophin cut in, scowling again and shouting louder than before. Vereshchagin is a snake in the grass, a traitor who will get what's coming to him, he said, speaking with all the vindictiveness of someone recalling an old grievance. But I didn't call you in to talk about my affairs. I brought you here to give you some advice, or your marching orders, if that's the way you prefer it. I'm asking you to sever all contacts with the likes of Klyakarev and get out of town. I'm going to beat the nonsense out of anybody stupid enough to. But then suddenly he seemed to realize he was bawling at a man who hadn't done anything wrong, so he took Pierre by the hand in a friendly way and added, "We're on the eve of a public disaster, and I haven't time for niceties when people come in to talk business. Sometimes my head fair spins. Anyway, what are you up to now, my dear fellow, you personally?" "Oh, nothing," answered Pierre, still refusing to look up. His face looked preoccupied, and its expression didn't change. The Count frowned. "Listen to me, old man. Get away as soon you can. That's my friendly advice to you. Nothing more to be said. A word to the wise. Goodbye, dear boy. Oh, by the way," he shouted after Pierre as he walked out through the doorway, "is it true the Countess has fallen into the clutches of the Holy Fathers of the Society of Jesus?" Pierre did not respond to this. He stormed out of Rostofin's room with the darkest, angriest scowl that had ever been seen on his face. By the time he reached home it was getting dark. That evening more than half a dozen assorted visitors came to see him, a committee secretary, the colonel of his militia battalion, his steward, his butler, and several other petitioners. All of them had business to discuss with Pierre, and he had decisions to make. He hadn't the slightest idea what they were on about, not the slightest interest in any of them, and to each man in turn he blurted out the first thing that came into his head just to get rid of him. Alone at last, he broke open his wife's letter and read it through. The men, the soldiers in the battery, Prince Andrei killed, the old man. Simplicity is submitting to God's will. The need to suffer, the meaning of the whole, harnessing things together, my wife is going to be married. The need to forget and understand, and he went over to his bed, flung himself down on it without taking his clothes off, and fell fast asleep. When he woke up the following morning his butler came in with the news that an official from the police department had been expressly ordered by Count Rostophin to come round and find out whether Count Bezukhov had already left, or was on his way. A dozen assorted visitors were waiting downstairs in the drawing room to see Pierre on business. Pierre threw on some clothes, but instead of going down to see the waiting throng, he ran down the back stairs and slipped out through the gate. From that moment on, until after the destruction of Moscow, despite many attempts to trace him, no member of Bezukhov's household staff saw him again, or knew where he had gone. Chapter 12. The Rostovs stayed on in Moscow until the 1st of September, the day before the enemy entered the city. Once Petya had joined Obolensky's Cossack regiment and gone off to Beloyetsurkov, where the regiment was forming, the Countess panicked. For the first time that summer the realization that both of her sons were away at war, both had flown the nest, and today or tomorrow either one of them might get killed, possibly both of them at the same time, which had happened to the three sons of a lady she knew, struck her with painful clarity. She tried to get Nikolai back, she wanted to run off after Petya and get him posted to Petersburg, but neither was possible. Petya couldn't be brought back unless his regiment came back too, or unless he was transferred to another regiment on active service. Nikolai was away at the front somewhere, and not a word had been heard from him since his last letter, which had contained a detailed description of his encounter with Princess Maria. The Countess couldn't sleep at night, and when she did sleep she dreamt that both of her sons had been killed. After much deliberation and consultation, the Count eventually hit on a way of soothing the Countess. He got Petya transferred from Obolensky's regiment to Bezukov's, which was in training near Moscow. True, Petya was still in the army, but this transfer gave the Countess the consolation of seeing at least one of her sons under her wing again, and she was hoping to arrange for Petya never to go away, and always to be sent to serve in places where there would be no risk of his going into battle. While ever Nikolai had been the only one in danger, the Countess had imagined, not without some qualms of conscience, that she loved her eldest child more than the others, but now that her younger boy, naughty little Petya, bad at his lessons, the clumsy boy who broke everything in the house and drove them all wild, her Petya, with his turned-up nose, laughing black eyes and fresh rosy cheeks with only a bit of fluff on them, had got in with those huge, awful, violent men who had gone away. Some were fighting over something or other, and enjoying it too. Now as a mother she seemed to love him more, much more, than all the rest. The nearer they got to the time when her long for Petya was due back in Moscow, the more worried the Countess became. She felt certain she would never live to see such happiness. The close proximity of Sonia, or her favorite Natasha, or even her husband simply irritated the Countess. "I don't need them. All I want is Petya," she thought. One day towards the end of August, the Rostovs received another letter from Nikolai. He was writing from the province of Voronezh, where he had been sent to procure fresh horses. This letter brought no comfort to the Countess. The knowledge that one son was out of danger just made her more apprehensive about Petya. Although by the 20th of August virtually everyone they knew had left Moscow in dribs and drabs, and although everybody was trying to persuade the Countess to get away as soon as she could, she wouldn't hear of leaving until the treasure of her life, her adored Petya, had come back. On the 28th of August he arrived. The 16-year-old officer was anything but delighted to be welcomed by his mother with such a morbid display of affection and soppiness. Though his mother concealed her intention of never letting him escape from under her wing again, Petya soon guessed what she was up to and instinctively recoiled from the idea that his mother might make him too soft and turn him into a silly woman, as he put it to himself, so he kept her at arm's length and avoided her, devoting himself during his stay in Moscow exclusively to Natasha. His brotherly affection was so strong he was almost in love with her. Even as late as the 28th the Count, with his usual negligence, had made no preparations for leaving, and it was the 30th of the month before the wagons that were due to come in from the Moscow and Ryazan estates and pick up their property at the house finally arrived. From the 28th to the 31st Moscow was seething with movement. Every day thousands of war casualties from Borodino were brought in through the Dorogomilov gate and taken all over Moscow, while thousands of carts piled high with residents and their belongings trundled out through other gates. Rostophan's posters made no difference, either independently of them, or maybe because of them. The town was alive with the weirdest and most contradictory rumors. Some said there was a ban on leaving the city, others claimed the opposite. The churches had been stripped of their icons, and everybody was going to be forced out of Moscow. Some said there had been another battle after Borodino, and the French had been routed. Others claimed the opposite, the entire Russian army had been wiped out. Some said the Moscow militia was going to march out to the Three Hills, led by the clergy. Others whispered that Father Augustine had been told he couldn't leave, traitors had been caught, the peasants were up in arms and they were robbing anybody who left town, and so on and so forth. But this was all talk. In point of fact, even though the council at Philly still lay in the future, so no decision to abandon Moscow had yet been taken, absolutely everyone, those who were leaving and those who were staying, felt that, although no one could say so openly, Moscow was lost and it was up to everybody to get out as soon as they could and save their own property. There was a feeling of change in the air, as if they were sitting on a powder keg, yet everything went on unchanged until the 1st of September. Like a criminal on his way to the scaffold, who knows he has only minutes to live but still looks round at everything and straightens the untidy cap on his head, Moscow continued to go through the motions of everyday life, fully aware that the hour of doom was at hand when the normal way of life that they had grown so used to would be blasted away. During the 3 days leading up to the occupation of Moscow, all the Rostovs went about their various bits of family business. The head of the family, Count Ilya Rostov, drove from one end of the town to the other in search of every last rumor, and when he was at home he went round giving out trivial and ill-considered instructions to those who were getting things ready for the departure. The Countess was in charge of the packing, finding fault with everybody and forever chasing after Petya because she resented him spending all his time with Natasha. Sonia was the only person who got down to the actual business of getting things packed. But Sonia had been particularly sad and silent of late. She had been there at the reading of Nikolai's letter, when the mention of Princess Maria had set the Countess off on an ecstatic train of thought based on the idea that the encounter between Nikolai and the princess showed the workings of divine providence. "I was never very happy," said the Countess, "when Bolkonsky was engaged to Natasha, but I always longed for Nikolai to marry the princess, and I've a feeling it might just happen." "Oh, how wonderful that would be!" Sonia could see the justice of this. The only possibility of easing the Rostovs' plight was by marrying Nikolai to an heiress, and the princess would be an excellent match. But this was a bitter pill to swallow. In spite of her grief, or perhaps because of it, she took on all the hardest jobs in sorting things out and stowing them away, and kept herself busy for days on end. The Count and Countess consulted her when there were instructions to be given. Petya and Natasha, by contrast, never lifted a finger to help, they just got in the way and irritated everybody. All day long the house rang with their flying footsteps, yells and shrieks of laughter about nothing at all. They were happy and laughing not because there was any reason for laughter. It was the other way round, they were so full of high spirits and great glee that everything seemed reason enough for joy and laughter. Petya was flying high because he had left home a boy, and come back, so everyone told him, a splendid young man, because he was back home again, because he had left Belyatsirkov, where active service had seemed such a remote prospect, and come back to Moscow, where the fighting would start any day now, but most of all because Natasha, who always set the pace for him, was flying high herself. And she was like that because she had spent too much time being sad, and now, with no more reminders of why she had been so sad, she was well again. And also because there was someone to adore her. Being adored was like greasing the wheels that turned her into a smooth running machine, and Petya certainly adored her. But most of all they were flying high because war was at the walls of Moscow, there would be fighting at the gates, arms were being given out, everybody was rushing about and running away, and something quite sensational was happening, which is always a source of delight, especially for young people. Chapter 13. On Saturday, the 31st of August, the Rostov household looked as if it had been turned upside down. Every door was wide open, every stick of furniture had been carried outside or shifted around, and all the mirrors and pictures had been taken down. The rooms were littered with trunks, straw, wrapping paper, and string. Peasants and house serfs clomped across the parquet floors as they took things outside. The courtyard was crowded with carts, some of them stacked with goods and roped up, others yet to be filled. Courtyard and house were alive with voices and footsteps, and swarming with house servants and peasants who had come in with the carts. The Count had gone off somewhere first thing. The Countess had gone down with a headache from all the racket and the hurly-burly, and she was lying flat out in the new sitting room with a vinegar poultice across her forehead. Petya was out. He had slipped away to see a young friend. The pair of them were planning to get themselves transferred from the militia into a front-line regiment. Sonia was out in the big hall, supervising the stowage of glass and china. Natasha was sitting in the middle of the floor amidst the wreckage of her room, in a sea of scattered dresses, ribbons, and scarves. She was staring down at the floor as she clutched an old ball gown, the one she had worn at her first Petersburg ball, and how unfashionable it looked now. Natasha felt embarrassed that she was doing nothing when everyone else was so busy, and several times that morning she had tried to get involved, but her heart wasn't in it. Mentally and physically she was incapable of undertaking anything unless her heart and soul were in it. She had stood over Sonia for a few minutes while she packed the china, and she had tried to help, but not for long. Soon she was off to her room to see to her own packing. At first it was fun to be giving away some of her dresses and ribbons to the maids, but when it came to packing what was left, it was too much trouble. "Dunyasha, would you pack my things, darling? Please." "Would you?" Only too readily Dunyasha promised to do everything, whereupon Natasha sat herself down on the floor with the old ball gown in her hands, and let her thoughts wander, anything to avoid what should have been on her mind there and then. Natasha was jolted out of her reverie by the sound of the maids chattering in the next room and then clattering out of their room and down the back stairs. Natasha got to her feet and looked out of the window. There on the street was a huge train of wagons that had come to a halt, full of wounded men. Maids, footmen, housekeeper, the old nurse, cooks, coachmen, grooms, and kitchen boys, they were all out there at the gates, staring at the wounded men. Natasha flung a white pocket handkerchief over her hair, and held the corners with both hands as she went down to the street. Mavra, the old housekeeper, had walked out from the crowd by the gate and gone over to one wagon that had a covering of fiber matting. She was now talking to a pallid young officer who was lying in it. Natasha tiptoed forward 1 or 2 steps, and stood there shyly, holding onto her handkerchief and listening to what the housekeeper was saying. "So, none of your people left in Moscow?" Mavra was saying. "You'd be better off in somebody's house. This one, for instance. The masters are all moving out." "Don't suppose they'd allow that," said the officer in a feeble voice. "There's our senior officer. Ask him," and he pointed to a corpulent major who was walking back past the carts lined up along the street. Natasha glanced fearfully at the wounded officer's face, and went straight up to the major. "Would you please allow the wounded men to stay in our house?" she asked. The major smiled and raised one hand to his cap. "Which one do you want, mamselle?" he said, screwing his eyes into a smile. Natasha calmly repeated her request, and her face and her whole manner, even though she was still hanging on to the corners of the handkerchief, seemed so serious that the major wiped the smile off his face and gave some thought to this new possibility before saying yes to it. "I don't see why not," he said. Natasha gave him a tiny nod, and skipped back to Mavra, who was standing over the young officer and talking to him with a great show of sympathy. "He said yes." "He said they can," whispered Natasha. The officer in the covered cart turned into the Rostov's courtyard, and dozens of carts carrying wounded men were soon accepting invitations from good citizens to drive up to the entries of other houses in Povarsky Street. Natasha was obviously delighted to be dealing with different people under totally new circumstances. She worked alongside Mavra, getting as many people as possible to drive into their yard. "We must ask your papa, though," said Mavra. "Don't be silly. It makes no difference now. We can move into the drawing room just for one day. They can have our part of the house, all of it." "Oh, miss, what are you talking about?" "They can go into the outbuildings, the men's room and old nurse's room, but even then you'll have to ask." "All right, I will." She ran indoors. The sitting room door was ajar. There was a strong smell of vinegar and Hoffman's drops. Natasha tiptoed in. "Are you asleep, Mama?" "How could anybody sleep?" said the Countess, who had just been nodding off. "Mama, darling," said Natasha, kneeling down and bringing her face close up to her mother's. "I'm so sorry, please forgive me. I'll never do it again. I've woken you up. Mavra sent me. They've brought some wounded soldiers, officers. You will let them in, won't you? They've got nowhere to go." "I know you will," she gabbled without pausing for breath. "Officers? Who's been brought in?" "I don't understand what you're saying," said the Countess. Natasha laughed, and even the Countess managed a thin smile. "I knew you would. Right, I'll go and tell them." And Natasha gave her mother a kiss, got to her feet and went to the door. Out in the hall she ran into her father, who had just got back, the bearer of bad news. "We've stayed on too long," said the Count, unable to hide his resentment. "The club's closed, and the police are leaving." "Papa, I've invited some wounded soldiers into the house." "You don't mind, do you?" said Natasha. "Of course not," said the Count, his mind on other matters. "But that's by the way. I'm asking you now to stop messing about. Please help with the packing. We ought to be on the road. We must be off tomorrow." And the Count issued the same instructions to his butler and the servants. Petya was back by dinner time, and he also brought news. He said the people had been out today collecting weapons in the Kremlin, and although Rostopchin's poster said he would give the call a day or two beforehand, there was a clear understanding that tomorrow everybody had to go with their weapons to the Three Hills, because a great battle was going to be fought there. The Countess was horrified. As he was saying all this, she kept a nervous watch on her son's eager, excited face. She knew it. One word from her about Petya staying away from this battle, she could see he was relishing the prospect of it, and he would go on at her about being a man, honor, the fatherland, the bone-headed obstinacy of men that brooked no opposition, and all would be lost. So, in the hope of getting away beforehand and taking Petya along as their guard and protector, she said nothing to her son, but as soon as dinner was over she took her husband to one side, burst into tears and begged him to take her away as soon as possible, that night if it could be done. Until this moment she had been a model of self-control, but now with all the guile and affection that come naturally to a woman, she said she would die of fright if they didn't get away that very night. For once she was not pretending, everything scared her now. Chapter 14. Madame Schoss, who had been out walking on a visit to her daughter, added to the Countess's fears by describing what she had seen outside a public house in Myasnitsky Street. That thoroughfare was on her way home, but she hadn't been able to walk down it because there was a drunken mob rampaging round the public house. She had taken a cab and driven home by a roundabout route. The driver had told her that the mob had been breaking barrels open, and they had been told to do so. After lunch all the Rostov household were only too eager to resume the business of packing and preparing for their departure at top speed. The old Count jumped to it, and spent the whole day trotting in and out of the courtyard, shouting meaningless instructions to the hurrying servants, and trying to get them to go even faster. Petya directed operations outside. Sonia couldn't make head or tail of the Count's contradictory orders, and she didn't know which way to turn. The servants were running about all over the place, inside and out, shouting, arguing and making a terrible racket. Natasha now joined the fray, with her usual enthusiasm. At first her sudden involvement was viewed with some suspicion. Everybody expected nothing but silliness from her and they wouldn't do what she said, but she stuck to her guns and urgently insisted on being obeyed, losing her temper and almost weeping from frustration because they wouldn't listen, and at last she won them round. Her first solid achievement, which cost her much effort but finally established her authority, had to do with packing the rugs. The house contained a number of expensive Gobelin tapestries and Persian carpets. When Natasha got to work she found 2 boxes standing open in the ballroom, one almost full of china, the other full of rugs. There was a lot more china stacked on the tables and more still coming in from the pantry. What they needed was a third box, and the servants had gone to get one. "Sonia, don't do that. We'll get it all in," said Natasha. "We won't, miss. We've already tried," said the under-butler. "No, wait a minute, please." And Natasha started taking the paper-wrapped plates and dishes out of the box. "It would be better to wrap the dishes in with the rugs," she said. "But, for goodness sake, we've still got enough rugs left to fill 3 boxes," said the footman. "Just wait. Please." And Natasha began sorting things out. She moved swiftly and with an expert hand. "We don't need these," she said, handling some Kiev plates. "We do need this lot. They can go in the rugs, she decided, fishing out the Saxony dishes. Oh, Natasha, please don't. Leave us alone. We'll get it all packed, Sonia chided. What a young lady, exclaimed the butler. But Natasha was determined. She pulled everything out and quickly started repacking, deciding that the poor quality rugs and spare crockery needn't be taken at all. When everything had been emptied out, she began the repacking, and lo and behold, by throwing out all the cheaper stuff that wasn't worth taking, the valuable items were easily squeezed into 2 boxes. There was only one problem: the lid of the rug box wouldn't shut. A few things could have been taken out, but Natasha wanted to do it her way. She unpacked, repacked, squashed it down, got one of the servants to help Petya, now pressed into service, forced the lid down, and added her own desperate efforts. It's no good, Natasha, Sonia said. I can see you're right, but you'll have to take the top one out. I will not, yelled Natasha, using one hand to flick her tousled hair away from her sweating face and the other to press down on the rugs. Come on, Petya, squash it down. Press hard, she cried. The rugs sank down and the lid snapped to. Natasha clapped her hands and shrieked with delight while the tears came to her eyes. But that lasted no longer than a second. She was off on another job, and now the servants trusted her completely. The Count didn't object when he heard that his daughter had told them to ignore his instructions, and the servants started coming to Natasha to ask whether a cart was properly loaded and could they rope it down. It was all going swimmingly now, with Natasha in charge. Anything useless was left behind and the things that mattered were stowed with maximum efficiency. But despite their best efforts, night came and they were still not quite packed and ready. The Countess had fallen asleep, and the Count put off the departure till morning and went off to bed. Sonia and Natasha slept in the sitting room, without taking their clothes off. That night another wounded officer was driven along Povarsky Street, and Mavra, who was standing at the gate, had him brought into the Rostovs' yard. She could only surmise that he must be a man of some importance. He was being transported in a 4-wheeled carriage with the hood down and the apron all across the front. Up on the box sitting alongside the driver was a venerable-looking old valet. A doctor and 2 soldiers were following this carriage in a smaller one. Please come in here, come on in. The masters are on their way out. The whole place is empty, said the old woman to the old servant. Well, answered the valet with a sigh, we're not going to make it. We have our own house in Moscow, but it's a long way out, and there's no one there. Well, do come in here, our masters have got plenty of everything, and you're very welcome, said Mavra. Is the gentleman very bad, then? She asked. The valet's gesture spoke volumes. He won't make it. Better ask the doctor. And the valet got down and went to the vehicle behind. Very good, said the doctor. The valet came back to the front carriage, took a look inside, shook his head, told the coachman to turn into the yard, and stood there at Mavra's side. Oh, Lord Jesus Christ, she murmured. Mavra told them to bring the wounded man indoors. The masters won't mind, she said. But they had to avoid carrying him up any steps, so they took the wounded man to the lodge, and put him in the room that had been Madame Chasse's. The wounded man was Prince Andrei Bolkonsky. Chapter 15. Moscow's last day had dawned. The autumn weather was bright and clear. It was Sunday. As on any other Sunday, church bells were summoning the faithful. By all appearances, no one could have been anticipating what was in store for the city. There were only 2 social indicators that reflected the position Moscow was in: the activity of the poor people or hoi polloi, and prices. Early that morning factory workers, house serfs, and peasants came flocking out onto the 3 hills, mingling with clerks, divinity students and members of the gentry. They lingered there for a while waiting for Rostophin, but his non-appearance told them for certain that Moscow was going to be surrendered, so they swarmed back into the city and dispersed among all the taverns and public houses of Moscow. Prices, too, were a good indicator of how things stood that day. The prices of weapons, horses, and carts and the value of gold rose steadily, while the value of paper money and household goods was in steep decline, so that by early afternoon there were instances of drivers going halves over any luxury goods like cloth that they were delivering, and whereas a peasant's horse would fetch 500 rubles, furniture, mirrors and bronzes could be had for nothing. The sudden collapse of normal life made little impact on the staid, old-fashioned house of the Rostovs. In relation to people, it is true that 3 servants from their immense retinue had disappeared overnight, but nothing had been stolen. In relation to prices, it transpired that the Rostovs with their 30 carts brought in from the country now owned something of enormous value that many people envied and some were offering to purchase for enormous sums of money. And it was not only a question of being offered enormous sums of money. All the previous evening and now early in the morning of the 1st of September, orderlies and servants started turning up in the Rostovs' courtyard, sent there by wounded officers, and wounded men themselves would come limping in from the Rostovs' own house and other houses nearby to implore the servants to try and get them a lift out of Moscow. The butler who received these requests, although sympathetic, turned them all down point blank, saying that he would never even dare pass this on to the Count. However grievous the situation of these abandoned casualties, it was obvious that if you gave them one cart there would be nothing to stop you giving them another, and another, until they were all gone, and the carriages too. 30 wagons weren't enough to save all the wounded, and in a general catastrophe you had to put you in yours first. This was how the butler reasoned on his master's behalf. Count Rostov woke up that morning and slipped quietly out of his bedroom so as not to disturb the Countess, who had been awake most of the night, and walked out onto the front steps in his lilac silk dressing gown. The wagons were standing there in the courtyard loaded and roped. The carriages waited at the bottom of the steps. The butler was out at the entrance talking to an old orderly and a pale-faced young officer with his arm in a sling. The moment the butler caught sight of his master he made it clear in no uncertain terms that they had better be on their way. "Ah, Vasilik, is everything ready, then?" asked the Count, rubbing his bald head as he gave the officer and the orderly a friendly glance and a quick nod. The Count liked seeing new faces. "We can harness immediately, Your Excellency." "Splendid. Once the Countess is up and about we'll be on our way, God willing. What can I do for you 2 gentlemen?" he said, addressing the officer. "Are you staying in the house?" The officer came nearer. His pallid face had suddenly flushed crimson. "Count, would you do me a great favor? Please, for God's sake, could you squeeze me into one of your wagons? I've nothing with me. I could get in with the luggage." Before the officer had finished speaking the orderly was there with a similar request for his master. "Oh, yes, yes, yes," gabbled the Count. "Only too glad to help. Vasilik, see to this, will you? Have 1 or 2 wagons cleared. That one maybe? What's, Oh, just do what's necessary." The Count's instructions consisted of vague ramblings. But the warm glow of gratitude on the officer's face instantly set the seal on his order. The Count took a look round. On all sides, in the courtyard, at the gates, at the lodge windows, he could see wounded men and orderlies. They were all looking his way and beginning to head for the steps. "Sir, I wonder if you would mind coming with me to the gallery. We need you to decide about the pictures," said the butler. And the Count went indoors with him, repeating his instructions that any wounded men who wanted a lift were not to be refused. "Well, we can take a few things out, can't we?" he added in a low, conspiratorial voice, as if he didn't want to be overheard. The Countess woke at 9, and Matryona, who had been her maid before her marriage and now guarded her like a police chief, came in to report that Madame Schoss was most annoyed, and the young lady's summer dresses couldn't possibly be left behind. When the Countess wanted to know what had upset Madame Schoss, it emerged that this lady's trunk had been taken down from its cart, and all the carts were being unroped and the luggage was being taken out to make room for wounded men who had been invited along by the Count, in all his innocence. The Countess sent for her husband. "What's this I hear, my dear? They're unloading the luggage?" "Oh yes, my love. I've been meaning to tell you. Dear little Countess. This officer came up to me asking for a couple of carts for the wounded. I know it's our property, but think about them being left behind. They're out there in the yard. We invited them in. Some of them are officers. You see, my love. The way I see it. I think we should take them. We're not in too much of a hurry." The Count's tone was diffident, as always when it came to money. The Countess knew the tone well, the inevitable harbinger of some new piece of business likely to be ruinous for the children, like the building of a new gallery, or a conservatory, getting up a new theater in the house, or forming an orchestra, and it was now a matter of habit and duty for her to resist anything that came to her in that diffident tone. Assuming her attitude of tearful resignation, she spoke to her husband. "Listen, Count, you've brought us so low we're getting nothing for the house, and now you want to get rid of all our things, the children's property. It was you who told me we have 100,000 rubles worth of valuables in this house. I won't have it, my dear, I won't have it. What do you think you're doing? It's the government's job to look after the wounded, and they know full well. Look at the Lopikins across the street, they cleared out every stick only the other day. That's how other people do things. We're the only fools. You may have no consideration for me, but at least think about the children." The Count threw up his hands, and went out of the room without saying a word.
"Papa!"
"What's all this about?" asked Natasha, who had followed him to her mother's room. "Nothing. You keep out of this," the Count said angrily. "But I heard," said Natasha. "Why is Mama objecting?" "Keep out of it," cried the Count. Natasha walked over to the window, looking thoughtful. "Oh, Papa, look. Birds come to see us," she said, looking out of the window. Chapter 16. By this time Berg, the Rostov's son-in-law, was a colonel, with the orders of Vladimir and round his neck, and he was still enjoying his nice little sinecure as assistant head of staff to the assistant chief officer commanding the 2nd Corps 1st Division. On the 1st of September he had come back to Moscow from the army. He had nothing to do in the city, but he had noticed that everyone else in the army was going to Moscow on leave, and they were finding things to do there. So he decided that he too ought to apply for some leave on domestic and family grounds. Berg drove up to his father-in-law's house in his neat little trap drawn by a pair of sleek roans, an exact copy of those belonging to a certain prince. He took a long look at the carts in the yard, and as he ran up the steps he took out a clean pocket handkerchief and tied a knot in it. Berg glided speedily from the anteroom to the drawing room, where he embraced the Count, kissed Natasha's hand and Sonia's, and lost no time inquiring after Mama's health. "Never mind people's health at a time like this. Come on, tell us what's going on in the army," said the Count. "Are they retreating, or will they stand and fight?" "Our eternal Father is the only power that can decide the fate of our country, Papa," said Berg. "The army burns with the spirit of heroism, and at this very moment our leaders have, so to speak, foregathered in council. No one knows the outcome. But in general I can say this, Papa, that heroic spirit, the authentic and time-honored valor of our Russian army that they, I mean it," he said, correcting himself, "showed in the Battle of the 26th. Well, no words can do justice to it." He smote himself on the breast in the manner of a general he had heard holding forth, but his timing was out. The blow on the chest should have been delivered along with the phrase "our Russian army." I can say quite openly that we officers, far from having to urge the soldiers on, or anything like that, were hard put to hold back this. Those brave deeds of ancient valor, he gabbled. General Barclay de Tolly risked his life all over the place at the head of his troops, I can assure you. Our particular corps was stationed on a hillside. Imagine the scene. And off he went into all the stories he had committed to memory from the many circulating at a time of good stories. Natasha embarrassed Berg by watching him closely as if the solution to some problem was hidden in his face. Such widespread heroism as was demonstrated by the Russian soldiers is beyond description and worthy of the highest praise, said Berg, looking at Natasha, and in an attempt to mollify her he answered her sharp stare with a smile. Russia is not to be found in Moscow, she dwells in the hearts of her sons. Isn't that right, Papa? At this moment the Countess came in from the sitting room looking weary and thoroughly annoyed. Berg leapt to his feet, kissed the Countess's hand, asked after her health, and stood at her side, exuding sympathy with much shaking of his head. Yes, Mama, the truth is, these are hard and anxious times for every Russian. But why are you looking so worried? There's still time to get away. I can't work out what the servants are up to, said the Countess to her husband. They've just told me we're nowhere near ready. Someone will have to go and take charge. It's at times like this that one misses Matenka. I can't see an end to it. The Count was on the verge of a reply, but he bit it back with a visible effort, got to his feet and walked over to the door. Berg, meanwhile, had taken out his handkerchief as if he was going to blow his nose, and when he saw the knot in it, he paused for a moment's thought, shaking his head in a lugubrious, meaningful way. By the way, Papa, I have a great favor to ask you, he began. Said the Count, pausing. I was going past Yusupov's place just now, said Berg with a laugh, when their steward, a man I know, came running out and asked whether I might like to buy any of their things. I popped in, just out of curiosity, and there was this sweet little chiffonier and a dressing table. You remember, the very thing my dear Vera wanted, and we quarreled about. At the mention of the chiffonier and dressing table Berg had slipped unconsciously into a tone that showed how delighted he was with his lovely domestic setup. And such a delightful piece. It's got a secret English drawer, you know the sort. Just what my little Vera has been wanting. I'd love to give it to her as a nice little surprise. I noticed you have lots of peasants down in the yard. Please, could I borrow one of them? I'll pay him well, and... The Count scowled and cleared his throat. Ask the Countess. I don't give the orders. If it's any trouble, please don't bother, said Berg. Only, I'd love to get it for Vera. Oh, to hell with the lot of you. Hell and damnation. Hell and damnation, roared the old Count. My head's spinning. And he walked out of the room. The Countess burst into tears. Yes, indeed, these are terrible times, Mama, said Berg. Natasha had left the room with her father, and she seemed to be in two minds. First she followed him, then she turned back and ran downstairs. Petya was standing on the steps busily issuing weapons to the servants who were leaving Moscow. The loaded carts were still there in the courtyard. Two had been unroped, and the wounded officer was clambering aboard one of them with some assistance from his orderly. What's it all about? Petya asked Natasha. Natasha knew what he meant. Why were their father and mother at loggerheads? She didn't answer. I know. Because Papa wanted to give all the carts to the wounded men, said Petya. Vasilik told me. If you want my opinion. My opinion? Natasha turned a furious face on Petya, virtually yelling at him. In my opinion, it's all so horrible. It's vile. Oh, I don't know. We're like a load of Germans. Her throat was racked with sobs, but she didn't want to break down or waste the full effect of her fury, so she turned and flew back up the steps. Berg was sitting beside the Countess, summoning up all his powers of filial consideration in an effort to soothe her. The Count was pacing up and down the room, pipe in hand, when Natasha stormed into the room, her features contorted with fury, and raced across to her mother. "It's horrible. It's just vile," she screamed. "You can't possibly have given orders like that." Berg and the Countess stared at her in alarm and bewilderment. The Count had come to a halt by the window, and he was listening. "Mama, it's impossible. Look what's happening down in the yard," she cried. "They're being left behind." "What's wrong with you? Who are? What do you want?" "The wounded men." "It's impossible, Mama. It's outrageous." "No, listen, Mama, darling, it's all wrong. I'm sorry, but please, darling. Mama, it doesn't matter what we take with us. Just look down there in the yard. Mama. You can't do it." The Count stood by the window, listening to Natasha without looking round. All at once he choked, and pressed his face against the window. The Countess glanced at her daughter, saw she was ashamed of her own mother, saw her agitation, suddenly realized why her husband wouldn't look round at her, and stared about with a distracted air. "Oh, do what you want. I'm not stopping anybody doing anything," she said, giving in gradually. "Mama, darling, I am sorry." But the Countess pushed her daughter away, and went over to the Count. "You give the orders, dear. You tell them." "I don't know what I'm doing," she said, looking down shamefacedly. "Out of the mouths of babes," murmured the Count through tears of joy, and he hugged his wife, who was only too pleased to bury her face of shame on his breast.
Papa, Mamma.
"Let me give the orders." "May I?" asked Natasha. "We'll still take all the really important things," she added. The Count nodded, and Natasha was off, racing away like a chasing child across the big hall, through the anteroom and down the front steps to the courtyard. The servants gathered round Natasha, reluctant to believe the curious instructions she was giving out, until the Count himself appeared and on behalf of his wife confirmed that all the carts were to be made available for the wounded and the boxes put into storage. Once they understood this, the servants set to with a new will and much enthusiasm. The new development no longer seemed strange, it seemed the most natural thing in the world, just as a quarter of an hour earlier they hadn't thought it the least bit strange to be leaving wounded men behind and taking the furniture. That too had seemed the most natural thing in the world. The entire household rallied round and tackled the business of getting the wounded into the wagons, as if they wanted to make up for having neglected it earlier. The wounded soldiers came crawling out of their rooms and crowded round the wagons, pale-faced but happy. The news that there was transport available soon got round the neighboring houses, and wounded men started trickling into the yard from other places. Many of the wounded soldiers asked them not to take out the boxes, just let them sit on top. But once the unloading process was underway, there was no stopping it. It made no difference whether they left everything or only half the stuff behind. Cases full of china, bronzes, pictures and mirrors, so carefully stowed the night before, now lay neglected in the yard, and still they continued to find new ways of taking more and more things out and leaving more and more wagons for the wounded. "We can take 4 more, said the steward. "They can have my trap too, or anything might happen to them." "Oh, do let them have our wardrobe cart," said the Countess. "Dunyasha can come with me in the carriage." The wardrobe wagon was unloaded and dispatched to pick up wounded men 2 houses away. Family and servants were bubbling with excitement. Natasha was ecstatic, much happier than she had been for a very long time. "What can we fasten this to?" said a servant, struggling with a trunk wedged on the narrow footboard at the back of the carriage. "It's got to go on a cart." "What is it?" asked Natasha. "The Count's books." "Oh, leave it. Vasilik will take care of that." We don't need it. With the big carriage full of people, the question was, where was Petya going to sit? He'll go up on the box. You'll go up on the box, won't you, Petya? Natasha called out. Sonia was working flat out too, but her aim was the opposite of Natasha's. She was seeing to the stowage of everything left behind, drawing up an inventory at the Countess's request, and trying to get them to take as much as possible with them. Chapter 17. Just before 2 o'clock, the Rostovs' 4 carriages, packed and ready for the road, stood waiting by the front door. One by one, wagon loads of wounded men were trundling out of the courtyard. A vehicle carrying Prince Andrei was on its way past the front steps when it was noticed by Sonia, who was helping one of the maids to arrange comfortable seating for the Countess in her huge, high carriage. "Whose carriage is that?" asked Sonia, popping her head out of the carriage window. "Oh, haven't you heard, miss?" answered the maid. "It's the wounded prince. He stayed here last night, and he's coming on with us." "Oh, who is he? What's his name?" "It's our intended, that was. Prince Bolkonsky," answered the maid with a sigh. "They say he's dying." Sonia jumped out of the carriage and ran in to see the Countess. The Countess, dressed for the road in hat and shawl, was pacing wearily up and down the drawing room, waiting for the rest of the household to come in and sit down behind closed doors for the usual silent prayer before starting out. Natasha wasn't there. "Mama," said Sonia, "Prince Andrei's here. He's wounded and dying. He's coming on with us." The Countess's eyes widened in alarm. She snatched at Sonia's arm and took a look round. "What about Natasha?" she said. For both of them, this news could have only one meaning. They knew their Natasha, and worrying about how this news might affect her overrode any sympathy for the man himself, however much affection they might have for him. "Natasha doesn't know yet, but he is coming with us," said Sonia. "You say he is dying?" Sonia nodded. The Countess hugged Sonia and burst into tears. God moves in a mysterious way, she thought, sensing in this turn of events the hand of the Almighty, hitherto hidden from the eyes of man. "All right, Mama, we're completely ready." "What's wrong?" asked Natasha, rushing in all excited. "Oh, nothing," said the Countess. "If we're ready, let's be on our way." And the Countess bent over her reticule to conceal her worried face. Sonia gave Natasha a hug and a kiss. Natasha looked puzzled. "What's all this? What's happened?" "Nothing's happened." Nothing, Natasha was not to be fooled. "It's something awful, and it affects me." "What is it?" she asked. Sonia gave a sigh, but said nothing. The Count, Petya, Madame Schoss. Mavra and Vasilik trooped in, the doors were closed and they all sat down to spend a few moments in silence, avoiding each other's eyes. The Count was the first to stand up. He gave a deep sigh and crossed himself before the icon. All the others did the same. Then the Count proceeded to embrace Mavra and Vasilik, who were staying on in Moscow, and while they caught his hand and kissed him on the shoulder, he patted them on the back and mumbled a few vague words of affection and encouragement. The Countess went off to the icon shrine, where Sonia found her kneeling before the few holy images that were still left up on the walls. All the best icons, family heirlooms, were going with them. Out on the steps and down in the courtyard, the servants who were traveling with the family, armed to the teeth with swords and daggers issued by Petya, were standing around with their trousers tucked in their boots, belts, and straps good and tight, saying goodbye to those who were staying behind. As always at the start of a journey, many things had been forgotten or wrongly stowed, and the 2 grooms, one at each side of the open carriage door, had to stand there for quite some time waiting to help the Countess up the steps, while maids flew back and forth with cushions and little bundles between house, carriages, coach and gig. "They'll go on forgetting things as long as they live," said the Countess. "Oh, you know I can't sit like that. Dunyasha gritted her teeth and looked all offended, but instead of saying anything she got quickly up into the carriage to rearrange the cushions. "Oh, these servants," said the Count, shaking his head. Old Yefim, the only coachman the Countess would trust as a driver, sat perched up on his box, not bothering to look round at what was happening at the back. 30 years of experience had taught him it would be some time yet before he would hear the magic words, "Off we go, and God go with us," and even when they were uttered he would be stopped again at least twice to send back for something that had been forgotten, after which he would still have to pull up one last time for the Countess herself to stick her head out of window and beg him for heaven's sake to take care going downhill. Knowing all this, he waited philosophically, more patiently than his horses, especially the near one, Falcon, a chestnut who wouldn't stop pawing the ground and champing the bit. At long last they all were on board, the steps were folded away, doors slammed, a forgotten traveling case was sent for, and there was the Countess with her head out the window saying what was expected of her. Only then did Yefim remove his hat with a deliberate gesture and make the sign of the cross. Likewise the postilion and all the servants. "Off we go, and God go with us," said Yefim, putting his hat back on. "Pull, me beauties." The postilion urged the horses. The right shaft horse took the strain, the high springs creaked and the carriage rocked. A footman ran alongside and jumped up on the box. The carriage lumbered out of the courtyard onto the bumpy road, others jolted out behind and they set off down the street in a long procession. In carriages, coach and gig all the travelers made the sign of the cross towards the church opposite. The servants who were staying on walked along on both sides of the carriages to see them off. Rarely had Natasha felt such a thrill of delight as the one she felt now, sitting in the carriage next to the Countess and looking out at the slow-moving walls of poor, forsaken Moscow. From time to time she would stick her head out of the carriage window to glance back, and then look ahead at the long train of wagons full of wounded soldiers that were leading the way. Almost at the front she could see the raised hood of Prince Andrei's carriage. She didn't know who was inside, but every time she surveyed the procession of wagons her eyes searched for that coach. She knew it would be right in front. In Kadrino, and from every street, from Nikitskaya, Presnya, and Podnovinskaya, came other trains of vehicles, just like the Rostovs, and by the time they got to Sadovaya the carriages and carts were two abreast all down the road. As they turned past the Sukhar of Water Tower, Natasha, who was keeping a sharp eye on the walking crowds and passing vehicles, gave a cry of delight and surprise. "Good heavens! Mama, Sonia, look over there! It's him!" "Who? Who?" "Look! For heaven's sake, it's Pierre Bazukov," said Natasha, leaning right out to get a good look at a tall, corpulent figure in a coachman's long coat, obviously, from his bearing and his walk, a gentleman in borrowed clothing. There he was, going through the Sukhar of Tower Arch, walking along with a sallow-faced, beardless little old man in a rough overcoat. Saints above! Bazukov dressed like a driver, with that funny old boy, said Natasha. Look! Look! That's not him. Don't be so silly. Mama, shouted Natasha. I'll bet you anything it's him. I tell you it is. Stop, stop, she yelled to the coachman, but the coachman couldn't stop, because carts and carriages were pouring out of Meshchansky Street, and people were shouting at the Rostovs to get a move on and stop holding everybody up. And in fact, even though he was further away now, the Rostovs did get a glimpse of Pierre, or someone remarkably like him. There he was in his coachman's coat, walking down the street with his head bowed and a serious look on his face, side by side with a little, beardless old man who looked like a servant. The old fellow, suddenly aware of being looked at by a face poking out of a carriage window, nudged Pierre on the elbow politely and said something, pointing towards the carriage. Pierre's thoughts were miles away, and it took some time for him to grasp what the old man was saying. Eventually he got the message and looked in the direction indicated. The moment he saw Natasha he followed his instinct and strode quickly towards the carriage. But he had hardly gone a dozen steps when he pulled up, obviously with something on his mind. Natasha's beaming face looked back at him from the carriage window, glowing with amusement and affection. "Come on, Pyotr Kirillich. We knew it was you. Isn't it marvelous?" she shouted, holding a hand out to him. "How are things with you? What are you doing like that?" Pierre took her outstretched hand and kissed it clumsily as he bumbled along beside the carriage, which was still moving. "Is anything wrong, Count?" the Countess asked, sounding surprised and sympathetic. "Ha? What do you mean?" "Don't ask," said Pierre, and he glanced up at Natasha, though without having to look he had felt warmed by the glow of her radiant, laughing eyes. "What are you doing, then? Staying on in Moscow?" For a moment Pierre said nothing. "Staying on?" he then asked. Yes, that's what I'm doing." "Goodbye, then." "Oh, I wish I was a man. I'd stay on with you." "I think it's wonderful," said Natasha. "Mama, please, can I stay?" Pierre looked blankly at Natasha, trying to say something, but the Countess cut him short. "We hear you were at the battle." "Yes, I was," answered Pierre. "Tomorrow there's going to be another battle," he was starting to say, but it was Natasha's turn to interrupt. "But there's something wrong, isn't there, Count? There's something different about you." "Oh, don't ask. Please don't ask. I can't tell you. Tomorrow." "No." "Goodbye, then." "Goodbye," he said. "Terrible times." Letting the carriage go, he stepped back onto the pavement. Natasha's head was still sticking out of the carriage window. For some time her smiling face beamed fondly back at him, glowing with happiness tinged with amusement. Chapter 18. Since his disappearance from home, Pierre had been living for a couple of days in the empty house of his deceased benefactor, Osip Bazdiev. This was how it came about. When he woke up the morning after his return to Moscow and his meeting with Count Rostophin, it took Pierre some time to realize where he was and what was required of him. When he was told that the names of the persons waiting so patiently to see him had been added to by that of a Frenchman who had come along with a letter from his wife, the Countess Helene, he felt suddenly overwhelmed by the sense of alienation and hopelessness that was his weak spot. He had a sudden feeling that everything was finished, all over the place, broken down. There was no right or wrong, no future to look forward to, no way out of his present situation. A strange smile came to his face and he started muttering under his breath. One minute he would flop down on the sofa in an attitude of utter dejection, the next he would get to his feet, go over to the door and peep through the crack into the anteroom where the visitors were waiting, only to turn back with a wave of his arms and snatch up a book. The butler came in for the second time to say that the Frenchman who had brought the letter from the Countess was most anxious to see him if only for a minute, and someone had come from Osip Bazdiev's widow to ask him to take charge of his books because she was leaving for the country. "Oh, yes, hang on, I'm coming." "Or shall I?" "No." "All right, go and tell them I'll be there in a minute," said Pierre. But as soon as the butler had gone, Pierre picked up his hat, which was lying on the table, and left by the other door. He found no one in the corridor. Pierre walked the whole length of the corridor to the staircase and went down as far as the first landing, frowning and rubbing his forehead with both hands. The hall porter was standing by the front door. But there was another staircase leading down from the landing to the back entrance. Pierre went down the back stairs and out into the yard. He had not been seen. But once outside, the moment he got to the gate, the drivers standing by their carriages and the gate porter saw the master coming and doffed their caps. Aware of their scrutiny, Pierre behaved like an ostrich sticking its head in a bush to avoid being seen. Bowing his head and quickening his pace, he hurried away down the street. Of all the business waiting for Pierre's attention that morning, the task of sorting out Osip Bazdiev's books and papers seemed more urgent than anything else. He hailed the first cab that came along and told the driver to take him to Patriarch's Ponds, where Bazdiev's widow lived. With his eyes glued on the lines of loaded carts coming from all directions and trundling out of Moscow, Pierre felt as happy as a truant schoolboy as he braced his big frame to make sure he didn't fall out of the rickety old droshky and chatted away to his driver. The driver told him they were issuing arms in the Kremlin, and tomorrow they were sending everybody out through the Three Hills Gate, and there was going to be a terrific battle. When he got to Patriarch's Ponds, Pierre managed to rediscover Bazdiev's house, which he hadn't visited for some time. There was the little garden gate. It was Gerasim, the same little sallow-skinned, beardless old man Pierre had seen with Bazdiev 5 years before at Torzhok, who answered his knock. "Anybody in?" asked Pierre. "Owing to present circumstances, Madame Bazdiev and her children have gone to the country house at Torzhok, sir." "I'd still like to come in. I want to look through the books," said Pierre. "Yes, sir, you are most welcome," said the old servant. "Makar Alexievich, the brother of my late master, God rest his soul, has stayed on, but he's not too strong, your honor." Pierre knew full well that Bazdiev's brother, Makar, was a drunken half-wit. "Yes, I know about that." "Come on, let's go in," said Pierre, and he went inside. There in the vestibule stood a tall, bald-headed old man in a dressing gown, with a red nose and galoshes on his bare feet. When he saw Pierre he muttered something irritably and walked off down a corridor. "He had a fine mind once, but you can see he's not as strong as he was, your honor," said Gerasim. "Would you care to go into the study?" Pierre nodded. "It's been sealed up, and nothing has been touched. Madame Bazdiev gave orders that if you sent for the books I was to let them go." Pierre went into the gloomy study which he had entered with such trepidation when his benefactor was still alive. Untouched since the death of Bazdiev, it was now thick with dust, and gloomier than ever. Gerasim opened one of the shutters, and tiptoed out. Pierre took a walk round the room, and then went over to a cupboard where the manuscripts were kept, and took one lot out. It was something of great importance that had been one of the most sacred treasures of their order, a set of original Scotch acts with Bazdiev's notes and commentaries. He sat down at the dusty desk, laid out the manuscripts, opened them up and closed them again before pushing them to one side. With his elbows on the desk and his head in his hands he sat there thinking. Gerasim peeped in cautiously several times only to see Pierre sitting always in the same position. More than 2 hours passed. Gerasim ventured to make a little noise from the doorway to get Pierre's attention. Pierre didn't hear him. "Sir, should I let the driver go?" "Oh yes," said Pierre, rousing himself and starting to his feet. "Listen," he added, taking Gerasim by one of the buttons on his coat and looking down at the little old man with moist eyes that were glinting with excitement. "Listen. You know tomorrow there's going to be a battle." "I have heard tell," answered Gerasim. "Please don't tell anybody who I am. And do what I say." "Oh yes, sir," said Gerasim. "Can I get you something to eat, sir?" "No, but I do want something else. I want some peasant clothing and a pistol," said Pierre, suddenly coloring up. "Oh yes, sir," said Gerasim, after a moment's thought. Pierre spent the whole day alone in his benefactor's study. Gerasim could hear him pacing restlessly up and down, and talking to himself. He spent the night there too, on a bed specially made up for him. Unruffled by Pierre's decision to move in, Gerasim took it with the composure of a servant who had seen many weird things in his time. In fact, he seemed delighted to have someone to serve. That same evening, without even wondering what they were for, he managed to acquire a coachman's long coat and cap, and he promised to get the necessary pistol the next day. Twice during the evening Bazdiev's brother shuffled up to the door in his galoshes, and stood there fawning as he stared in at Pierre. But the moment Pierre turned to face him he gathered up his dressing gown, looking embarrassed and angry, and scuttled away. Pierre put on the coachman's coat that Gerasim had got hold of, once it had been disinfected with steam, and the two of them went out together to buy a pistol at the Sukharov market. It was then that Pierre ran into the Rostovs. Chapter 19. During the night of the 1st of September, Kutuzov ordered the Russian troops to fall back through Moscow and go down the Ryazan road. The first troops moved that night, marching at an easy pace and in good order. But at dawn, when the retreating troops got to the Dorogomilov bridge, they saw endless masses of soldiers hurrying across, herding together on the other side, struggling up slopes, blocking the streets and alleys, while masses more bore down on them from the rear. And for no good reason they panicked and rushed forward. There was a great surge towards the bridge, up onto the bridge itself, down to the fords and into the boats. Kutuzov had arranged to be driven through the back streets right round to the other side of Moscow. By 10 o'clock on the morning of the 2nd of September, the only troops left in the suburb of Dorogomilov were some members of the rear guard, and they had plenty of space. The army itself was now beyond Moscow, out on the other side. At that time, 10 o'clock on the morning of the 2nd of September, Napoleon was standing amidst his troops up on Poklony Hill, gazing down on the spectacle that lay before him. From the 26th of August to the 2nd of September, from the Battle of Borodino to the entry of the French into Moscow, throughout that anxious but memorable week, there had been a spell of that extraordinarily beautiful autumn weather that always takes us by surprise, when the low sunshine is warmer than in spring, when the air is pure and thin, everything sparkles enough to sting the eyes, when you breathe deep and feel refreshed, drinking in the fragrant autumn air, when even the nights are warm, and on dark, warm nights like these golden stars startle or delight us by scattering themselves endlessly down the sky. The weather was like this at 10 o'clock on the 2nd of September. The morning light was magical. Down below Poklony Hill lay the sprawl of Moscow with her river, her gardens and her churches. She seemed to be living a life of her own, and her domes shimmered like stars in the sunlight. Looking down on this strange city, with its weird forms of unfamiliar architecture, Napoleon felt a touch of envy and a pang of niggling curiosity, as men do when they come across an alien way of life that knows nothing of them. Here was a town that was obviously living life to the full. From the elusive signs that tell you unmistakably even at a distance whether a body is dead or alive, Napoleon, far away on Poklony Hill, could feel the life pulsating through this town, and almost hear the big, beautiful creature breathing. Every Russian looking at Moscow feels her to be a mother. Every foreigner who sees her, although probably ignorant of her significance as the mother city, is bound to sense her femininity, as did Napoleon. This Asiatic city with churches beyond number, holy Moscow. Here she is at last, the famous city. Not before time, said Napoleon. Dismounting from his horse, he told them to open a plan of Moscow before him, and sent for his interpreter, Lorne d'Itteville. An occupied city is like a girl who has lost her virtue, he thought, something he had said to Touchkov at Smolensk. And this was how he looked on the oriental beauty that he was seeing for the first time as she lay there before him. He had a strange feeling now that the desire burning in him for so long like an impossible dream had been gratified. In the clear morning light he looked first at the town and then at the plan, checking its details, excited and overawed by the certainty of possessing it. But how could it be otherwise, he thought. Here is this capital at my feet awaiting her fate. Where is Alexander now, and what must he be thinking? A strange, beautiful, magnificent city. And a strange and magnificent moment for me. I wonder how I seem to them, he mused, thinking of his soldiers. Here is the city, a reward for all these men of little faith, he thought, looking round at his entourage and the troops who were marching up and falling into line. One word from me, one wave of my arm, and the ancient capital of the Tsars would be no more. But my clemency is ever ready to descend upon the vanquished. I must be magnanimous and truly great. But no, it isn't true, I am not yet in Moscow, he suddenly realized. Still, here she lies at my feet with her golden domes and crosses glinting and shimmering in the sun. But I shall spare her. On the ancient monuments of barbarism and despotism I shall inscribe great words of justice and mercy. That will hurt Alexander more than anything else. I know him. Napoleon seemed to think that amidst all these events the most important thing was the rivalry between him and Alexander. From the heights of the Kremlin, yes, there it is, the Kremlin, yes, I shall give them the laws of justice, I shall teach them the meaning of true civilization, I shall make generations of boyars to speak their conqueror's name with love. I shall tell their deputation that I have not sought, and do not seek, war, my war has been waged against the dishonest policy of their court, I love and respect Alexander, and in Moscow I shall accept terms of peace worthy of myself and my peoples. I have no wish to use the fortunes of war to humiliate a monarch deserving of respect. Boyars, I shall say to them, I have no desire for war. I desire peace and prosperity for all my subjects. And I know I can count on being inspired by their very presence, and I shall speak to them as I always do, clearly but solemnly, like a great man. But am I really in Moscow? Yes, there she is. Bring me the boyars, he said to his entourage. Immediately a general galloped off with his own brilliant suite to fetch the boyars. 2 hours passed. Napoleon took lunch, and returned to the same spot on Poklony Hill, waiting for the deputation to arrive. His speech to the boyars had by now taken definite shape in his mind. It was a speech full of dignity and majesty, as seen by Napoleon. Napoleon was carried away by the attitude of magnanimity which he had every intention of striking in Moscow. In his own mind he had already scheduled certain days for assemblies in the Tsar's palace at which the great Russian nobles would mingle with the courtiers of the French emperor. Mentally he saw himself appointing a governor capable of winning the hearts of the people. Having heard that Moscow was full of religious institutions, he imagined himself showering them with blessings. As he saw it, when he had been in Africa he had had to sit in a mosque wearing one of their capes, and now in Moscow he must be like the Tsars and show mercy. And since, like all Frenchmen, he couldn't conceive of anything at all emotional without some reference to his poor mother sweet and tender, he decided to have an inscription put on all these charitable foundations in capital letters saying, "This establishment is dedicated to my dear mother," or simply "My Mother's House." Am I really in Moscow? Yes, there she is lying before me. But why is the deputation from the city taking so long, he wondered. Meanwhile, at the rear of the suite, heated exchanges were going on in whispers between the generals and marshals. The adjutants that had gone to fetch the deputation had come back with the news that Moscow was empty. Whether they had driven off or just walked away, everybody had gone. The faces of those conferring looked pale and worried. It wasn't the fact that Moscow had been abandoned by its inhabitants, bad enough in itself, that alarmed them, it was the prospect of having to tell the emperor, and how to tell him. Without putting His Majesty into the terrible situation that the French see as being open to ridicule, how could they tell him that it had been a waste of time waiting for the boyars, and there was nobody left in Moscow apart from a few drunken mobs? Some of them said come what may they would have to scrape up some kind of deputation, others said no, the emperor must be properly prepared by skillful persuasion, and then told the truth. We'll have to tell him eventually, said some members of the entourage. But gentlemen, the situation was made worse by the fact that the emperor, thoroughly absorbed in his magnanimous plans, was strolling patiently to and fro in front of the city map, shading his eyes now and then to look down the Moscow road, with a proud and happy smile on his face. It can't be done, the gentleman in waiting kept repeating with a shrug. They couldn't bring themselves to utter the terrible words that haunted all their minds, open to ridicule. Meanwhile, the emperor was getting tired of waiting in vain, and his strong histrionic sense told him that the magnificent moment, by going on too long, was beginning to lose its magnificence, so he gave a sign to his men. A solitary cannon boomed out the signal, and the occupying army marched into Moscow from several sides at once, through the Tver, Kaluga, and Dorogomilov gates. In they went, faster and faster, falling over each other, accelerating to a quick trot, occupying troops disappearing in their own clouds of dust and filling the air with their ringing, deafening shouts. Drawn on by the forward movement of the army, Napoleon himself went as far as the Dorogamilov gate, but there he came to a halt, got off his horse and took a long stroll under the Kamer-Kalasky rampart, still waiting for the deputation to arrive. Chapter 20. Meanwhile Moscow was empty. Some people were still there, up to 1 in 50 of the inhabitants had stayed behind, but in essence it was empty. It was as empty as a dying beehive with no queen. All life has gone from a hive without a queen. Yet a superficial glance at that kind of hive suggests it has as much life as any other. Under the hot rays of the midday sun the bees circulate just as happily round a queenless hive as they do round other hives that still have life. At a distance it still smells of honey, and the bees fly in and out just the same. Yet you only have to watch it for a while to see there is no life there. The flight of the bees is not the same as in living hives. The beekeeper is met with a smell and sounds that are different. When the beekeeper taps on the wall of a sick hive, instead of getting an immediate and unanimous response in the ominous lifting of stings and the buzzing of bees in their tens of thousands as they fan their racing wings into a healthy, living roar, he is greeted by a desultory buzzing from odd corners of an empty hive. The entrance no longer gives off a heady whiff of sweet-smelling honey and venom. There is no smell of fullness from within. The scent of honey intermingles with an odor of emptiness and decay. There are no guards round the entrance raising their stings, sounding the alarm, ready to die in defense of the hive. Gone is the low, even tenor of toil that sounds like water on the boil. All you hear is the broken, desultory noisiness of nothing. Long, black, honey-smeared scavenger bees fly in and out, timid and shifty. Instead of stinging they sneak away at the first sight of danger. Where once they flew in with nectar and flew out empty, now they fly out with honey. The beekeeper opens the lowest section and peers into the bottom of the hive. Instead of clusters of fat black bees clinging to each other's legs, subdued by their hard toil and hanging down to the floor while they work away with a ceaseless murmur to draw out the wax, sleepy, desiccated bees listlessly roam the roof and walls of the hive. What should have been a floor nicely polished with glue and swept clean by bees' wings is now a spattering of wax, excrement, bees in their last throes waggling their legs, and dead bees that haven't been cleared away. The beekeeper opens the top section of the hive and examines the super. Instead of tightly packed rows of bees sealing every gap in the combs and keeping the brood warm, he sees the cunning complexity of the combs themselves, without the virginal purity of their earlier days. It is a picture of filthy neglect. Black scavenger bees buzz around busily looking for plunder while the home bees, a desiccated, shrunken, shriveled up and listless lot, old before their time, drag themselves about, putting up no opposition, having lost all desire and any sense of being alive. Drones, hornets, bumblebees and butterflies flit about aimlessly, their wings tapping against the walls of the hive. Now and then the cells containing the dead brood and honey are stirred by an angry buzzing. Somewhere a couple of bees have reverted to their old ways without knowing why and started cleaning the hive, straining every nerve to drag away dead bees and bumblebees, and it is all beyond their strength. In a different corner another pair of old bees are going through the motions of fighting or cleaning themselves or feeding each other, though they don't know whether they are taking on friends or enemies. Somewhere else a crowd of bees squeezes up close together and picks on a victim, beating it and smothering it. The victim, dead or dying, then drops slowly down, light as a feather, onto a pile of corpses. The beekeeper parts the two center frames to look in on the nursery. Instead of seeing thousands of black bees sitting back to back in tightly packed rings guarding the lofty mysteries of generation, all he sees are miserable shells, a few hundred somnolent bees more dead than alive. Almost all of them have died unawares, sitting there in the sanctuary which was once theirs to guard but has now ceased to exist. They reek of death and decay. One or two of them manage to stir themselves and rise up to fly across feebly and settle on the hand of the invader, but they lack the will to sting him and die. The rest are dead, they flutter down as airy as fish scales. The beekeeper closes the section and puts a chalk mark on the hive. In his own good time he will return to break it open and burn it out. Moscow was as empty as this, and Napoleon, weary, restless and scowling, could be seen pacing up and down under the Kamerkalasky rampart as he waited to perform that purely formal but, to his mind, very necessary ritual, the receiving of a deputation. There were still a few people stirring themselves in odd corners of Moscow, aimlessly reverting to their old ways without knowing what they were doing. When, with all due delicacy, Napoleon was informed that Moscow was empty, he glared at his informant, turned his back on him and went on pacing up and down in silence. "My carriage," he said. He got in beside the duty adjutant, and drove through into the suburbs. Moscow deserted. What an incredible thing to happen, he said to himself. Instead of driving straight into town, he put up at an inn in the Dorogomilov suburb. His coup de theatre had not come off. Chapter 21. The long march of the Russian troops through Moscow went on from 2 o'clock at night to 2 o'clock the following afternoon, and they took with them the last departing citizens and the wounded soldiers. The greatest crush during the troop movement took place on the Kameny, Moskva and Yauza bridges. With the troops dividing into two streams to go round the Kremlin and backing up from the Moskva and Kameny bridges, a huge number of soldiers took advantage of the hold-up and congestion to turn back, steal past St. Basil's and through the Borovitsky Gate, and sneak uphill into Red Square, where instinct told them there would be easy pickings. It was like sale time at the Gostiny Bazaar, with every aisle and alley swarming with crowds. But there were none of the usual honeyed voices tempting and cajoling the passer-by, no hawkers, no crowds of brightly dressed women shoppers, just uniforms and greatcoats everywhere, no guns, as the soldiers went in empty-handed and came back out tight-lipped and loaded with plunder. The traders and salesmen, what few there were, wandered among the soldiers in a kind of daze, opening their stalls, relocking them, even helping the war heroes to carry things away. Outside in the square a military drummer summoned them to muster. But the drum roll did not affect the rampaging soldiers as once it had. Instead of bringing them in, it made them run away. Dotted among the soldiers in the shops and aisles were some men with the grey coats and shaven heads of convicts. Two officers, one with a scarf over his uniform, astride a scraggy dark grey horse, the other on foot, dressed in a military overcoat, stood talking on the Ilyinka corner. A third officer rode up. "Orders from the general. Whatever we do, we've got to get them moving. It's outrageous. Half the men have run away. Hey you. And you too. Where do you think you're going?" he shouted to three unarmed infantrymen who were sneaking past into the bazaar, holding up the skirts of their greatcoats. "Stop, you swine." "Well, you try rounding them up," answered another officer. "It can't be done. All we can do is push on faster so the last ones don't scarper." "Push on?" "They're stuck there up on the bridge. Nobody's moving. Could we cordon them in? Might stop them running away." "Well, go on in there." "Get them out," shouted the senior officer. The officer in the scarf dismounted, called up a drummer and went with him into the arcade. There was a surge of running soldiers. A shopkeeper with red pimples on his cheeks near his nose, and something on his well-fed face that spoke of steady determination in the pursuit of profit, came bustling up to the officer waving his arms in a great display of anxiety. "Your Honor," said he, "we need your protection. We can be quite generous, any little thing that catches your eye, our pleasure. Hang on, I'll fetch you a nice piece of cloth, a couple of nice pieces for a gentleman like you, sir." "Our pleasure. We do understand, you know, but this is daylight robbery. Please, Your Honor. Put somebody on guard. Give us a chance to lock up, at least." More shopkeepers crowded round. "No good moaning about it," said one of them, a thin man with a stern face. "When your head's chopped off you don't worry about your hairstyle. Let 'em have what they want." And he turned away with a great sweep of his arm. "It's all right for you, Ivan Sidorik. The first shopkeeper turned on him angrily. "Your Honor, please." "What's that supposed to mean?" shouted the thin man. "I've got 3 shops, goods worth 100,000. How can you guard that lot when the army's gone? Listen, everybody. God's will is with us still." "Please, Your Honor," said the first shopkeeper with a polite bow. The officer was taken aback. It was obvious from his face that he didn't know what to do. "What's it got to do with me?" he cried suddenly, and strode off rapidly down one of the aisles. In one open shop he heard people fighting and swearing, and as the officer got near, a man in a gray overcoat with a shaven head was bundled out of the door. This man squeezed down and slipped past the shopkeepers and the officer. The officer pounced on the soldiers who were still in the shop. But then the most awful shouting and screaming came from a huge crowd down near the Moskva bridge, and the officer ran out into the square. "What is it? What's happening?" he asked, but his comrade was already riding off in the direction the screams were coming from, beyond St. Basil's. He got on his horse and followed. When he reached the bridge, he saw 2 cannons ready for firing, the infantry marching across, 1 or 2 broken down wagons, some frightened faces, and some soldiers roaring with laughter. Near the cannons stood a wagon with a pair of horses in harness. At the back behind the wheels huddled 4 borzois in collars. The wagon was piled high with goods, and right on top, next to a little child's chair stowed upside down, sat a peasant woman at her wits' end, screaming. The officer learned from his comrades that the roaring of the crowd and the woman's shrieks were due to the fact that General Yermolov had come across this crowd, and when he found out the soldiers were wandering off into the shops and crowds of citizens were blocking the bridge, he had ordered the cannons down from their carriages so they could go through the motions of firing at the bridge. The crowd had surged forward, overturning wagons, trampling one another and yelling desperately in the crush, but the bridge had been cleared and the troops had moved on. Chapter 22. Meanwhile, the city itself was deserted. There was virtually no one out on the streets. All the gates and shops were closed, only the odd drinking house rang with solitary shouts or drunken singing. No one was out driving, and there was hardly a footstep to be heard. Povarsky Street stood silent and deserted. The vast courtyard of the Rostovs' house was littered with a few bits of straw and some during left behind by horses. Not a soul was to be seen. Inside the Rostovs' house, now abandoned with all its contents, there were 2 people in the great drawing room, the porter, Ignat, and the page boy, Mishka, Vasilika's grandson, who had stayed on with his grandfather. Mishka had opened the clavichord and was picking out notes with one finger. The porter was standing hands on hips in front of a huge mirror with a huge grin on his face. "Listen to me play, Uncle Ignat." "Isn't that good?" said the little boy, thumping down on the keys with both hands. "Get away with you," answered Ignat, watching his own face with amazement as the grin on it stretched wider and wider. "Oh, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves." "You really should," came a voice from behind them. Mavra had glided in silently. "Look at old Fatface with his stupid grin. So this is what you get up to. And there's work to be done down there. Vasilik is dead on his feet. Just you wait." Ignat stopped grinning, hitched up his belt and looked down at the floor as he walked out, humiliated. "Auntie, I was only having a little play," said the boy. "I'll give you having a little play, you little horror," shouted Mavra, shaking her fist at him. "Go and put the samovar on for your granddad." Wiping some dust away, she closed the clavichord, gave a sigh and walked out of the drawing room, shutting the door behind her. Back down in the yard, Mavra wondered what to do next: go and have a drink of tea in the lodge with Vasilik, or pop down to the storeroom and tidy up some of the things that still needed putting away. From the quiet street came the sound of rapid footsteps. They paused at the gate, and the latch rattled as someone tried to open it. Mavra went over. "Who do you want?" "The Count, old Count Rostov." And who might you be? I'm an officer. I really would like to see him, said a cheery voice, the voice of a Russian gentleman. Mavra opened the gate, and in walked a round-faced officer, a boy of 18, with features not unlike the Rostovs. They've gone away, sir. Went away last night, sir, their honors did, said Mavra welcomingly. The young officer stood there in the gateway and clicked his tongue as he wondered whether to come on in or stay where he was. Oh, how annoying, he said. I should have come yesterday. Oh, what a pity! Mavra was watching him sympathetically as she took in the young man's face with its familiar Rostov features, his tattered greatcoat and worn-out boots. What was it you was wanting to see the Count for? She asked. Oh dear. Now what shall I do? The officer muttered in annoyance, reaching for the gate as if he intended to go away. Then he stopped again, still hesitating. You see, he went on suddenly, I'm related to the Count, and he's always been so good to me. You see how I am? He looked down with a wry smile at his coat and boots. I'm in rags. I haven't a penny to my name. I was just going to ask the Count. Mavra cut him short. If I could ask you to wait just a minute, sir? Only a minute, she said. And the moment his fingers dropped from the latch she was off, tripping round to her lodge in the back court on her nippy old lady's legs. As she trotted off on her errand, the officer walked round the courtyard, looking down at his tattered boots with a thin smile on his face. What a pity I have missed Uncle Ilya. What a nice old lady. I wonder where she's gone. And how can I find out the shortest way back to my regiment? By now they'll be at the Rogovsky gate. All these thoughts went through the young officer's mind while she was away. Then Mavra came back round the corner looking scared but very determined. She was carrying something wrapped up in a check handkerchief. A few steps away from him she undid the handkerchief, took out a white 25-ruble note, and thrust it into the officer's hand. If His Excellency had been at home. I know he would have, well, blood's thicker than water. But with things as they are, you might be able to, Mavra was squirming with shyness and embarrassment. The officer did not refuse, neither did he hurry to take the note. He thanked her. If only the Count had been here, murmured Mavra apologetically. Christ be with you, sir. God keep you, she said, bowing to him and showing him the way out. The officer, smiling and shaking his head in what looked like self-mockery, jogged away down the empty streets to catch up with his regiment at the Yauza Bridge. Mavra's eyes were moist as she stood there outside the closed gate for some time, shaking her head pensively and feeling a great flood of maternal affection and sympathy for the unknown boy officer. Chapter 23. From a half-built house in Varvarka, where the ground floor served as a drinking shop, came the sounds of drunken revelry and singing. A dozen factory workers were sitting on benches at tables in a dirty little room. Woozy with drink, sweating and bleary-eyed, they were belting out some kind of a song through gaping mouths. They were putting everything into it, singing their hearts out, completely out of tune, not because they really wanted to sing, but just to let the world know they were out on the town and getting gloriously drunk. One of them, a tall, fair-haired young man in a clean blue coat, was up on his feet, standing over them. He might have been handsome, with his fine, straight nose, but for his tight thin lips that never stopped twitching and a pair of lackluster, staring, scowling eyes. He was standing over the singers, obviously transported as he solemnly and jerkily beat time over their heads with a bare, white arm and awkward fingers stuck out at all angles. His coat sleeve kept slipping down, and the young boy kept rolling it up again with his left hand, scrupulously, as if there was something special about that sinewy white arm, and it had to be kept bare for waving at them. In the midst of all the singing, the outer passage and the porch erupted in sounds of fighting and shouting. The tall young man gave one final flourish. "That's it," he shouted magisterially. "A fight, boys!" And he went out to the porch, still rolling his sleeve up. The workmen followed. They had brought the tavern keeper some skins from the factory that morning. He had treated them to wine, and they had stayed there drinking under the leadership of the tall young man. Some blacksmiths working not far away had heard the sounds of revelry coming from the drinking house, and jumped to the conclusion that it had been broken into. They wanted to smash their way in as well. There was fighting in the porch. The tavern keeper was scrapping with a blacksmith in the doorway, and the factory workers came out just in time to see the smith reel away from the tavern keeper and fall flat on his face on the pavement. Another blacksmith was shoving the tavern keeper with his chest as he struggled to get through the door. The young man with the rolled-up sleeve came at this intruder, hit him in the face and roared to his men, "Come on! Our boys are getting beaten up." By now the first blacksmith, back on his feet, was scratching blood from his battered face and wailing, "Police! Murder! They're killing people! Over here, boys! Holy saints! He's been beaten to death! There's a man here dead," screamed a woman coming out of the gate next door. A crowd soon gathered round the bleeding blacksmith. Not satisfied with ruining people and fleecing everybody, someone asked the tavern keeper, "Now you've done it. You've gone and killed him, you swine." The tall young man, now standing by the porch, looked blearily from tavern keeper to blacksmiths and back, spoiling for a fight but not knowing which way to turn. "You murderer," he roared suddenly at the tavern keeper. "Tie him up, boys. Come on then." "I'd like to see you try," roared the tavern keeper, tearing himself away from his attackers. He snatched off his cap and hurled it down on the ground. It was as if this action carried some deep and ominous meaning. The factory workers crowding in on him stood where they were, unsure of themselves. "You listen to me, mate. I knows the rules. I'm going to the police. You think I won't find them?" "Nobody gets away with robbery, not nowadays they don't," bawled the tavern keeper, picking up his cap. "We'll go too, damn you. Come on then, damn you." The tavern keeper and the tall young man were gabbling the same things one after another, and they both moved off down the street. The bloody-faced blacksmith was keeping pace with them. The workmen and a mob of bystanders came on behind with much chattering and shouting. Standing on the corner of Marasica, opposite a big house with closed shutters and a cobbler's signboard, were a couple of dozen miserable-looking bootmakers, a skinny, weary lot dressed in loose smocks and torn coats. "Owes us our money, he does," a thin workman with a straggly beard and severe scowl was saying. "Sucks the blood out of us, and then he's off. Strung us along he has, all this week, and now look, he's gone." He stopped when he saw the mob and the bloody-faced blacksmith. The bootmakers watched them with interest, only too eager to join in with the moving crowd. "Where's everybody going then?" "I'll tell you where. They're going to the police." "Is it true our lots had it?" "Well, what do you think? Listen to what folks is saying." The air was thick with questions and answers. As the rabble grew, the tavern keeper saw his chance, dropped away and went back to his house. The tall young man never noticed his foe slipping from him. His bare arm was working away as he gabbled on, attracting everybody's attention. The mob were homing in on him in particular, somehow assuming he might have the answers to the questions that worried them. "What we wants is law and order," he says. "That's what the government's for." "Isn't that right, good Christian folk?" said the tall young man, with the ghost of a smile on his face. "Does he think there's no government? How could we get by without a government? We'd all get robbed, wouldn't we?" "We've been listening to rubbish," went the word through the crowd. "They're not going to let Moscow go just like that. They've been spoofing, and you've swallowed it. Plenty of troops, aren't there? They're not going to let him in. That's the government for you. You listen to what folks is saying," they said, pointing to the tall fellow. By the Chinatown wall, another knot of people was gathering round a man in a rough coat holding a piece of paper. "It's a decree." "They're reading a decree," came voices from the crowd, and the mob surged round the reader. The man in the coat was reading the poster for the 31st of August. As the mob crowded round, he seemed disconcerted, but, under pressure from the tall young man, who had shoved his way through, he started to read the notice. There was a tremor in his voice. "First thing tomorrow I shall go and see His Serene Highness, the Prince," he read. "Serenatus," parroted the tall young man, with a triumphant smile and a deep frown, "to hold talks, go into action and give every assistance to the troops in exterminating the enemy swine. Root and branch we too shall." The reader went on, and then paused for a moment. "Hear that?" roared the tall young man triumphantly. "He's got the measure of them. We too shall destroy them and send these visitors to hell. I'll be back by dinner time, and we shall kick them, stick them and lick them, the enemy swine." These last words were delivered to a background of complete silence. The tall man's head dropped in dismay. It was obvious that nobody had taken these last words in. It was the phrase, "I'll be back by dinner time tomorrow," that seemed to affect everybody, reader and audience alike. The sensitivities of the crowd were strained to breaking point, and this was too ordinary, too down-to-earth, not what they wanted. Any one of them could have said it, and therefore it was something that should never have been said by higher authority. They stood there, all of them, silent and crestfallen. The tall man's lips were moving, and he was swaying. "Look! He's the one to ask." "It's him, isn't it?" "Ask him." "Go on." "He'll tell us," came sudden voices from the back of the crowd, and the general attention switched to a little carriage that had just driven into the square with an escort of 2 mounted dragoons. It was the police chief. The police chief, who had received orders that morning from Count Rostophin, along with a large sum of money that was still in his pocket, to go out and set fire to the wooden barges on the river, ordered his driver to stop when he saw a crowd bearing down on him. "Who are these people?" he shouted, watching them sidle forward diffidently in ones and twos. "Who are all these people?" "I'm asking you," repeated the police chief when he got no reply. "Your Honor," said the man in the rough coat, after His Excellency's proclamation, "Sir, they wanted to be of service, risking life and limb, not making any trouble, sir, as His Excellency said." "The Count has not gone. He is still here, and he will soon be making arrangements for you," said the police chief. "Get going," he said to the driver. The crowd stood still, clustering round those who had heard the words of authority, and watching the little carriage as it drove away. Meanwhile, the police chief looked round in alarm and said something to his driver. The horses put on speed. "They've done us." "Take us to the Count," roared the voice of the tall man. "Don't let him go, boys. What's he got to say for himself?" "Hold him," roared various voices, and the crowd rushed off after the carriage. The mob pursued the police chief all the way to Lubyanka, a noisy rabble. "Oh yes, the nobs and the tradesmen have all gone, and we're left here to go under. Treat us like dogs, don't they?" went the ever-growing murmur through the crowd. Chapter 24. On the evening of the 1st of September, Count Rostophin had come away from his meeting with Kutuzov feeling humiliated and offended that he had not been invited to the Council of War, and that Kutuzov had completely ignored his offer to play a role in the defense of the city, and also amazed at the new way of thinking he had picked up at the camp, whereby the tranquility of the capital and its patriotic fervor were being treated as secondary considerations, if not altogether irrelevant and trivial. Thus humiliated, offended and amazed, Count Rostophin had returned to Moscow. After supper he lay down on a sofa without getting undressed, and just before 2 in the morning he was woken up by a courier with a letter from Kutuzov. The letter said that since the troops were retreating to the Ryazan road on the other side of Moscow, would the Count kindly send some police officials to escort the troops through the town? There was nothing new in this. He had known Moscow was going to be surrendered not just since yesterday's meeting with Kutuzov on the Poklony Hill, but ever since the Battle of Borodino, and the time when all the generals arriving back in Moscow had declared unanimously that another battle was impossible, and he himself had approved the evacuation of government property by night, and half the inhabitants had dribbled away. Nevertheless, this communication, in the form of a simple note containing instructions from Kutuzov, received at night when he had just got to sleep, took the governor by surprise and annoyed him. In days to come, Count Rostophin would explain his actions during this period by writing more than once in his memoirs that his main aim at the time was twofold: to maintain the peace in Moscow and to get the citizens out. If this double purpose is admitted, everything Rostophin did seems beyond reproach. You ask why the holy relics, arms, ammunition, gunpowder and grain supplies were not taken away, why thousands of citizens were cheated into believing that Moscow was not going to be abandoned, and thus ruined. To keep the peace in Moscow, comes the explanation from Count Rostophin. Why were piles of useless papers from government offices, Lepich's balloon and things like that evacuated? To leave the town empty, comes the explanation from Count Rostophin. The mere mention of a threat to public order is enough to justify any action. All the horrors of the Reign of Terror in France were based on nothing more than a need to keep the peace. What foundation was there for Count Rostophin's dread of popular disturbance in Moscow in 1812? Was there any reason for presupposing a tendency towards revolution in the city? The inhabitants were leaving, Moscow was filling up with retreating troops. Why would the people be likely to rebel in these circumstances? As the enemy approached, nothing resembling a rebellion took place anywhere, neither in Moscow nor anywhere else in Russia. On the 1st and 2nd of September, more than 10,000 people were left behind in Moscow, and apart from a crowd that gathered in the commander-in-chief's courtyard, at his instigation, nothing happened. It is clear there would have been even less reason to expect popular disturbances if after the Battle of Borodino, when the surrender of Moscow had become a certainty, or at least a strong probability, Rostophin had taken steps for the evacuation of all the holy relics, gunpowder, ammunition and money, and told the people to their faces that the town was being abandoned, instead of working them into a frenzy by putting up posters and issuing weapons. Rostophin, a hot-headed and impulsive man, had always moved in the highest spheres of the administration, and although he was a patriot at heart, he didn't have the slightest knowledge of the people he thought he was governing. From the moment the enemy first entered Smolensk, Rostophin had formed a mental picture of himself as the leader of popular feeling, the very heart of Russia. Not only did he imagine, as do all administrators, that he was directing the actual behavior of all Muscovites, he really believed he was shaping their mental attitude by means of his appeals and posters, which were written in the kind of vulgar slang that is despised by the people in everyday situations and incomprehensible when it comes at them from on high. This rather grand role as the leader of popular feeling was so agreeable that Rostophin simply grew into it, and was therefore caught unawares by the sudden need to drop the role and surrender Moscow without any heroic posturing. The ground was cut from under him, and he had no idea what to do. He could see it coming, but he refused to believe in the surrender of Moscow until the very last minute, and he made no preparations. The inhabitants who were leaving were going against his wishes. If government offices were being evacuated, it was only at the insistence of the officials and with Rostophin's reluctant approval. He was himself entirely absorbed in his self-appointed role. As often happens with over-imaginative people, he had known for ages that Moscow was going to be surrendered, but his knowledge was of the intellectual kind. Deep down he refused to believe it, and couldn't make the mental adjustment to a new situation. All his efforts and energy, whether or not these were successful or had any effect on the people is another question, had gone into inspiring the people with his own feelings, a hatred of the French and self-confidence. But when the catastrophe began to assume its truly historic proportions, when it was no longer enough to express hatred of the French in words alone, when it became impossible to express that hatred even by fighting, when self-confidence became irrelevant to the one issue facing Moscow, when the population rose as one man, abandoned their property, and streamed out of Moscow in a negative demonstration of their positive patriotic feeling, then the part picked out for himself by Rostofan suddenly lost its meaning. All at once he felt forsaken, feeble and foolish, with no ground to stand on. When they woke him up to read Kutuzov's curt missive with its peremptory tone, Rostofan felt annoyed largely because he knew it was all his fault. Moscow was still full of things entrusted to him, government property that should have been removed. There was no chance now of getting it all away. Who's responsible for this? Who has let all this come about, he wondered. Not me, of course. I had everything ready. I had Moscow, like this, in the palm of my hand. Now look what's happened. Villains, traitors, he thought, without defining too precisely who these villains and traitors were, but feeling a deep need to hate some treacherous people who must be to blame for the false and ludicrous position he now found himself in. Rostofan spent the whole night issuing instructions, and he had men coming in from all over Moscow. Those close to him had never seen the Count so depressed and touchy. Your Excellency, there's someone here from the Provincial Registrar's Department. The director is waiting for instructions. From the consistory, the Senate, the university, the Foundling Hospital. The suffragan has sent someone, he wants to know. Oh, the fire brigade, any orders for them? The prison governor, the superintendent of the lunatic asylum. All night long the Count was faced with a relentless stream of visitors reporting in. His responses to all these inquiries were curt and tetchy, as if to say that instructions from him were now no longer necessary because all his careful preparations had been ruined by somebody, and that somebody would have to answer for anything that might happen from now on. Oh, tell that idiot, he replied to the inquiry from the Registrar's Department, to stay on and guard his own archives. And what's all this nonsense about the fire brigade? If they have any horses, let them go off to Vladimir. Don't leave them behind for the French to get hold of. Sir, the superintendent of the lunatic asylum is here. What are your orders for him? Orders? Tell them all to go, that's all. And let the lunatics out into the town. We've got madmen in charge of our armies, so God must want this lot out as well. When asked about the convicts in the jail, the Count roared furiously at the overseer. What, do you want me to give you 2 non-existent battalions to escort them? Just let them go, and have done with it. Sir, there are some political prisoners, Meshkov, Vereshchagin. Haven't they hanged him yet? Cried Rostofan. Bring him in here. Chapter 25. By 9 o'clock next morning, with the troops on their way through Moscow, people had stopped coming to Rostofan for instructions. Anyone who could get away was doing so without any prompting, and those who stayed behind were making their own decisions about what needed to be done. Count Rostofan had himself driven to Sokolniki, where he sat down in his study with his arms folded and a dark scowl on his sallow face, and waited in silence. In moments of untroubled repose, every administrator feels that the entire population working under him is kept going only by his efforts. This feeling of being absolutely indispensable gives every administrator his greatest sense of reward for all the hard work that he puts in. It is easy to understand that while ever the ocean of history remains calm, a pilot administrator in a little bobbing boat holding onto the ship of the people with a tiny boathook, and moving along with it, might easily think he is driving the ship that he is clinging to. But the moment a storm comes up, with the sea heaving and the ship tossing about, this kind of delusion immediately becomes impossible. The great ship on its vast course is a free agent, the boathook can no longer reach the moving vessel, and the pilot who had been in charge, providing all the power, finds himself transformed into a creature that is pathetically useless. Rostofan could sense this, and he was infuriated. The police chief who had been confronted by the crowd arrived to see him just as an adjutant walked in to tell him his horses were ready. Both men were pale, and the police chief, after reporting that he had carried out his assignment, told Count Rostophin there was a huge crowd of people out in the courtyard wanting to see him. Without saying a word, Rostophin got to his feet and walked out quickly into his airy, luxuriously appointed drawing room, where he crossed to the balcony door and took hold of the handle, only to let go of it and move across to a window that gave a better view of the whole crowd. The tall young man was standing at the front, with a serious look on his face, waving his arms in the air and saying something. The bloody-faced blacksmith stood next to him looking truculent. The roar of raised voices came in through the closed windows. "Is the carriage ready?" said Rostophin, moving back from the window. "Yes, Your Excellency," said the adjutant. Rostophin went back to the balcony door. "Well, what do they want?" he asked the police chief. "Sir, they say they are following your orders and they have come together to go and fight the French." There was some shouting about treachery. "But they are a rough lot, Your Excellency. I only just managed to get away. Your Excellency, if I may advise you." "Please go." "I know what to do without any help from you," cried Rostophin angrily. He stood at the balcony door looking down at the crowd. "Look what they've done to Russia. Look what they've done to me," he thought, feeling a great surge of uncontainable fury against the persons unknown who must be to blame for what was happening. As is often the case with hot-headed people, the fact that he was in a foul temper meant that he needed someone to vent his fury on. "There they are, the mob, the dregs," he thought, looking down at the crowd. "This is the rabble they have stirred up by their folly. What they need is a victim," it occurred to him as he watched the tall man in front with his arm in the air. And why did it occur to him? Because he too needed a victim, some object to vent his fury on. "Is the carriage ready?" he asked again. "Yes, Your Excellency." "What are your orders in relation to Vereshchagin?" "He is waiting by the steps," answered the adjutant. "Oh, is he?" cried Rostophin, as if he had suddenly remembered something. He flung open the door and strode purposefully out onto the balcony. The roar of voices instantly died down, caps and hats were doffed, and all eyes looked up at the governor. "Good day, men," said the count, raising his voice and speaking quickly. "Thank you for coming here. I'll be with you in a moment, but first we have to deal with a criminal. We have to punish the villain who has brought Moscow to its knees. Wait there for me." And he strode back inside, slamming the door behind him. A murmur of approval and pleasure ran through the crowd. "He'll sort 'em out, all them traitors. Talk about the French, he's got the measure of that lot," said the people, only too keen to blame everybody else for their own lack of faith. A few minutes later an officer hurried out of the main entrance, and brought the dragoons to attention. The crowd surged eagerly across from the balcony to the front steps. An angry-looking Rostophin emerged rapidly at the top of them, and glanced round quickly as if he was looking for somebody. "Where is he?" he said, and the moment he said it he caught sight of a young man with a long, thin neck, and the shaven half of his head covered with a short stubble, coming round the corner of the building between two dragoons. This young man was wearing a thin blue coat with a fox-fur lining that had once looked very smart, and a filthy pair of rough and baggy convict's trousers with the bottoms shoved down into a pair of dirty boots that had worn thin. His feeble and spindly legs were heavily shackled and he was finding it difficult to walk properly. "Ah," said Rostophin, hurriedly averting his eyes from the young man in the fur-lined coat and pointing to the bottom step. "Place him there." Clanking his shackles, the young man struggled to his appointed place on the step. Running a finger round the inside of his coat collar, which was too tight, he turned his long neck this way and that, and then gave a deep sigh as he folded his thin hands, not the hands of a workman, over his stomach in a gesture of resignation. For several seconds, while the young man was getting himself up onto the step, there was complete silence. Only at the back of the crowd, with everybody pressing forward in the same direction, was there any noise, some grunting and groaning amid all the pushing and shoving. Rostophin scowled and passed a hand over his face as he waited for him to arrive at the appointed spot. "Listen, men," he said, with a metallic ring to his voice. "This man, Vereshchagin, is the swine that has lost Moscow for us." The young man in the fur-lined coat, stooping a little and showing no resistance, stood there with hands still clasped together over his stomach. His haggard young face, with its look of despair and hideously disfigured by the half-shaven head, hung down. At these opening words he slowly raised his head and looked up at the Count from below, as if he wanted to say something to him, or at least to catch his eye. But Rostophin kept his eyes away from him. A blue vein behind the young man's ear stood out like a cord on his long, thin neck, and suddenly his face colored up. All eyes were on him. He stared out at the crowd, and, as if detecting signs of encouragement on the faces before him, he gave a pathetic little smile and looked down again, shuffling his feet on the step. "He is a traitor to his Tsar and his country. He went over to Bonaparte. He is the only Russian to have disgraced a Russian name. It is because of him that we are losing Moscow," said Rostophin in a grating monotone, and suddenly he took a quick glance down at Vereshchagin, who was still standing there in the same attitude of resignation. As if to indicate that one look at him was the last straw, he raised a fist in the air and virtually screamed at the crowd. "You judge him. Do what you want with him." The people were silent. All they did was squeeze up closer. Clutching at each other, struggling to breathe in that highly charged, stifling atmosphere, unable to move, vaguely sensing the approach of some indescribable horror, the mob could not take much more. The men at the front who had seen and heard all that had gone on before them stood there horror-stricken with wide eyes and gaping mouths, straining their backs to resist the pressure from behind. "Give him a thrashing. Let this traitor die and no longer disgrace the name of a Russian citizen," screamed Rostophin. "Kill him. That's an order." No one could hear what Rostophin was saying, but the fury in his voice was enough to send a deep groan through the mob and make them surge forward. But then once again they stopped. "Count!" Vereshchagin's timid yet theatrical voice cut across the momentary silence. "Count, God above is our only," said Vereshchagin, looking up, and again the thick vein pulsated with blood on his thin neck. The color raced to his cheeks and just as quickly faded. He never finished what he had started to say. "Kill him." "That's an order," yelled Rostophin, suddenly as white as Vereshchagin himself. "Sabers at the ready," shouted the officer to the dragoons, drawing his own weapon. Another wave, now overwhelming, swept through the crowd from back to front, shoving everybody forward, and sent those at the front staggering over to the bottom steps. The tall young man, with a stony look on his face, found himself right next to Vereshchagin, with his fist still rigid in the air. "Hit him," the officer said to the dragoons in a voice not much more than a whisper, and one of the soldiers, his face suddenly contorted with fury, lashed Vereshchagin on the head with the flat of his sword. Vereshchagin gave a quick gasp of surprise, and looked round in alarm, as if he couldn't understand why they had done this to him. An echoing gasp of surprise and horror ran through the crowd. "Oh Lord in heaven," came a pathetic call from one side. But Vereshchagin's instinctive gasp of surprise was followed by a heartbreaking howl of pain, and this was his undoing. The thread of human sympathy that had been holding the mob in check had been stretched to breaking point, and now it snapped. The crime was begun, it must run its full course. A plaintive cry of reproach was submerged in the menacing, furious roar of the mob. Like the legendary seventh wave that shatters a ship, one last, devastating wave surged from the back of the crowd right through to the front, swept people off their feet and engulfed everything. The dragoon who had hit Vereshchagin was gathering himself for a second blow. Vereshchagin gave a scream of terror, hid his face in his hands and dashed out into the crowd. He ran straight into the tall young man, who grabbed Vereshchagin's slender neck with both hands, and roared like a wild animal as they went down together under the feet of the stampeding, trampling mob. Some hands lashed out and tore at Vereshchagin, others at the tall young man. And the screams coming from people getting crushed in the crowd and from some who were trying to rescue the tall young man only increased the frenzy of the mob. It took the dragoons some time to get the bleeding, half-dead factory worker out of the crowd. And all this time, however frantically the mob tried to finish off what had been started, the men who were beating and throttling Vereshchagin, intent on tearing him limb from limb, couldn't manage to kill him. The crowd pressed in on all sides, squashing them in the middle, surging back and forth like one great heaving mass, and they could neither finish him off nor leave him alone. Give him one with an axe, eh? Look, he's been trampled to death. Traitor! Judas! No, he's still alive, he is, you know. He had it coming to him. Try this hatchet. Isn't he dead yet? It was only when the victim had stopped struggling, and his screams had fizzled out into a drawn-out, rhythmic gurgling sound, that the mob began to step gingerly away from the bleeding corpse that lay there on the ground. Everybody came up to have a look at what had been done, and they all shrank back in horror, amazed and accusing. "Oh Lord, the people are like wild animals. He couldn't have lived through that," came the voices in the crowd. "Only a boy. Looks like he's a merchant's son. Oh, the people. Somebody said they've got the wrong man. No, he's not the right one. Oh Lord. Another man's been beaten up too, half dead, they do say. Oh, the people. They don't think about sin anymore." It was the same men speaking, now full of pain and pity as they looked down at the dead body with its blue face filthy with matted dust and blood, and its long, slender, half-severed neck. A punctilious police official, thinking it wasn't very nice to leave a dead body lying around in His Excellency's courtyard, told the dragoons to haul the body out into the street. 2 dragoons took hold of the mangled legs, and dragged the body away. The dead head, shaven, gory and grimy, trailed along the ground, bumping from side to side on its long neck. The crowd shrank back from the corpse. When Vereshchagin fell to the ground, and the crowd of yelling savages closed in and surged over him, Rostophin suddenly went pale, and instead of going through to the back entrance where his horses were waiting, he scuttled off down a corridor that led only to some ground floor rooms, looking down and without the slightest idea where he was going or why. The Count's face was white, and he couldn't control a feverish trembling in his jaw. This way, Your Excellency." "Where are you going, sir?" "Would you like to come this way?" said a quavering, timorous voice behind him. Words were beyond Rostophin as he turned back and went where he was shown. There was his carriage at the back entrance. Even here they could hear the distant roar of the howling mob. Count Rostophin scrambled up into his carriage, and told them to drive to his country house at Sokolniki. When they got to Myasnitsky Street and the shouting of the mob fell away, the Count began to have second thoughts. The emotion and panic he had displayed before his subordinates were now a source of embarrassment. Ghastly, hideous rabble. They're like wolves. Only flesh will satisfy them, he thought. "Count, God above is our only," Vereshchagin's words suddenly came back to him, and a horrible chill ran down his spine. But it soon passed, and Count Rostophin smiled at himself with some scorn. "I had other things to do. The people had to be satisfied. Many other victims have perished, and are still perishing, for the public good," he thought, and he started to run through the range of obligations he owed to his family, the city entrusted to his care, and himself. Not as Fyodor Rostophin may be considered to have sacrificed himself for the public good, but as governor of Moscow, the representative of state power fully authorized by the Tsar. If I had been just plain Fyodor Rostophin, my line of action might have been totally different, but I was duty-bound to preserve the life and the status of the governor. Rocking gently in the softly sprung carriage, out of range of the mob and its ghastly noises, Rostophin found himself physically comforted, and, as always, along with the physical relief came help from his intellect, which was busy fabricating good reasons for moral comfort too. The thought that reassured Rostophin was hardly original. Since time began and men started killing each other, no man has ever committed such a crime against one of his fellows without comforting himself with the same idea. This idea is the public good, a supposed benefit for other people. No person in control of his passions is ever aware of this benefit, but a man fresh from committing such a crime always knows for certain where the benefit lies. Rostophin knew. Far from reproaching himself in his own mind for what he had just done, he congratulated himself on having made the most of a fleeting opportunity to punish a criminal, and at the same time placate the mob. Vereshchagin had been tried and sentenced to death, Rostophin reflected, though the Senate had sentenced Vereshchagin to nothing more than hard labor. He was a spy and a traitor. I couldn't have let him go unpunished, and so I got two birds with one stone. I satisfied the mob by giving them a victim, and I executed a villain. By the time he had arrived home at his country house and got involved in some domestic arrangements, the Count's peace of mind was complete. Within half an hour he was off again, speeding across the Sokolniki plain, no longer absorbed in the recent past, but thinking and planning ahead. He was heading for the Yaouza Bridge, where he had been told he would find Kutuzov. In his imagination he was rehearsing one or two angry, caustic phrases for use in tearing a strip off Kutuzov for his deception. He would make it clear to this foxy old courtier that all the responsibility for the calamities that were bound to follow the surrender of Moscow, and the ruin of Russia, as he cared to put it, lay upon his dottery old head. Running through what he was going to say, Rostophin twisted furiously back and forth inside the carriage, glaring fiercely out of both windows. The Sokolniki plain was deserted. Only at the far end, by the almshouse and the lunatic asylum, did they begin to see little knots of people in white clothing, and one or two similarly dressed individuals, walking about on the plain, shouting and waving their arms. One of them was running across to intercept Count Rostophin's carriage. The Count, his driver, and all the dragoons stared with a confused feeling of horror mixed with curiosity at these madmen who had been given their freedom, and especially the one who was cutting across them. Wobbling along on his long, spindly legs, with his dressing gown flapping behind him, this madman ran flat out with his eyes glued on Rostophin, shouting something in a hoarse voice and waving him down. He had a dark and solemn look on his thin, sallow face with its patchy bits of straggly beard. His agate black eyes with their rolling saffron whites jumped and jerked. "Stop! I tell you!" "Stop!" came his thin, shrill voice, and he followed this up with another wheezy call accompanied by other weird sounds and insistent hand movements. He caught up with the carriage and ran alongside. "Thrice they have slain me. Thrice did I rise again from the dead. I have been stoned and crucified. I shall rise again, rise again, rise again. My body they have torn to pieces. The kingdom of heaven shall be cast down. Thrice shall I cast it down, and thrice shall I raise it up again," he wailed, his voice getting higher and louder. Suddenly Count Rostophin turned as white as he had done when the crowd had fallen upon Vereshchagin. He looked away. "Gigi, get going, faster," he called to his driver in a quavering voice. The carriage put on all speed. But Count Rostophin kept on hearing somewhere at his back the mindless scream of despair as it echoed away into the far distance, while up ahead his eyes saw nothing but the shocked and scared, bleeding face of the traitor in the fur-lined coat. For all the newness of that image, Rostophin suddenly realized it was deeply imprinted on his heart, etched in blood. He knew the bloody imprint of that memory would never be healed, and the more distant it became, the more cruelly and viciously the dreaded memory would survive in his heart to the end of his days. He seemed to hear the sound of his own words coming back, "Kill him, or you'll answer with your heads." Why did I utter those words? They just came out. I needn't have said them, he thought, and then nothing at all would have happened. He saw again the face of the dragoon who had struck the first blow, scared to begin with but then suddenly roused to a frenzy, and the diffident glance of unspoken reproach leveled at him by that young man in the fur-lined coat. But I didn't do it for myself. I was duty-bound to do what I did. The rabble, the traitor, the public good, he thought to himself. There were still hordes of troops near the bridge over the Yauza. It was hot. Kutuzov cut a weary, brooding figure as he sat on a bench not far from the bridge, and he was doodling with his whip in the sand when a noisy carriage came rattling up. A man in a general's uniform complete with plumed hat came over to Kutuzov and spoke to him in French, his eyes darting about between fury and fear. It was Count Rostophin. He told Kutuzov he had had to come here, because Moscow was no more, the capital city had gone, and only the army was left. It might have been different if your Serene Highness had not assured me you would never surrender Moscow without a fight. None of this would have happened. Kutuzov stared at Rostophin as if he couldn't make head or tail of what he was saying and had to concentrate hard in the hope of picking out some special meaning flickering for a moment on the face of the man addressing him. Rostophin wound down in some embarrassment. Kutuzov gave a slight shake of his head and murmured quietly, with his searching eyes still glued on Rostophin's face, "No, I won't surrender Moscow without a fight." Whether Kutuzov was otherwise preoccupied when he uttered these words, or said them deliberately, knowing how meaningless they were, Count Rostophin hurried away without replying. And lo and behold! The Governor-General of Moscow, the proud Count Rostophin, picked up a whip, walked over to the bridge, and began directing the carts that were blocking the way. Chapter 26. It was getting on for 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Murat's troops entered Moscow. Out in front rode a detachment of the Württemberg Hussars, behind them came the King of Naples himself with a large suite of men. Halfway down the Arbat, near to St. Nicholas's Church, Murat called a halt and waited for a report from the advanced detachment on the present situation at Le Kremlin, the Moscow citadel. A little knot of remaining Muscovites gathered round Murat. They stared in polite bemusement at the curious figure of the long-haired commander all decked out in feathers and gold. What's he supposed to be then? Is it him? Is he their czar? Not bad, is he? Came a few quiet voices. An interpreter came over to the group of onlookers. "Hey, caps, take your caps off," went the word in the little crowd as people turned to each other. The interpreter asked an old porter how far it was to the Kremlin. The porter listened blankly to a stream of Russian coming at him with a weird Polish accent, couldn't tell that the interpreter was speaking his language and didn't understand a word of it, so he dived behind the others for safety. Murat came over to the interpreter and told him to ask where the Russian troops had gone. One of the Russians understood what they were after, and soon several voices were answering the interpreter all at the same time. A French officer from the advanced detachment then rode up to Murat and reported that the gates into the citadel had been barricaded, and there was probably an ambush there. "Good," said Murat. He turned to one of the gentlemen of his suite and ordered him to bring up 4 light cannons and open fire on the gates. The artillery came trotting out from the column of troops behind Murat, and rode off down the Arbat. When they got to the end of Vozdvizhenka, the artillery came to a halt and formed up in the square. Several French officers supervised the sighting and spacing of the cannons, and looked across at the Kremlin through a telescope. The Kremlin bells were ringing for evening service, and the sound of them worried the French. They could only take this as a call to arms. A few infantrymen ran over to the Q5 gate. The entry was barricaded with beams and planks. 2 musket shots rang out from the gateway the moment it was approached by an officer with some of his men. The general standing by the cannons yelled across some words of command, and the officer and the soldiers ran back. 3 more shots came from the gate. One grazed the leg of a French soldier, and a few voices could be heard uttering strange cries from behind the barricade. The faces of the French general, the officers and men changed in a flash, as if someone had given an order, expressions of quiet good humor giving way to looks of grim determination, close concentration and readiness for action and suffering. To every last man from the marshal to the humblest soldier, this was now not one of the streets in Moscow or the Trinity Gate, it was another battlefield, and bloodshed was likely. They all stood ready to fight. The shouting on the other side of the gateway died down. The cannons were brought forward. The gunners blew the ash off their burnt-down linstocks. An officer shouted fire, and 2 canister shots whistled over one after another. The shot rattled against the stone gateway, the beams and barriers, and 2 wavering smoke clouds rose above the square. A few seconds after the echoes of the shots had died away over the stonework of the Kremlin, the French heard a strange sound overhead. Thousands of jackdaws soared up from the walls and circled round in the air with raucous cawing and a great flapping of wings. Along with this sound a solitary human cry was heard from the gate, and through the smoke emerged the figure of a bare-headed man wearing a long peasant's coat. He held up his musket and took aim at the French. "Fire," repeated the artillery officer, and a musket shot and 2 cannon shots rang out simultaneously. Once again the gate was enveloped in smoke. There was now no movement from behind the barricade, and the French infantrymen approached the gate with their officers. There in the gateway lay 7 Russians, 3 wounded and 4 dead. 2 men in long peasant coats were seen running away along the walls down towards Znamenka. "Get rid of this lot," said the officer, pointing to the beams and the dead bodies. The French soldiers finished off the wounded, and threw the dead bodies over the parapet. Who these men were nobody knew. They were dismissed in a few words, "Get rid of this lot," thrown down below and later cleared away to avoid a stink. The historian Thiers is unique in devoting a few eloquent lines to their memory. These wretched men had invaded the sacred citadel, taken weapons from the arsenal and fired on the French, the wretches. Some of them were dispatched with swords, and the Kremlin was purged of their presence. Marat was informed that the way had been cleared. The French came in through the gate and began to set up camp on Senate Square. The soldiers threw chairs down into the square from the Senate House windows and lit fires with them. Other detachments marched past the Kremlin and pitched camp along Morosaika, Lubyanka, and Pokrovka. Others set themselves up in Vozdvizhenka, Znamenka, Nikolsky, and Tverskoy. With no hosts available, the French decided not to take over any houses. Instead, they pitched camp as normal, but out in the town. The French were a ragged lot, hungry and exhausted, and their numbers were down by 2/3, but their soldiers entered Moscow in good order. It was a harassed and exhausted army, though still ready for action and a real threat. But it remained an army only up to the point when its soldiers scattered themselves all over the town. Once the soldiers began to find their various ways into wealthy, deserted houses, the army had gone forever, to be replaced by men who were neither citizens nor soldiers, but in-between creatures of the type known as looters. 5 weeks later these same men would set out from Moscow, and by then they had ceased to be an army. They were a mob of looters, all of them carrying or wheeling piles of things they considered valuable or useful. The aim of these departing men was not what it had been before, to acquit themselves well in battle, but simply to keep all the loot they had managed to get their hands on. Like a monkey who slips his hand down the narrow neck of a jug and grabs a handful of nuts, and then refuses to open his fist for fear of dropping his treasure, even if it costs him his life, the departing French were obviously bound to come to grief because of all the loot they were carrying, and it was no more possible for them to abandon their loot than for the monkey to let go of his handful of nuts. 10 minutes after the dispersal of the French regiments all over the various districts of Moscow, not a soldier or officer was left. At the windows of houses men in greatcoats and Hessian boots could be seen laughing as they strolled about the rooms. Down in the cellars and out in the storerooms the same sort of men were taking over any provisions, in the yards the same sort of men were unlocking or breaking into coach houses and stables, in the kitchens they were lighting fires, and rolling up their sleeves to start mixing, kneading, and baking, and they were either scaring the women and children out of their wits or amusing them and being nice. And men like these were all over the place, in all the shops and houses. They existed in great numbers, but there wasn't any army. Throughout that first day, the French commanders issued order after order forbidding the troops to disperse about the town, strictly prohibiting violent behavior towards any inhabitants and looting, and calling everybody to a general roll call that evening. But in defiance of all such measures, the men who had so recently made up an army drained away all over this wealthy, deserted city, so richly supplied with goods and luxuries. Like a ravening herd of cattle that sticks together while crossing a barren plain but scatters unstoppably in all directions as soon as they get to green pastures, the army scattered unstoppably throughout this wealthy town. Moscow had no inhabitants, and the soldiers were rapidly absorbed like water soaking into sand, as they drained away unstoppably in all directions, radiating out starwise from the Kremlin, their first point of entry. Cavalry soldiers would find their way into a merchant's house abandoned with all its belongings, where there was more than enough stabling for their horses, yet still go on to occupy another house because it seemed better. Many took several houses, chalking the occupier's name outside. There were quarrels with other companies over possession, and they even came to blows. The soldiers had barely settled in before they rushed out to have a look round the town, and when they heard about places where everything had been abandoned, they charged off to pick up valuable items that could be had for the taking. Officers who followed on to stop this behavior couldn't help getting involved themselves. In Carriage Row there were shops still stocked with carriages, and generals flocked there to choose coaches and carriages for their own use. The few remaining citizens invited officers into their homes in the hope of protecting themselves against robbery. These were days of bonanza, with no end to the wealth available. Everywhere, in all the places surrounding the districts occupied by the French, there were new regions as yet unexplored and unoccupied which the French imagined to be teeming with more good things. And Moscow steadily absorbed them. But it was like water flowing over dry soil when the water and the soil mingle into mud. When the ravenous army entered the wealthy, deserted city, both the army and the wealth soon disappeared, and the result was a place of filth, burning buildings, and gangs of looters. The French attributed the burning of Moscow to Rostophin and his ferocious patriotism, the Russians to French barbarism. In point of fact, there never has been, and never could be, any satisfactory explanation of the burning of Moscow, not in terms of attributing responsibility to any one person or group of people. Moscow burnt because she found herself in a situation in which any town of wooden construction was bound to burn, whether or not it had 130 pretty useless fire appliances at its disposal. Once her inhabitants had gone away, Moscow was bound to burn, just as a pile of wood shavings is bound to catch fire if you scatter sparks all over it for days on end. A town of wooden buildings where something catches fire almost every day during the summer, even when the owners are still there and the police are at hand, is sure to burn when the property owners have gone away and been replaced by pipe-smoking soldiers who use Senate House chairs as firewood in Senate Square and cook themselves a meal twice a day. Even in peacetime, whenever troops are billeted in villages, the number of fires in the district goes up straight away. How much greater the likelihood of fire in an abandoned town built of wood and occupied by foreign troops? There is no point in blaming it on Rostophin's ferocious patriotism or French savagery. Moscow was set on fire by men smoking pipes, kitchen stoves, and campfires, by the careless behavior of enemy soldiers living in houses they didn't own. If there was any arson, which is very doubtful because no one had any reason to go round starting fires, and in any case that is a tricky business and also very dangerous, we cannot claim this as the real cause because the same thing would have happened without it. However convenient it may have been for the French to blame the ferocious Rostophin, and for the Russians to blame that villain Napoleon, or at a later date to hand the heroic torch to their patriot peasantry, we cannot hide the fact that there could never be one single reason behind the fire, because Moscow was as certain to burn as any village, factory, or house abandoned by its owners and taken over by strangers to live in and cook their porridge. Yes, it is true that Moscow was burnt by its inhabitants, but it was burnt by those who went away rather than those who stayed behind. Moscow was not like Berlin, Vienna, and other cities that emerged unscathed from the enemy occupation. The difference was that her inhabitants, instead of welcoming the French with the keys of the city and the traditional bread and salt, preferred to walk away. Chapter 27. It was not until the evening of the 2nd of September that the process of absorbing the French into Moscow by spreading out starwise finally reached the district where Pierre was staying. After 2 days spent in isolation and unusual circumstances, Pierre was in a state bordering on insanity. He was wholly obsessed by a single idea. He didn't know when or how it had come about, but he was now so completely obsessed that he remembered nothing from the past, and understood nothing of the present. Everything he saw and heard seemed dreamlike as it passed before him. Pierre had left his own house simply to escape from the challenging and complex tangle of everyday demands that he could not unravel in his current state of mind. He had gone to Osip Bazdiev's house ostensibly to sort out the dead man's books and papers, but actually in search of peace and quiet amidst all the turmoil of his life. In his heart and memory he associated Bazdiev with a different realm of quietude and ideas that seemed solemn and eternal, the exact opposite of the tangled web of anxiety that he could feel himself being drawn into. He sought a quiet refuge, and he certainly found one in Bazdiev's study. Sitting there in the deathlike stillness of the study with his head in his hands and his elbows on the dead man's dusty desk, one by one he brought back to mind all the impressions of the last few days, considering them calmly and with full understanding, especially the Battle of Borodino and that overwhelming sense of his own insignificance and hollowness compared with the righteousness, simplicity, and strength of character of those few people who had left a mark on his soul and whom he thought of as them. When Gerasim had interrupted his reverie, Pierre's first thought was that he might go out and join the people in their defense of Moscow. He knew such a proposal was in the air. This was why he had asked Gerasim to get him a peasant's coat and a pistol, and why he told him he was going to hide his identity and stay on in Bazdiev's house. Then throughout his first day of solitude and idleness, Pierre made several attempts to concentrate on the Masonic manuscripts, but to no avail. His mind had been drawn back repeatedly to a vague recollection of an idea that had been nagging at him for some time, the Kabbalistic significance that linked his name with Napoleon's. But as yet the idea that he, Elrus Bisohov, was fated to put an end to the power of the beast, was nothing more than one of those dreams that pop up in the mind spontaneously and are immediately gone without trace. When Pierre had bought the peasant's coat, with the sole object of joining the people in the defense of Moscow, and then met the Rostovs, and Natasha had said, "Are you staying on?" "I think it's wonderful." It occurred to him that it really might be wonderful, even if they took Moscow, for him to stay on and fulfill his destiny. The next day he had followed the people out to the Three Hills Gate with one idea in mind, to spare no effort in keeping up with them in everything they did. But when he came back, certain that Moscow was not going to be defended, he suddenly felt that what had seemed like an outside possibility before had now become an unavoidable necessity. He had to stay on in Moscow, hide his identity, meet Napoleon, and kill him. He had to put an end to the misery of Europe, all of which in Pierre's estimation could be laid at Napoleon's door, or die in the attempt. Pierre knew every detail of the German student's attempt on Napoleon's life in Vienna in 1809-3, and he also knew that the student had been shot. But the danger to which he was exposing himself in fulfilling his purpose acted only as a further stimulus. Two emotions of equal intensity drove him inexorably on. The first was the impulse towards sacrifice and suffering stemming from his sense of the common calamity, the feeling that had induced him to go down to Mozhaysk on the 25th and find his way into the very thick of the battle, and had now made him give up his life of ease and luxury, run away from home, sleep in his clothes on a hard sofa and eat the same food as Gerasim. The other was that vague, exclusively Russian, feeling of contempt for everything conventional, artificial, rooted solely in human experience, a contempt for everything that most people would consider the best things in the world. Pierre had felt this strangely attractive emotion for the first time in the Slobodskoy Palace, when it suddenly occurred to him that wealth, power, life itself, all the things that men put so much effort into building up and maintaining, if they have any value at all, are never worth more than the pleasure to be had by renouncing them. It was the feeling that makes a volunteer recruit spend his last farthing on drink, or a drunken man smash mirrors and windows for no good reason, even though he knows it will cost him what little he has, the feeling that impels a man to do things that the common mentality would write off as insane, In order to take the measure of his own independence and strength by maintaining the existence of a higher code transcending everyday experience by which human life is to be judged. Ever since the day when Pierre had experienced this emotion for the first time in the Slobodskoy Palace, it had exerted a strong hold on him, but only now did he feel able to give it its head. More than that, Pierre now found himself confirmed in his purpose, and prevented from abandoning it, by everything he had already done towards its fulfillment. His running away from home, the peasant coat, the pistol, his meeting with the Rostovs when he had told them he was staying on in Moscow, it would all seem so humiliating and ridiculous, something Pierre cared about, if after all that he had turned round and left Moscow like everybody else. As always, Pierre's physical condition corresponded to his state of mind. The rough diet that was so new to him, all the vodka he drank during those days, the absence of wine and cigars, his dirty unchanged linen, and 2 nights without much sleep on a short sofa with no bedclothes, all kept Pierre in a state of nervous tension not far from madness. It was getting on for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The French were now in Moscow. Pierre knew this, but instead of doing anything he just sat there thinking about the task that lay ahead of him, going over it in minute detail. In his daydreams Pierre never had a clear picture of himself carrying out the murder, nor of Napoleon dying, but he could imagine with stark vividness and wistful enjoyment his own demise and his manly heroism. Yes, one for all. I must do it or die in the attempt, he thought. Yes, I'll get near him, and then suddenly. Pistol or dagger, thought Pierre. Well, it doesn't make any difference. You are being executed not by me but the hand of Providence, I shall say. Pierre was wondering what to say at the moment of killing Napoleon. Go on then. Take me. Execute me, Pierre would go on to say, bowing his head with a sad but resolute expression on his face. While Pierre was standing there in the middle of the room thinking along these lines, the door of the study opened, and there in the doorway stood Makar Bazdiev. Before, he had always looked so diffident, but now he was completely transformed. His dressing gown hung open. His face was red and hideously contorted. He had obviously been drinking. When he saw Pierre he was taken aback for a moment, but then, noticing that Pierre was as shocked as he was, he rallied and tottered out into the middle of the room on his spindly legs. They're not up to it, his hoarse voice said confidingly. I'm telling you. I shall not surrender. Is that not right, sir? He paused and thought for a moment, then he took one look at the pistol lying on the table, grabbed it with surprising speed and rushed out into the corridor. Gerasim, the porter, who had been following Makar, stopped him in the hallway and tried to take the pistol from him. Pierre came out of the study and watched the half-insane old man with a mixture of revulsion and compassion. Makar was frowning with exertion as he struggled to hold on to the pistol, and he called out in his hoarse voice, obviously dreaming up some great adventure. To arms! Prepare for boarding! Oh no you don't! You're not getting this, he was shouting. Everything's going to be quite all right. Please let go, sir. There you are, sir. Please, Gerasim was saying, trying to steer Makar gently by his elbows towards the door. Who are you? Napoleon, roared Makar. That's not very nice, sir. Just come into your room, please, and have a little lie down. Give me that little pistol. Begone, you scurvy knave. Don't touch me. See this, screamed Makar, brandishing the pistol. Prepare for boarding. See if you can grab it, Gerasim whispered to the porter. They seized Makar by the arms and dragged him off towards the door. The hallway rang with the unseemly sounds of a scuffle and a drunken voice, wheezy and gasping. Then there was another cry, a woman screaming out in the porch, and the cook came running into the vestibule. Look who's here! Lord in heaven! 4 of M, on horses, she screamed. Gerasim and the porter let go of Makar. The corridor was quiet for a moment, then it echoed with a loud knocking as several hands pounded on the front door. Chapter 28. Pierre had made up his mind it would be better for him not to reveal his title or his knowledge of French until his purpose had been achieved, so he stood by the half-open door into the corridor, determined to hide as soon as the French came in. But when they did, Pierre stayed by the door, held there by an irresistible curiosity. There were two of them. One was an officer, tall and handsome, a fine figure of a man. The other, obviously a common soldier or an orderly, was a short, thin, sunburnt man with sunken cheeks and a blank look on his face. The officer limped in first, leaning on a stick. He took only a few steps before apparently deciding that these would make good quarters. He stopped, turned round and bawled in an authoritative voice to the soldiers standing in the doorway to put up the horses. Having seen to this, he crooked an elbow and raised it on high ostentatiously, smoothing his mustache and touching his hat. "Good day to you one and all," he said in French with a cheery smile, taking a good look around. There was no response. "Are you the master of the house?" the officer asked Gerasim. Gerasim gave the officer an anxious, quizzical look. "Quarters. Quarters. Lodgings," said the officer, peering down at the little man from his great height with a cheery, ingratiating smile. "The French are good fellows. No harsh words between us, old fellow," he went on in French, looking at Gerasim, who was too scared to speak, and clapping him on the shoulder. "I say, are there no French speakers in this establishment?" he added, looking round and meeting Pierre's eyes. Pierre shrank back from the door. The officer turned back to Gerasim, and asked to be shown over the house. "Gone master, no savvy, me you," said Gerasim, trying to add meaning to his words by saying them in the wrong order. The French officer gave a smile, waved his hands in front of Gerasim's nose to let him know he didn't understand either, and limped over towards the door where Pierre was standing. Pierre made a move, intending to go and hide, but at that very moment he caught a glimpse of Makar Bazdiev, who had appeared at the open kitchen door with a pistol in his hand. With a madman's cunning, Makar eyed the Frenchman, raised his pistol and took aim. "Prepare for boarding," yelled the drunken man, squeezing the trigger. The French officer spun round at this cry, and at the same instant Pierre flung himself at the drunkard. As Pierre grabbed the pistol and jerked it up in the air, Makar finally managed to get his finger on the trigger. There was a terrific bang and they were all enveloped in a cloud of smoke. The Frenchman turned pale and rushed back to the door. Forgetting his intention of hiding his knowledge of French, Pierre snatched the pistol away and threw it down, before running over to the officer and speaking to him in French. "You're not wounded, are you?" he asked. "No, I don't think so," answered the officer, checking all over his body, "but it was a near thing," he added, pointing to a hole in the plaster on one wall. "Who is this man?" he asked with a grim look at Pierre. "Oh, I really am in despair at what's happened," Pierre blurted out, forgetting the part he was supposed to be playing. "He's a madman, a wretched creature. He didn't know what he was doing." The officer went over to Makar and fingered his collar. Makar's lips were pouting as he leant shakily against the wall. He seemed almost to be falling asleep. "You brigand! You're going to pay for this," said the Frenchman, letting go of him. "We are merciful in victory, but we do not pardon traitors," he added with a splendid flourish, looking all grave and gloomy. Pierre carried on in French, trying to persuade the officer not to be too hard on this drunken imbecile. The Frenchman listened in silence with the same gloomy air, and then suddenly turned to Pierre with a smile on his face. He stared at him for several seconds without saying anything. Then his handsome face melted into an expression of histrionic sentimentality, and he held out his hand. "You saved my life. You are French," he said. For this Frenchman there could be no other conclusion. Heroic deeds could only be performed by Frenchmen, and saving the life of Monsieur Rambal, captain of the 13th Light Brigade, had been an unmistakably heroic deed. But, for all the sureness of the officer's conclusion and his absolute certainty, Pierre felt he had to disillusion him. "I'm Russian," he said quickly.
Toot toot toot.
"Tell that to other people," said the Frenchman, smiling and waving a finger before his nose. "You can tell me all about it later on," he said. Delighted to meet a fellow countryman. "Well then, what shall we do with this man?" he added, treating Pierre like a brother in arms. The French officer's expression and tone seemed to imply that if Pierre really wasn't a Frenchman he would hardly want to disavow the designation once it had been bestowed, this being the most honorable title in the world. Pierre dealt with his last question, and explained again who Makar Bazdiev was. He also explained that just before the officer's arrival the drunken imbecile had managed to snatch a loaded pistol and they had been unable to get it off him. Pierre begged him to let his action go unpunished. The Frenchman stuck out his chest, and made a regal gesture with one hand. "You saved my life. You are a Frenchman. You ask me to pardon him. I grant you his pardon. Take this man away." The French officer spoke quickly and with strong emphasis. He had latched on to Pierre, promoting him to French citizenship for having saved his life, and now walked with him further into the house. The soldiers, who had heard the shot out in the yard, had come into the passage to find out what was happening, only too keen to help punish any offenders, but the officer stopped them in their tracks. "You will be sent for when you are needed," he said. The soldiers withdrew. The orderly, who had found his way to the kitchen, came in to report to the officer. "Captain, they have soup and a leg of mutton in the kitchen," he said. "Shall I serve them up?" "Yes, and the wine," said the captain. Chapter 29. The French officer walked further in with Pierre, who felt duty bound to repeat for the captain's benefit that he wasn't French. He also made an attempt to go his own way, but the captain wouldn't hear of it. He was so courteous, polite, affable, and genuinely grateful to him for saving his life that Pierre hadn't the heart to refuse, so he sat down with him in the first large room they came to. When Pierre kept on insisting he wasn't French, the captain, plainly at a loss to understand how anyone could repudiate such a flattering title, gave a shrug and said that if he insisted on passing himself off as a Russian, so be it, but it made no difference, he would still feel a special bond between them that would last forever, eternal gratitude to Pierre for saving his life. If this man had shown even the slightest sensitivity towards the feelings of others, and had had the faintest inkling of what Pierre was going through, Pierre might well have walked away at this point. But since the man was a bundle of energy and impervious to anything beyond himself, he was too much for Pierre. "Frenchman or Russian Prince Incognito," said the Frenchman with a glance at Pierre's dirty but obviously high-quality linen, and the ring on his finger. "I owe my life to you, and I offer you my friendship. A Frenchman never forgets an insult or a favor. I offer you my friendship. That's all I have to say." The officer's smile, tone of voice, facial expression, and hand movements spoke so eloquently of open-heartedness and nobility, in the French sense, that Pierre instinctively smiled back as he accepted the outstretched hand. Captain Rambal of the 13th Light Brigade, Chevalier of the Legion of Honor following the business of the 7th of September, for he said by way of introduction, an irrepressible smile of self-satisfaction curling the corners of his mouth under the mustache. "Will you now please tell me with whom I have the honor of conducting this pleasant conversation when I might have been lying in an ambulance with that madman's bullet in my body?" Pierre said he wasn't in a position to give his name, and he colored up as he tried to think of another name and started to give reasons for not being in a position to name himself, but the Frenchman cut him short. "Please," he said. "I understand your reasons. You're an officer, maybe a staff officer. You have taken up arms against us. That's none of my business. I owe you my life, and that's what counts. I am at your service. You are a nobleman, aren't you?" he added rather quizzically. Pierre gave a bow. "Well, please tell me your Christian name." I ask no more than that. Monsieur Pierre, you say? Splendid. That's all I want to know. When they had served up the mutton, an omelette, a samovar, vodka, and some wine taken from a Russian cellar and brought along by the French, Rambal invited Pierre to share his meal, and then he set to work himself with the greedy appetite of a healthy, hungry man, munching away with his strong teeth, and continually smacking his lips and exclaiming, "Splendid! Delicious!" His reddened face was soon running with perspiration. Pierre was feeling hungry too, and he joined in with a will. Morel, the orderly, brought some hot water in a saucepan and put a bottle of claret in it to warm. He returned with a bottle of kvass for them to taste. This drink was already known to the French, and it had its own nickname. They called it Peg's lemonade, and Morel, who had found it in the kitchen, praised it to the skies. But since the captain had his wine, acquired on the way across Moscow, he let Morel have the kvass while he attended to the bottle of Bordeaux. He wrapped a napkin round the neck of the bottle and poured out a glass of wine for himself and Pierre. With his appetite satisfied and the wine going to his head, the captain became livelier than ever, and he chatted away incessantly throughout dinner. "Oh yes, my dear Monsieur Pierre, I owe you a candle in church for saving me from that madman. I've got quite enough bullets in my body, you know. Here's one from Bagram," he pointed to his side, "and 2 from Smolensk, the scar on his cheek. And there's this leg that won't walk, as I'm sure you've noticed. I got that at the great battle outside La Moscova on the 7th. The reference was to Borodino. My God, that was a splendid day. You should have seen it, a deluge of fire. You gave us a tough time there. Something to be proud of, I'll say. And do you know? I might have caught a bit of a cold, but I'd do it all over again. I'm sorry for anyone who wasn't there." "I was," said Pierre. "Were you really?" pursued the Frenchman. "Oh well, all the better then. You are proud enemies, though. The big redoubt was well held, for goodness sake. And you made us pay for it too. I went at it 3 times, sure as I'm sitting here. 3 times we were right on top of the cannons, and 3 times we were driven back like men of cardboard. Oh, it was splendid, Monsieur Pierre. Your grenadiers were superb, by God. I watched them close ranks 6 times in succession and march as if they were out on parade. Wonderful men. Our King of Naples, who knows it all backwards, yelled out, 'Bravo! Aha! Soldiers like us,' he said after a moment's silence. 'All the better, Monsieur Pierre, all the better. Terrible in war, chivalrous with the fair sex.'" He gave a wink and a smile. "There you have the French, M. Pierre. Isn't that right?" The captain was so simple-hearted and good-humored, so cheery, self-contained and pleased with himself that Pierre almost winked back as he enjoyed watching him. It was probably the mention of chivalry that brought the captain round to contemplating the state of things in Moscow. "By the way, do tell me, is it true that all the women have left Moscow? What a curious idea. What were they frightened of?" "Wouldn't the French ladies leave Paris if the Russians came?" said Pierre.
Ah.
The Frenchman burst out in a roar of spirited laughter, clapping Pierre on the shoulder. "That's a good one, that is," he went on. "Paris. But Paris. Paris. Paris is the capital of the world," said Pierre, finishing the sentence for him. The captain looked at Pierre. He had the habit of stopping in mid-conversation and staring closely with his gentle, laughing eyes. "Well, if you hadn't told me you're a Russian I would have laid odds you came from Paris. You have that indefinable quality," and after this compliment he stared at him again in silence. "I have been in Paris. I spent years there," said Pierre. "I can see that. Paris. A man who doesn't know Paris is a barbarian. You can spot a Parisian a mile off. Paris is Talma, La Duquesnoy, Poitiers, the Sorbonne. 5. The boulevards. But, suddenly aware that this conclusion was becoming rather anticlimactic, he hastened to add, there is only one Paris in the world. You've been in Paris, but you stayed Russian. Well, I don't think any the less of you for that. Pierre was now feeling the effect of the wine, and after several days spent alone with his gloomy thoughts he found himself drawn irresistibly into enjoying this conversation with such a cheerful and good-hearted person. To return to your ladies, I hear they are very beautiful. What a ridiculous idea to go and bury themselves out on the steppe when the French army is in Moscow. What a lost opportunity. Your peasants are different, but you civilized people ought to know us better than that. We have taken Vienna, Berlin, Madrid, Naples, Rome, Warsaw, every capital in the world. We are feared, but we are also loved. We are worth knowing. And as for the emperor, he started to say, but Pierre cut across him. The emperor, he repeated, his face looking suddenly somber and embarrassed. Is the emperor? The emperor? He is generosity, mercy, justice, order, genius, that's what the emperor is. I can vouch for it. I, Rambel, the man you see before you, was an enemy of his 8 years ago. My father was an émigré count. But he has won me over, that man has. Take in hold of me. I couldn't resist the spectacle of the greatness and glory he was heaping on France. When I understood what he wanted, when I saw he was preparing a bed of laurels for us, I said to myself, you know, this is a monarch. And I gave myself up to him. Oh yes, he is the greatest man of past centuries and those to come. But is he here in Moscow? Pierre asked, hesitantly, with a shifty look. No, he will make his entry tomorrow, said the French officer, and he went on with his chatter. Their conversation was interrupted by voices from the gate, followed by Morel coming in to tell the captain some Württemberg hussars had arrived and they wanted to put up their horses in the yard where the captains were already put up. The worst thing was that the hussars couldn't understand what was being said to them. The captain sent for the senior NCO and asked him sternly which regiment he belonged to, who his commanding officer was, and on what basis he allowed himself to start taking over quarters that were already occupied. He was a German who knew very little French, and although he managed answers to the first 2 questions, he replied to the last one, which he hadn't understood, in a mixture of broken French and German, saying that he was quartermaster of his regiment, acting under orders from his superior officer to occupy all the houses one after another. Pierre was a German speaker, and he translated the German's words for the captain, and then translated the captain's response for the benefit of the Württemberg hussar. Once he understood what was being said to him, the German gave way and went off with his men. The captain went out to the entrance and barked out a few orders. When he came back and Pierre was sitting in the same place, with his hands clasped around his head. His face was a picture of anguish. He really was going through it at that moment. The moment the captain had gone out and Pierre had been left alone, he suddenly came to and realized what a situation he was now in. It wasn't just that Moscow had been taken, or that these lucky conquerors were making themselves at home and patronizing him, that tormented him at that time, painful though all this was in itself. He was tormented by a sudden awareness of his own weakness. 1 or 2 glasses of wine and a chat with this genial man had destroyed the mood of somber concentration he had been living in for the last few days, and this mood was essential to him if he was going to carry out his mission. His things were ready, the pistol, the dagger and the peasant's coat. Napoleon was making his entry tomorrow. Pierre felt just as convinced it would be the right and proper thing to do to slay this villain, but he now had the feeling he was not going to do it. Why not? He didn't know, it was just a vague presentiment that he wasn't going to carry out his mission. He was fighting against this awareness of his own weakness, knowing somehow he wasn't going to overcome it, and his dark ideas of yesterday, vengeance, murder and self-sacrifice, had been blown away like dust at the first contact with another human being. The captain came back in, limping a little and whistling to himself. The Frenchman's chatter that Pierre had found so amusing now seemed revolting. His whistling, his walk, and his way of twirling his mustache all seemed like an insult to Pierre now. "I'll go. I won't say another word to him," thought Pierre. He may have thought this, but he still sat there, transfixed by a strange feeling of weakness. He longed to get up and go, but he couldn't do it. The captain, by contrast, seemed in high spirits. He paced the room a couple of times. There was a gleam in his eye and a slight twitch in his mustache as if he was smiling to himself at some secret joke. "Charming fellow, the colonel of these Württembergers," he blurted out. "He's German, but a good fellow if ever there was one. Still, he is German." He sat down facing Pierre. "By the way, I see you're a German speaker." Pierre looked at him in silence. "What's the German for shelter?" "Shelter," parroted Pierre. "Shelter in German is Unterkunft." "Say again." The captain spoke quickly and doubtfully. "Unterkunft," repeated Pierre. "Unterkopf," said the captain, and he stared at Pierre for several seconds with laughter in his eyes. "Awful fools these Germans, aren't they, Monsieur Pierre?" he concluded. "Oh well, another bottle of this Moscow claret, eh? Morel, warm us another bottle." "Morel," the captain shouted cheerily. Morel came in with candles and another bottle of wine. The captain glanced at Pierre in the candlelight, and was visibly struck by the look of anguish on his companion's face. Rambal came over to Pierre and bent towards him with all the appearance of genuine sympathy and regret. "Oh dear, we are looking gloomy," he said, touching Pierre on the arm. "Have I offended you in some way? No, tell me, please, have you anything to hold against me?" He was full of questions. "Maybe it's just the present situation?" Pierre said nothing, but he looked warmly into the Frenchman's eyes. He liked his display of sympathy. "My word of honor, apart from being in your debt, I feel we are friends. Is there anything I can do for you? I am yours to command. In life and death." "I say so hand on heart," he said, slapping himself on the chest. "Thank you," said Pierre. The captain looked closely at Pierre just as he had done when learning the German for shelter, and his face suddenly brightened. "Very well, then. Here's to our friendship," he cried breezily, pouring out 2 glasses of wine. Pierre took the glass and drained it. Rambal did the same, gave Pierre's arm another squeeze, and leant forward with his elbows on the table in an attitude of wistful contemplation. "Yes, my dear friend, such are the vagaries of fortune," he began. "Who would have said I would one day be a soldier and captain of dragoons in the service of Bonaparte, as we used to call him? Yet here I am with him in Moscow. I must tell you, my dear fellow," he continued in the doleful rhythmic tones of a man about to embark on a long story, "our name is one of the oldest in France." And with the easygoing simplicity and openness of a Frenchman, the captain told Pierre the history of his ancestors, his childhood, adolescence and manhood, and everything to do with his relations, his fortunes and his family. Naturally enough, my poor mother played a prominent part in the recital. But that's only the stage setting of life. The real thing is love. Love. "Isn't that right, Monsieur Pierre?" he said, warming to his theme. "Another glass." Pierre drained his glass again, and filled up a third one. "Ah, women! Women!" And the captain gazed at Pierre with brimming eyes as he launched into the subject of love and his erotic exploits. There had been a lot of them, and this was easy to believe if the officer's rather smug but handsome face and the eager enthusiasm with which he talked about women were anything to go by. Although all Rambal's accounts of his love affairs had that degrading quality that the French see as the uniqueness and poetic charm of love, the captain told his stories with such genuine certainty that he was the only man who had ever tasted and known the delights of love, and he described women in such alluring terms, that Pierre could not help but be a good listener. Clearly, the Frenchman's favorite version of love was neither that mean, straightforward kind of love that Pierre had once felt for his wife nor the romantic love, blown up out of all proportion by himself, that he now felt for Natasha. Rambal treated both these kinds of love with equal contempt, one was for working men, the other for morons. The love that this Frenchman celebrated consisted mainly in having an unnatural relationship with a woman, and in combinations of outrageous behavior that set the highest premium on sensuality. Thus the captain related the moving story of his love for a seductive 35-year-old marquise, which had gone on at the same time as an affair with a charming, innocent child of 17, the daughter of the said seductive marquise. The battle between mother and daughter as to who could be the more generous ended with the mother sacrificing herself and offering her daughter in marriage to her lover, an outcome that even now, as a distant memory, was capable of moving the captain deeply. Then he related an episode in which the husband played the part of the lover, and he, the lover, the part of the husband, and several comic episodes among his memoirs of Germany, the land where Unterkunft means shelter, husbands eat nothing but cabbage soup, and the young girls are excessively blonde. The last episode, dating back only to Poland, was still fresh in the captain's memory and described with rapid hand movements and a face ablaze with passion. He had saved the life of a Pole. Saving people's lives was a constant theme running through the captain's stories, and this man had entrusted him with his seductive wife, a Paris girl at heart, while he himself went off to serve with the French. The captain had been delighted, and the seductive Polish lady had wanted to run away with him, but the captain had been moved by a sudden feeling of generosity and restored the wife to the husband with the words, "I once saved your life. Now I save your honor." At the repetition of these words the captain wiped his eyes and gave himself a shake, as if to rid himself of the weakness that had come over him at the onset of this touching memory. As often happens late in the evening when the effects of the wine are making themselves felt, Pierre was able to follow and understand every detail of what the captain was saying while also following his own train of personal memories that happened to have popped up in his imagination. As he listened to all these love stories, his own love for Natasha suddenly came into his mind, and as he ran through all the tokens of that love in his imagination, he was mentally comparing them with Rambal's stories. As he listened to a story of conflict between love and duty, Pierre could see before him every last detail of that meeting with the object of his own love at the Succor of Water Tower. At the time he had not been much affected by it, and not once had it come to mind since. But now he thought he could see something deeply significant and very romantic in that meeting. "Come on, Pyotr Kirillik. I knew it was you." He could hear her words now. He could see her eyes, her smile, her traveling cap with a stray curl peeping out from under it, and it all seemed so sad and moving now. When the captain got to the end of his tale about the seductive Polish lady, he turned to Pierre and asked whether he had had any experiences like this. Did he know of any examples of someone sacrificing himself for love while envying a lawful husband? Roused by this question, Pierre looked up and felt an irresistible urge to talk about what was on his mind. He started off by explaining that he looked upon love for a woman rather differently. He said that in all his life he had only ever loved one woman, and he still loved her, and this woman could never be his. "You don't say," said the captain. Pierre went on to explain that he had loved this woman from her earliest years, but had not dared to think of her because she was then too young, and besides he had been an illegitimate son with no name of his own. Then, when he had received a name and great riches, he had not dared think of her because he loved her too much, because he put her on a pedestal high above the whole world, and especially above himself. When he got to this point in his story, Pierre asked the captain whether he could understand all this. The captain gestured for him to go on with the story even if he couldn't understand it. "Platonic love. Passing clouds," he muttered. It may have been the wine, or an urge to speak out, or the thought that this man didn't know, and never could know any of the people in his story, or all of these things together, but something loosened Pierre's tongue. With trembling lips and a faraway look in his brimming eyes, he came out with the whole story, everything about his marriage, and the story of Natasha's love for his best friend, and her unfaithfulness, and his own uncomplicated relationship with her. In response to questions from Rambal, he also told him what he had at first been at pains to hide, his position in society, and he even disclosed his name. The part of the story that really impressed the captain was the fact that Pierre was a very rich man with 2 palatial houses in Moscow, and when he had abandoned everything, instead of leaving Moscow he had stayed on in the town, hiding his name and social standing. Late at night they went outside together. The night was warm and clear. Over on the left there was a glow from the first fire to break out in Moscow, out in Petrovka. On the right a young crescent moon stood high in the sky, and across the firmament in the opposite direction hovered the shining comet that was connected in Pierre's heart with his love. At the gateway into the yard stood Gerasim, the cook, and 2 Frenchmen. They could be heard laughing as they carried on a mutually incomprehensible conversation. They were looking across towards the glow of the fire burning in the town. A small fire a long way away in a huge city was nothing to worry about. Gazing up at the lofty, starlit sky, the moon, the comet and the glow from the fire, Pierre felt a thrill of joyous and tender emotion. How splendid it all is! What more could anyone want, he thought. And then suddenly, when he remembered what his mission was, his head seemed to spin, and he felt so nauseous that he had to lean against a fence to avoid falling down. Without saying goodnight to his new friend, Pierre tottered away from the gate and found his way back to his room, where he lay down on the sofa and fell fast asleep. Chapter 30. The glow from the first fire to break out, on the 2nd of September, was watched from various roads and with mixed feelings by citizens streaming out of Moscow on foot and in vehicles, and also the retreating troops. That night the Rostovs had stopped at Matishki, about 15 miles outside Moscow. They had set out so late on the 1st of September, the road had been so blocked with traffic and troops, so many things had been forgotten and servants sent back to get them, that they had decided to stop for the first night when they were only 2 or 3 miles out of town. They were late setting out the next morning, and again there were so many delays they got no further than Great Minishi. At 10 o'clock the Rostov family, and the wounded soldiers traveling with them, had all found places for themselves in the yards and huts of the village, which was quite a large one. The Rostov servants and drivers, along with the orderlies of the wounded officers, settled their masters for the night, had some supper, fed the horses and came out onto the wooden steps of one of the huts. In the next hut lay one of Raevsky's adjutants, who was moaning and groaning in the most piteous way from the pain of a fractured wrist, a terrible sound that cut through the darkness of the autumn night. At the first stop this adjutant had spent the night in the same yard as the Rostovs. The countess claimed she had never closed an eye all night because of all the moaning, and at Matishki she had moved into a less comfortable hut just to get further away from the wounded man. It was one of the servants who noticed something in the dark night sky up above the body of a tall carriage by the entry, another small glow from a fire. They had seen one glow some time before, and everybody knew it came from Little Matishki, where Mamonov's Cossacks had set the place on fire. "Hey, look, boys! Another fire," said the orderly. They all looked across at the glow. "Yes, but they told us Mamonov's Cossacks had set fire to Little Matishki." "Get away! That's not Matishki, it's further in. Get an eyeful of that. Looks like it's in Moscow." 2 of the men went down the steps, walked round in front of the carriage and squatted on the step. "Yon's too far left. Look, Matishki's way over there, and that's miles away on the other side." More servants joined them. "That's got going, that has," said one. "Gentlemen, Moscow's on fire. It's in Sushchovsky or Mavrogorsky." There was no response. For some time all the servants stared in silence at the distant flames of this new conflagration. Old Danilo, the Count's valet, as he was called, came up to the crowd and shouted at little Mishka. "Stupid boy! Don't stand there gawping. The Count might want something and there'd be nobody there. Go and sort them clothes out." "Hey, I only run out for some water," said Mishka. "What do you think, Danilo?" "Moscow's on fire, isn't it?" asked one of the footmen. Danilo said nothing, and again for quite some time they all stood there in silence. The blaze was moving, the glow was spreading. "Lord have mercy on us. The wind's gettin' up, after all that drought," said the same voice. "That's well on, that is. Oh Lord in heaven! Look, you can see the jackdaws. Lord, have mercy on us miserable sinners." "Don't worry. They'll soon put that out." "Who will?" came the voice of Danilo, silent until then. His voice was gentle and deliberate. "'Tis Moscow sure enough, boys," he said. "There she be, our mother, the white." His voice faltered and he broke down in choking sobs, sounding like the old man he was. And this seemed to be all that was needed for the others to take in the full meaning of the glow they were watching. All that could be heard were people sighing and saying prayers, and the old valet choking and sobbing. Chapter 31. The valet went back in and told the Count Moscow was on fire. The Count put on his dressing gown and came out to have a look. Sonia, who was still dressed, came out with him and so did Madame Schoss. Natasha and the Countess were left alone indoors. Petya was no longer with the family, having gone on ahead to join his regiment on the march to Troitsa. The Countess burst into tears when she heard that Moscow was in flames. Natasha's lively eyes had settled as she sat, pale-faced, on the same bench under the icons that she had gone straight to when they had arrived, and she ignored what her father was saying. She was listening to the never-ending moan coming from the adjutant, which could be heard 3 huts away. "Oh, it's so awful," cried Sonia, coming in from the yard chilled and frightened. "I'm sure the whole of Moscow will be burnt down. There's a terrible glow over everything. Natasha, come and have a look. You can see through the window," she said to her cousin, obviously trying to distract her. But Natasha stared back as if she couldn't understand what was being asked of her, and she turned round to stare again at the corner of the stove. Natasha had been in this frozen state since that morning, when Sonia, to the amazement and annoyance of the Countess, had for some unknown reason seen fit to tell Natasha about Prince Andrei's wound, and the fact that he was there with them in their convoy. Sonia had rarely suffered such fury from the Countess. Sonia had wept and asked to be forgiven, and she now seemed to be trying to smooth things over by being unfailingly nice to her cousin. "Look, Natasha, it's on fire." "It's awful," said Sonia. "What's on fire?" asked Natasha. "Oh yes, Moscow." And to get rid of Sonia without giving offense by ignoring her, she moved her head nearer the window and looked through it from an angle that made it impossible for her to see anything, and then went back to her former position. "Did you see it?" "Yes, I really did," she said in a voice that pleaded to be left in peace. Neither the Countess nor Sonia had any trouble understanding why. Moscow, even in flames, or anything else in the world, might not be of the slightest interest to Natasha. The Count came back in and lay down behind the partition. The Countess went over to Natasha, rested the back of her hand on her head, as she always did when her daughter was ill, and then brushed her forehead with her lips as if to find out whether she was running a temperature, before giving her a kiss. "You've got a chill. You're shaking all over. You ought to lie down," she said. "You what?" "Oh yes, all right, I will. In a minute," said Natasha. When Natasha had been told that morning that Prince Andrei was seriously wounded and was traveling with them, her instinctive response had been to ask lots of questions. Where were they taking him? How had it happened? Was he badly hurt? Could she see him? But once she had been told she couldn't see him, and his wound was serious but his life wasn't in danger. Even though she clearly didn't believe them, she could see she would get the same answers whatever she said, so she stopped asking questions and refused to speak at all. All day long Natasha had sat there rigidly in the corner of the carriage with a special look in her wide, staring eyes that the Countess knew only too well and always dreaded, and she was still sitting like that now on the little bench in the hut. She was hatching something. She was making her mind up, perhaps she had already done so. The Countess knew full well, but she had no idea what Natasha had decided to do, and this was a terrible source of worry. "Natasha, do get undressed, darling. Come into bed with me." The Countess was the only one to have had a proper bed made up. Madame Schoss and the two girls were having to sleep on the floor on piles of hay. "No, Mama, I'll lie down here on the floor," said Natasha irritably. She went over to the window and opened it. The moaning adjutant sounded much louder with the window open. She put her head out into the humid night air, and the Countess could see her slender shoulders racked with sobs heaving against the window frame. Natasha knew it wasn't Prince Andrei moaning. She knew Prince Andrei was in their yard, in the next hut just across the passage, but still, that terrible, never-ending moaning and groaning was making her sob. The Countess exchanged a glance with Sonia. "Come to bed, sweetheart. Do come to bed, darling," said the Countess, reaching out to touch Natasha gently on the shoulder. "It really is time for bed." "Yes, all right. I'll go to bed now, straight away," said Natasha, getting undressed so quickly she broke some of the strings on her petticoats. Slipping off her dress and putting on a bed jacket, she sat down with her feet tucked under her on the bed made up on the floor, jerked her short pigtail of very fine hair forward over her shoulder and started to replait it. Her long, thin, practiced fingers moved quickly and skillfully as she separated the hair, braided it and tied it up again. Natasha was moving her head from side to side as she always did, but she started fixedly ahead the whole time and her wide eyes had a feverish look about them. When she had finished getting ready for bed, she lowered herself gently down onto the sheet spread over the hay on the side nearest the door. "Natasha, you go in the middle," said Sonia. "No, I'll stay here," said Natasha. "And please come to bed yourselves," she added irritably before burying her face in the pillow. The Countess, Madame Schoss and Sonia got undressed very quickly and were soon in bed. Only the icon lamp was left burning. But outside, the fire at Little Matishki lit up the landscape for more than a mile around. There was a lot of noise coming from some drunken peasants at the tavern across the street where Mamonov's Cossacks had broken in, and the adjutant could still be heard moaning and groaning. Natasha lay there for a long time listening to the sounds coming to her from within and without, and she never moved a muscle. First she heard her mother praying and sighing, then her bed creaking under her, then Madame Schoss whistling and snoring as she always did, then Sonia breathing softly. The Countess called out to Natasha. Natasha didn't respond. "I think she's asleep, Mama," whispered Sonia. The Countess waited for a while in silence and then spoke again, but this time nobody answered. It wasn't long before Natasha caught the sound of her mother's steady breathing. Natasha still didn't move, though her little bare foot, sticking out from under the blanket, felt frozen on the uncovered floor. A cricket chirped in a cranny, as if he was king of the world. A cock crowed a long way away, and others answered close by. The shouting had died away in the tavern. Only the adjutant's moaning went on as before. Natasha sat up. "Sonia! Are you asleep?" "Mama," she whispered. No answer. Slowly and cautiously Natasha got up, crossed herself and stepped cautiously with her slender, supple, bare feet onto the dirty, cold floor. A floorboard creaked. With nimble movements she skipped forward 1 or 2 steps like a little kitten, and took hold of the cold door handle. Something seemed to be thumping on every wall of the hut with a heavy, rhythmic thudding sound. it was the beating of her own heart, which was bursting with dread, love, and panic. She opened the door, stepped over the threshold and out onto the damp, cold earth of the passage beyond. She felt refreshed by the chill air that met her. Her bare foot brushed against a sleeping body. She stepped over it, and opened the door into the hut where Prince Andrei was lying. It was dark inside. There was a bed with something lying on it, and in the far corner on a little bench a guttering tallow candle with a huge wick. Ever since yesterday morning when she had been told that Prince Andrei was with them, wounded, Natasha had decided she had to see him. She couldn't have said why precisely, but she knew their meeting would be an agonizing experience, and this reinforced her certainty that it couldn't be avoided. All day long she had lived in the hope of seeing him that night. But now the moment had come. She was horrified at the thought of what she might see. Had he been disfigured? What was left of him? Was he something like that never-ending moan of the adjutant? Yes, that's what he was like. In her imagination he was the personification of that awful moaning. When she caught sight of a dark mass in the corner, and mistook a pair of raised knees under the blanket for someone's shoulders, she imagined it to be some ghastly body, and she stopped in terror. But an irresistible urge drew her on. She took one cautious step, then another, and there she was in the middle of the small hut, which was cluttered with baggage. There was another figure, Timokhin, lying on a bench under the icons, and two more down on the floor, the doctor and the valet. The valet sat up whispering. Timokhin couldn't sleep because of a painful wound in his leg, and he goggled at this weird apparition, a girl in a white chemise, bed jacket, and nightcap. The only effect of the valet's scared and sleepy reaction, "Who's that? What do you want?" was to make Natasha hurry across to the object lying in the corner. Horribly inhuman though it looked, she simply had to see that body. As she slipped past the valet, the guttering candle flared up a little, and she could see Prince Andrei quite clearly, lying there just as she had always seen him, with his arms stretched out on top of the blanket. He was just the same as ever, but the feverish flush on his face, his glittering eyes, rapturously glued on her, and most of all his neck, as soft as child's where his nightshirt collar was turned down, gave him a special look of boyish innocence that she had never before seen in Prince Andrei. She ran over to him and in one smooth, youthful movement dropped quickly down on her knees. He smiled, and held out his hand to her. Chapter 32. 7 days had passed since Prince Andrei had come round in the ambulance station on the field of Borodino. All that time he had been in a state of almost continual unconsciousness. The fever and inflammation of his damaged intestines were, according to the doctor traveling with the wounded man, sure to finish him off. But on the 7th day he enjoyed eating a piece of bread with a drink of tea, and the doctor noticed his temperature was down. Prince Andrei had regained consciousness that morning. The first night after leaving Moscow had been fairly warm, and Prince Andrei had spent the night in his carriage, but at Mitishi the wounded man himself had asked to be taken indoors and given some tea. The pain caused by moving him had made Prince Andrei groan aloud and lose consciousness again. When he had been stretched out on his camp bed he lay there quite still for a long time with his eyes closed. Then he opened his eyes and whispered softly, "What about the tea?" The doctor was struck by this sudden ability to remember little details of everyday life. He took his pulse, and to his surprise and dissatisfaction found that it was stronger. His dissatisfaction was due to the fact that experience told him Prince Andrei couldn't survive, and if he didn't die now he would die later on, in even greater agony. Traveling with Prince Andrei was Timokhin, the red-nosed major from his regiment, who had joined him in Moscow. He had been wounded in the leg, also at Borodino. They were accompanied by the doctor, the prince's valet, his driver, and 2 orderlies. They gave Prince Andrei some tea. He gulped it down, looking with feverish eyes at the door in front of him, as if there was something he couldn't quite understand or remember. "That's enough. Is Timokhin here?" he asked. Timokin dragged himself along the bench towards him. "Yes, sir." "How's your leg?" "Oh, I'm all right. What about you?" Again Prince Andrei thought for a while, as if he was trying to remember something. "I need a book," he said. "What book?" "The Bible. I haven't got one." The doctor promised to get hold of a Bible, and began asking the prince how he felt. Prince Andrei answered all the doctor's questions rationally, though reluctantly, and then said he wanted a bolster pushed under him because he felt uncomfortable and was in a lot of pain. The doctor and the valet removed the greatcoat that was covering him, winced at the nauseating smell of putrefying flesh coming from the wound, and began to examine that terrible place. Something was worrying the doctor. He made a few adjustments that involved turning the wounded man, but the pain was such that Andrei gave another groan and lost consciousness again. He began to ramble, and kept asking for them to bring the book and push it under him. "Is it too much trouble?" he kept saying. "I haven't got it." "Fetch one, please, and shove it under me, here." "Just for a minute," he said pathetically. The doctor went out to wash his hands. "You are a shameless lot," the doctor was saying to the valet, who was pouring water over his hands. "I can't take my eyes off you for a minute. You've laid him right on top of his wound. He's in such agony I wonder he can stand it." "I thought we had pushed things under him, by the Lord Jesus Christ," said the valet. For the first time Andrei knew where he was and what was happening to him. He knew he had been wounded and remembered asking to be taken indoors when the carriage had stopped at Mitishi. He had lost consciousness from the pain and come round again properly in the hut while he was drinking tea. Now here he was again trying to recall everything that had happened to him, and his most vivid recollection was that moment in the ambulance station when, at the sight of a man he had not liked suffering terrible agony, he had been struck by new ideas that brought the promise of happiness. And these same ideas, vague and fuzzy though they now were, had taken possession of his soul again. He remembered that some new kind of happiness was within his grasp, and it had something to do with the Bible. This was why he had asked for a Bible. But the position they had laid him in, which was so bad for his wound, and the agony of being moved, had caused him to drift away again, and it was only in the complete stillness of the night that he had come round for the third time. They were all asleep. A cricket chirped across the passage, there was shouting and singing in the street, cockroaches rustled across the table topping up the icons, and a big fat autumn fly was buzzing between his pillow and the tallow candle that stood nearby with its big wick smoldering. His mind was not functioning normally. A healthy man usually thinks, feels and remembers a vast number of different things all at the same time, but he has the power and ability to pick out one track of ideas or phenomena and concentrate all his attention on that. A healthy man can break off from really serious thinking to exchange courtesies with anybody who comes in, and then go straight back to where he was in his thinking. It was in this respect that Prince Andrei's mind was not functioning normally. His mental powers were as clear and active as ever, but they were acting independently of his will. His mind was overwhelmed by the widest possible range of ideas and images all emerging at the same time. Sometimes an idea would suddenly start up in his mind, working away with the kind of strength, clarity and depth that he hadn't experienced when he had been well, but suddenly the thought would break off halfway through, giving way to some new and unexpected image, and there was no way back. "Yes, a new kind of happiness was revealed to me, one of the inalienable rights of man," he thought to himself as he lay there in the quiet semi-darkness of the hut, staring ahead with wide eyes that had settled but still held a feverish look. Happiness beyond materialism, beyond all external, material influences, happiness known only to the soul, the happiness of loving. It is within the conception of all men, but it can be fully determined and ordained by God alone. But how did God ordain this law? And what about his son? And then suddenly his chain of thoughts was broken, and Prince Andrei heard a noise. He couldn't tell whether this was part of a delirious dream or something real, a kind of soft voice whispering something insistent and rhythmical. pity pity pity, and then, itty itty, and again, pity pity pity, and again, itty itty. And all the time, lulled by this sweet susurration, Prince Andrei felt as if a strangely ethereal edifice of delicate needles or splinters was rising up above his face, in the very middle of it. He felt he had to keep things in balance, though it was terribly difficult, so that this soaring structure didn't collapse, and yet it was collapsing, and slowly rising up again to the rhythmic murmur of the music. It's stretching up and spreading out, stretching and spreading, Prince Andrei said to himself. As he listened to the whispering murmur and sensed the edifice of needles stretching and rising, Prince Andrei caught glimpses of a red halo round a candle, and he could hear cockroaches rustling and a fly buzzing round his pillow and his face. And every time the fly brushed against his face it gave him a burning sensation, and he was surprised that the fly could hit him right in the middle of the soaring edifice without bringing it down. And besides this, there was something else that was terribly important to him, something white over by the door. Was that a statue of the Sphinx pressing down on him? Must be my shirt on the table, thought Prince Andrei, and there are my legs, and that's the door. But what's all this stretching and straining and pity pity pity, and itty itty, and pity pity pity? No more, please. Stop it. Leave me alone, Prince Andrei begged wearily. And then suddenly thought and feeling floated to the surface again with the utmost clarity and strength. Yes, it's love, his thoughts were lucidity itself, but not the kind of love that loves for a reason, a purpose, a cause, but the kind of love I felt for the first time when I was on my deathbed and I saw my enemy and loved him. I experienced the feeling of love that is the essence of the soul, love that seeks no object. I can feel it now, that blessed feeling. To love your neighbor and love your enemy. To love everything, to love God in all his manifestations. You can love someone dear to you with human love, but it takes divine love to love your enemy. That's why I felt such joy when I knew I loved that man. I wonder what happened to him. Is he still alive? When you love with human love you can change from love to hatred, but divine love cannot change. Nothing, not even death, nothing can destroy it. It is the essence of the soul. How many people I have hated in the course of my life. And there's nobody I have loved more and hated more than her. And he formed a clear mental image of Natasha, though not as he had seen her in the past, with all the charm that had given him such joy. For the first time he caught an image of her soul. And he could understand all her feelings, suffering, shame, and remorse. For the first time he could sense the full cruelty of his rejection of her, the break between them. If I could only see her one last time, just once, to look into her eyes and say. And then pity pity pity, itty itty, pity pity, ugh, the fly had settled on him. And his attention slid away into another realm halfway between reality and delirium where something very special was going on. Here the edifice was still intact, still rising, there was still something straining upwards, the candle was still burning, the red halo was still there, and the same shirt that was a sphinx was still there over by the door. But there was something else. There was a creaking sound, a breath of fresh air, and a different white sphinx stood in the doorway. This sphinx had a white face and in it the gleaming eyes of Natasha, the very girl who had just been in his thoughts. Oh, this terrible delirium, it goes on forever, thought Prince Andrei, trying to rid himself of this face. But the face stayed there in all its reality, the face was coming closer. Prince Andrei tried to get back to the earlier realm of pure thought, but he couldn't manage it. His delirium kept dragging him back. The softly murmuring voice kept up its rhythmic whisper, he could still feel something pressing down on him, and something rising up, and there was the strange face right in front of him. Prince Andrei gathered all his strength in an effort to bring himself round, he stirred a little, but then there was a sudden ringing in his ears, his eyes went dim, and he fainted away like a man disappearing under water. When he came round there was Natasha, the very living Natasha that of all people in the world he was dying to love with that newly revealed, pure, divine love, down on her knees before him. He knew it was the real, living Natasha, and this came as no surprise, he was quietly happy. Natasha was kneeling, terrified but rooted to the spot. She couldn't have moved a muscle, gazing at him and trying so hard not to sob. Her pale face showed no movement other than a slight tremor in her lips and chin. Prince Andrei gave a sigh of relief, smiled and held out his hand. "Is it you?" he said. "Real happiness." In one quick movement Natasha carefully shuffled up closer, still on her knees, and took his hand equally carefully, bending her face down over it, kissing it, caressing it with her lips. "Oh, please forgive me," she whispered, looking up and glancing at him. "Please do forgive me." "I love you," said Prince Andrei. "Forgive." "What is there to forgive?" asked Prince Andrei. "Forgive me for what I did to you," Natasha murmured in a barely audible broken whisper, and she kissed his hand more and more, covering it with caresses from her lips. "I love you, darling, more than I did, better than before," said Prince Andrei, lifting her face with his hand so he could look her in the eyes. Those eyes, brimming with happy tears, were gazing at him with gentle compassion and the joy of love. Natasha's pale thin face with its puffy lips was worse than unattractive, it looked terrible. But Prince Andrei couldn't see her face, he saw only the glittering eyes, and they were beautiful. They heard voices behind them. Pyotr, the valet, was now wide awake, and he had woken the doctor. Timokin, who had not slept at all because of the pain in his leg, had long been a witness to all that was happening, and he had shrunk down on his bench, carefully pulling the sheet right across his bare body. "What's all this then?" said the doctor, getting up from his low bed. "I must ask you to withdraw, madam." At that moment there was a knock at the door. It was a maid sent by the countess, who had noticed that her daughter was missing. Natasha left the room like a sleepwalker woken up in mid-trance, walked back to her hut, and sank down on her bed sobbing. From that day on, at every stop and overnight stay throughout the rest of the Rostov's journey, Natasha never left Bolkonsky's side, and the doctor was forced to admit that he had not expected to see such fortitude in a young girl, nor that kind of skill in nursing a wounded man. Awful as it was for the countess to think that Prince Andrei might, and according to the doctor probably would, die on the road in her daughter's arms, she was no match for Natasha. Even though the rapprochement between Prince Andrei and Natasha raised the possibility that if he happened to survive their old engagement might be renewed, nobody, least of all Natasha and Prince Andrei, ever mentioned it. The unresolved question of life and death still hung in the balance, not only over Prince Andrei, but over the whole of Russia, and this precluded all other considerations. Chapter 33. Pierre woke late on the 3rd of September. He had a headache, the clothes he had slept in hung heavily on him, and he had a vague recollection of something reprehensible that he had done the evening before. That reprehensible something was yesterday's conversation with Captain Rambal. It was 11 o'clock by his watch, but it was very dark outside. Pierre got to his feet, rubbed his eyes, and the moment he saw the pistol with its engraved stock back on the desk where Gerasim had put it, he remembered where he was and what was in store for him that day. "I wonder if I'm too late," he thought. "No, surely that man won't make his entry into Moscow before midday." Without stopping to think about what was in store for him, he got down to business straight away. Pierre straightened his clothes, picked up the pistol and was on the point of leaving when he realized for the first time he couldn't just walk down the street brandishing a pistol, so how could he carry it? Even under his loose coat it would be difficult to hide a big pistol. It couldn't be tucked in his belt or under his arm without being noticeable. Besides, the pistol had been fired, and Pierre hadn't had time to reload it. "Never mind, I'll have to use a dagger," Pierre decided, even though he had told himself repeatedly when wondering how to fulfill his mission that in 1809 the student's biggest mistake had been to try and kill Napoleon with a dagger. But by now Pierre's main aim seemed to be not so much to carry out his mission as to prove to himself that instead of backing away from it he was doing all he could to see it through. Pierre grabbed the blunt, jagged dagger in a green scabbard that he had bought with the pistol at the Sakharov Tower, and hid it under his waistcoat. Pierre tightened the sash round his peasant's coat, pulled his cap down over his eyes, and walked down the corridor, trying not to make a noise or run into the captain, and slipped out into the street. The fire he had watched so indifferently yesterday evening had spread noticeably during the night. Moscow was blazing at several different points. The buildings in Carriage Row, the bazaar, across the river and on Povarsky Street, as well as the barges on the river Moskva and down at the timber yards near the Dorogomilov Bridge were all on fire. Pierre's route was to take him down various side streets to Povarsky Street, and then on to St. Nicholas Church on the Arbat, where he had long before picked out in his mind a suitable spot for the doing of his deed. Most of the houses had their gates locked and shutters up. The streets and alleys were deserted. The air was full of smoke and the smell of burning. Now and then he had come across Russians looking all anxious and apprehensive, and Frenchmen with an out-of-town look of camp life about them, walking down the middle of the road. Both sorts of people looked surprised when they saw Pierre. It wasn't just his height and his fat body, or the somber look of concentrated suffering that affected his face and whole figure. The Russians stared at Pierre because they couldn't work out what class he belonged to. As for the French, they were surprised to see that, whereas all the other Russians stared at them with curiosity and trepidation, Pierre simply ignored them. At the gates of one house, 3 Frenchmen trying to communicate with some Russians who couldn't understand what they were saying stopped Pierre to ask if he spoke French. Pierre shook his head and walked on. Down a side street a sentry guarding a green caisson hailed him, and it was only when his menacing shout was repeated and his gun rattled as he picked it up that Pierre suddenly realized he was supposed to be walking on the other side of the street. He heard nothing and saw nothing. He hurried along, horrified to be harboring such a strange and terrible intention, yet dreading, if last night's experience was anything to go by, that he might lose his grip on it. But he was not destined to get to the place he was heading for without a new shock to his frame of mind. As it happened, even if he hadn't been distracted en route he could never have carried out his plan, because Napoleon had gone down the Arbat 4 hours earlier on his way from the Dorogomilov suburb to the Kremlin, where he was now ensconced in the royal study in a foul mood, issuing detailed instructions for immediate steps to be taken to put the fire out, stop any looting and reassure the citizens. But Pierre knew nothing of this. Totally absorbed in what lay ahead, he was agonizing as men do when they attempt the impossible, and the thing is impossible not because of any intrinsic difficulty, but because it requires them to act out of character. He was tormented by a terrible dread that he would weaken at the critical moment, and then lose all self-respect. Even without seeing or hearing anything he was finding his way by instinct, and he moved unerringly down the back streets leading to Povarsky. As Pierre got nearer, the smoke got thicker, and he could actually feel the heat from the conflagration. Tons of flame licked up here and there along the rooftops. He came across more and more people in the streets, and they were getting more excited. But although Pierre could sense that something unusual was going on around him, he didn't realize he was walking towards the fire. He was going along a path across a large open space which had Povarsky Street running down one side and Prince Gruzinski's gardens on the other when he suddenly heard a woman nearby crying with despair. He stopped as if he had come round from a dream, and looked up. On the parched and dusty grass down one side of the path lay piles of household things, feather beds, a samovar, icons and some trunks. There on the ground by the boxes sat a skinny woman, no youngster, with long, protruding upper teeth, wearing a black cloak and cap. She was sobbing and weeping fit to burst, rocking to and fro and muttering to herself. 2 little girls, 10 or 12-year-olds, in dirty little dresses and cloaks were staring at their mother with fear written all over their pale faces, not knowing what to make of her. The youngest child, a little boy of about 7, in a thick coat and a huge cap, obviously somebody else's, was howling in the arms of an old woman who was cradling him. A dirty, bare-legged servant girl was sitting on a trunk. She had let down her blonde locks, and was tidying them up, sniffing at her singed hair. The husband, a stooping little man in uniform, with side whiskers curling round like little wheels and smooth hair peeping out from under a square-set cap, looked impassive as he shifted the piled-up trunks and sorted through them to drag out some kind of clothing. The woman almost threw herself down at Pierre's feet the moment she saw him. "Mercy on us, good Christian folk! Save me! Help me, kind sir! Please, somebody help," she managed to get out through her sobs. "It's my little girl. My daughter. My youngest girl. She's been left behind. She's in the fire. Oh. After all that nursing. Oh. Don't go on about it, Maria Nikolaevna," the husband said softly to his wife, obviously wanting to justify himself in the presence of an outsider. "Your sister must have taken her. Where else could she be?" he added. "You monster! You villain!" the woman screamed furiously in mid-wail. "You've got no heart, no feeling for your own child. Any other man would have rescued her from the fire. He's a monster, not a man, not a father." "You're a gentleman, sir," gabbled the woman, turning to Pierre and choking with sobs. The whole row was on fire. "It just came at us." The girl shouted, "Fire!" "We grabbed a few things and ran out in what we stood up in. This is all we could bring, the holy icons, and my marriage bed. Everything else has gone. We grabbed the children too, but not little Katechka. Oh Lord! Oh, and again she broke down sobbing. My sweet little baby. She's burnt to death. Burned to death. But where? Where did you leave her?" asked Pierre. His face had lit up with sympathy, and the woman saw that this man might be able to help. "Good, kind sir," she howled, clutching at his legs. "Be kind to us. Set my mind at rest if you can't do anything else. Aniska, you little slut, show him where to go," she screamed at the servant girl, opening her mouth wide in her fury so that her long teeth stuck out even more. "Show me where to go. Just show me." I'll go and do something about it," Pierre blurted out in a panic. The dirty servant girl came out from behind the trunk, put up her hair, gave a deep sigh and stumped off down the path ahead of him on her rough bare feet. Pierre felt as if he had fainted away and suddenly come back to life. He raised his head higher, his eyes began to gleam with the light of life, and he hurried after the girl, overtook her and came out onto Povarsky Street. The entire street was enveloped in clouds of black smoke, with tongues of flame licking out here and there. A big crowd had gathered in front of the fire. In the middle of the street stood a French general, talking to some people standing round him. Pierre went with the servant girl and they tried to get through to the place where the French general was standing, only to be stopped by some French soldiers. "No way through," shouted a voice. "This way, uncle," bawled the girl. "Down that lane past the Nikulins." Pierre turned back, skipping into a trot now and then just to keep up with her. The girl ran across the street, turned left down a side street, went past 3 houses and turned in through a gateway on the right. "Just in here," she said before running across a yard to open a little gate in a paling fence, where she stopped and pointed to the small wooden end section of a building that was blazing away merrily. One side of it had collapsed, the other was on fire, and flames were licking out of the window holes and up under the roof. As Pierre went in through the little gate he ran into a wall of heat, and instinctively stopped in his tracks. "Which one? Which is your house?" he asked. "Oh," wailed the servant girl, pointing to the end section. "That's it. That's where we been livin'. Burned to death, Uave, our little treasure, Katechka, my dear little missy." "Boo," wailed Aniska at the sight of the fire, feeling it was her turn to give vent to her feelings. Pierre darted across to the end section, but the heat was so great that the only thing he could do was skirt round close to the big house, which was burning only on one side, and at roof level. A group of French soldiers were swarming round it. At first he couldn't work out what they were doing as they carried things out of the house, but when he saw a French soldier just in front hitting a peasant with the flat of his sword and pinching his fur-lined coat, Pierre got a vague impression they were after loot, though he had no time to stop and think about it. The sounds of walls and ceilings breaking apart and crashing down, the sizzling hiss of the flames and the wild shouts of the crowd, the sight of billowing clouds of smoke belching out in great black swirls or shooting up and scattering showers of gleaming sparks, flames licking up the walls in big, thick red sheaves or covering them with what looked like golden fish scales, the blistering heat, the choking smoke and the speed of everything roused Pierre in the way that only a huge fire can. The effect was particularly strong on Pierre, because now, at the sight of the fire, he felt suddenly liberated from all the ideas that had been weighing him down. He felt young and carefree, ready and resolute. He ran round to the end section from the house side, and was about to dash into the bit that was still standing when he heard people calling out just above his head, and something heavy came crashing down close by. Pierre looked up at the windows of the house and saw some French soldiers who had just thrown down a drawer out of a chest, full of metal objects. Other French soldiers waiting down below walked over to the drawer. "Hey there, what does that fellow want?" shouted one of the French soldiers, looking at Pierre. "There's a child in that house." "Have you seen a child?" said Pierre. "What's he on about?" "Go on, get out of here," came various voices, and one of the soldiers, evidently worried that Pierre might take it into his head to pinch their bits of silver and bronze, pounced on him ominously. "A child," shouted another Frenchman from above. "I did hear something squawking in the garden. Perhaps it was the brat this fellow's looking for." "Got to be nice to each other, haven't we?" "Where is it?" asked Pierre. "Round there." "Over there," the French soldier shouted down from the window, pointing to the garden at the back of the house. "Hang on, I'll come down." And sure enough, a minute later the Frenchman, a black-eyed young man with a mark on his cheek, working in his shirt sleeves, hopped out of a window on the ground floor, clapped Pierre on the shoulder, and ran round with him to the garden. "Get a move on, you fellows," he shouted to his comrades, "it's getting hot." Running down a sandy path round to the back of the house, the Frenchman jogged Pierre by the arm, and pointed to a little round space. Under a garden seat lay a little 3-year-old girl in a pink dress. "Here's your little kid." "Oh, it's a girl." "Better still," said the Frenchman. "So long, then, old boy. Got to be nice to each other. We're all mortal, aren't we?" And the Frenchman with the mark on his cheek ran back to his mates. Breathless with joy, Pierre ran up to the child and tried to pick her up. But when she saw a stranger, the little girl, a consumptive-looking, ugly little thing, very like her mother, screamed and ran away. But Pierre soon caught her and lifted her up in his arms. Screeching in desperate fury, she tried to wrench herself away from Pierre using her tiny little hands, and bite him with her slobbering little mouth. Pierre felt a pang of horror and disgust, as if he was in contact with some nasty little wild animal. Fighting down an impulse to throw the child away, he ran back with it to the big house. But now it was impossible to get out that way. Aniska, the servant girl, was nowhere to be seen, and it was with a mixture of pity and disgust that Pierre held on to the sopping wet, pitifully howling baby as tenderly as he could, and rushed across the garden to find another way out. Chapter 34. Pierre ran round via many a back street and courtyard, but when he got back to the Gruzinski garden at the corner of Povarsky Street carrying his little burden, for a moment or two he didn't recognize the place he had set out from to go and look for the baby. It was so crammed with people and all the bits and pieces they had carried out from the houses. Apart from Russian families who had run away from the fire with a few belongings, there were also 1 or 2 French soldiers wearing different uniforms. Pierre ignored them. He was anxious to find the civil servant's family, and give the child back to its mother, so he could go off and save somebody else. Pierre somehow felt he had a lot more to do, and it must be done quickly. Well warmed up by the heat from the fire and all the running about, at this point Pierre was full of energy and determination, enjoying the same thrill of youth that had surged through him when he had rushed off to save the baby, but now it was even stronger. The baby had gone quiet, and she sat there on his arm hanging onto Pierre's coat with her tiny hands, and looking round like a little wild animal. Pierre glanced at her once or twice with a half-smile. He thought he could see something pathetically innocent and angelic in that frightened, sickly little face. Neither the official nor his wife was anywhere to be seen in the place where he had left them. Pierre strode quickly through the crowd, scanning the various faces as he came across them. He couldn't help noticing a Georgian or Armenian family consisting of a very old man with fine oriental features wearing a new, cloth-covered sheepskin coat and new boots, an old woman who looked rather similar and a much younger woman, the very image of an oriental beauty, with black eyebrows arching in sharp lines and a beautifully impassive oval face that looked remarkably soft and tender. Among the bits and pieces scattered all over the ground and all the people crowding into that open space, she stood there in her rich satin mantle with a bright lilac shawl over her head, looking for all the world like a tender hothouse plant that had been thrown out in the snow. She was sitting on some bundled-up things just behind the old woman, and her big black almond eyes with their long lashes were glued to the ground. She seemed conscious of her beauty, and it scared her. Pierre was much taken by her face, and even though he was in a hurry he glanced round at her several times as he made his way over to the fence. When he got there and still couldn't find the people he was looking for, he stopped and took a good look around. Pierre stood out now with a baby in his arms, and several Russians, men and women, soon gathered round him. "Have you lost somebody, good sir? You're a gentleman, aren't you, sir?" "Whose baby is that?" they asked him. Pierre told them the baby belonged to a woman in a black cloak who had been sitting on this very spot with her children, and he asked who she was and where she might have gone. "Must be the Anforovs," said an old deacon to a peasant woman with a pockmarked face. "Lord, have mercy. Lord, have mercy," he added, in his characteristic bass growl. "No, not the Anforovs," said the woman. "Oh no, the Anforovs went off first thing this morning. It'll either be Maria Nikolaevna's or Ivanova's." He called her a woman, and Maria Nikolaevna's a lady, put in a house serf. "You know who she is, then?" "Thin woman. Long teeth," said Pierre. "Yes, that's Maria Nikolaevna. Her lot moved out into the garden when we got attacked by these wolves," said the woman, nodding towards the French soldiers. "Oh Lord, have mercy upon us," the deacon added again. "Try down there. I'm sure it's her. She was crying her eyes out," said the woman again. "I'm sure it's her. Look, down there." But Pierre was no longer listening. For some seconds he had been absorbed in something that was going on only a few steps away. He was watching the Armenian family and two French soldiers who had come over to them. One of them, a fidgety little man, was wearing a blue greatcoat, with a piece of string tied round his middle. He had a nightcap on his head, and his feet were bare. The other soldier made a stronger impression on Pierre. A tall, skinny, round-shouldered man with fair hair, he lumbered about with a moronic look on his face. He was dressed in a rough tunic, blue trousers, and big worn boots. The little Frenchman in the blue coat who had nothing on his feet had gone up to the Armenians, spoken to them, and grabbed at the old man's legs, which soon had him pulling off his boots as fast as he could. The other soldier in the tunic had stopped right in front of the beautiful Armenian girl, and he stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring at her without saying a word or moving a muscle. "Here, you take the baby," said Pierre, speaking forcefully and shoving the child onto the peasant woman. "You take her back. Go on, take her." His voice had risen almost to a shout, and he put the screaming child down on the ground before turning back to watch the Frenchman and the Armenian family. By now the old man was sitting on the ground with nothing on his feet. The little Frenchman had just taken the second boot, and was slapping the boots together. The old man was sobbing as he spoke, but Pierre noticed all this only in passing. His eyes were riveted on the Frenchman in the tunic, who had taken his hands out of his pockets, sidled up to the young woman with a deliberate little swagger, and was now fingering her neck. The beautiful Armenian girl sat there as before, completely immobile, with her long eyelashes drooping downwards, apparently not seeing or feeling what the soldier was doing to her. In the short time it took for Pierre to cover the few steps separating him from the Frenchman, the tall, thin marauder in the tunic managed to tear a necklace from the Armenian beauty's neck, which left the young woman clutching at her neck with borne hands and screaming. "Leave her alone!" Pierre roared in a voice that sounded hoarse with rage. He grabbed the tall, stooping soldier by his round shoulders and gave him a good shove. The soldier fell down, scrambled to his feet and ran away. But his comrade threw the boots to one side, and bore down on Pierre, drawing his sword threateningly. "Let's not do anything stupid, now," he shouted. Pierre was in the kind of furious rage that made him oblivious to everything, and he had the strength of 10 men. He flung himself at the barefoot Frenchman before the man could finish drawing his sword, flattened him and began hammering him with both fists. Roars of encouragement came from the crowd, but just then a patrol of French lancers came riding round the corner. The lancers trotted up to Pierre and the Frenchman, surrounding them both. Pierre never remembered what happened next. He had a vague recollection of hitting somebody and being hit back until eventually he found himself with his hands tied, being searched by a group of French soldiers standing all round him. "Lieutenant, he's got a dagger," were the first words Pierre recognized. "Aha, a weapon," said the officer, and he turned to the barefoot soldier, who had been taken along with Pierre. "All right. You can tell your story at the court-martial," said the officer. Then he turned and said to Pierre, "Listen you. Do you speak French?" Pierre looked around with bloodshot eyes, and said nothing. His face must have looked terrible, because the officer whispered something, and 4 more lancers detached themselves from the rest, came over and stationed themselves next to Pierre on both sides. "Do you speak French?" The officer repeated the question, but kept his distance as he did so. "Get the interpreter." A little man in Russian civilian clothing emerged from the ranks. Pierre could tell immediately from the way he dressed and spoke that he was a French salesman from a Moscow shop. "He doesn't look like a common man," said the interpreter, eyeing Pierre. "Oh no? He looks very much like an arsonist to me," said the officer. "Ask him who he is." "Who are you?" asked the interpreter in very Frenchified Russian. "You must answer ze officer." "I'm not saying who I am. I'm your prisoner." "Take me away," Pierre blurted out in French. "Aha," commented the officer with a scowl. "All right, march him away." A crowd had collected round the lancers. Nearest of all to Pierre stood the peasant woman with the pockmarked face, who now had the baby. As the patrol moved off, she came forward. "Hey, where are they taking you, dearie?" she said. "The baby." "What shall I do with the baby if it's not theirs?" she cried. "What does this woman want?" inquired the officer. Pierre was behaving as if he had been drinking. His blood was up and his spirits soared at the sight of the little girl he had saved. "What is she talking about?" he said. "She's bringing me my daughter. I've just saved her from the fire," he declared. "Goodbye." And he strode off solemnly between the Frenchmen, wondering why on earth he had blurted out such a pointless lie. The Lancers Patrol was one of the ones Durasnel had ordered out onto the streets of Moscow to stop any looting, and, more importantly, to catch the arsonists who, according to a widespread opinion mooted among the top-ranking French officers that day, were behind all the fires. In the course of patrolling a few more streets, the Lancers arrested another half-dozen suspicious characters, all Russian, a shopkeeper, a couple of theology students, a peasant and a house serf, along with several people caught looting. But of all these suspicious characters, Pierre seemed more suspicious than anyone. When they had all been taken away for the night to a large house on the Zubov rampart, where a guardhouse had been set up, Pierre was separated from the rest and placed under close guard. Volume 4. Part 1. Chapter 1. Meanwhile in Petersburg a complex struggle was not only continuing in the highest circles, it was gaining in intensity. The parties involved, those of Rumyantsev, the French set, Maria Fyodorovna, the Tsarevich and others, found themselves drowned out as always by the buzzing of the court drones. But life in the city went on as before, an easy life, full of luxury, disturbed only by phantoms and reflections of real life, and this meant that a great effort of will was needed for them to realize just how dangerous and difficult the situation of the Russian people was. There were the same receptions and balls, the same French theater, the same interests pursued at court, the same interests and intrigues pursued in government service. Only in the very highest circles was an effort made to bear in mind the full difficulty of the present situation. It was whispered that the two empresses had adopted polarized attitudes towards these difficult circumstances. The Dowager Empress, Maria Fyodorovna, worried about the welfare of the charities and educational institutions of which she was patron, had made arrangements for them all to be evacuated to Kazan, and all their belongings were now packed. But when the younger empress, Yelisaveta Alexeyevna, was asked what arrangements she might like to make, she replied graciously enough, with the patriotic spirit that was now her byword, that she couldn't make any arrangements for state institutions, since they were the Tsar's business. But as far as she personally was concerned, she stated in the same gracious way that she would be the last person to leave Petersburg. On the 26th of August, the very day of the Battle of Borodino, a soirée was held at Anna Pavlovna Scherer's house, the high point of which was to be a reading of the Metropolitan's letter written to accompany the icon of Saint Sergei, which was being sent to the Tsar. This letter was considered a model of ecclesiastical and patriotic eloquence. It was to be read by no less a person than Prince Vasily, who was famous for his powers of declamation. He was one of the Empress's readers. His declamatory skill consisted in delivering a torrent of words in sonorous tones and a sing-song voice that plunged up and down between a gentle murmur and a despairing wail irrespective of meaning, which meant it was entirely a matter of chance whether any particular words attracted a murmur or a wail. This reading, as always with Anna Pavlovna and her hospitality, was not without political significance. She was expecting a number of bigwigs, and she wanted to embarrass them for continuing to visit the French theater, and appeal to their patriotic spirit. A lot of people had already arrived, but not all of the ones she was waiting for, so Anna Pavlovna delayed the reading and went about encouraging general conversation. The hottest news in Petersburg concerned Countess Helene Bezukov, who was ill. The Countess had fallen sick a few days ago, and missed a number of occasions at which she would normally have been the finest adornment. The word was that she refused to see anyone, and instead of engaging the famous Petersburg physicians who usually attended her, she had placed herself in the hands of some Italian doctor, who was giving her some new and unusual treatment. Everybody knew only too well that the lovely Countess's indisposition arose from the difficulties of marrying two husbands at the same time, and the Italian doctor's cure amounted to getting rid of the difficulties. But in the presence of Anna Pavlovna no one was bold enough to think thoughts like that. It was as if they knew nothing at all about it. "I hear the poor Countess is very ill. The doctor says it's angina pectoris." "Angina? Oh, that's an awful thing to have. They do say the rivals have been reconciled, thanks to the angina." They took great pleasure in mouthing the medical term. I'm told the old Count's reaction was very moving. He cried like a baby when the doctor told him how serious it was. Oh, it would be a terrible loss. She's such a charming woman. "You're talking about the poor Countess," said Anna Pavlovna, sidling up. "I've sent for news of her. I did hear she was a bit better." "Oh, there's no doubt about it, she's the loveliest woman in the world," said Anna Pavlovna, smiling at her own solemn words. "We do belong to different camps, but that doesn't stop me giving the Countess her due. She's so unhappy. Taking these last words as a slight lifting of the veil of mystery that hung over the Countess's illness, one rather impetuous young man felt emboldened to voice surprise that the best-known doctors hadn't been called in, and the Countess was being looked after by some quack, who might be giving her dangerous medicine. "Well, you're better informed than I am," cried Anna Pavlovna, rounding on the callow young man with sudden viciousness. "But I have it on the best authority that this doctor is a very learned and skillful man. He is private physician to the Queen of Spain." And leaving the young man annihilated, Anna Pavlovna turned to Bilibin, who was talking about the Austrians over in a different group, with his forehead all puckered up and ready to relax in the delivery of some bon mot. "I thought it was rather charming." He was talking about a diplomatic note that had gone to Vienna along with the Austrian banners captured by Wittgenstein, the hero of Petropolis, as they called him in Petersburg. "What do you mean?" Anna Pavlovna inquired, thus creating a silence for the bon mot, even though she had heard it before. And Bilibin repeated the precise wording of the diplomatic dispatch that he had composed. "The Emperor returns the Austrian flags," said Bilibin, "friendly banners gone astray, found by him along the way," Bilibin concluded, relaxing his wrinkles. "Charming, charming," commented Prince Vasily. "I suppose you mean the way to Warsaw," said Prince Hippolyte in a very loud voice, much to everyone's surprise. All eyes turned to him, no one knew what he meant. Prince Hippolyte stared around as well in breezy bemusement. He had no more idea than anyone else what his words were supposed to mean. He had often noticed in his career as a diplomat that an off-the-cuff remark like that was considered very witty, so he had blurted out the first words that came into his head, just in case. It might come out all right, he had thought, and if it doesn't they'll know what to do with it. As it happened, the awkward silence that ensued was broken by the arrival of the inadequately patriotic person Anna Pavlovna was wanting to tackle, so she smiled, wagged her finger at Prince Hippolyte, called Prince Vasily over to the table, set him up with 2 candles and a manuscript, and asked him to start. There was a general hush. "Most gracious Sovereign Emperor," thundered Prince Vasily with a dark glare at the audience as if inviting anyone to challenge him. But nobody said a word. "Moscow, our ancient capital, the New Jerusalem, receives her. Messiah," the emphasis was sudden and misplaced, "like unto a mother that embraces her zealous sons, and sees through the gathering darkness a vision of thy dominion in all its dazzling glory, raising her voice in triumph and singing, Hosanna! Blessed is he that cometh forth." Prince Vasily uttered these last words in the most plangent tones. Bilibin was examining his nails very closely, and many in the audience shrank back visibly, as if wondering whether they might have done something wrong. Anna Pavlovna was mouthing the words in advance, as old women whisper the next prayer in the communion service. "Let the flagrant and brazen Goliath," she whispered. Prince Vasily continued. "Let the flagrant and brazen Goliath who comes from the borders of France visit upon the realm of Russia all the horrors of death. Our humble faith, the sling of the Russian David, shall send a swift blow to the head of his pride that so thirsteth for blood. This icon of the venerable Saint Sergei, in ancient times a jealous champion of our country's weal, is hereby borne to your imperial majesty. I grieve that my failing powers prevent me from rejoicing in the sight of your most gracious countenance. I offer up to heaven my most fervent prayers, that the Almighty may in his mercy exalt the generation of the righteous and fulfill the hopes of your majesty." Such power! And what a delivery, came various voices praising reader and author alike. Newly inspired by this rousing appeal, Anna Pavlovna's guests stayed on for some time discussing the country's present situation, and there was a variety of opinions as to how the battle that must be fought any day now would turn out. "You will see," said Anna Pavlovna. "Tomorrow is the Emperor's birthday, and we shall hear something. I have a funny feeling it will be something good." Chapter 2. Anna Pavlovna's funny feeling was amply justified. Next day, during a special service held at court in honor of the Tsar's birthday, Prince Volkonsky was called out to receive a message from Prince Kutuzov. It was a report written by Kutuzov at Tatarinova on the day of the battle. Kutuzov wrote that the Russians had not given an inch, French losses had been greater than ours, and this message was being dashed off on the actual battlefield without waiting for all the latest intelligence to come in. So there had been a victory. There on the spot, without leaving church, the congregation rendered thanks to the Creator for his help with their cause, and for victory. Anna Pavlovna's funny feeling had been justified, and all that morning the town was in a happy holiday mood. Everyone assumed the victory to have been conclusive, and there was talk of Napoleon having been taken prisoner and deposed, and a new sovereign being chosen for France. Far away from the scene of action and amid the distractions of court life, it is quite difficult for events to be properly reflected and kept in proportion. Public events are automatically centered around some event of personal significance. Here, for instance, the courtiers were celebrating not just because a victory had been won, but equally because news of it had arrived on the Tsar's birthday. It was like an arranged surprise that had come off well. Kutuzov's report had also mentioned some Russian losses, including names as such as Tuchkov, Bagration, and Kutuzov. So it was that, quite unconsciously in this Petersburg world, the sad side of things also centered around a single incident, the death of Kutuzov. Everybody had known him, the Tsar had liked him, and he had been an interesting young man. All that day people said to each other when they met, "What a marvelous coincidence." Just like that, in the middle of the service. "Oh, but what a loss, Kutuzov. Terrible pity. What did I tell you about Kutuzov?" Prince Vasily said now, with the pride of a prophet. "I always said he was the only man capable of beating Napoleon." But next day there was no news from the army, and the public voice began to waver. The courtiers felt for the Tsar and the agony of suspense that he was suffering. "What a dreadful situation for the Emperor to be in," said the courtiers. They stopped singing the praises of Kutuzov as they had done the other day. Now they rounded on him as the cause of the Tsar's present plight. Prince Vasily stopped boasting about his beloved Kutuzov, and kept quiet when the commander-in-chief's name came up. To make matters worse, by that evening everything had seemingly conspired to plunge the Petersburg world into deep distress and anxiety. A dreadful piece of news came to add to their woes. Countess Helene Bezukov had died quite suddenly of the dreadful illness which they had so much enjoyed chatting about. At large gatherings the official word was that Countess Bezukov had died from a terrible attack of angina pectoris, but in close circles people went into great detail, telling how the personal physician to the Queen of Spain had prescribed small doses of a certain medicine for Helene that were supposed to have a special effect on her, but Helene, tormented by the old Count's suspicions and her husband's failure to respond to her letter, that wretched profligate Pierre, had suddenly taken an overdose and died in agony before any help could be given. According to the story, Prince Vasily and the old Count had rounded on the Italian, but he had produced notes left by the unhappy deceased, and these were so explicit they had promptly let him go. Conversation now centered around three sad developments: the Tsar's state of uncertainty, the loss of Kutuzov, and the death of Helene. On the third day after Kutuzov's dispatch a country gentleman arrived from Moscow, and soon the news that the city had been surrendered to the French was all over town. This was awful. What a position for the emperor to be in! Kutuzov was now a traitor, and when Prince Vasily talked to visitors calling in to express their condolences over his daughter's death, if there was any mention of Kutuzov, whom he had so recently praised to the skies, though allowances had to be made for the fact that in all his grief he had forgotten his earlier comments, he said you couldn't have expected anything different from a blind and dissipated old man. "The thing that surprises me," he would go on to say, "is how on earth we could have entrusted the fate of Russia to the likes of him." While ever the news remained officially unconfirmed, it was still possible to doubt it, but next day the following message arrived from Count Rostofan. "Prince Kutuzov's adjutant has brought me a letter demanding a police escort for the army down the Ryazan road. He says he is regretfully abandoning Moscow. Sire, Kutuzov's action decides the fate of the capital and your whole empire. Russia will shudder to learn that this city, where the greatness of Russia is concentrated and the ashes of your forefathers lie, has been surrendered. I shall follow the army. I have had everything taken away. All that remains is for me to weep over the fate of my country. On receiving this message, the Tsar dispatched Prince Volkonsky to Kutuzov with the following response. Prince Mikhail Illarionovich, I have received no reports from you since the 29th of August. Meanwhile I have received, by way of Yaroslavl, from the Governor-General of Moscow, writing on September 1st, the sad tidings that you have decided to take the army away and abandon Moscow. You can well imagine the effect this news has had upon me, and your silence exacerbates my astonishment. I am sending here with Adjutant General Prince Volkonsky to ascertain from you the present situation of the army and the reasons that lie behind such an unhappy decision. Chapter 3. 9 days after the abandonment of Moscow, a courier from Kutuzov reached Petersburg with an official announcement of the surrender of the city. He was a Frenchman, Michaud, who, as he put it, may have been a foreigner but called himself a Russian heart and soul. The Tsar was quick to receive the messenger in his study in the palace on Kameny Island. Michaud had never set eyes on Moscow before the campaign and knew not a word of Russian, yet he wrote that he was deeply moved when he came before our most gracious sovereign with the news of the burning of Moscow, the flames of which had lit up his rout. Though the origins of Emir Michaud's sorrow must have been different from those that lay behind the grief of Russian people, Michaud had such a gloomy look about him when he was shown into the Tsar's study that the Tsar asked him at once, "Do you bring me sad news, Colonel?" "Very sad, sire," answered Michaud, looking down with a sigh. "The surrender of Moscow." "Can they really have surrendered my ancient capital without a fight?" the Tsar asked sharply, suddenly roused. Michaud respectfully gave the message Kutuzov had asked him to give. There had been no possibility of fighting just outside Moscow, and since they had been left with a straight choice, either to lose the army and Moscow together or to lose only Moscow, the commander-in-chief had been forced to go for the latter option. The Tsar listened without a word, avoiding Michaud's eyes. "Is the enemy now inside the city?" he asked. "Yes, sire, and by now the city is reduced to ashes." "I left it all in flames," said Michaud decisively, but one glance at the Tsar made him feel horrified at what he had done. The Tsar's breathing was rapid and labored, his lower lip was quivering, and for one moment his handsome blue eyes were moist with tears. But this lasted no more than a moment. The Tsar's sudden frown was a gesture of self-reproach for showing weakness. He looked up and spoke firmly to Michaud. "I can see from all that is happening, Colonel, that Providence requires great sacrifices of us. I am ready to submit to his will in all things, but tell me, Michaud, how did you leave the army, seeing my ancient capital abandoned just like that without striking a blow? Did you see any alarm and despondency?" Once he saw that his most gracious sovereign had regained his composure, Michaud was able to do the same, but the Tsar had asked a straight, factual question calling for a straight answer, and he didn't have one ready yet. "Sire, will you permit me to speak frankly, as a loyal soldier," he said, playing for time. "Colonel, that is what I always insist upon," said the Tsar. "Hide nothing from me. I really do want to know how things stand." "Sire," said Michaud, with the delicate hint of a smile on his lips now that he had had time to prepare his answer. It was polite, but it involved a little word play. "Sire, I left the whole army, from the commanders to the lowest soldier without exception, in fear and trembling." "What can you mean?" the Tsar cut in with a dark scowl. "Would my Russians allow themselves to lose heart in the face of misfortune? Never." This was just what Michaud was waiting for to work his little trick. "Sire," he said, still respectful but now looking rather playful, "their only dread is that your Majesty might be persuaded to sue for peace through sheer goodness of heart. "They are spoiling for a fight," said this representative of the Russian people, "and eager to prove their loyalty to your Majesty by laying down their lives." "Ah," said the Tsar, much reassured, with a gleam of affection in his eyes as he clapped Michaud on the shoulder. "Colonel, you put my mind at rest." The Tsar looked down, and for a while he said nothing. "Well, off you go back to the army," he said at last, drawing himself up to his full height and addressing Michaud with a warm, regal gesture, "and tell our good men, tell all our loyal subjects wherever you go, that when I am left without a single soldier I shall put myself at the head of my beloved nobility and my splendid peasants, and drain the last resources of my empire. I have more at my disposal than my enemies imagine," said the Tsar, getting more and more excited. "But if it were ever to be written in the decrees of divine providence," he said, with his gentle, handsome eyes shining with emotion and raised towards heaven, "that my dynasty should cease to reign on the throne of my ancestors, then after exhausting every means in my power I shall grow my beard down to here." The emperor placed his hand halfway down his chest, "and go and eat potatoes with the humblest of my peasants rather than underwrite the shame of my country and my dear people, whose sacrifice I fully appreciate." Uttering these words in a voice full of feeling, the Tsar turned away brusquely as if he didn't want Michaud to see his eyes filling with tears, and walked to the other end of the study. After standing there for a while, he strode back to Michaud, and gripped his arm warmly below the elbow. The Tsar's gentle and handsome face was flushed, and his eyes smoldered with determination and fury. "Colonel Michaud, don't forget what I am saying to you here. One day, perhaps, we shall recall it with pleasure. It's Napoleon or me," he said, touching his breast. "We can no longer rule together. I have come to know him. He will not deceive me again," and the Tsar paused, frowning. At these words, seeing the look of gritty determination in the Tsar's eyes, Michaud, the foreigner who was a Russian heart and soul, felt truly inspired at that solemn moment by what he had heard, as he would later recount, and he felt he was expressing not only his own feelings but those of the Russian people as a whole, since he considered himself to be their representative, as he coined the following phrases. "Sire, at this moment your Majesty is underwriting the glory of the nation and the salvation of Europe." The Tsar dismissed Michaud with a slight nod. Chapter 4. With half of Russia in enemy hands, the inhabitants of Moscow scurrying away to remote provinces, and one levy of militia after another being raised for the defense of the country, we who were not living at that time were bound to think that all the Russian people, great and small, were wholly occupied in sacrificing themselves, saving their country, or weeping over its downfall. Every last story and description that has come down to us from that period tells of nothing but self-sacrifice, patriotism, despair, grief, and heroic conduct on the part of the Russians. In real life, of course, it wasn't like that. It seems so to us, because all we see from the past is the general historical interest of the period. What we don't see are all the personal human concerns of people at that time. Yet in real life, personal concerns of immediate relevance are so much more important than the general public interest that they prevent the public interest from ever being sensed, or even noticed. Most people at that time ignored the general course of events because they were wrapped up in their immediate personal concerns. And these same people were the prime movers of their day. The ones who were actually making an effort to follow the general course of events, and trying to get involved through self-sacrifice and heroic conduct, were the least useful members of society. They looked at things the wrong way round, and everything they did, with the best of intentions, turned out to be useless and absurd, like the regiments provided by Pierre and Mamonov that went off to loot Russian villages, like the lint scraped by the ladies that never got through to the wounded, and so on. Even people who just liked to think things through and talk them over couldn't discuss the current situation of Russia without unconsciously lapsing into hypocrisy, falsehood, or useless victimization and animosity leveled against individuals they were eager to blame for things that weren't anybody's fault. Historical events illustrate more clearly than anything the injunction against eating of the tree of knowledge. The only activity that bears any fruit is subconscious activity, and no one who takes part in any historical drama can ever understand its significance. If he so much as tries to understand it, his efforts are fruitless. The more intimately anyone was involved in the unfolding Russian drama of the day, the more easily its meaning escaped him. In Petersburg, and out in the provinces a long way from Moscow, ladies and gentlemen put on their militia uniforms, bewailed the fate of Russia and the loss of her ancient capital and talked of self-sacrifice, and so on. But in the army, which had retreated beyond Moscow, scarcely anybody talked or thought about Moscow, or gazed at the burning city and vowed to get his own back on the French, because they were all thinking about payday, or the next halt, or marry the canteen girl, or things like that. Nikolai Rostov never had any idea of self-sacrifice. It was only because war happened to break out while he was still a serving soldier that he found himself with a direct and lengthy part to play in the defense of his country, and consequently able to look on what was happening in Russia without falling into despair or coming to pessimistic conclusions. If he had been asked his opinion of Russia's present situation, he would have said it wasn't his job to think about things like that. That's what Kutuzov and the rest of them were there for. But he had heard the regiments were being topped up, so there must be a lot of fighting still to do, and with things as they were he ought to make colonel within a couple of years. Since this was his general attitude, he felt no misgivings at having to absent himself from the coming battle when he was suddenly directed to go down to Voronezh and get hold of fresh horses for the division. In fact, he received the news with the greatest satisfaction, which he didn't seek to hide, and his comrades fully understood. A few days before the Battle of Borodino, Nikolai was issued with money and travel documents, and off he went to Voronezh, using post horses, having sent some hussars on ahead. Only someone who has been through the same thing, someone who has spent months on end in the atmosphere of an army in the field, could possibly imagine the feeling of bliss that Nikolai experienced when he escaped from a region crawling with troops, foraging parties, trains of supply wagons, and field hospitals, when he left behind all the soldiers, army vehicles, the squalid conditions of camp life, and started to see villagers with working men and peasant women, fine country houses, cattle, grazing in the fields and posting stations with their sleepy masters. He was ecstatically happy. It was as if he was seeing it all for the first time. And what really surprised him, and pleased him, was the sight of women, healthy young women, who didn't have dozens of officers hovering around them, women who were delighted and flattered to meet a traveling officer and share a joke with him. Nikolai was in buoyant mood when he arrived at his hotel in Voronezh late at night. He ordered everything he hadn't been able to get hold of for ages in the army, and the following morning he gave himself a really close shave and put on the full-dress uniform that he hadn't worn for many a long day, before driving over to present himself to the authorities. The commander of the local militia was a civilian general, an old gentleman who was obviously enjoying his military status and rank. His attitude to Nikolai was rather truculent. He thought he knew the right attitude for a military man to adopt, and he interrogated him very seriously, as if it was his right to do so, and to find out how things were going, without showing approval or disapproval. Nikolai was in such a good mood that all this struck him as amusing. From the militia commander he went to see the governor. The governor was a fussy little man, warm-hearted, and as straight as a die. He told Nikolai about various stud farms where he might be able to get horses, recommended a horse dealer downtown and a gentleman farmer 15 miles away who had the best horses, and said he would help in any way he could. "Are you Count Ilya Rostov's son? My wife was a great friend of your dear mamma's. We offer a little entertainment on Thursdays, and today is Thursday. Do come and see us." "Take us as you find us," said the governor, seeing him out. Nikolai took a carriage with post horses, invited his quartermaster to get in beside him and galloped off to see the gentleman with the best horses who lived 15 miles away. In those early days in Voronezh, everything Nikolai undertook was enjoyable and easy, and, typically for a man in a really good mood, it all went like clockwork. The country gentleman Nikolai had been sent to see turned out to be an old cavalry officer, a bachelor, an expert on horses who loved his hunting and owned many good things, a smoking room, a century-old herb brandy, vintage Hungarian wines and some quite superb horses. It took Nikolai no time to agree terms. 6,000 rubles bought him 17 prime stallions, ideal, as he put it, for presentation as remount samples. Rostov stayed for dinner, drank rather too much Hungarian wine and exchanged kisses with the country gentleman, having struck up a warm relationship with him, before driving back down the vilest of roads in the happiest of moods, constantly badgering the coachman to get a move on so they wouldn't be late for the governor's evening reception. Nikolai changed his clothes, washed his head in cold water, splashed himself with scent and turned up at the governor's, only slightly late, ready with the phrase "better late than never." It wasn't a ball as such, and not a word had been said about dancing, but they all knew Katerina Petrovna would play waltzes and schottisches on the clavier, so there would be some dancing, and everyone, counting on this, had come dressed for a ball. Provincial life in the year 1812 went on exactly as before, except that the provincial towns were enlivened by the sudden appearance of wealthy families from Moscow, and also, as in everything else that was going on in Russia at that time, there was a noticeable attitude of devil-may-care resignation. We're in it up to our knees, and nothing makes any difference now, and the inevitable small talk, instead of limiting itself to the weather or mutual acquaintances, was now extended to include Moscow, the army, and Napoleon. The gathering at the governor's consisted of the cream of Voronezh society. There were lots of ladies there, and quite a few people known to Nikolai from Moscow, but among the men there was no one to compete with the Chevalier of St. George, a dashing hussar and a young man as good-natured and well-bred as Count Rostov. Among the men there was an Italian prisoner, an officer in the French army, and Nikolai felt that the presence of this prisoner added to his stature as a Russian hero. He was a kind of trophy. Nikolai could sense this, and as far as he could tell everybody looked on the Italian in the same way. He went out of his way to treat the foreign officer with dignity while keeping him at arm's length. As soon as Nikolai entered the room in his hussar's uniform, exuding a fragrance of scent mingled with wine, and pronounced the words, "better late than never," which then echoed round the room, people clustered around him. All eyes were on him, and he felt immediately at home in this provincial town, taking his rightful place as a universal favorite, which was always an agreeable position to be in, but now amounted to a heady pleasure after long days of abstinence. At every posting station, in all the taverns, in the horse breeder's smoking room, he had encountered servant girls flattered by his attention, but here at the governor's evening party it was even better. Nikolai seemed to see before him an inexhaustible supply of young married ladies and pretty girls just waiting to be noticed by him. They all flirted with him, the ladies and the girls, and the elderly among them took it upon themselves from this first evening to try and get this gallant young rake of a hussar married off and settled down. The latter group included no less a person than the governor's wife, who treated Rostov like a close relative, using affectionate language and calling him Nicholas. Katerina Petrovna did what was expected of her, striking up with waltzes and schottisches, and the dancing began, an opportunity for Nikolai to charm the company even further by his nimble-footedness. He took them all by surprise by his free and easy dancing style. He even surprised himself by the way he danced that evening. He had never danced like that in Moscow. He would have considered it improper, sheer bad taste, to career about with such abandon, but here he felt it necessary to amaze them all by producing something out of the ordinary, something they would assume to be the way they did things in the capital, though it hadn't yet got out to the provinces. Nikolai spent the whole evening concentrating his attention on a pretty little blonde, blue-eyed and buxom, the wife of a local official. With the naive certainty enjoyed by young men out on the town that other men's wives were created for their special benefit, Rostov never left this lady's side, and he was also very friendly towards her husband, treating him conspiratorially, as if they both knew an unspoken truth. They were made for each other, Nikolai and his wife, that is. The husband didn't seem persuaded of this, however, and he tried giving Rostov a dark look or two. But Nikolai was brimming with such innocent good humor that now and then even the husband fell prey to his exuberance. Towards the end of the evening, however, as the wife's face grew redder and livelier, the husband's grew steadily paler and sadder. It was as if they had been issued with a limited amount of vivacity between them, and as the wife's share of it rose, the husband's dwindled away. Chapter 5. With a smile that never left his lips, Nikolai leant forward a little in his armchair, and bent down over his blonde beauty, searching classical mythology for suitable compliments to pay her. Breezily shifting the position of his legs in his tight riding breeches, still wafting his perfume all over the room, and full of admiration for his fair companion, himself and the splendid curves of his own legs encased in their tight boots, Nikolai told the little blonde there was a lady here in Voronezh he was planning to abduct.
What's she like? Charming. Divine.
Her eyes, Nikolai gazed at his companion, are blue, her lips are coral, pearly white. He glanced down at her shoulders, a figure like Diana's.
Her husband came over and asked his wife sullenly what they were talking about.
Ah, Nikita Ivanych, said Nikolai, getting to his feet in a courteous gesture. And as though anxious for Nikita Ivanych to share the joke, he began to tell him, too, about his plan to run away with a blonde lady. The husband smiled grimly, the wife radiantly. The kindly governor's wife came over wearing a look of disapproval.
Anna Ignatievna wishes to see you, Nicholas, she said, pronouncing the words Anna Ignatievna with such emphasis that Rostov was left in no doubt that Anna Ignatievna was a very important person.
Come along, Nicholas.
You don't mind if I call you that, do you?
Please do, Auntie dear.
Who is she?
Anna Ignatievna Malvintsev. She's heard about you from her niece.
Apparently you rescued her. You know who I mean?
Well, I've rescued lots of young women, cried Nikolai. Her niece is Princess Bolkonsky. She's here in Voronezh with her aunt.
Oh ho! Do I see a little blush?
What's all this then?
No, I just wasn't thinking.
Please, Auntie dear. Very well, very well. Oh dear, you're such a funny boy. The governor's wife led him over towards a tall, very stout lady wearing a little blue cap, who had just finished playing cards with the top people in town. It was Madame Malvintsev, Princess Maria's aunt on her mother's side, a wealthy, childless widow, who had lived all her life in Voronezh. She was standing there totting up her losses when Rostov approached. Full of self-importance, she gave a grim frown, took one glance at him and went on chiding a general who had won money from her. My dear boy, I'm so pleased to meet you, she said at last, holding out her hand to him.
Do come and see me.
After saying a few words about Princess Maria and her late father, who had evidently not been in Madame Malvintsev's good books, and asking after Prince Andrei, who was apparently no favorite of hers either, the dignified old lady dismissed him, but not before she had repeated her invitation for him to call on her. Nikolai promised to do so and blushed again as he took his leave. At the mere mention of Princess Maria's name, Rostov experienced an inexplicable feeling of shyness, even dread. As he walked away from Madame Malvintsev, Rostov had every intention of going back for some more dancing, but the little governor's wife laid her plump little hand on his sleeve, told him she wanted to have a word with him, and led him off into her sitting room. One or two people who were already there soon slipped out so as not to be in her way. Do you know something, dear boy, said the governor's wife with a serious expression on her kindly little face. She'll be just the match for you. Would you like me to fix things up? Who are you talking about, Auntie dear? Asked Nikolai. I'll pair you off with the princess. Katerina Petrovna goes on about Lily, but I say, no, it must be the princess.
Is that what you want? I'm sure your mama will be most gratified.
Really, she's such a nice girl, so charming. And she's not as plain as all that. I'll say she isn't, said Nikolai, apparently offended at the very idea. As for me, Auntie dear, like a good soldier I don't force myself on anyone, but neither do I refuse anything that turns up, Rostov blurted out unthinkingly. All right. But do remember, this is no joking matter.
Of course it isn't.
Yes, yes, said the governor's wife, apparently to herself. Oh, there is one other thing, dear boy. You're making rather too much of that other lady, the blonde. I know the husband's a pathetic creature, but really. Oh no, he and I are the best of friends, said Nikolai in all his simple-heartedness. It had never crossed his mind that what he saw as a pleasant pastime could be offensive to anybody else. But over supper he remembered what had happened. I was a bit stupid saying things like that to the governor's wife, he thought. She's going to start fixing things up, and what do I do about Sonia? When the time came for him to take his leave of the governor's wife, and she said to him once again with a smile, "You won't forget, will you?" he took her to one side. There is just one thing. To be quite candid, Auntie dear, what's all this then? Come on over here, my dear, and sit down with me. Nikolai felt a sudden urge, a need even, to pour out all his innermost feelings, those things he would never have spoken about to his mother, his sister, or even a close friend, to this woman, who was virtually a stranger. Later on, whenever Nikolai remembered this inexplicable, spontaneous outpouring, even though it was to have highly important consequences for him, it seemed to have come about by a sudden silly impulse, as things like this always seem to have done. But at the same time this outburst of plain speaking, along with one or two other little things, really were to have consequences of massive importance to him and his whole family. It's like this, Auntie dear. Mama has been trying for ages to get me married off to an heiress, but I hate the idea of marrying for money. Oh, yes, I can see that, said the governor's wife. But Princess Bolkonsky's different. For one thing, I can honestly say I like her very much. I feel close to her. And apart from that, ever since I happened across her in such an odd situation, I know it sounds weird, but I can't help thinking fate had a hand in it. I mean, just think, Mama has been dreaming about this for ages, but she and I have never happened to meet before. Something has always happened to stop us meeting. Then, while ever my sister, Natasha, was engaged to her brother, it was obvious there couldn't be any question of my marrying her. I had to meet her first just at the time when Natasha's engagement had been broken off, and after that, well. So you see how it is. I've never said this to anyone before, and I never shall again. You're the only one. The governor's wife thanked him by squeezing his elbow. Do you know my cousin, Sonia? I'm in love with her. I've promised to marry her, and I'm going to marry her. So you see. It's out of the question. Nikolai was bright red and becoming incoherent. My dear, dear boy, you mustn't talk like that. Why, Sonia hasn't a penny to her name, and you told me yourself your papa's affairs are in a terrible state. And what about your mama? Well, it would kill her, for one thing. And for another, Sonia, if she has any heart at all, what kind of life would it be for her? Your mother at her wit's end. The family facing ruin. Oh no, my dear, you and Sonia will have to understand how things are. Nikolai said nothing. It came as a great relief to hear these arguments. Anyway, Auntie dear, it's not to be, he said with a sigh after a brief silence. And in any case, would the princess have me? Don't forget she's still in mourning. It's unthinkable, isn't it? What makes you think I'm going to get you married off here and now? There are different ways of going about things, said the governor's wife. I can see you know a thing or two about matchmaking, Auntie dear, said Nikolai, placing a kiss on her plump little hand. Chapter 6. When she had arrived in Moscow not long after her encounter with Rostov at Bogocharovo, Princess Maria had found her nephew there with his tutor, and a letter from Prince Andrei telling her how to get to her aunt, Madame Malvintsev, in Voronezh. The whole business of making arrangements for the journey while worrying about her brother, the organization of her life in a new home, new people, bringing her nephew up, all these things had drowned out the siren voices that had called to Princess Maria's heart and tormented her during her father's illness and after his death, especially in the aftermath of her encounter with Rostov. She felt depressed. Now after a month spent in quiet seclusion she began to feel the loss of her father more and more poignantly, and in her heart it was bound up with the downfall of Russia. She was terribly anxious. The thought of the danger to which her brother was now exposed, he being the only close contact left to her now, was a source of continual torment. She was also worried about bringing her nephew up properly, a task she constantly felt she wasn't up to. But at the bottom of her heart she was at peace with herself, conscious that she had managed to suppress the dreams and hopes of personal happiness that had threatened to erupt in relation to her encounter with Nikolai Rostov. When the governor's wife called on Madame Malvintsev the day after her evening reception, she outlined her plans and talked them over, insisting that although present circumstances precluded the usual processes of matchmaking, there was nothing to stop them bringing the young people together, and letting them get to know one another, and so, with the full approval of the aunt, she began to talk about Rostov in Princess Maria's presence, singing his praises, and describing how he had colored up.
At the mention of the princess's name, though this caused Princess Maria more pain than joy.
Her inner peace was gone, desires, doubts, self-reproach and hope had risen again. For 2 whole days before Rostov called, Princess Maria never stopped thinking about the best way to react to his visit. First she would make up her mind not to come down into the drawing room when he came to see her aunt. It would be improper for her to receive visitors while she was still in deep mourning. Then she thought no, this would be churlish after what he had done for her. Then the possibility occurred to her that her aunt and the governor's wife were cooking something up for her and Rostov, a suspicion seemingly confirmed at times by particular words of theirs and some odd looks. Then she would tell herself that only her own depravity could have led her to think this of them. Surely they must realize that in her situation, still wearing the heaviest mourning, that kind of matchmaking would be an offense both to her and to her father's memory. Working on the supposition that she would go down to see him, Princess Maria tried to anticipate what he would say to her, and what she would say to him, but her words either seemed too frigid, something he didn't deserve, or else they struck her as fraught with too much meaning. Worst of all, she dreaded the embarrassment that was sure to overwhelm her and betray her the moment she saw him. But when Sunday came and the footman entered the drawing room after matins to announce the arrival of Count Rostov, the princess showed no sign of embarrassment, nothing more than a slight reddening of the cheeks, and her eyes gleamed with a radiance that was new.
"You've seen him, haven't you, Auntie?"
Princess Maria asked in a calm voice, not knowing herself how she could put on such a good show of being so calm and natural. When Rostov came in, the princess looked down for a moment, giving their visitor time to exchange greetings with her aunt, but then, at the precise moment when Nikolai turned to her, she looked up again and met his gaze with shining eyes. Smiling with pleasure, she half rose in a single movement full of dignity and grace, offered a slender, delicate hand, and spoke to him in a vibrant contralto new to her repertoire.
Mademoiselle Bourienne was there with them, and she stared at Princess Maria in total amazement.
Skilled as she was in matters of flirtation, she couldn't have improved on this tactical display of how to greet a man you want to win over. Either black is her color, or else she's grown quite pretty, and I never noticed.
Where did she get that poison style, thought Mademoiselle Bourienne.
Had Princess Maria been capable of reflection at that moment, she would have been more amazed than Mademoiselle Bourienne at the change that had come over her. The moment she set eyes on that dear, sweet face, a new kind of vitality seemed to take possession of her, removing her conscious will and telling her what to say and do. From the time Rostov entered the room her face was transformed. It was like a new light in a carved and painted lantern, suddenly bringing out in breathtaking beauty all the detailed work on its panels that until then had looked rough, dark, and devoid of all meaning. This was the kind of transformation that had come over Princess Maria's face. For the first time in her life, all the pure, inner spirituality that she had worked so hard to achieve was revealed for all to see. All her hard-won spirituality and self-criticism, suffering, striving for goodness, humility, love, and capacity for self-sacrifice flowed from her now in the glow of her radiant eyes, her gentle smile, and every feature of her tender face. None of this was lost on Nikolai Rostov. it was as if he had known her all her life. Here before him was a creature totally different from anyone he had ever met before, and better than anyone, someone much better than himself, and this mattered most of all. The conversation was quite inconsequential. They talked about the war, automatically exaggerating, like everybody else, how sad they were about it. They recalled their last meeting, though this made Nikolai anxious to change the subject, and they spoke of the governor's nice wife, and their two families. Princess Maria said nothing about her brother. It was her turn to change the subject whenever her aunt mentioned Prince Andrei. Clearly, she could speak out and put on a show of being worried about Russia's troubles, but her brother was a subject too close to her heart, and she was neither willing nor able to mouth pleasantries about him. Nikolai noticed this, as indeed he noticed, with newly developed powers of observation, every nuance of Princess Maria's character, all of them adding to his certainty that she was someone special and altogether original. Nikolai had been just like Princess Maria, blushing with embarrassment when he heard her name mentioned or even thought about her, but now he was with her he felt perfectly at ease, completely forgetting all his carefully prepared phrases. He felt able to blurt out the first thing that came into his head, and it was always the right thing to have said. Nikolai did not stay long. During a pause in the conversation he did what people always do when there are children about. He turned to Prince Andrei's little son. Giving him a cuddle, he asked whether he wanted to grow up to be a soldier. He picked the little boy up and whirled him round joyously, sneaking a glance at Princess Maria. Her gentle, happy, unassuming eyes were watching the child she loved in the arms of the man she loved. Her special look, and its meaning, were apparently not lost on Nikolai. He flushed with pleasure, and delightedly smothered the child with affectionate kisses. Because she was still in mourning, Princess Maria was not going out into society, and it did not seem right for Nikolai to call on them again, but the governor's wife was determined to go on with her matchmaking. She kept on telling Nikolai all the nice things Princess Maria had said about him, and vice versa, and she tried to persuade Rostov to declare himself to Princess Maria. With this in mind, she arranged for the young people to come together at the bishop's house before morning service. Rostov made it clear to the governor's wife that he was not going to make a declaration of any kind to Princess Maria, but he did promise to be there. He felt as if he was back at Tilsit. On that occasion Rostov had not allowed himself to doubt whether what everybody else accepted as right really was right, and now, after a brief but genuine struggle between his efforts to think out his life in terms of pure reason and meekly giving in to circumstances, he went for the latter, handing himself over to a power that seemed to be inexorably sweeping him along. He knew that after his promise to Sonia any declaration of his feelings to Princess Maria could only be described as dishonorable. And he knew he would never do anything dishonorable. But he also knew, though it wasn't a question of knowing, more a feeling at the bottom of his heart, that by surrendering to circumstances and to the people who were now guiding him, he was not doing anything wrong. He was just doing something very, very serious, more serious than anything he had ever done before. After his meeting with Princess Maria, although his outward way of life stayed the same, all his former pleasures had lost their charm, and she was often in his mind. But he never thought of her as he had thought of all the young girls he had ever met in society, nor as he had got used to thinking about Sonia, rapturous though those thoughts had sometimes been. Like virtually every honest young man, he had seen every young girl as a possible future wife, mentally measuring them against all the usual details of married life: the white housecoat, the wife at the samovar, the wife with her own carriage, the patter of tiny feet, his mama and papa, their attitude to her, and so on and so forth. And he had always enjoyed these images of the future. But when he thought of Princess Maria and being engaged to her, which was what the matchmakers were after, he couldn't form the vaguest outline of his future married life. If he so much as tried, it all seemed so false and incongruous. And it filled him with nothing but dread. Chapter 7. The dreadful news about the Battle of Borodino and so many men killed and wounded, and the even more dreadful news about the loss of Moscow reached Voronezh in the middle of September. It was only from the newspapers that Princess Maria learnt of her brother's wound, and since she had no definite details about him she was prepared to go off and find Prince Andrei. This was what Nikolai heard, though he hadn't seen her himself. When he heard about the Battle of Borodino and the surrender of Moscow, Rostov was not seized with despair, rage, a desire for revenge or anything like that. He suddenly felt jaded, irritated with everything in Voronezh, ill at ease and also rather guilty. All the conversations he was privy to had a ring of hypocrisy. He didn't know what to make of it all, and he sensed he would have to get back to the regiment before everything became clear again. He speeded up the purchase of the horses, and started being rough with his servant and quartermaster, often for no good reason. Several days before Rostov's departure, a Thanksgiving service was held in the cathedral to mark the victory gained by the Russian armies, and Nikolai went along. He stood throughout just behind the governor, in an attitude of prim decorum befitting a military man, letting his mind roam freely over a wide range of topics. At the end of the service, the governor's wife beckoned him over. "Have you seen the princess?" she said, nodding towards a lady in black standing behind the choir. Nikolai recognized Princess Maria immediately, not so much by the profile he could see under her hat as by the sudden sense of concern, trepidation, and sympathy towards her that swept over him. Princess Maria looked deeply preoccupied as she made the last signs of the cross before leaving the church. Nikolai looked at her face in some surprise. It was the same face he had seen before, with the same general appearance of refined, inner spirituality and suffering, but it was now suffused by a quite different light. It had a pathetic look compounded of sadness, prayer, and hope. Behaving exactly as he had done before in her presence, Nikolai walked straight over without waiting to be urged by the governor's wife and without wondering about the rights and wrongs of addressing her while they were still in church. He told her he had heard of her grief and wanted to express his heartfelt sympathy. The moment she heard his voice, her face lit up in response, instantly glowing with a mixture of joy and sorrow. "There's just one thing I wanted to say, Princess," said Rostov. "If Prince Andrei was not still alive, it would have been in the gazettes. After all, he is a colonel." The princess gave him a blank look, but she was clearly comforted by the deep compassion written all over his face. "And I know from much experience that a shrapnel wound, the papers had mentioned a shell, tends to be either instantly fatal or not too serious," Nikolai went on. "We must hope for the best." "I'm confident." Princess Maria interrupted him. "Oh, it would be so she exclaimed, but she was too emotional to finish what she was saying. Bowing her head with the kind of graceful gesture that typified her every movement in his presence, she thanked him with her eyes and walked out after her aunt. That evening Nikolai didn't go out. He decided to stay in and finish off some bookkeeping work that had to do with the horse dealers. By the time he had finished, it was too late to go out, but still too early to go to bed, so Nikolai spent a long time pacing up and down the room, thinking about his life, something he rarely did. Princess Maria had made a favorable impression on him when they had first met at Bogucharovo. Their coming together under such unusual circumstances, together with the fact that his mother had actually singled her out as a wealthy heiress who might be a good match for him, had made him look at her very closely. During his stay in Voronezh, the favorable impression had turned into a very strong one. Nikolai was deeply affected by the singular moral beauty that he could now see in her. But here he was getting ready to leave, and he hadn't yet considered how painful it would be to go away from Voronezh and give up any chance of seeing her. Yet the experience of meeting Princess Maria that morning in church had, he felt, pierced his heart more deeply than he had anticipated, and more deeply than was good for his peace of mind. The delicacy of that sad, pale face, those radiant eyes, those gentle and graceful movements, but most of all the deep and tender sadness pervading all her features, disturbed him and moved him to compassion. In men Rostov couldn't stand an appearance of spirituality and loftiness, which was why he hadn't liked Prince Andrei, and he dismissed any such thing as otherworldly philosophizing, but in Princess Maria it was that very air of sadness, revealing the full depth of her spiritual world, a new experience for Nikolai, that so irresistibly attracted him. She must be a wonderful girl. A positive angel, he said to himself. Oh, if only I was free. Why did I have to rush into things with Sonia? And he couldn't help but compare the two of them. One was very poor and the other very rich in those spiritual gifts that Nikolai himself lacked and therefore prized so highly. He tried to imagine what might have happened if he had been free. How would he have proposed, and would she have become his wife? No, it was too much for his imagination. He shivered with dread and couldn't picture anything very clearly. With Sonia he had long ago formed an image of the future. Everything was clear-cut and straightforward because it was all carefully thought out and he knew everything there was to know about Sonia. But with Princess Maria he couldn't picture any future life, because he had no understanding of her, he just loved her. His dreams of Sonia had a light-hearted quality about them, they were full of fun. But dreaming about Princess Maria was no easy matter, it was rather frightening. I remember her praying, he thought. You could tell she was putting all her soul into her prayers. Yes, that's the kind of faith that moves mountains. I'm sure her prayers will be answered. Why shouldn't I pray for something that I want, he wondered. What do I want? Freedom. Freedom from Sonia. She was right, he thought, remembering what the governor's wife had said. There'll be nothing but misery if I end up marrying her. A mess, heartache for Mama, our finances, a mess, a terrible mess. Besides, I don't even love her. Not the way I should. Oh God! Get me out of this terrible, hopeless situation. He had suddenly found himself praying. Yes, faith will move mountains, but you do have to believe. You can't pray the way Natasha and I did when we were children. We used to pray for the snow to turn into sugar, and then run outside to see whether it had done. Oh no. But I am not praying for silly little things now, he said, putting his pipe down in a corner and standing in front of the holy icon with his hands held together. His heart melted at the thought of Princess Maria, and he began to pray as he had not prayed for a very long time. He was standing there with tears in his eyes and a lump in his throat when Lavrushka walked in with some papers. Stupid fool! Bursting in when you're not wanted, said Nikolai, quickly changing his demeanor. A collier's come from the governor, said a sleepy Lavrushka. Letter for you. Right. Thank you very much. Now get out. Nikolai took the two letters, one from his mother, the other from Sonia. He could tell by the handwriting, and he broke the seal on Sonia's letter first. He had hardly read a few lines when his face turned white and his eyes goggled with a mixture of dismay and sheer delight. No, it's not possible, he said out loud. Unable to stay sitting down, he started to pace up and down the room, holding the letter in both hands and reading it. He skimmed the letter once, then read it through a couple more times. With a shrug of his shoulders and his hands in the air, he stood transfixed in the middle of the room, open-mouthed and staring. His prayer, which he felt sure God would answer, had been answered, but Nikolai was just as shocked as if it had been something outrageous and completely out of the blue. The very quickness of the event seemed to prove the letter hadn't come from God as an answer to his prayers, it was pure coincidence. The apparently undoable knot that had kept him tied down had been cut by Sonia's letter, which was so unexpected and, Nikolai couldn't help thinking, completely uncalled for. She wrote that in view of their recent misfortunes, including the loss of almost all the Rostovs' Moscow property, and the Countess's constantly reiterated longing for Nikolai to marry Princess Bolkonsky, as well as his silence and coldness of late, taking one thing with another she had decided to release him from his promise and set him completely free. I couldn't bear to think I might be the cause of any anguish or discord within the family which has shown me so much kindness, she wrote, the one aim of my affection being the happiness of those I love, and so, Nicholas, I beg you to consider yourself a free man, and to know that in spite of everything no one could love you more than your Sonia. Both letters had been sent from Troitsa. The other was from the Countess. It contained a description of their last days in Moscow, the departure, the fire, and the loss of all their property. Among other things, the Countess also mentioned that Prince Andrei had been in the convoy of wounded soldiers traveling with them. He was still in a critical condition, but the doctor now said that there was more hope. Sonia and Natasha were nursing him. Next day Nikolai went to see Princess Maria, and took the letter with him. Neither of them uttered a word about the possible implications of the words, "Natasha is nursing him," but this letter had the effect of suddenly bringing Nikolai and the princess into an intimate relationship, since they were now virtually members of the same family. Next day Rostov saw Princess Maria off on her journey to Yaroslavl, and a few days after that he set off himself to rejoin his regiment. Chapter 8. Sonia's letter to Nikolai that had answered his prayer had been written from Troitsa. This is how it came about. The old countess had become more and more obsessed with the idea of Nikolai marrying a wealthy heiress. She knew that Sonia was the biggest obstacle in the way of this. And in recent days, especially after Nikolai's letter describing his meeting with Princess Maria at Bogocharovo, Sonia's life had become more and more difficult in the countess's house. The countess missed no opportunity for turning on Sonia with a cutting or humiliating remark. But a few days before they set out from Moscow, the countess, distressed and overwrought by everything that was going on, sent for Sonia, and instead of bullying and insisting, she had begged her with tears in her eyes to repay everything they had ever done for her by making the sacrifice of breaking off her engagement to Nikolai. "I shan't have a moment's rest until you give me your word," she said. Sonia sobbed hysterically and answered through her sobs that she would do anything, she was ready for anything, but she stopped short of giving an actual promise, and in her heart she couldn't bring herself to do what they wanted. She was required to sacrifice herself for the happiness of the family that had nurtured her and brought her up. Making sacrifices for other people was Sonia's way of life. Her position in the household was such that this was the only way for her to demonstrate her good qualities. She was used to making sacrifices and actually enjoyed it. But with every sacrifice she had had to make, until now she had been blissfully aware that it was raising her stock, in her own eyes and other people's, and also making her a worthier match for Nikolai, whom she loved more than anything in life. But now things were different. It would mean giving up everything that made sacrifice itself worthwhile, and the meaning of her entire life. For the first time in her life she felt bitterness against the people who had done so much for her only to torture her more agonizingly. She envied Natasha, who had never had to go through anything like this, never been asked to make sacrifices of her own, only ever got other people to make sacrifices for her and ended up by being loved by everybody. And for the first time in her life Sonia could sense her pure and gentle love for Nikolai turning into a wild passion that rose above all principles, virtue and religion. And under pressure from this passion, Sonia, with a lifetime of dependence and dissembling behind her, knew instinctively how to fob off the countess with general comments and vague responses, and she also managed to avoid talking to her, but she was now determined to wait for a private meeting with Nikolai, when she would use the occasion not to set him free, but, the very opposite, to bind him to her forever. The ghastly upheaval of the Rostovs' last days in Moscow had repressed all the dark thoughts that Sonia now found so burdensome. She was glad to find temporary relief in practicalities. But when she heard of Prince Andrei's presence in their house, in spite of all the genuine sympathy she felt for him and Natasha, she was seized by a wonderful superstitious feeling that God did not want her to be parted from Nikolai. She knew Natasha loved no one but Prince Andrei, and had never stopped loving him. She knew that now they were together, reunited under such terrible circumstances, they would fall in love again, and then Nikolai, being a relative, wouldn't be able to marry Princess Maria. Despite all the horrors of the last days in Moscow and the first days of the journey, this feeling, this awareness that Providence was intervening in her private life, made Sonia feel happy.
It was at the Troitsa monastery that the Rostovs made the first break in their journey. In the monastery hostel 3 large rooms were assigned to the Rostov family, one exclusively for Prince Andrei. On that first day there the wounded man was feeling much better. Natasha was sitting with him. In the next room the Count and Countess were in polite conversation with the Father Superior, who had called in to see his old acquaintances and benefactors. Sonia was sitting there with them, dying to know what Prince Andrei and Natasha were talking about. She could hear their voices through the door. The door of Prince Andrei's room opened. Natasha came out looking all excited and didn't see the monk getting to his feet to greet her and pulling a baggy sleeve up to free his right hand. She went straight over to Sonia and took her by the arm. "Natasha, what do you think you're doing? Come over here," said the Countess. Natasha walked across to receive a blessing, and the old monk counseled her to turn to God, and also their patron saint, whenever she needed help. As soon as the Father Superior had gone, Natasha took her friend by the hand, and walked out with her into the empty third room. "Sonia, he is going to live, isn't he? Do say yes," she said. "Sonia, I'm so happy, and so miserable too. Sonia, darling, everything's back to where it was. I want him alive." "He just can't, because, and Natasha collapsed in tears. "Yes. I knew it. Thank God," said Sonia. "He is going to live." Sonia was just as excited as her friend, experiencing the same mixture of anguish and dread, as well as 1 or 2 personal reflections that she was keeping to herself. She sobbed as she kissed and comforted Natasha. "I want him alive," she kept thinking. After shedding their tears and chatting together as they wiped them away, the 2 friends went over to Prince Andrei's door. Natasha opened it carefully and glanced in. Sonia stood next to her by the half-open door. Prince Andrei was lying there, raised up on 3 pillows. His pale face looked peaceful, his eyes were closed, and they could see his steady breathing. "Oh, Natasha!" Sonia cried suddenly, stifling a shriek as she grabbed her cousin by the arm, and backed away from the door. "What is it? What's wrong?" asked Natasha. "It's that thing. You know," said Sonia, with a white face and quivering lips. Natasha gently closed the door and walked over to the window with Sonia, not yet understanding what she was saying. "You remember," said Sonia, looking scared and serious. "You remember that time when I looked in the mirror instead of you, at Otradnoy? At Christmas time. Do you remember what I saw?" "Yes, I do," said Natasha, goggling. She had a vague recollection of Sonia telling her something about seeing Prince Andrei lying down. "You remember," Sonia went on. "I saw him. I told you, all of you, you and Dunyasha. I saw him lying on a bed," she said, emphasizing every detail by gesturing with a lifted finger, "and he had his eyes shut, and he was covered with a pink quilt, and he had his hands folded," said Sonia, with growing certainty, as she ran through the details they had just set eyes on, that she had actually seen them before. At the time she hadn't seen anything at all, she had blurted out the first thing that came into her head. But what she had invented then now seemed as real as any other actual memory. What she had said at the time, that he had looked round and smiled at her, and he was covered with something red, she remembered clearly now, and she was absolutely certain about what she had seen and said. He had been covered with a pink quilt. Yes, it was pink, and his eyes had been closed. "Yes, it was pink," said Natasha, who also seemed to have an inkling that it had been a pink quilt, and this little detail was the oddest thing, the real mystery behind the prophetic vision. "What does it mean?" said Natasha, thinking about it. "I don't know. It's all so weird," said Sonia, clutching at her head. A few minutes later Prince Andrei rang his bell, and Natasha went in to see him while Sonia, in a rare state of excitement and emotion, stayed behind by the window,
contemplating the weirdness of the way things had turned out. That day there was an opportunity of sending letters to the army, and the Countess was writing to her son. "Sonia," she said, looking up from her letter as her niece walked past.
"Sonia, you will write to Nikolai, won't you?"
She spoke in a gentle voice with a tremor in it. Sonia could read her meaning in the weary eyes that peered out over her spectacles. It was a look that contained a strong plea, a dread of refusal, shame at having to beg, and a capacity for implacable hatred if there was a refusal. Sonia went to the Countess, knelt by her and kissed her hand.
"Yes, Mama, I will," she said.
Sonia was feeling chastened, excited, and deeply moved by all that had happened that day, especially the mysterious way in which her prophetic vision had come true. Now, knowing that the rapprochement between Natasha and Prince Andrei meant that Nikolai wouldn't be able to marry Princess Maria, she welcomed a resurgence of the self-sacrificing spirit she was used to and liked to live by. She sat down with a gratifying sense of doing something truly magnanimous, and although her velvet black eyes were blinded with tears so that she had to keep breaking off, she managed to write the poignant letter that was to have such a strong impact on Nikolai when he received it.
Chapter 9.
In the guardroom where Pierre had been taken, the officer and soldiers who had arrested him treated him with hostility but not without a certain respect. Their attitude was one of doubt about his identity. Could he possibly be someone of importance? Mixed with hostility inspired by their recent struggle with him. But when the guard changed next morning, Pierre could sense that the new detail, officers and men, did not find him as interesting as he had been to the soldiers who had brought him in. And, indeed, the next day's guard, looking at this big, stout man in a peasant's coat, saw nothing of the beefy character who had fought so desperately with the pillaging soldier in the convoy, and had uttered those solemn words about saving a child. He was nothing more than prisoner number 17 in a group of Russians who were being detained for some reason at the pleasure of the higher authorities. If there was anything odd about Pierre, it was his gritty air of deep concentration, together with his excellent French, which greatly surprised his captors. Nevertheless, during the day Pierre was put in with all the other suspicious characters who had been arrested, because his room was wanted for an officer. All the Russians detained with Pierre were the dregs of society. And without exception, once they knew he was a gentleman and a French speaker to boot, they kept away from him. Pierre listened gloomily as they joked about him. The following evening Pierre learnt that all the prisoners, probably including him, were to be tried for arson. On the third day Pierre was taken into a house along with the others to be confronted by a French general with white mustaches sitting there with two colonels, and some other Frenchmen with scarves on their sleeves. They put a series of questions to Pierre and the others with the correctness and scrupulous care that is used with all defendants and is supposed to eliminate human fallibility. They wanted to know who he was, where he had been, what he had been doing there, and so on. These questions were like all questions posed in a courtroom. They ignored any essence of living truth. In fact, they made it impossible for any such essence ever to be discovered, and their sole purpose was to provide a conduit down which the court officials wanted to channel any answers from a defendant so as to bring him straight to the end of the inquiry, conviction. The moment he began to say anything not conducive to this end, they would simply remove the conduit and let the flow go anywhere. Besides that, Pierre felt what all defendants feel in court, a sense of bafflement that left him wondering why he was being asked all these questions. He had a distinct feeling they were patronizing him, and just going through the motions of civility by providing a conduit that was nothing more than a subterfuge. He knew he was in their power and that alone had brought him here, their power and that alone gave them the right to make him answer their questions, and the only purpose of the proceedings was to convict him. It followed, then, since they had all the power and a strong desire to convict him, there was no need for the subterfuge of questions and answers in a courtroom. It was perfectly obvious that the questioning was bound to lead to a guilty verdict. When asked what he had been doing when he was arrested, Pierre assumed what tragic dignity he could and replied that he was taking a child he had rescued from the flames back to its parents. Why had he been fighting with a looter? Pierre said he had been defending a woman, the defense of a woman under attack being every man's duty, and so on. They stopped him. This was out of order. Why had he been in the courtyard of a burning house, where he had been seen by several witnesses? He said he had gone out for a walk to see what was happening in Moscow. They stopped him again. The question wasn't where was he going, but what was he doing so near to the fire? Who was he? They were repeating the first question put to him, which he had refused to answer. Again he replied that he couldn't give them an answer. Make a note of that. That's bad. Very bad, came the stern comment from the general with the white whiskers and the purple-red face. On the fourth day, fire broke out in several places along the Zubovsky rampart. Pierre was transferred with 13 of the others to a coachhouse belonging to a merchant's mansion near the Crimean ford. As he walked down the streets, Pierre could hardly breathe for the smoke that seemed to hang over the whole city. Fires were raging on all sides. Until then, Pierre had not grasped the significance of the burning of Moscow, and he was horrified as he gazed at the fires. Pierre spent 4 more days in the coachhouse of the mansion near the Crimean ford, and in the course of them he learnt by listening to a conversation between the French soldiers that any day now the prisoners detained here could expect to hear their sentences handed down by a marshal. Which marshal, Pierre couldn't find out from the soldiers. As far as the soldiers were concerned, this marshal clearly represented power at its highest and most esoteric. For Pierre, these first days, ending on the 8th of September when the prisoners were arraigned and interrogated for the second time, were the hardest to bear. Chapter 10. On the 8th of September into the prisoners' coachhouse walked an officer of some considerable standing, if the deference shown to him by the guards was anything to go by. This man, probably a staff officer, held out a piece of paper and read through a list of all the Russian names. He had Pierre down as the one who won't give his name. Almost too lazy even to glance at the prisoners, he told the officer on guard to have them tidied up and decently dressed before bringing them before the marshal. An hour later a squad of soldiers turned up, and Pierre was taken out with another 13 men and marched over to the Virgin's Field. It was a lovely day, sunny after rain, and the air was exceptionally clear. There was no pall of smoke as there had been on the day when Pierre had been taken out from the guardroom in the Zubovsky rampart. Any smoke rose straight up in a column through the pure air. There were no flames anywhere, but columns of smoke rose up on all sides, and the whole of Moscow, as far as Pierre could tell, had burnt down in one huge conflagration. All over the place he could see empty spaces with nothing but stoves and pipes still standing, interspersed in a few places with the blackened walls of stone-built houses. Pierre stared at the ruins without recognizing parts of the town he knew well. Odd churches seemed to have survived here and there. The Kremlin had escaped, its towers and the belfry of Ivan the Great shone white in the distance. They could see the gleaming dome of the Novodevichy convent not far away, and the chiming of the bells was extraordinarily clear. The bells reminded Pierre that it was Sunday, and a special one, the Nativity of the Virgin. But there seemed to be no one there to celebrate. On every side there was nothing but charred ruins, and the only Russians they came across were a few ragged, scared-looking people, who scuttled away the moment they spotted the French. Clearly the Russian nest had been ruined and destroyed, but Pierre felt instinctively that Russian order, thus annihilated, had been superseded in its nest by another, different kind of order, the rigorous order of the French. He could sense this in the serried ranks of marching soldiers stepping out boldly and breezily as they escorted him and the other prisoners. He could sense it in the sudden appearance of an important French official coming towards them, driven by a soldier in a carriage and pair. He could sense it in the merry strains of military music floating across the meadow from over on the left. And he had sensed it, too, with a sudden insight into what it was all about, when the list of names had been read out to them that morning by the newly arrived French officer. Pierre had been arrested by one set of soldiers, taken to one place and transferred to another along with dozens of different people. He could so easily have been forgotten or mixed up with other people, but no. His own answers under interrogation came back to him in the form of a new title, the one who won't give his name. And under this title, which filled Pierre with dread, They were taking him somewhere, with absolute certainty on their faces that he and the other prisoners were the right ones, going to the right place. Pierre felt like a meaningless speck trapped in the wheels of some well-oiled machinery working away in a manner that he didn't understand. He and the other prisoners were escorted across to the right-hand side of the Virgin's Field, not far from the convent, and taken up to a big white house with a huge garden. It was Prince Sherbatov's house. Pierre had often been there in former days as a guest of its owner. Now, he gathered from what the soldiers said, it was occupied by a marshal, the Duke of Eckmühl. They were brought to the entrance and taken in one by one. Pierre was the sixth to be let in. Through the glass gallery they went, through the ante-room and the hall, all of them familiar to Pierre, until they came to the long, low study, where an adjutant stood waiting by the door. Davout was sitting at a desk at the far end of the room with his spectacles on his nose. Pierre walked over to him. Davout was too busy with a document in front of him to look up. So, without looking up, he asked in the gentlest of tones, "Who are you?" Pierre didn't respond, he couldn't have said a word. Davout was more than a French general to Pierre. To Pierre, Davout was a man renowned for his cruelty. Looking into Davout's icy features, he was behaving like a martinet of a teacher with limited patience who was waiting for an answer. Pierre sensed that a second's delay could cost him his life, but he had no idea what to say. He couldn't bring himself to say what he had said at the first interrogation, but to reveal his identity and social standing might be humiliating and even dangerous. Pierre was speechless. Before he had time to decide on a course of action, Davout looked up, pushed his spectacles up on his forehead, screwed up his eyes and stared closely at Pierre. "I know this man," he said, in an icy, even tone, clearly calculated to put the fear of death into Pierre. The chill that had been running down Pierre's spine now seemed to crush his head in a vice-like grip. "You cannot know me, General, I have never seen you." "He's a Russian spy," Davout interrupted, speaking to another general whom Pierre had not noticed. Davout turned away. With an unexpected tremor in his voice, Pierre launched forth and was soon in full flow. "No, Monseigneur," he said, suddenly remembering that Davout was a duke. "You couldn't know me. I'm a militia officer, and I haven't been out of Moscow." "Your name?" Davout repeated. "Bazukov." "What proof is there that you're not lying?" "Monseigneur," cried Pierre more in supplication than annoyance. Davout looked up again and stared closely at Pierre. For several seconds they looked at one another, and it was this look that saved Pierre. The business of staring at each other took them beyond the realm of warfare and courtrooms. They were two human beings and there was a bond between them. There was a single instant that involved an infinite sharing of experience in which they knew they were both children of humanity, and they were brothers. When Davout had first glanced up from the document that had the lives and actions of men numbered off in columns, Pierre was nothing more than a chance occurrence, and Davout could have had him shot without the slightest qualm of conscience, but now he recognized him as a man. He thought for a moment. "How will you prove the truth of what you say?" asked Davout icily. Pierre thought of Rambal, and gave his name, his regiment, and the street and house where he was staying. "You are not what you say," Davout said again. Pierre's voice shook and trembled as he struggled to find proof that his testimony was true. But at that moment an adjutant came in and said something to Davout. Davout beamed at the adjutant's news and began buttoning up his jacket. He seemed to have completely forgotten about Pierre. When the adjutant reminded him about the prisoner, he scowled, nodded in Pierre's direction, and told them to take him away. But where they were taking him Pierre couldn't tell. Was it back to the shed or over to the place of execution that his companions had pointed to on their way past the Virgin's Field? He looked round and saw that the adjutant was checking something. "Yes, of course," said Davout. But Pierre had no idea what the yes meant. Pierre would never remember where he went, how they got there or how long it took. In a state of total stupefaction and bemusement, taking nothing in, he made his legs move in step with the others until they all stopped, and he stopped. And all this time Pierre's head was obsessed with a single thought, a simple question: who had condemned him to death? Who was it? It wasn't the men who had interrogated him at the first session. Clearly, none of them had wanted to, or had the authority. It couldn't have been Davout, who had put such humanity into his look. Davout had been no more than a minute away from understanding that things had gone badly wrong, but that had been prevented by the arrival of the adjutant. The adjutant had obviously had no evil intent, though he could have stayed outside. Who was it, then, when all was said and done, who was punishing him, killing him, taking his life, Pierre's life, with all his memories, yearnings, hopes and ideas? Who was doing this? And Pierre felt he knew the answer: no one was. It was the way of things. A pattern of circumstances. It was some kind of system that was killing him, killing Pierre, taking his life, taking everything away, destroying him. Chapter 11. From Prince Sherbatov's house the prisoners were taken straight down to the Virgin's Field, past the convent on the left and into a kitchen garden where a post had been dug into the ground. A big pit had been excavated behind the post, and there was a pile of newly dug earth to one side. A large crowd of people stood round the pit and the post in a semicircle. The crowd consisted of a small number of Russians and a large number of Napoleon's off-duty soldiers, Germans, Italians and Frenchmen in a variety of uniforms. To the right and left of the post stood rows of French soldiers wearing blue uniforms with red epaulets, high boots and shakos. The prisoners were lined up in order as listed by name. Pierre was sixth, and led out towards the post. There was a sudden drum roll on both sides. The sound of it made Pierre feel as if part of his soul had been torn from him. He lost all power of thought and imagination. All he could do was look and listen. And he had only one thought in mind: some dreadful deed had to be accomplished and he wanted it over and done with as soon as possible. Pierre looked round at his companions and studied them. The two men at the end were convicts with shaven heads, one tall and thin, the other a dark, hairy muscular man with a flat nose. The third was a house serf, a man in his mid-40s with graying hair and a plump, well-fed figure. The fourth man was a big handsome peasant with a full, light brown beard and black eyes. The fifth was a factory worker, a thin, sallow boy of 18 or so in a loose coat. Pierre heard the Frenchmen discussing whether to shoot them one by one or two at a time. "Two at a time," answered the senior officer, calm and cool. There was a stirring in the ranks, and everybody seemed to be hurrying things on, not like people making a quick job of something familiar to all, but like men hurrying through some nasty and incomprehensible duty that had to be done. A French official wearing a scarf came up to the right-hand end of the line of prisoners, and read out the sentence in Russian and in French. Then two pairs of French soldiers came up to the criminals, and acting on orders from an officer took hold of the two convicts standing at one end. The convicts walked over to the post, stopped in front of it, and, while they were waiting for bags to be brought, they looked round dumbly like wild animals at bay. One of them kept crossing himself, the other scratched his back and worked his lips into something like a smile. The soldiers made a quick job of blindfolding them, putting bags over their heads and tying them to the post. A dozen marksmen with muskets marched steadily out of the ranks and came to a halt 8 paces from the post. Pierre turned away to avoid seeing what was going to happen. There was an ear-splitting bang that seemed louder than any thunderclap, and Pierre looked round. There was a cloud of smoke, and some French soldiers with trembling hands and pallid faces were busy doing something at the side of the pit. The next two were brought forward. It was the same again. These two men looked at everybody in the same way, without a hope, saying nothing, but with eyes begging for protection. Clearly they could neither understand nor believe what was coming to them. It was beyond belief. They were the only ones who knew what life meant to them, so they couldn't understand, or believe, that it could be taken away. Trying not to look, Pierre turned away again, but again his hearing was shattered by a fearsome bang, and with the sound he saw smoke, blood, and the pallid, scared faces of the Frenchmen, busy doing something again at the post, getting in each other's way with their trembling hands. Pierre's breathing was labored. He looked round as if to ask, "What's it all about?" The same question was written in all the eyes that met Pierre's. On all the faces, Russian and French, the faces of officers and men, all of them without exception, he could read the same sense of shock, horror, and conflict that he felt in his own heart. But who is doing it? They're all suffering like me. Who is it? Who flashed through Pierre's mind in a split second. "Marksman of the 86th, forward march," someone called. The fifth prisoner standing next to Pierre was led forward, alone. Pierre didn't realize he had been spared. He and all the rest had been brought here just to witness the execution. With mounting horror and no sense of joy or relief, he watched what was being done. The fifth prisoner was the factory worker in the loose coat. The moment they laid hands on him, he recoiled in terror and grabbed at Pierre. Pierre shuddered and tore himself away. The factory hand couldn't walk. They held him under his armpits, and he yelled as they dragged him along. When they got him to the post, he suddenly went quiet. He seemed to have realized something. Whether he realized it was no good screaming, or thought these people couldn't possibly kill him, he stood there at the post waiting to be blindfolded just as the others had done, and stared round with the glittering eyes of a wounded animal. This time Pierre couldn't bring himself to look away and close his eyes. At this fifth murder, curiosity and emotion were at fever pitch for him and the whole crowd. Like the others, this fifth man seemed calm enough. He pulled his coat tighter, and rubbed one bare foot against the other. As they were putting his blindfold on, he shifted the knot himself because it was digging into the back of his head. Then, when they backed him up against the blood-stained post, he half fell into an awkward position, pulled himself together, squared his feet and settled back comfortably. Pierre never took his eyes off him and didn't miss the slightest movement he made. There must have been a word of command followed by the sound of 8 muskets being fired. But, however hard he tried to remember it afterwards, Pierre never heard the slightest sound of a shot. All he saw was the factory hand slumping down on the ropes for some reason, spurts of blood in 2 places and the ropes themselves giving way under the weight of the sagging body as the factory hand slid down into a sitting position, his head drooping dockily and with one leg buckled up underneath him. Pierre ran over to the post. No one stopped him. Frightened men with pallid faces were busy doing something round the factory hand. One old Frenchman with a mustache couldn't stop his jaw trembling as he undid the ropes. The body flopped down. Scrabbling soldiers hurried to heave it past the post and start shoving it down into the pit. Every last man of them clearly knew beyond doubt they were all criminals, and they had to move quickly to hide all traces of their crime. Pierre took a glance down into the pit and saw the factory hand lying there with his knees tucked up close to his head, and one shoulder higher than the other. That shoulder was rising and falling rhythmically, and twitching as it did so. But earth was already raining down in shovelfuls all over the body. One soldier roared at Pierre in a voice of savage and feverish fury, ordering him back into line. But Pierre didn't take it in, he just stood there by the post, and no one drove him away. Once the pit had been filled up, an order rang out. Pierre was taken back to his place, and the French troops that were lined up in ranks on both sides of the post performed a half-turn and set off marching and stepped past the post. The 24 marksmen standing in the middle of the circle with their recently fired muskets doubled back into line as their companies marched past. Pierre stared now with glazed eyes at these marksmen running out of the circle 2 by 2. They had soon rejoined the ranks, all but one of them. A young soldier, his face deathly white, was still there facing the pit, standing on the spot he had fired the shot from. His shako was skewed back, and his musket rested on the ground. He reeled like a drunken man, staggering a few steps forward and a few steps back to keep himself from falling. A veteran NCO ran out, grabbed the young soldier by the shoulder and hauled him back into the ranks.
The crowd of Frenchmen and Russians began to disperse. They all walked off in silence, with their heads bowed. "Teach 'em a thing or two about fire-raising," said one of the Frenchmen. Pierre glanced round at the speaker, and saw it was a soldier trying to console himself somehow for what had been done, and not managing to do so. He left his sentence unfinished, waved his hand and marched on. Chapter 12. After the execution, Pierre was separated from the other prisoners and left alone in a little church that had been ruined and befouled. In the late afternoon, a patrol sergeant came into the church with 2 soldiers and informed Pierre he had been pardoned and would now be going to a special barracks set aside for prisoners of war. Without taking in a word of this, Pierre got to his feet and walked off with the soldiers. He was escorted to the top end of the field where some sheds had been knocked together out of charred planks, beams and other bits of wood, and taken into one of them. It was dark inside, and he was suddenly surrounded by a diverse group of men, about 20 of them. He stared at them without the slightest idea who they were, why they were there, or what they wanted from him. He could hear words coming at him, but they seemed inconclusive and irrelevant. He had no idea what they meant. He gave some answers to the questions put to him, but with no clear idea of who was listening or how his answers would go down with them. He was looking at faces and bodies, but they all seemed equally meaningless. From the moment Pierre had witnessed the grisly murder carried out by men who hadn't wanted to do it, he had felt as if the mainspring of his soul that kept everything in him balanced and working and gave him a semblance of life had been torn out, and it all seemed to have collapsed into a pile of meaningless rubbish. Without Pierre fully realizing it, all his faith had been undermined, faith in the good order of the universe, in the souls of men, in his own soul, even in God. This was something Pierre had experienced before, but never with this kind of intensity. Whenever he had been assailed by doubts like these in the past, they had arisen from a sense of his own guilt, and at the bottom of his heart Pierre had always known that salvation from this kind of despair and doubt lay in his own hands. But now he felt he wasn't to blame for the world collapsing before his eyes and leaving nothing but meaningless ruins behind. He felt powerless. There was no way back to his old faith in life. There were men all round him in the darkness. He seemed to be an interesting distraction for them. They were telling him something and asking questions, then they took him away and he ended up in a corner of the shed next to some men who were talking on all sides, and laughing. "Anyway, me old mates, that same Prince Huo," with great stress on this word, came a voice from across the shed. Sitting in the straw with his back against the wall, still and silent, Pierre kept opening and closing his eyes. The moment he closed them he could see the terrible face of the factory hand, terrible because of its sheer simplicity, and the faces of the men forced into murder, and they were even more terrible because of the anguish written all over them. So he would open his eyes again and stare blankly into the surrounding darkness. Next to him sat a stooping little man who made his presence felt by the stench of sweat that came wafting from him every time he made any movement. This man was fiddling around with his feet in the darkness, and, although Pierre couldn't see his face, he could sense him continually glancing his way. As his eyes grew more used to the dark, Pierre realized that this man was unwrapping his footcloths, and the way he was doing it caught Pierre's imagination. After unwinding the strings from one of his legs, he tidied them away and then tackled the other leg, glancing up at Pierre. While one hand was still hanging up the first leg string, the other hand was busy unwinding the string on the other leg. With this meticulous procedure, in a swift succession of neat and tidy circular movements, the man unrolled his footcloths and hung them up on pegs in the wall overhead, took out a knife, cut off a piece of something, snapped the knife shut, put it away at the head of his sleeping place, eased himself into a more comfortable position and sat there with his arms clasped round his knees, staring straight at Pierre. Pierre was aware of something rather pleasant, something rounded and reassuring, in those neat, circular movements, the man's nicely tidied corner, even the very smell of him. He couldn't take his eyes off him. "Seen a lot of trouble in your time, sir, have you?" said the little man suddenly. And there was so much concern and such simplicity in the sing-song voice that Pierre couldn't get an answer out through the trembling of his jaw and his rising tears. Barely a second later,
leaving no time for Pierre to start looking embarrassed. The little man went on in the same pleasant tones. "There you are, sweetie, don't you worry," he said, in the gently soothing sing-song voice of an old Russian peasant woman. "Don't you worry, old pal. Trouble's short, life's long. Oh yes, me dear. And we're gettin' on fine, thank God. No nastiness air. They am all men same as you and me, bad and good among em," he said. He was still speaking as he got nimbly to his knees and then to his feet, and walked off somewhere, coughing to clear his throat. "So that's where you've got to, you little rogue?" Pierre heard the same soothing voice at the other end of the shed. "'Ere she be, little devil. She remembers me. Go on with you, that's enough." Pushing down a dog that was jumping up at him, the soldier came back to his place and sat down. He was holding something wrapped up in a bit of rag. "'Ere you are, sir. You taste these," he said in the same tone of respect he had used before, unwrapping his little bundle and handing Pierre a few baked potatoes. "We had soup for dinner. But these potatoes is a real treat." Pierre had had nothing to eat all day, and the smell of the potatoes was out of this world. He thanked the soldier and set about them. "No, not like that, sir," said the soldier with a grin, and he took one of the potatoes from him. "Try 'em like this." He got out his clasp knife again, cut the potato in the palm of his hand into 2 equal halves, sprinkled them with a pinch of salt from the rag, and gave them back to Pierre. "Real treat they is," he repeated. "You try 'em like that." Pierre would have sworn he had never eaten better in his life. "No, I am all right," said Pierre, "but why did they have to shoot those poor men? That last boy couldn't have been more than 20. The little man gave a soothing tut-tut. "Oh yes, the sin of it," he added quickly, and went straight on talking as if he always had a mouthful of words at the ready so they could come flying out by pure chance. "How'd you come to stay on in Moscow, sir?" "I didn't think they'd get here quite so quickly. I stayed on by accident," said Pierre. "Just come in your house and got you, did they, old darlin'?" "No, I went out to see the fire, and they got me then. Tried me for arson." "No justice in a courtroom," put in the little man. "How long have you been here?" asked Pierre, munching his last potato. "Me? Took me out of the orspital in Moscow last Sunday, they did." "Are you a soldier then?" "Yes, we're all from the Obshuron mob. Dyin' of fever I was. Never told us nothin'. Must have been 20 of us layin' there sick. Never 'ad a thought, we didn't, no idea 'ow things was." "You've had a bad time in here then?" asked Pierre. "Not too good, me old darlin'. My name's Platon. Platon Karateev," he added, obviously wanting to smooth the path for Pierre to talk to him. "The boys used to call me their little mate. Bound to get you down a bit, isn't it, matey? Moscow, mother of all cities. Sight like that's bound to get you down a bit. But you know what they says, a worm be in the cabbage, but 'e dies before 'e's done," he added quickly. "What was that? What did you say?" asked Pierre. "You what?" said Karateev. "What I says is this, we're at large but God's in charge," he said, quite sure he was repeating what he had just said. And he plunged on. "Ave, you got your own family estate then, sir? Your own ooze? My goodness, your cup was runnin' over. Little wife, too? Your old mom and dad still alive?" he asked, and though Pierre couldn't see it in the dark, he felt sure the soldier's lips were squeezed up in a wincing little smile of goodwill as he asked these questions. Karateev was quite distressed to learn that Pierre had no parents, and especially that he had never had a mother. "Wives give advice, and their mothers are nice, but there's nobody like your own mother," said he. "And have you any little ones?" he continued. Pierre's negative response seemed to come as another disappointment, and he was quick to add, "Oh well, you're a young man. Please God, you'll have some. One day you will. The great thing is to get on with other people. Doesn't make any difference now, does it?" Pierre couldn't help saying. "Ah, you're a lovely man," Platon countered. "The beggar's bowl or the prison hole, you have to take what comes." He settled down more comfortably, and cleared his throat, obviously ready to launch into a long story. "Now take me, for instance, my dear friend. When I was still livin' at home," he began, "we had a nice family place, lots of land, lovely ewes, we was well off, something to thank God for. 7 of us when we went out reapin' with our dad. Nice life. Good Christian peasants we was. Now what d'you think happened?" And Platon Karateev went into a rambling story about how he had gone into somebody else's copse to get wood, and been caught by the keeper, how he had been flogged and tried, and sent off to join the army. "And do you know, me old darlin'," said he with a smile in his voice, "we thought it was the end of the world, but it turned out for the best. My brother would have had to go if I hadn't got into trouble. And my younger brother, he had 5 little ones, see, and I only had a wife to leave behind. We did have a little girl, but God took her to him before I went in the army. Went home on leave, I did, and I'm tellin' you, they was livin' better than ever. Yard full of beasts, womenfolk at home, 2 brothers off earnin' good money. Only Mikhailo, the youngest, still at home. Father says all his kids matters to him, bite any finger, it hurts just the same. And if they hadn't shaved Platon for a soldier that time, Mikhailo would have had to go. Got us all together he did, would you believe it? Stood us right in front of the holy icons. Mikhailo, says he, come you air and bow down at his feet. You women, you bow down as well. And you grandchildren, you bow down. Understand, says he. So there we have it, me old dear. Fate picks you out. And ere we be, always passing judgment, that's not right, doesn't suit us. Our happiness, me dear, be like water in a dragnet. Swells out lovely when you pulls, take it out and it's empty. Yes, that's the way things be. And Platon shifted position in the straw. After a short pause he got up. Bet you could do with some shut-eye, he said, and he began rapidly crossing himself and intoning, Lord Jesus Christ, Holy Saint Nicola, Frala, and Laura, to Lord Jesus Christ, Holy Saint Nicola, Frala, and Laura. Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy and save us, he concluded, bowing down to touch the ground with his forehead. Then he got to his feet, gave a sigh and sat down again on his straw. That's it, then. Lord, make me lie down like a stone, and rise like new bread, he murmured before lying down and pulling his greatcoat over him. What were you reciting just then? Asked Pierre. Huh, said Platon, already half asleep. Recitin'? I was just sayin' my prayers. Don't you say your prayers, then? Yes, I do, said Pierre. But what was all that about Frala and Laura? Oh, them, Platon answered quickly. They be the Orz's saints. Got to think o' the poor beasts, too, he said. Look at this little ussie, she be all curled up nice and warm, daughter of a bitch, he said, reaching down to touch the dog at his feet. With that he turned over again and went straight to sleep. Somewhere outside there were distant sounds of people calling out and crying, and the glow from a fire could be seen through cracks in the shed walls, but inside it was all dark and quiet. Pierre couldn't get to sleep for some time. He lay where he was with his eyes open in the darkness, listening to Platon's steady snoring at his side, and he could feel his ruined world rising up again in his soul with a new kind of beauty, and its new foundations were unshakable. Chapter 13. In the shed, where Pierre spent 4 weeks, his fellow prisoners consisted of 23 soldiers, 3 officers, and 2 government officials. Later on Pierre would remember them as nothing more than misty figures, but Platon Karateev would always stay in his mind as a most vivid and precious memory, the epitome of kind-heartedness and all things rounded in Russian.
When Pierre took a look at his neighbor next day at dawn, his first impression of something rounded was fully confirmed.
Everything about Platon's figure, in his French military coat with a piece of string round his waist, his soldier's cap and bark fiber shoes, was rounded. He had a perfectly round head, and his back, chest, shoulders, even his arms, which he always held out as if he was just about to embrace something, had rounded lines. His open smile and big, soft, brown eyes were round as well.
Platon Karateev must have been on the wrong side of 50 if the stories of his old campaigns were anything to go by.
He didn't know his own age and had no means of working it out. But he had strong, white teeth that gleamed in two full semicircles whenever he laughed, which was often, and they were all good and sound. There wasn't gray hair in his beard or on his head, and his whole figure gave an impression of suppleness combined with remarkable toughness and stamina. His face, for all its web of rounded wrinkles, shone with the innocence of youth, and his voice had a pleasant lilt. But the great thing about his way of talking was its spontaneity and shrewdness. Clearly, he never thought over what he had said or worked out what he was going to say, and this gave his sharp utterances a ring of truth and a special stamp of irresistible persuasiveness. In the first days of his imprisonment, his physical strength and agility were such that he didn't seem to know the meaning of illness or fatigue. Every night as he lay down to sleep he said, "Lord, make me lie down like a stone and rise like new bread," and every morning when he got up he would stretch his shoulders always in the same way and say, "Sleep deep, wake with a shake." And that's how it worked out. He only had to lie down to fall asleep like a stone, and when he woke, one shake saw him instantly ready to tackle anything without a second's delay, like a child wanting to play with his toys straight away. There was nothing he couldn't do, if not brilliantly, then at least tolerably well. He could bake, cook, sew, work wood and cobble boots. He was always busy with something, and it was invariably late evening before he allowed himself a little conversation, which he loved, and some singing. He sang not like a singer who knows he has an audience, but more like a bird. Obviously, he just needed to sing, in the way that sometimes you just have to stretch your limbs or go for a walk, and the sound of his singing was always light, sweet, plangent, almost feminine, and his face as he sang was very serious. Now that he was in prison, letting his beard grow, he seemed to have cast off all the unnatural military behavior that had been forced upon him, and reverted instinctively to his old peasant ways. "A soldier back home leaves his shirt hanging out," he used to say. He was reluctant to talk about his life as a soldier, though he never complained, and he kept on repeating that in all his years of service he'd never once been hit. Whenever he got going on a story, he inevitably drew on a series of distant memories, obviously very dear to him, taking him back to a former life that he referred to as Christian, Christiansky, though what he meant was a peasant's, Krestiansky. The proverbs with which his speech was so liberally salted were not the coarse, usually indecent, expressions common among soldiers, but popular sayings that seem almost meaningless on their own, though they suddenly take on the profound significance of real wisdom when heard in a proper context. Often he would come out with something that flatly contradicted what he had said before, yet both sayings were true. He loved talking, and he spoke well, embellishing his speech with warm diminutives and proverbial sayings that Pierre thought he had invented himself. But the best thing about his way of speaking was that the simplest of incidents, some of them witnessed but not really noticed by Pierre, in Karateev's version assumed a new depth of meaning and dignified stature. He liked listening to the folk tales that one soldier used to tell in the evenings, always the same ones, but he preferred stories from real life. He beamed with delight listening to stories of this kind, contributing words of his own and asking questions aimed at bringing out clearly the full meaning and stature of the deeds recounted. Karateev enjoyed no attachments, no friendships, no love in any sense of these words that meant anything to Pierre, yet he loved and showed affection to every creature he came across in life, especially people, no particular people, just those who happened to be there before his eyes. He loved his dog, his comrades, the French, and he loved Pierre, his neighbor. But Pierre felt that for all the warmth and affection Karateev showed him, an instinctive tribute to Pierre's spirituality, He wouldn't suffer a moment's sorrow if they were to part. And Pierre began to feel the same way towards Karateev. To all the other men, Platon Karateev was just an ordinary soldier. They called him their mate or Platosha, made fun of him all the time, and sent him on errands. But as far as Pierre was concerned, that first-night impression of Karateev as simplicity and truth roundly epitomized for all time in some mysterious way stayed with him forever. Platon Karateev never learnt anything by heart except his prayers. When he spoke, he would always launch forth without any idea of how he was going to finish what he was saying. Sometimes Pierre was particularly impressed by what he had said and asked him to repeat it, but Platon could never remember what he had said even a minute before, just as he could never run through the words of his favorite song for Pierre's benefit. How did it go? My own dear mother. My little birch tree, my sickening heart, a few words, but no meaning. It was beyond him. He simply couldn't understand the meaning of any words out of context. Every word and every action of his was the outward manifestation of the unfathomable process of ongoing activity that made up his life. But that life, as he saw it, had no meaning out of its own broader context. Its only meaning was as one small part of a greater whole that he was conscious of at all times. Words and actions flowed from him as smoothly, inevitably, and spontaneously as fragrance from a flower. He couldn't see any value or meaning in an action or word with no context. Chapter 14. As soon as she heard from Nikolai that her brother was in Yaroslavl with the Rostovs, Princess Maria defied all her aunt's best efforts to dissuade her by getting ready straight away to go and see him, and rather than going alone she was to take her nephew along too. She didn't stop to ask whether it would be difficult or not difficult, possible or impossible. She didn't want to know. Her duty was not only to be at the side of her brother, who might be on his deathbed, but to do all she could to take his son to see him, and she was ready to go. If Prince Andrei had not been in touch, Princess Maria had her own explanation: either he was too weak to write, or he thought the long journey would be too difficult and dangerous for her and his son. It took only a day or two for Princess Maria to make preparations for the journey. Her party would travel in the huge coach that had brought her to Voronezh, and they were also taking a covered trap and a baggage wagon. She would be accompanied by Mademoiselle Bourienne, little Nikolai and his tutor, her old nurse, 3 maids, Tikhon, a young footman, and a courier sent along by her aunt. There could be no question of taking the direct route through Moscow, and the detour that Princess Maria would have to make, through Lipetsk, Ryazan, Vladimir, and Shuya, was a long way round. It would also be difficult because there would be no posting horses, and down in the region of Ryazan, where the French had been seen, it might even be dangerous. Throughout this arduous journey Mademoiselle Bourienne, Dessalles and Princess Maria's servants were amazed at her display of vitality and strength. She was the last to go to bed and first up in the morning, and nothing could stop her. Thanks to her infectious vitality and energy, they were getting near to Yaroslavl by the end of the second week. The end of her stay in Voronezh had provided Princess Maria with the happiest days of her whole life. Her love for Rostov was no longer a source of torment or worry. That love had now filled her whole soul and become an inseparable part of her, and she had stopped struggling against it. Latterly Princess Maria had managed to persuade herself, though clearly not in so many words, that she was in love and loved in return. It was her last meeting with Nikolai that had finally convinced her, when he had come over to tell her that her brother was with the Rostovs. Nikolai did not venture so much as a hint at the possibility of Prince Andrei's engagement to Natasha being renewed if he were to recover, but Princess Maria could tell from his face that he was aware of this and was thinking about it. Nevertheless, his attitude to her, so considerate, tender and loving, certainly didn't change. Indeed, Princess Maria sometimes thought he seemed delighted at the new kinship between them because it gave him more freedom to express his loving friendship. Princess Maria knew she was in love for the first and last time in her life. She could sense she was loved in return, and this gave her a settled form of happiness. But this happiness affected only one aspect of her inner life and had no effect on the intensity of her deep concern for her brother. The reverse was true. There was a sense in which her inner contentment made it possible for her to put everything into her feelings for her brother. These feelings were so intense as they set out from Voronezh that all the people traveling with her took one look at her careworn, despondent face and felt certain she would fall ill on the way. But it was the difficulties and setbacks of the journey itself, tackled with such determination by Princess Maria, that rescued her for the time being from her grief and gave her strength. As always when you are out on the road, Princess Maria fixed her mind exclusively on the actual journey, and lost track of its purpose. But as they got near to Yaroslavl and she had a new vision of what was in store for her, not at some future date but that very evening, her anxiety knew no bounds. A courier had been sent on ahead to find out where the Rostovs were staying in Yaroslavl and what sort of condition Prince Andrei was in, and when he met the huge traveling coach at the city gate, he was dismayed by the sight of the ashen face that looked out at him through the window. "I've got it all, Your Excellency. The Rostovs are staying in the square, at the Bronikov's house. He's a merchant." "Not far away, just down there by the Volga," said the courier. Princess Maria stared at him with a scared and quizzical look, taking nothing in. Why didn't he answer the only question that mattered? How was her brother? Mademoiselle Bourrienne put the question for her. "How is the prince?" she asked. "His Excellency is staying with them in the same house." "He must be alive, then," the princess thought to herself, and she asked in a quiet voice, "How is he?" The servants said there was no change. She didn't ask what no change was supposed to mean. With a fleeting, barely perceptible glance at little 7-year-old Nikolai, who was sitting opposite, much enjoying the sight of a new town, she looked down, and didn't look up again until the great rumbling carriage stopped jolting and swaying and came to a standstill. The carriage steps came clattering down. The carriage doors were opened. There was water on the left, a broad expanse of river, on the right, the entrance steps. There was a welcoming party that included the servants and a rosy-cheeked girl with a thick coil of black hair, who was looking at her with an unpleasant, rather forced smile on her face, or so it seemed to Princess Maria. This was Sonia. The princess ran up the steps, and the girl with the forced smile said, "Here you are. Come in here," and the princess found herself in the hall looking at an elderly woman with oriental features distorted with anguish, who was advancing rapidly to meet her. It was the Countess. She put her arms round Princess Maria, and proceeded to kiss her. "My dear child," she said, "I love you. I have known you for such a long time." Princess Maria was thoroughly distraught, but she knew this was the Countess, and she ought to say something. Without knowing how she did it, she managed to get out a few polite French phrases pitched in the same tone as those addressed to her, and then she asked, "How is he?" "The doctor says he's out of danger," replied the Countess, but even as she said it, she sighed and her eyes rolled upwards, negating her own words. "Where is he?" "Please can I see him?" asked the princess. "Yes, of course, princess. Directly, my dear." "Is this his son?" she said, turning to little Nikolai, who was on his way in with Dessalles. "There's plenty of room for everybody. It's a nice big house. Oh, what a delightful boy." The Countess conducted the princess into the drawing room. Sonia spoke to Mademoiselle Bourrienne. The Countess petted the little boy. The old Count came in to welcome the princess. He had changed enormously since Princess Maria had last seen him. Then he had been a bouncy, cheery, confident little old man. Now he looked like some pathetic creature that had lost its way. As he talked to the princess, he glanced round shiftily all the time, as if to check with other people that he was behaving himself properly. After the destruction of Moscow and the loss of his property, knocked out of his usual groove, he had clearly lost all sense of his own importance, and now felt he no longer had a place in life. Despite all her anguish, her one desire to see her brother without further ado, and her sense of annoyance that at a time like this, when all she wanted was to go and see him, they were exchanging pleasantries and saying nice things about her nephew, the princess was taking everything in, and she could see that for the time being she had no alternative but to fall in with the new system she was now entering. She realized it was unavoidable, and this was hard to bear, but she didn't hold it against them.
"This is my niece," said the Count, introducing Sonia. "You haven't met her, have you, Princess?"
Princess Maria turned towards her, doing her best to stifle a rising feeling of hostility at the sight of this girl, and kissed her. But the strain of feeling that her mood was different from everybody else's was beginning to tell.
"Where is he?"
she asked again, turning to face them all.
"He's downstairs."
"Natasha is with him," answered Sonia, coloring up.
"We've sent someone to ask."
"Princess, you must be very tired."
Tears of annoyance were stinging Princess Maria's eyes.
She turned away and was just about to ask the Countess again which way to go when she heard a noise at the door, the light, eager footsteps of someone who seemed to be tripping along quite cheerfully. She looked across and saw someone almost running into the room. It was Natasha, the same Natasha she had so heartily disliked when they had met such a long time ago in Moscow. But Princess Maria took one look at Natasha's face and immediately recognized a comrade in adversity, and therefore a friend. She flew across, took her in her arms and burst into tears on her shoulder. The moment Natasha, sitting at Prince Andrei's bedside, had heard of her arrival, she had tiptoed out of the room and run up to see Princess Maria. It was her tripping footsteps that had sounded so cheerful. As she ran in, there was only one expression on her worried face, an expression of love, infinite love for him, for her, for anything the man she loved held dear, an expression of pity, compassion for others, and a deep desire to give herself up entirely to helping them. At that moment there was clearly not the slightest thought of self, of her relationship with him, in Natasha's heart. With her refined sensitivity, Princess Maria took this in with a single glance at Natasha's face, and wept with sweet sorrow on her shoulder. "Come on, Marie, let's go and see him," said Natasha, drawing her away into the next room. Princess Maria looked up, wiped her eyes and turned to Natasha. She felt sure she would get to know everything from her and find out what was going on. "What is?" she began to ask, only to stop short. She felt that no question and no answer could be put into words. Natasha's face and eyes would be sure to give her the clearest and deepest version of the truth. Natasha glanced at her with a scared and doubtful look, wondering whether or not to tell all she knew. She seemed to sense that with those luminous eyes piercing her to the bottom of her heart, it was impossible not to tell the whole truth as she saw it. Natasha's lips suddenly trembled, ugly creases came at the corners of her mouth, and she broke down in sobs, burying her face in her hands. Princess Maria now knew. But she went on hoping, and managed a few words, though she had little faith in them. "But how is his wound? What sort of state is he in?" You'll see for yourself," was all Natasha could say. They sat for a while downstairs outside his room, to bring their tears under control and go in with calm faces. "How has his illness progressed? When did it worsen? When did that happen?" Princess Maria asked. Natasha told her that at first he had been in danger from a high temperature and a great deal of pain, but that had passed away at Troitsa, and the doctor had only been worried about one possibility, gangrene. But even the risk of that had gone. When they had got to Yaroslavl, the wound had begun to fester. By now Natasha knew all about festering wounds, and much more besides, and the doctor had said the festering might take its normal course. Fever had set in. The doctor had said that the fever itself wasn't too serious. But 2 days ago, Natasha began. All of a sudden this thing came over him. She struggled with her sobs. "I don't know why, but you'll see what he's like." "Is he weaker? Has he lost weight?" asked the princess. "No, he hasn't. It's worse than that. You'll see." "Oh, Marie, he's too good. He can't possibly live, because..."
Chapter 15. When Natasha opened the door with a practiced hand for Princess Maria to go in first, the princess could feel the sobs rising in her throat. There was no way of preparing for the encounter or composing herself. She knew she wouldn't be able to see him without tears. She understood what Natasha had meant when she had said, "This thing came over him 2 days ago." She took it to mean that a sudden relaxation had come over him, and this process of relaxing and mellowing was a harbinger of death. As she approached the door, her imagination conjured up a picture of Andrei as a little boy, when his face had been so soft and sweet and full of feeling. On the rare occasions she had seen that look in later life, it had always affected her deeply. She knew he would say some soft, loving words to her just as her father had done on his deathbed, and it would be unbearable, and she would break down in sobs when she heard them. But sooner or later it had to be, and she went into the room. Her sobs seemed to rise higher and higher in her throat as her short-sighted eyes began to make out his figure and his features more and more clearly, and now at last she saw his face, and their eyes met. He was lying on a couch, propped up with cushions, wearing a dressing gown lined with squirrel fur. He looked thin and pale. One thin hand of transparent whiteness held on to a handkerchief, with the other he was softly fingering his delicate mustache, which had grown quite long. His eyes sought out the newcomers as they came in. The moment she saw his face and met his eyes, Princess Maria immediately checked her stride, her tears dried up and her sobbing stopped. As she caught the expression on his face and the look in his eyes, she felt suddenly timid and guilty. "What have I got to feel guilty about?" she asked herself. The answer came from him in a hard, icy stare, "Being alive and thinking about the living world, while I..." Andrei's deep stare, inward rather than outward looking, contained something not far from hostility as he slowly scanned his sister and Natasha. He kissed his sister while they held hands, something they had always done. "Hello, Marie. How did you get here?" he said, and his voice was as flat and otherworldly as the look in his eyes. If he had screamed in sheer despair, the scream would have been less ghastly than the sound of his voice. "Have you brought Nikolai?" he said in the same slow, flat tone, obviously finding it difficult to remember where he was. "How are you now?" said Princess Maria, surprising herself by what she was saying. "You'll have to ask the doctor, my dear," he said. Making a big effort to put on a show of affection, he managed to mouth a few more words, obviously without the slightest idea of what he was saying. "Thank you for coming, my dear." Princess Maria squeezed his hand. He winced at her touch, though his reaction was barely noticeable. He was silent now, and she couldn't think of anything to say. She understood what had happened to him 2 days before. In his words, in his tone of voice, above all in his eyes, so cold, verging on the hostile, there was that sense of remoteness from all earthly things that seems so horrible to a living person. Clearly, he was having the greatest difficulty in understanding anything to do with the living world, yet it seemed that his inability to understand the living world was not due to any loss of comprehension. It was because he could now comprehend something different, something beyond the understanding of living people, something that was gradually absorbing his whole being. "Funny how fate has brought us together again," he said, breaking the silence and pointing to Natasha. "She's looking after me." Princess Maria heard what he said, but she couldn't understand him. How could Prince Andrei, with all his warmth and sensitivity, talk like that in the presence of the girl he loved, and who loved him? If he had any thought of living, he wouldn't have spoken in such a cold and offensive tone. If he didn't know he was dying, how could he have been so callous, talking like that while she was there? There was only one explanation: nothing mattered to him now, and the reason nothing mattered was that something new and much more important had been revealed to him. The conversation was incoherent, lacking warmth, continually breaking down. "Marie came round through Ryazan," said Natasha. Prince Andrei didn't notice she had called his sister Marie. And Natasha, as she did so, became aware of it for the first time. "Did she?" he said. She had heard that Moscow has been burnt to the ground, every bit of it. It looks as though. Natasha stopped. Conversation was impossible. He was obviously straining to listen, but not managing to do so. Yes. Burned down. That's what they say, he said. Terrible pity, and he stared straight ahead, his fingers playing distractedly with his mustache. So you met Count Nikolai, Marie, said Prince Andrei all of a sudden, evidently trying to say something nice. He said in his letter how much he liked you, he went on, speaking so frankly and easily. He was obviously incapable of understanding the complexity and deep significance his words would have for living people. If you ever found you liked him too, it might be a good idea to get married, he added, gabbling a little as if he was glad to hit on just the words he had been struggling to find. Princess Maria heard him speak, but his words didn't mean anything, they just showed how terribly remote he now was from anything to do with the living world. Don't talk about me, she said calmly, with a glance across at Natasha. Natasha could feel her eyes upon her, but she didn't look back. Another silence ensued. Andrei, would you, Princess Maria began with a catch in her voice, would you like to see Nikolai? He never stops talking about you. For the first time Prince Andrei smiled the ghost of a smile, but Princess Maria, who knew his face so well, was horrified to realize it was not a smile of joy, not of tender affection for his son, it was a smile of quiet, gentle mockery as his sister made one last desperate attempt to bring him back to sensitivity. Yes, I would like to see little Nikolai. Is he well? When they brought the little boy in, he was scared by the sight of his father, but he didn't cry, because nobody else was crying. Prince Andrei kissed him, but he obviously didn't know what to say. When they had taken the child away, Princess Maria went over to her brother once more, kissed him, finally lost all self-control, and burst into tears. He stared at her. Are you sorry for Nikolai? He asked. Princess Maria nodded through her tears. Marie, you know it says in the bib, he began, but suddenly stopped. What were you saying? Nothing. You can't cry in here, he said, giving her the same icy look. When Princess Maria had burst into tears, Andrei knew she was weeping for little Nikolai, who was going to be left without a father. He made a huge effort to return to this life, and see things from their point of view. Yes, it must seem sad to them, he thought. But it's really so straightforward. The fowls of the air sow not, neither do they reap, yet your heavenly Father feedeth them, he said to himself, and he wanted to say it to his sister. But no, they would only take it their way. They wouldn't understand at all. What they can't understand is that all these feelings they make so much of, all these thoughts and feelings of ours that seem so important, they're of no consequence. We can't understand each other. And he said no more. Prince Andrei's little son was 7 years old. He could barely read, and he knew nothing. He would go on to see a lot more of life, gaining in knowledge, curiosity, and experience. But if he had had access then to all the faculties acquired in later life, he couldn't have had a truer, deeper understanding of the drama he had just seen enacted between his father, Princess Maria, and Natasha. He took in the whole thing, and left the room without shedding a tear. Without saying a word, he went up to Natasha, who had followed him out, and glanced timidly up at her with his lovely dreamy eyes. His pink top lip with the little arch in it was trembling as he leant his head against her and burst into tears. From that day on he gave Dessalles a wide berth, and also avoided the Countess, who wanted to smother him with kindness, and either sat somewhere on his own, or timidly sought out Princess Maria or Natasha, whom he now seemed to love even more than his aunt, and cuddled up to them in his quiet, shy little way. When Princess Maria left her brother's side, she understood everything that Natasha's face had been trying to tell her. She and Natasha said nothing more about the possibility of his life being saved. They took turns at his bedside, and Princess Maria abandoned her tears in favor of continual prayer, turning in spirit to the immortal, invisible presence that could now be so palpably experienced as it hovered over the dying man. Chapter 16. Prince Andrei not only knew he was going to die, he could feel himself dying. He already felt half dead. He was experiencing a sense of remoteness from all earthly things, and a strangely joyful lightness of being. Neither impatient nor anxious, he lay there waiting for what was to come. The ominous, eternal, remote and unknown presence he had been conscious of throughout the whole of his life was now closing in on him, and becoming, through the strange lightness of being that he was now experiencing, almost intelligible and tangible. In the past he had dreaded the end. Twice in his life he had experienced that ghastly, agonizing feeling, the fear of death, the end, but now he couldn't understand why he had been so afraid of it. The first time he had had that feeling was when the shell was spinning like a top right in front of him, and he had looked round at the stubble and the bushes, and up at the sky, fully aware that he was staring death in the face. When he had come round after sustaining his wound, it was as if he had been suddenly freed from the oppressive constraints of life, and he had felt love blossoming in his soul, a love that seemed to be eternal, free-ranging, invested with a life of its own, and from then on, far from fearing death, he had never even thought about it. During the hours that followed, hours of solitude, constant pain and semi-delirium, the more he edged his way mentally towards this newly discovered principle of eternal love, the stronger his unconscious renunciation of earthly life became. Loving everything and everybody, always sacrificing oneself for the sake of love, meant loving no one person, and not living this earthly life. And the more he absorbed this principle of love, the easier he found it to renounce life, and the more effectively he destroyed the dreadful barrier that the absence of love sets up between life and death. During that first period, whenever he remembered he was going to die, he said to himself, "All right, then. Couldn't be better." But after that night at Medici, when in his semi-delirious state the one woman he had been longing for had appeared before him, and he had pressed her hand to his lips and wept sweet tears of joy, the love for one woman had crept back unseen into his heart, and restored him to life. He began thinking again. Some of his thoughts were pleasant, others disturbing. He remembered the moment at the ambulance station when he had caught sight of Karajan, but he couldn't find his way back to the feelings he had experienced then. He was longing to know whether Karajan was still alive or not. But he was too scared to ask. His illness had been taking its normal physical course, but then suddenly, 2 days before Princess Maria's arrival, what Natasha called this thing had come over him. It was the last spiritual struggle between life and death, with death coming out on top. It was a sudden awareness that life, seen through his love for Natasha, was still precious, and it came with a final shock of defeat mixed with fear of the unknown. It happened in the evening. As usual after dinner he was slightly feverish, though his thoughts were remarkably clear. Sonia was sitting at the table. He fell into a doze. He was swept by a sudden surge of happiness. "Oh good, she's here," he thought. And sure enough, Natasha had tiptoed in unheard and was sitting there in Sonia's place. Ever since she had started looking after him he had always had a strong sense of her physical presence. She was sitting sideways on in a low chair, screening him from the light of the candle, and she was knitting a stocking. She had learned to knit after hearing Prince Andrei once say that the best people to care for the sick are old nannies knitting stockings, because knitting always has such a soothing effect on people. Her slender fingers flashed and the speeding needles clicked. He could clearly see the sharp silhouette of her pensive, lowered head. She made a slight movement, and the ball rolled down off her knee. She gave a start, glanced round at him, bent down to pick up the ball in one careful, smooth and deliberate movement, screening the light with her other hand, and sat back as before. He watched her without stirring, and he could see that after this movement she needed to draw a deep breath, but was determined not to do so, forcing herself to breathe evenly. At the Troitsa monastery they had talked about the past, and he had said that if he lived he would always thank God for his wound, because that had brought them together again, though since then they had never talked about the future. Could it have happened, or not? He was wondering now as he watched her and listened to the slight clicking of the steel needles. Can fate have brought us together so strangely only for me to die? Can the truth about life have been revealed to me only to show I've been living a lie? I love her more than anything in the world. But what can I do if I do love her, he said, and suddenly he gave an instinctive groan, a habit he had fallen into while suffering so much pain. Hearing the sound, Natasha put her knitting down, leant closer, and suddenly saw that his eyes were gleaming. She tripped across and bent over him. "You're not asleep, are you?" "No. I've been watching you for ages. I felt you come in. You're the only one who can give me that kind of gentle peace, and such lovely light. I could cry with happiness." Natasha moved closer. Her face was radiant with bliss. "Natasha, I love you too much. More than anything in the world. What about me?" She turned away for a second. "But why do you say too much?" she said. "Too much? Well, what do you think? What do you feel in your heart of hearts? Am I going to live? What do you think?" "I'm sure you are." "Yes, I'm sure." Natasha almost cried out, seizing both of his hands in a passionate gesture. It was some time before he spoke. "Wouldn't it be wonderful?" He took her hand and kissed it. Natasha felt happy and deeply moved, but then she came to her senses. This wouldn't do, he had to be kept quiet. "But you haven't had enough sleep," she said, suppressing her feeling of joy. "Do try to get some sleep. Please." He squeezed her hand and let it go, and she moved back near to the candle, where she sat down again as before. Twice she glanced across at him, he looked back with shining eyes. She fixed on a certain amount of stocking to knit, and told herself not to look round until it was done. And sure enough, it was not long before his eyes closed and he dozed off. But his sleep did not last. He woke up suddenly in a cold sweat, deeply alarmed. As he had been going to sleep, he had been thinking about what now obsessed him all the time, living and dying. Most of all, dying. He felt closer than ever to death. Love? What is love, he thought. Love gets in the way of death. Love is life. Every single thing I understand only because I love. Everything exists, only because I love. Everything is bound up with love, and love alone. Love is God, and dying means me, a tiny particle of love, going back to its universal and eternal source. These thoughts seemed comforting enough, but they were only thoughts. There was something missing. They seemed lopsided, too personal, too rational, they should have been blindingly obvious. Besides, there was still something worrying him, something he couldn't get to grips with. He fell asleep. In a dream he sees himself lying there in the same room he is actually lying in, but he hasn't been wounded, he is fit and well. Lots of people, all different kinds, people who don't matter and aren't worried about him, appear before him. He is talking to them, arguing about nothing at all. They seem to be getting ready to go on a journey. Prince Andrei is vaguely aware that none of this matters, there are other things of much greater importance for him to bother about, but he keeps on talking, impressing them with his casual, witty comments. They begin to slip away imperceptibly one by one, and all that is left is the question of closing the door. He rises to his feet and goes over to the door to get it locked and bolted. Everything now depends on whether or not he will get there in time to shut it. He is walking forward, hurrying, but his legs won't move, and he knows he is not going to get the door locked, though he strains agonizingly to do so. And he is filled with a ghastly feeling of terror. This terror is the fear of death, beyond the door there is it. But while he is flailing helplessly towards the door, that horrible something is already pushing from the other side, forcing the door open. Something inhuman, death, is pushing on the door, and he must hold it back. With one last effort he grabs at the door, it can't now be shut, to try and hold it back,
but his efforts are feeble and clumsy. Under pressure from the ghastly thing outside, the door opens and shuts again. More pushing from the other side. His last, inhuman struggles are fruitless. Both leaves of the door open without a sound. It comes in. It is death. And Prince Andrei has died. But at the very moment of death, Prince Andrei realized he was dreaming. At the moment of death itself, he summoned all his strength and forced himself back to consciousness. Yes, that was death. I have died and woken up again. But that's what death is, a reawakening. His soul was suddenly ablaze with light, and the veil that had hidden the unknown from him was half lifted for his spirit to see beyond. He had sensed the releasing of pent-up forces within him, and he felt the curious lightness of being that had not left him since. When he woke up in a cold sweat and stirred on the couch, Natasha went over and asked him what was wrong. He didn't answer, he couldn't understand what she was saying, and he gazed at her with a strange look in his eyes. This was the change that had come over him 2 days before Princess Maria's arrival. From that day on, according to the doctor, the wasting fever took a turn for the worse, but Natasha ignored him. She could see the terrible signs emanating from Andrei's spirit, and their message was beyond doubt. For Prince Andrei, that day marked more than a reawakening from sleep, it was a reawakening from life. And in relation to his own lifespan, it seemed to take no longer than waking up does in relation to the span of a dream. It was a relatively slow reawakening, but there was nothing violent or terrible about it. His last days and hours were spent in a simple, down-to-earth way. Princess Maria and Natasha, who never left his side, both felt that. They did not weep, they did not shudder. And towards the end they both felt they were not looking after him, he was no more, he had gone away, they were cherishing the most immediate memory of him, his body. Both of them felt emotions so strong they were unaffected by the horrible outward aspect of death, and they felt no need to work at their grief. They never wept, with him or without him, and when they were together they didn't even talk about him. They felt that no words could express what they now understood. They could both see him slowly and gently slipping further and further down into another realm. They knew this had to be, and it was good. He received absolution and was given communion. Everybody came in to say goodbye. When his son was brought in to see him, he pressed his lips to the boy's flesh and then turned away, not because he was in any pain or anguish. Princess Maria and Natasha could see this clearly, but simply because he thought he had done all that was necessary. When they told him to give the boy his blessing, he did what was required of him and then looked round as if he was wondering whether there was anything else that needed to be done. When the body suffered its final spasms and gave up the ghost, Princess Maria and Natasha were there. "It's all over, isn't it?" said Princess Maria, after the body had lain there, quite still, for some moments, going cold before their eyes. Natasha came up close, glanced down at the dead eyes, and closed them with a quick movement. She closed them without kissing them, hanging on to her closest memory of him. Where has he gone? Where is he now? When the body lay washed and dressed in the coffin on the table, everybody came in to take leave of him, and everybody wept. Little Nikolai wept from agonizing, heartbreaking bewilderment. The Countess and Sonia wept because they were sorry for Natasha, and because he had gone from them. The old Count wept because he could see himself taking the same terrible step before much longer. Natasha and Princess Maria now also gave way to tears, but not from personal sorrow. They wept with a melting sensation of reverence gripping their very souls as they contemplated the simple and solemn mystery of death that had been accomplished before their eyes. Part 2. Chapter 1. The human intellect cannot grasp the full range of causes that lie behind any phenomenon. But the need to discover causes is deeply ingrained in the spirit of man. And so the human intellect ignores the infinite permutations and sheer complexity of all the circumstances surrounding a phenomenon, any one of which could be individually construed as the thing that caused it,
latches on to the first and easiest approximation, and says, "This is the cause." When it comes to historical events, where the actions of men are the object of study, the will of the gods used to serve as a primeval approximation to underlying cause, though this was eventually superseded by the will of a few men occupying the historical foreground, the heroes of history. But one glance below the surface of any historical event, one glance at the actions of the mass of humanity involved in it, is enough to show that the will of the historical hero, far from controlling the actions of the masses, is itself subject to continual outside control. You might think it doesn't matter very much whether historical events are interpreted one way or another. But between the man who says that the peoples of the West marched on the East because Napoleon willed them to do so, and the man who says this movement took place because it was bound to take place, there is the same yawning gap as there is between men who used to claim that the Earth stood still while the planets revolved around it, and other men who said they didn't know what keeps the Earth in place, but they did know there were laws controlling its motion and the motion of the other planets. There are no single causes behind historical events, and there never can be, other than the one grand cause behind all causes. But there are laws controlling events, some of them beyond our ken, some of them within our groping grasp. The discovery of these laws becomes possible only when we stop looking for causes in the will of individual men, just as the discovery of the laws of planetary motion became possible only when men stopped believing in the Earth as a fixed entity. After the Battle of Borodino, the enemy occupation of Moscow and the burning of the city, the most important episode of the War of 1812, according to the historians, was the movement of the Russian army across from the Ryazan to the Kaluga road and onto the camp at Tarantino, the so-called flanking maneuver beyond the river Krasnaya Pakra. Historians credit a number of different people with this stroke of genius, and argument continues about its rightful attribution. Foreign historians, even the French, acknowledge the genius of the Russian military command when they discuss this flanking maneuver. But why military commentators, and all subsequent writers, should see this flanking maneuver as the profoundly significant brainchild of some individual, something that saved Russia and destroyed Napoleon, is very difficult to understand. For one thing, it is difficult to see any profound wisdom or genius in this maneuver. It requires little mental effort to work out that the best position for an army not under attack is where its supplies are most readily available. And anybody, down to the stupidest 13-year-old boy, could have easily guessed that the most advantageous position for the army in 1812, after the retreat from Moscow, would be down the Kaluga road. So, in the first place, it is impossible to understand the thought processes that have led historians to descry deep wisdom in this ploy. Secondly, it is even more difficult to understand why historians treat this development as the saving of Russia and the destruction of the French, if the circumstances before, during, and after this flanking maneuver had been slightly different. It could well have led to the destruction of the Russian army and salvation for the French. Even if the position of the Russian army did begin to improve from the time of that maneuver, it doesn't follow that the improvement was necessarily caused by it. The flanking maneuver might well have brought no advantage. Worse than that, it could easily have led to the destruction of the Russian army if other circumstances had prevailed. What would have happened if Moscow had not burnt down? If Murat had not lost sight of the Russians? If Napoleon had decided to do something? If the Russians had followed the advice of Bennigsen and Barclay and gone into battle at the Krasnaya Pakra? What would have happened if the French had attacked the Russians when they were marching on the other side of the Pakra River? What would have happened later on if Napoleon had got to Tarantino and attacked the Russians with even a tenth of the energy he had put into the attack at Smolensk? What would have happened if the French had marched on Petersburg? If any of these developments had occurred, the flanking maneuver could have led to disaster rather than salvation. The third point is the most difficult to understand. Students of history seem determined to ignore the possibility that this march cannot be attributed to any one individual. No one ever predicted it, and, like the retreat to Philly, this ploy was, in fact, never fully worked out in advance by anybody. It came about step by step, incident by incident, moment by moment, emerging from an infinitely varied set of unimaginably different circumstances,
and was perceived in its entirety only when it had become a reality, a past event. At the Philly Council, the idea uppermost in the minds of the Russian High Command was the blindingly obvious course of retreat straight down the road to Nizhny Novgorod. Evidence of this can be seen in the Council's majority vote in favor of this route, and especially the Commander-in-Chief's famous conversation afterwards with Lanskoy, the head of supplies. Lanskoy reported to the Commander-in-Chief that the main army stores were stockpiled along the river Oka in the provinces of Tula and Kazan, and if they retreated down the Nizhny road the army would be cut off from its supplies by the Broad River, which couldn't be crossed in the early winter. This was the first signal of the need to abandon the route that had at first seemed the most natural one to take, retreat down the Nizhny road. The army was steered further south, down the Ryazan road, closer to its supplies. As time went by, the inactivity of the French, who actually lost sight of the Russian army, together with the worrying need to defend the ordnance factory at Tula, and especially the advantage of going in the direction of their own supplies, pushed the army even further south, down the Tula road. As they made their way in one desperate lunge over to the Tula road beyond the Pakra, the generals of the Russian army were intending to call a halt at Podolsk. They never gave a thought to stopping at Tarantino. But our army was forced even further south by countless other developments, including the re-emergence of the French troops, who really had lost them, new battle plans and, most importantly, the availability of generous supplies in Kaluga, and they switched again from the Tula to the Kaluga road and marched on to Tarantino, right in the middle of their own supply lines. Just as there is no precise answer to the question, when was Moscow abandoned, it is impossible to say exactly when the decision was taken to move the army to Tarantino, or who took it. It was only when the army had got there, impelled by a boundless variety of infinitesimally small forces, that people began to convince themselves this was what they had wanted and predicted all along. Chapter 2. The famous flanking maneuver comes down to this. The Russian army had been retracing its steps in full retreat, and when the French stopped attacking, they deviated from the straight line they were following, saw they were not being pursued and moved off naturally in a new direction, attracted that way by the availability of plentiful supplies. If we imagine, not generals of genius in charge of the Russian army, but a leaderless army acting alone, even that kind of army would have had no alternative but to head back towards Moscow, coming round in a big arc through the richest countryside to an area where maximum supplies were available. So natural was this switching across from the Nizhny road to the Ryazan, Tula and Kaluga roads that this was the very direction taken by looting stragglers from the Russian army, and the very direction insisted on by the authorities in Petersburg for Kutuzov's next move. At Tarantino, Kutuzov received what amounted to a reprimand from the Tsar for moving the army to the Ryazan road, and he was ordered into the very position across from Kaluga which he had taken up by the time that Tsar's letter reached him. The Russian army reacted like a billiard ball, recoiling in the direction imparted by the shock of the whole campaign and particularly the Battle of Borodino. The army absorbed the energy of the collision, encountered no further shocks and simply rolled away into the most natural position. Kutuzov's merit had nothing to do with military genius, or what they call strategic maneuvering. His merit was to have been the only person to grasp the full significance of what had happened. He was the only one who grasped the significance of the French army's lack of activity. He was the only one who kept on insisting they had won the Battle of Borodino. He, the commander-in-chief who might have been expected to be thirsting for battle, was the only one who did everything in his power to restrain the Russian army from rushing into futile encounters. The wild beast wounded at Borodino lay around where the fleeing huntsman had left him, but whether it was alive, and whether it still had any strength and was lying low, the huntsman didn't know. Suddenly a moan came from the creature. The moan from the wounded beast, the French army, that gave away the secret of its hopeless plight was the decision to send Laristin to Kutuzov's camp with overtures for peace. Napoleon, with his certainty that the right thing to say was not the right thing to say but the first thing that came into his head, wrote to Kutuzov the first words that came into his head, and these happened not to make any sense. They went as follows. Monsieur le Prince Kutuzov, he wrote, I am sending one of my aides to discuss with you various topics of interest. I beg your highness to have faith in what he says, especially when he expresses the sentiments of esteem and particular consideration that I have long entertained for your person. This letter having no other object, I pray God, Monsieur le Prince Kutuzov, to maintain you in his holy and powerful keeping.
Signed, Napoleon. Moscow, October 3, 1812. Kutuzov replied as follows. I should be cursed by posterity if I were regarded as the initiator of any kind of settlement. Such is the present spirit of my nation. And he carried on doing everything in his power to hold the Russian army back from any attack. A month of French army looting in Moscow, together with Russian army quietude at Tarantino, had brought about a change in the relative strengths of the two armies, a change in morale and sheer numbers, all of which told in favor of the Russians. Although the position of the French army and its numerical strength were unknown to the Russians, as soon as this change came about, the inevitability of an eventual attack soon made itself felt in all manner of ways. These were Lauristan's mission, the availability of generous supplies at Tarantino, persistent reports of inactivity and poor discipline in the French army, new recruitment bringing our regiments up to strength, the fine weather, the long spell of rest enjoyed by the Russian soldiers, and the usual eagerness of well-rested troops to finish the job they were there to do, curiosity about what was happening in the French army, which had been out of sight for so long, the sheer audacity shown by the Russian outposts nipping in and out among the French encamped at Tarantino, stories about easy victories over the French enjoyed by peasants and guerrilla groups, and the envy that this caused, a desire for revenge that lay in every heart while ever the French remained in Moscow, and, what mattered most of all, a vague awareness rising in every soldier's heart that there had been a shift in the relative strength of the armies, and the advantage now lay with us. A substantial change of this nature really had come about, and advance was now inevitable. And straightaway, as surely as a clock begins to chime and strike when the minute hand has completed a full circle, this change was reflected among the top brass in increased activity, the whirring of wheels within wheels. Chapter 3. The Russian army was commanded by Kutuzov and his staff, and also by the Tsar from Petersburg. Before the news of the abandonment of Moscow reached Petersburg, a detailed plan for the whole campaign had been drawn up and sent to Kutuzov for him to follow. Even though this plan had been put together on the assumption that Moscow was still in our hands, it was endorsed by the staff and accepted as the basis for action. Kutuzov's response was limited to a comment that movements planned at a distance were always difficult to put into practice. In order to resolve any difficulties as and when they arose, further instructions were issued, and new staff were sent down to Kutuzov with the sole duty of keeping an eye on his movements and reporting back. Besides this, the high command of the Russian army was completely reshuffled. The places of Bagration, who had been killed, and Barclay, who had stalked off in high dudgeon, had to be filled. Much serious thought went into consideration of the best thing to do, whether A should take over from B, and B from D, or whether it ought to be the other way round, with D taking over from A, and so on, as if this had an impact on anything at all beyond the self-esteem of A and B. Given Kutuzov's hostility towards his chief of staff, Benigsen, the presence of the Tsar's confidential advisors and all these various new appointments, party infighting at headquarters was even more complicated than usual. A was trying to undermine B's position, D was getting at C, and so on, in all conceivable combinations and permutations. And everybody was undermining everybody else mainly over the course of the war, which all these men thought they were in control of, though in practice the war ignored them and went its own inevitable way. In other words, it never corresponded with what they were thinking, it was the essential outcome of interacting forces among the masses. And all these machinations, with everybody at daggers drawn and cross purposes, were accepted at high command as a true reflection of developments that were inevitable. Prince Kutuzov wrote the Tsar on the 2nd of October in a letter received by Kutuzov after the Battle of Tarantino. Ever since the 2nd of September, Moscow has been in enemy hands. Your last reports were dated the 20th, and in all this time not only has no attempt been made to act against the enemy and liberate our ancient capital,
according to your last reports you have actually retreated even further. Serpukhov has now fallen to an enemy detachment, and Tula, with its famous ordnance factory that means so much to the army, is in danger. From reports received from General Winsengerode, I note that an enemy force of 10,000 men is marching up the Petersburg Road. Another 1,000 strong is closing in on Dmitrov. A third has advanced along the Vladimir Road. A fourth force of some considerable strength is stationed between Ruza and Mozhaysk. Napoleon himself was in Moscow on the 25th. In view of this intelligence, with the enemy's forces split up into sections, and Napoleon himself with his guard in Moscow, is it possible that the enemy forces confronting you are too strong for you to go on the offensive? The opposite assumption seems far more probable. You are being harassed by detachments, a corps at the most, greatly inferior to the army entrusted to your command. It would seem possible for you to have profited from these circumstances and attacked a weaker enemy and destroyed him, or at least forced him into retreat and kept in our hands decent parts of the provinces now under enemy occupation, thus diverting danger away from Tula and the other towns of the interior. You will be responsible if the enemy manages to send a considerable force up to Petersburg and threaten this capital, where it has not been possible to maintain troops in any great numbers, since the army entrusted to your command, acting with energy and determination, provides you with ample means to avert this new calamity. Remember, you have still to answer to your humiliated country for the loss of Moscow. You have had experience of my readiness to reward you. That readiness will remain undiminished within me, but Russia and I have the right to expect from you all the energy, determination and success betokened by your intellect, your talent as a military man, and the bravery of the troops operating under your leadership. This letter demonstrates that a sense of the changing relative strength of the armies was now making itself felt as far away as Petersburg, but while it was in transit Kutuzov had been unable to hold his army back, and a battle had already been fought. On the 2nd of October, a Cossack by the name of Shapovalov out on a scouting mission shot one hare and wounded another. Shapovalov pursued the wounded animal deep into the forest, and there he stumbled across the left flank of Murat's army, encamped and unprotected. He laughingly told his mates how he had nearly walked straight into the hands of the French. An ensign overheard the story and told his commanding officer. The Cossack was sent for and interrogated. His officers wanted to seize the opportunity and get some horses from the French, but one of them had contacts with the army high command, and he mentioned the incident to a staff general. In recent days, relations on the staff had been strained almost to breaking point. Only a few days before this, Yermolov had gone to Benigsen and implored him to use all his influence with the commander-in-chief to go on the offensive. "If I didn't know you, I would imagine you didn't want what you are asking for," replied Benigsen. "I have only to recommend one line of approach for His Serene Highness to be sure to do the opposite." The news brought in by the Cossacks, soon confirmed by mounted scouts, was proof enough. The time was ripe. The cord slipped, the wheels whirred and the chiming started. For all his supposed authority, intellect, experience, and knowledge of people, Kutuzov looked at all the indicators: the note from Benigsen, who was reporting personally to the Tsar, the unanimity of opinion among the generals, his own assessment of what the Tsar wanted to happen, and the intelligence brought in by the Cossacks, and he could no longer hold back the inexorable momentum. By issuing orders for something he considered both useless and pernicious, he was giving his blessing to what had now become a fait accompli. Chapter 4. Benigsen's note stating the need to go on the offensive, and the report from the Cossacks that the enemy's left flank was unprotected, were merely the latest indicators that the signal to attack could be delayed no longer, and the attack was scheduled for the 5th of October. On the morning of the 4th, Kutuzov signed the documents of disposition. Toll read them to Yermolov, and invited him to see to the detailed arrangements. Very good, but not just now." "I haven't time," said Yermolov, and walked out of the hut. The overall disposition of the troops as drawn up by Toll was a splendid one. Everything was neatly written out, as it had been at Austerlitz, but this time not in German.
Column number 1 marches here, then there. Column number 2 marches there, then here. And so on.
On paper, every one of these columns arrived in position dead on time, and they destroyed the enemy. As always on these occasions, everything had been meticulously thought through, but as always on these occasions, not a single column arrived anywhere on time. When enough copies of the disposition were ready, an officer was summoned and sent to Yermolov to hand them over for implementation. A young officer of the Horse Guards, one of Kutuzov's personal staff, set off for Yermolov's quarters, thrilled to be carrying out such a vital commission.
"He's not in," Yermolov's servant told him.
The Horse Guards officer set off for a general's quarters where Yermolov was often to be found.
"No, he's not here." "Neither is the general," he was told.
The officer remounted and rode off to another general's.
"No, he's gone out."
"I hope they don't blame me for slowing things up."
"It's infuriating," thought the officer. He rode all over the camp.
For every man who claimed to have just seen Yermolov riding off with some other generals, there was another who said he must be back home by now. The officer stayed out searching until 6 o'clock in the evening, and never stopped to eat.
Yermolov was nowhere to be found, and nobody knew where he was.
The officer had a quick meal with a comrade before setting off back to the vanguard to report to Miloradovich. Miloradovich was out too, but here at least they did tell him the general had gone to a ball at General Kikin's and Yermolov was probably there too.
"Well, where is it?"
"At Yechkino, over yonder," said an officer of the Cossacks, pointing towards a country house in the far distance.
"What, right over there? Outside our lines?"
"2 regiments of our boys have been sent over to the outposts. There's a right party going on out there now, I'll tell you. 2 bands, 3 lots of singers." The officer rode out through our lines and on to Yechkino. Some way off he could hear the happy sounds of soldiers dancing and singing merrily together. In the country, went the song, to a lot of whistling and the sound of a balalaika, swamped now and again by a great roar of voices. The officer's own spirits rose when he heard these sounds, but he was still worried about being blamed for taking so long to hand over the vital message that had been entrusted to him. It was getting on for 9 o'clock. He dismounted and walked up to the entrance of a big, completely undamaged manor house situated halfway between the French and the Russian lines. Footmen were trotting in and out of the vestibule and buffet bearing wine and food. The singers stood by the windows. The officer was taken across to a door, and there before him all of a sudden were all the top generals in the army, including the big, imposing figure of Yermolov. All the generals were standing round in a half-circle with their coats unbuttoned, pictures of merriment, red in the face and laughing their heads off. There in the middle of the room a handsome general, red-faced and not very tall, was dancing a trepak with much energy and not a little style.
Ah.
Good for you, Nikolai Ivanovich.
Ah.
The officer felt doubly guilty for bursting in on them at a moment like that with an important message, and he would have waited, but one of the generals spotted him, heard why he had come and told Yermolov. The latter came across to the officer with a scowl on his face, listened to his story, and took the documents from him without a word. "Do you reckon he just happened to be out?" said a comrade of the Horse Guards officer, a staff man himself, later that evening, referring to Yermolov. "Not on your life. That was deliberate. He was getting at Konovnitsin. You watch the fur fly tomorrow." Chapter 5. The next morning Kutuzov, decrepit old man that he was, rose early, said his prayers, got dressed and, with a sinking feeling that he had to go out and take command of a battle he didn't approve of, he got into his carriage and drove out from Letyshavko, a village 2 or 3 miles from Tarantino, to the place where the attacking columns were supposed to have been drawn up. Kutuzov trundled along, nodding off,
waking up again, and cocking an ear. Wasn't that the sound of shots over on the right? Could this be the start of the action? But no, everything was still quiet. A damp and overcast autumn day was just dawning. As he got near to Tarantino, Kutuzov spotted some cavalrymen leading their horses to water down the road he was driving along. Kutuzov had a good look at them, then he stopped his carriage and asked what regiment they came from. They came from a column which ought to have been a long way ahead, setting up an ambush. Must be a mistake, thought the old commander-in-chief. But as he drove on, Kutuzov saw infantry regiments with their arms stacked, and the soldiers standing around in their underclothes, busy cooking porridge and fetching wood. He sent for their commanding officer. The officer contended that no order to advance had been received. I don't see, Kutuzov began, but he checked himself at once, and sent for the senior officer. He got out of his carriage, hung his head and paced up and down in silence, breathing heavily. He had sent for Iken, an officer on the general staff, and when he arrived Kutuzov turned purple with rage, not because this officer was to blame for the mistake, but because he was an object worthy of his fury. The old man staggered and spluttered as he fell into the kind of rage that would sometimes have him rolling about on the ground in a frenzy, and he fell upon Iken, shaking his fists at him, yelling and shouting abuse in the language of the gutter. Another officer, Captain Brozin, also quite blameless, happened to turn up, and he suffered the same fate. Here's another filthy swine. I'll shoot the lot of you. Vermin, he shouted hoarsely, waving his arms and reeling about. His pain was actually physical. There he was, His Serene Highness, the Commander-in-Chief, constantly assured that no one in Russia had ever had his kind of power, put in a position like this, reduced to a laughingstock throughout the whole army. All that worry, all my prayers for today, a night without sleep, thinking things over. Why do I bother, he thought to himself. When I was a young officer wet behind the ears nobody would have dared make a fool of me like this. And now look. He was actually suffering physical pain, as if he had been subjected to corporal punishment, and the only way for him to express it was in fulminating cries of agonized rage. But soon his strength ebbed away. He took a look round, conscious that he had rather overdone the bad language, got into his carriage and drove back in silence. His fury was spent, and it did not return. Kutuzov blinked feebly as he listened to the excuses and explanations. Yermolov kept out of sight till next day, and the assurances from Benigsen, Konovnitsin, and told that the movement that had miscarried would take place the following day. Once again all Kutuzov could do was give his consent. Chapter 6. Next day the massed troops were in position by evening, and they marched off during the night. It was an autumn night with a purple tinge to the black clouds, but there was no rain. The ground was damp without being muddy, and the troops made no noise as they advanced, apart from the odd clank of artillery. No talking above a whisper was allowed, no smoking of pipes or striking of lights. They had to keep the horses from neighing. Secrecy added to the fun of it all. The men marched on in high spirits. Several columns halted, stacked their guns and lay down on the chilly ground, assuming they had got to where they should be. Other columns, most of them, marched all night and got to places where they clearly shouldn't have been. Count Orlov Denisov with his Cossacks, the least important detachment of them all, was the only one that fetched up in the right place at the right time. They halted at the edge of a forest, on a path that led from the village of Stromilova to Dmitrovsk. Count Orlov nodded off, but they woke him before dawn. A deserter from the French camp was brought to see him. It was a Polish NCO from Poniatowski's corps. He explained in Polish that he had deserted because he had felt humiliated in their service. He should have been commissioned long ago, he was braver than anybody else, so he had come over to them and he wanted to get his own back. He said Murat was camping for the night less than a mile away, and if they would give him 100 men he would go and take him alive. Count Orlov Denisov consulted his fellow officers. The offer was too tempting to refuse. They were all eager to go. They all said yes, we must have a shot at it. After much argument and further consultation, it was decided that Major General Grekov would take 2 regiments of Cossacks and go with the Polish deserter. "Don't you forget," said Count Orloff Denisov to the Polish deserter, as he sent him on his way. "If you've been lying, I'll have you hang like a dog, but if it's true, there's 100 gold pieces in it for you." The deserter said nothing as he got on his horse with grim determination and rode off with a hurriedly mustered group of Grekov's men. They disappeared into the forest. Count Orloff watched them go, shivering from the chill of the early dawn and greatly excited by the scheme he had launched on his own initiative. He came back out of the wood and peered across at the enemy camp, which was just visible in the tricky first light of dawn amid the dying campfires. There was a stretch of open rising ground to Count Orloff Denisov's right, and that's where our columns ought to have been. He looked in that direction, but even though you could have seen them miles away, there was no sign of these columns. Meanwhile, Count Orloff Denisov thought he could see things beginning to stir over in the French camp, and this was confirmed by his sharp-eyed adjutant. "It's too late, isn't it?" said Count Orloff, staring across at the camp. And suddenly, as so often happens when a man we trust is gone from our sight, the picture became perfectly clear. That deserter had been stringing them along, lying through his teeth. He would ruin the whole attack by taking out 2 regiments, and God alone knew where he was leading them. How could you hope to capture the commander-in-chief in amongst masses of his own troops? Swine. He was lying, said the count. We could call them back, said one member of his suite, full of the same misgivings as he stared across at the camp. What? Well, what do you think? Let them go on? Or bring them back? Is that your order, bring them back? Yes, bring them back, Count Orloff said, suddenly decisive, glancing at his watch. We'll be too late. It's light now. An aide galloped off into the wood after Grekov. When Grekov came back, Count Orloff Denisov, roused to a state of high excitement by his decision to abandon the initiative, and from waiting for infantry columns that never turned up, and also by the enemy's close proximity, which was affecting every man in his detachment, decided to attack. The command came out in a whisper. To horse. The men fell in, crossing themselves. Go! And God go with you! A great hurrah rang through the woods, and platoon after platoon of Cossacks, trailing their lances, soared merrily across the stream as if they were being poured out of a sack, and set off for the enemy camp. One desperate, terrified yell from the first French soldier to spot the coming Cossacks, and every man jack of them, half dressed and half asleep, took to his heels, abandoning cannons, muskets, and horses. If only the Cossacks had ignored the things behind them and around them, and gone after the French, they would have captured Murat and everything that went with him. That's what their commanding officers wanted them to do. But there was no shifting the Cossacks once they had got their hands on some loot and some prisoners. The word of command went unheard. There on the spot they had taken 1,500 prisoners, 38 cannons, some regimental colors and, what mattered most to the Cossacks, horses, saddles, blankets and all kinds of things like that. All of this needed sorting out. They had to secure the prisoners and the cannons, share out the loot, yell at each other and even fight over the spoils, and the Cossacks got down to it. When the French realized they were not being pursued, they rallied, fell back in and opened fire. Orloff Denisov was still waiting for the other columns to turn up, and he made no further attacks. Meanwhile, following the disposition, column number 1 marches here, and so on. The infantry regiments of the missing columns, under Bennigsen's command and Toll's direction, had set off in good order and, as always, arrived somewhere, but not where they were supposed to arrive. As always too, soldiers who had set off in high spirits began to drag their feet. There were murmurs of discontent, they knew they were in a mess, and they retraced some of their steps. Adjutants and generals galloped up and down, yelling furiously, arguing with each other,
telling everybody they had come the wrong way and were going to be late, swearing at everybody, and so on, until eventually they gave up in despair, and marched on for the sake of it, just to get somewhere. We've got to arrive somewhere or other. And yes, they did arrive somewhere, but it wasn't where they were needed. Just a few managed to arrive in the right place, but so late they were utterly useless except as cannon fodder. In this battle Toll played the part of why or other at Austerlitz, galloping indefatigably all over the place, and everywhere he went he found everything at 6s and 7s. For instance, he came across Bagavut's corps in the forest in broad daylight when these men ought to have been miles away long ago, combining forces with Orloff Denisov. Shocked and stung by this lapse, Toll could only think that somebody must be to blame, so he galloped over to the corps commander and tore strips off him, telling him he deserved to be shot. General Bagavut, a phlegmatic military man of the old school, had been just as worried by all the delays, chaos and contradictory orders. To everyone's amazement, he flew into a towering rage, quite out of character for him, and said some very nasty things to Toll.